In dorm room 451, Chen An was deeply engrossed in his thesis, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. His roommates were each busy with their own affairs. The slender academic prodigy Liang Yu was excited about securing a recommendation to Kyoto University. The bald rich kid Yang Yuan had just hung up the phone, his forehead gleaming, and the tall Yu Guan was being berated by his teammates in an online game. "Are you not graduating?" Yang Yuan suddenly asked. Without looking up, Chen An replied, "Of course I am. I'll just make some quick edits to this draft. Old Li won't fail me twice." As his roommates were nodding off from the thesis talk, Yang Yuan suddenly screamed, "Chen, look, is the sun really expanding?" Chen An rushed to the balcony and looked up to see the sun in the sky had grown enormously. Soon after, shocking news arrived. The sun had undergone violent tremors, causing Zixing to heat up by at least 10 degrees in a short period. The International Observatory confirmed that the tremors were irreversible and that the sun would continue to expand until it crushed Zixing. Terrified, the roommates frantically called their families to say goodbye. But Chen An, an orphan time traveler, remained unusually calm. He dialed Zishu's number but couldn't finish his final farewell. As the solar winds began to sweep through, cracks appeared in the dormitory building. Chen An calmly analyzed. An unknown force has altered Zixing's internal structure. Our planet is now a triggered hydrogen bomb. As everyone fled downstairs, floating trains suddenly appeared in the sky. A mechanical voice echoed globally. "Zixing is about to explode. Passengers, please board the trains in an orderly manner. This journey departs from the Zixing system, with the first stop at the Lieli continent." Panic ensued as people rushed toward the docking areas. However, the limited number of trains and ships couldn't accommodate everyone. Desperate individuals struggled through a magnitude 6 earthquake, their survival hinging on sheer luck. Amid the chaos, Chen An vanished without a trace. When Yu Guan turned back to look for him, Chen An was nowhere to be found. The dormitory building collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris into the air. In the midst of chaos, a colossal interstellar train silently awakened. In the cockpit, Chen An opened his eyes and looked around, bewildered. A purple planet trembled outside the window, resembling a gigantic toy. "Where am I?" he muttered, his mind blank. Suddenly, a mechanical voice pulled him back to reality. "Fuyao AI activated. Train vessel inspection complete. Master, should the system be loaded?" Chen An was stunned. "Train? AI?" These words swirled in his mind, gradually forming an incredible picture. "I'm the conductor?" he asked tentatively. "Affirmative. Congratulations, Master, on becoming the captain of train D1314, the mechanical voice responded calmly. Chen An took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "What about other trains? Do they have conductors too?" "Negative. You are the only one selected." This answer left Chen An even more perplexed. The only conductor on the entire purple planet? What was going on? Before he could think further, the mechanical voice spoke again. "Do you permit Fuyao AI to load into the train system? Refusal will result in the loss of AI support." "Load it," Chen An answered almost instinctively. In an instant, countless streams of data surged from his mind, spreading throughout the train. Chen An felt a strange power flowing within him, as if he had become one with this massive entity. "Fuyao AI has successfully loaded," the mechanical voice announced. Synchronizing with Master's preferences, adjusting system settings. Immediately, a flood of information poured into Chen An's consciousness. Time, location, train status, everything was clear. "Give me the train's information, as simple as possible," Chen An ordered, marveling at this incredible experience. A virtual screen unfolded before him, displaying the key data of the train. Train, Fuyao. AI number, D1314. Level, Bronze 0 star. Master, Chen An ordinary human. Capacity, 1 million people. Current load, 0 people. Conductor defense, level 0. Firepower, level 0. Power, level 0. Energy, 20. Status, 100 perfect. Chen An quickly scanned the information, suddenly realizing the urgency of the situation. "What should I do now?" Fuyao immediately provided instructions. "The purple planet will explode in 2.5 hours. Evacuate passengers immediately and choose a route to Lieli continent. Saving people comes first." Chen An ordered decisively. "Deploy all ships, prioritize Yuan City and Xia country." With the command given, the train's doors opened, and numerous ships swarmed toward the planet's surface like a hive of bees. Chen An stood up, deciding to inspect the situation firsthand. He walked through the silver corridors and arrived at his private quarters. The spacious living room, bedroom, and kitchen were all fully equipped, and there was even a mysterious circular room, the gravity chamber. Continuing on, Chen An reached the grand reception hall, then passed through a long corridor to the hangar. At that moment, Fuyao reminded him, "The first batch of passengers is about to board." Chen An hurried back to the cockpit to observe the boarding process via the screen. Panicked passengers were flooding in, and one familiar figure caught his attention. Li Deguang. Chen An chuckled. Looks like the old guy has some luck. On second thought, he ordered, Fu Yao, monitor the entire train. Notify me if you find a girl named Zishu. Also, keep an eye on the movements of Yang Yuan and others. Yang Yuan's tall figure stood out in the crowd as he anxiously searched for any sign of Chen. Has anyone seen old Chen? He shouted to his classmates. Zishu, pale with worry, shook her head. I was just about to ask you guys. Could he still be inside? At that moment, a sleek silver spaceship sliced through the crimson sky, speeding towards them. The crowd erupted, surging towards the Central Park. Amidst the chaos, people stumbled and fell, their screams echoing. Zishu, girls to the front. A few male students from the sports academy stepped up, trying to shield their classmates. However, the spaceship didn't stop at the park. Instead, it dove towards a distant supermarket. The hatch opened, and a team of silver robots descended, starting to load supplies. Inside the cockpit, Chen An monitored the robots' actions on a screen. Clear out the rice. Who knows when we'll get more, he ordered. Grab the chips, spicy sticks, and beer too. He then dispatched the spaceship to a grain reserve, aiming to collect as much food as possible. With food in hand, there's no need to panic, Chen An thought, well aware of the importance of supplies. After gathering the essentials, Chen An piloted the spaceship back to his home, rescuing precious photos and memorabilia. Gotta take the computer. My treasured 800 gigabytes of videos can't be left behind, he muttered to himself. With Zixing on the brink of explosion and temperatures soaring to 60 degrees, Chen An prepared to evacuate. Suddenly, he noticed familiar faces struggling on the ground. Damn it, why didn't you remind me earlier? He snapped at Fu Yao, then commanded the spaceship to return. Despair engulfed everyone on the ground. Zishu leaned weakly against her classmates, barely conscious. Just then, the spaceship reappeared in the sky. The spaceship, it's back, someone shouted, and the crowd surged once more. The spaceship hovered 5 meters above, lowering a ladder. In the chaos, students were pushed aside. Chen An decisively sent robots to maintain order and escort Yang Yuan and others aboard. Zishu followed her classmates up the ladder, her heart torn between hope and dread at the thought of seeing Chen An. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. That guy's probably dead by now, always flaunting his knowledge. What's there to brag about? Fang Sheng sneered. As he continued to climb, a robotic hand suddenly hurled him back into the crowd. Hey, what are you doing? Help! Fang Sheng's screams quickly vanished in the enraged throng. In the cockpit, Chen An smirked. Did you really think I wouldn't react? I didn't bother with you before because I didn't care. But now, you dare insult me on my spaceship? Go to hell. The spacecraft slowly ascended, leaving the chaotic ground behind. Chen An looked down at his soon-to-be-destroyed homeland through the screen, feeling a mix of emotions. There are 217 spots left. We need to screen the candidates, he said gravely. Though the decision was harsh, there was no other choice. The crowd erupted, pleading to be chosen. Chen An watched coldly and ordered, prioritize high IQ individuals, especially engineers from various fields. As the slots dwindled, a man with a sallow face knelt and begged, Can you let my wife and child on board? I'll give up my spot for them. Chen An hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed to the request. Finally, the passenger list was complete. The spacecraft retracted its robots and soared into the crimson sky amidst a chorus of curses. Returning to the cockpit, Chen An stretched and began to understand the structure and resources of the train. Fu Yao detailed the train's 4-layer structure and its various robots. What resources do I have now? What can I manufacture? Chen An asked. Currently, you only have the passengers and supplies brought from Purple Star, Fu Yao replied. The choice of star route determines the abundance of resources along the way. Chen An had Fu Yao load the star map and started studying the route to the Liuli continent. He was surprised to find it was 3 million light-years away. There are jump nodes in the starry sky, Fu Yao explained. You can reach millions of light-years in an instant. I suggest you awaken your superpowers soon to extend your lifespan. Chen An became deeply interested in the superpower levels and inquired in detail about the awakening methods and the abilities of each level. After understanding, he took the elevator to the lower level for an inspection. The empty storage and silent factory made him wary. Back in the living area, Chen An ordered robots to move supplies and fill the space. He watched with satisfaction as the robots began preparing Purple Star cuisine. Lying on the sofa, Chen An observed the final moments of Purple Star through the camera. The star swelled to its limit and silently burst like a balloon. Is it really over? Chen An murmured. It felt like a small ball exploding before my eyes. Let's set off, he commanded. We'll take Route 18. Thus, Train D1314 embarked on a unique path, heading into the vast, boundless depths of space. The unknown adventure had officially begun. The most beautiful fireworks the Zixing people had ever seen was the moment their star exploded. Inside the train car, countless people wept loudly, watching helplessly as their homeland turned into a crimson dust and was gradually devoured by the expanding sun. We could never go back. Who knew where we were headed now? Does anyone have any fever medicine? She's burning up. In the rear section of the 10th car, Zishu's face was tinged with blue and purple, shivering in the arms of her classmate, Xia Ying. The train was air-conditioned, with a comfortable temperature, but Zishu had previously injured her lungs and inhaled a large amount of hot air, causing significant internal damage. Yang Yuan and others gathered around, frantically laying Zishu down on the seats. Her breathing was erratic. Damn, she might have lung damage. What should we do? Is there a doctor here? Yang Yuan shouted for a long time, even spitting out a mouthful of blood in the end, but no one responded. After such a drastic change, everyone was focused on their own survival, not caring about others. Old Yang, what's wrong with you? Yu Guan asked in alarm. Yang Yuan chuckled, got bumped by some idiot when I boarded. It's no big deal. Let's go ask up front. There must be a doctor. Before they could leave their seats, a robot walked down the aisle. The robot's eyes scanned, confirming their identities. Liang Yu was terrified and quickly said, "We haven't broken any rules. This girl is in bad shape. Can you help her?" The robot, being a service model, was proficient in various basic skills, including medical treatment. Under the frightened gaze of the students, the robot took out a syringe and injected it into Zishu's arm. "She'll be fine after some sleep. Here, take this and swallow it immediately," the robot said, handing Yang Yuan a blue pill. Yang Yuan hesitated but, feeling waves of pain in his chest, swallowed it with a grimace. Surprisingly, he felt better almost instantly, as if a cool sensation was flowing through his body. "Are those robots the attendants?" "The service is excellent," he remarked. Others around who had been watching started making their own requests. "I don't feel well either. Can I get some medicine? I'm hungry. Is there any food? I'm thirsty. Can I get some water? I need to use the restroom. Where is it?" The robot responded coldly, one by one. The train does not provide any supplies. Passengers must prepare their own. Each car has hundreds of water points, unlimited but do not waste. Restrooms are available throughout, and relieving oneself anywhere else is a violation. A man protested. "Why did they get medicine then?" The robot's eyes flashed red, and the laser emitter on its shoulder began to charge. The man quickly withdrew his complaint in fear. In the cockpit, Chen An checked Zishu and Yang Yuan's conditions, and, seeing they were recovering, felt relieved. "How strong are the service robots in combat?" Service robots are equipped with miniature laser emitters on their shoulders, retractable alloy blades at the waist, and bronze-level daggers on both arms. Though designed for service, they can easily handle ordinary people, capable of taking on 10 at once. Each train car has an enforcement team, also composed of service robots, slightly stronger in combat. Confirming there were no issues inside the train, Chen An switched to external images. They were surrounded by a sea of stars, the train speeding through a nebula at 1/10 the speed of light. Despite the high speed, the train remained intact, making Chen An curious about its construction technology. "Fuyao, if given enough materials, could you replicate the train?" "This train cannot be replicated. I was just asking, where can we replenish resources?" "There are plenty of resource-rich stars in the surrounding space, available for resupply at any time. However, to ensure passenger survival, it's recommended to find a life-supporting planet before stopping. Since we have so many passengers, we can't let them starve to death." Chen An opened the star map, searching for the nearest habitable planet, which turned out to be 3 light-years away. 3 light-years? By the time we get there, everyone will be skeletons. The star map is outdated, and it only records super life-supporting planets, not lower-level ones. How far can the train's radar scan? The train's high-precision radar can detect up to 1 billion kilometers with an error margin of no more than 30 million kilometers, responding in about 5 seconds. Then scan at full power. Let's find a habitable planet as soon as possible. Chen An knew the passengers' plight too well. In their escape, nobody had time to bring supplies. Not everyone had the luxury of Chen An's leisurely situation. The following days were a monotonous journey through the starry sky. Initially, Chen An was interested in various data about the stars, studying them closely on the screen, but soon he realized that Fuyao could analyze any data instantly, so he only needed to look at the results. He quickly grew bored and wondered what to do next. Chen An returned to his living area, opened his computer, and played his collection of private films. Detecting that the owner is lonely, it is recommended to keep some beautiful pets. Humans are out of the question, but if we encounter alien species in the future, I'll consider it. Hey, what's that large space behind the training room? What's it for? If you consider the front of the train as the correct direction, the training room is on the right, and further right is an unknown area. Chen An hurried to check it out, with Fuyao opening glass doors along the way. The area was about several thousand square meters, filled with various cages and many small rooms with simple furnishings. This is the owner's pet area, designed for keeping various pets to entertain you. Well, that's quite thoughtful. Continuing inward from the pet room, he reached an observation deck. Here, he could sit and be lifted to the top of the train, with the real starry sky above. However, the train's speed was too fast for Chen An to observe anything clearly. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped the glass cover above, worried it might break. This isn't fun. Let's go back down. Chen An went to the living room, which served as the first level of his private area. It was furnished with sofas and various furniture from Zixing, even including antiques taken from museums. Were those rooms around here meant for guests? Reminding the owner, those rooms are for your family. Quite considerate. Should I invite Zishu and the others over? Never mind. I don't trust them that much. After fully exploring his living area, Chen An returned upstairs to continue watching movies and resting. But watching too many movies got boring, so he decided to watch something more serious. The first day passed like this, with Chen An following a normal routine and sleeping peacefully. Revival calendar, year 01, January 2nd, 7 hours 33 minutes and 25 seconds. In the first carriage, hunger swept over the passengers like a tidal wave, devouring their last shred of sanity. People crowded around the water dispenser, forming a serpentine line, their growling stomachs forcing them to rely on water to stave off starvation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the carriage. You ungrateful wretches! Have you no respect for the elderly and children? Professor Li Daguang's voice was filled with anger and despair. Young people can hold on longer, but we old folks can't last much longer. His hawk-like eyes locked onto a young man nibbling on a piece of bread nearby. Hey kid, how about sharing some of that? He barked. Once a dignified professor, he now lowered himself for a morsel of bread. Who would have thought that on this doomsday train, even basic survival would become a luxury? The young man, caught off guard, hurriedly stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth, fearing it would be snatched away. Seeing this, Professor Li's anger boiled over. The world is going to hell. How rotten has it become? At that moment, a commotion erupted on the left side of the carriage. Several menacing figures surrounded a couple, threatening them. Hand over the food in your bag. Don't make us use force. The woman trembled, clasping her hands in a plea. These are snacks for our child. Please have mercy. The child in her arms clung tightly to his father, eyes wide with fear. The leader of the group sneered. That brat might not even survive. So what's the point? Hand it over, or you'll regret it. As tensions escalated, the woman clutched her backpack tightly. The men exchanged glances, ready to snatch it by force. In the nick of time, the child accidentally hit a button on the wall beside the seat, triggering a piercing alarm that rang through the carriage. In a flash, several sleek, silver enforcement robots arrived at the scene, their red eyes scanning the area. Who triggered the alarm? A mechanical voice devoid of emotion inquired. The father raised his hand, his voice tinged with hope. We did. These people are trying to rob us. The robot coldly announced, according to the conductor's rules, fighting and theft are prohibited in the carriage. First offenders will be confined. Repeat offenders will be severely punished, and third-time offenders will be eliminated. Under the robot's supervision, the thugs were marched out of the carriage like defeated dogs, to be held in confinement for at least 3 hours. As the robots departed, the carriage buzzed with excitement. Oh my god, there really is a conductor. Could it be an alien? I wonder what they look like. If the conductor likes beautiful women, maybe I could become the conductor's wife. Speculation ran rampant, temporarily distracting the passengers from their hunger. Someone whispered mysteriously, I explored the tarmac area and saw robots guarding a restricted zone. That must be the conductor's lair. This explosive news spread like wildfire throughout the train. In the 10th carriage, Yang Yuan teased Zishu beside him. Zishu, with your looks, if the conductor takes a liking to you, we might be saved. Zishu scowled and punched him lightly. Stop talking nonsense and save your energy. Around them, students were slumped in their seats from hunger. Some queued for water, while others stared blankly into space. A female student noticed Zishu's distant gaze and asked quietly, still thinking about Chen An? Zishu licked her chapped lips and shook her head. Not thinking about him, just regretting it. He was the first to discover the danger of the purple star explosion. He could have been a great scientist. Such a pity. Don't lose hope, the female student comforted her. He might be on another train. You never know, you might reunite someday. Zishu smiled bitterly. In this vast universe, spanning countless light years, what are the chances? Yesterday, I was happy he had no ties with Li AI, and now, sigh. Just then, a blaring alarm echoed through the train. Warning, train energy levels have dropped below the safety line. In the cockpit, Chen An frowned. Fuyao, where can we replenish energy? Fuyao quickly responded, There is a standard star system 800 million kilometers ahead where we can refuel. Full speed ahead, Chen An ordered without hesitation. As the train approached the star system, the blazing light illuminated the entire carriage. Passengers exclaimed in awe, and an astronomy enthusiast shouted excitedly, "Wow! We've entered a star system. Maybe we'll find a habitable planet and solve our food problem." However, Fuyao quickly dashed their hopes. The system contains only asteroids and meteors. No signs of life detected. The train swiftly entered the star's orbit, just 90 million kilometers from its surface. Chen An was surprised to find he could stare directly at the star. Fuyao explained, "The train's glass is specially treated to block various particles and electromagnetic waves, ensuring your safety. Begin energy harvesting," Chen An commanded. From the sides of the engine compartment, numerous thick pipelines extended like giant serpents towards the star. As they neared the star, the ends of the pipes blossomed, with countless claws gripping the star's surface tightly. "Seriously? We're just going to suck energy directly from the star?" Chen An was stunned. Fuyao calmly replied, "The train's power source is nuclear fusion. Directly absorbing stellar material is the most efficient method." Chen An couldn't help but retort, "Your understanding of efficiency is quite unique." He had expected to mine elements from other planets, not to witness the train employing some cosmic energy-absorbing technique. But given the train's wonders, it didn't seem too far-fetched. "How long will it take to fully replenish the energy?" Chen An inquired. 2 hours to replenish reserves, 4 hours for a full charge," Fuyao responded. "Go for the full charge," Chen An decided, "and send out the exploration and mining ships to gather resources from the asteroid belt." Fuyao reminded him, "The star system is chaotic. I recommend deploying warships to escort and clear the route." "Do it." Chen An made the final decision. 10 minutes later, the fleet arrived at the nearest asteroid. After analysis, Fuyao displayed the information and uses of the minerals on the screen. "Why do some minerals only have numbers?" Chen An pointed at minerals 47 and 65. "What are these for?" Fuyao explained, "Mineral 47 can be used to build warships, and Mineral 65 can upgrade train defenses. Different civilizations have various names for minerals, but numbers are more universal. Other civilizations use these numbers too?" Chen An was surprised. "More or less," Fuyao answered. "Mathematics is a universal language. As civilizations develop, they inevitably create mathematical systems. The expressions may vary, but the concepts are the same." Soon, mining robots swarmed the asteroids, collecting resources. Chen An activated the storage layers factory, initiating mass production of mining robots and transport ships. It was like playing a real-time strategy game. You had to develop your economy before you could conquer the universe. The train traversed through the unknown expanse of the universe, with passengers idly crowding around the portholes, gazing out. They watched as ships shuttled back and forth, oblivious to what they were transporting. One quick-witted passenger speculated, "Obviously, the train needs energy. Those pipelines might be transporting fuel. Given the train's immense power, it's likely nuclear fusion." Another chimed in, "I bet the ships are transporting minerals to continue building the train. My goodness, is the train still expanding?" The discussion split into two camps. Some were fascinated by the mysteries of the train, while others were more concerned about their immediate survival. "If the train stays here forever, what are we supposed to do? Just wait to die?" one anxious passenger asked. "The train has to provide us with food. Otherwise, rescuing us from Purple Star would be pointless," another replied. Time passed with various speculations and discussions. For hours later, the train restarted, giving the passengers a glimmer of hope. The train system displayed energy reserves at 100, raw material storage at 100. The robot and spaceship factories were operating at full capacity, expected to produce 20,000 mining robots and 50 cargo ships. Unlike passenger ships, these cargo ships could not carry people. Chen An breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as there was enough energy, they would be fine. He set his next goal to find a habitable planet, realizing they couldn't last long otherwise. "I can't afford to be charitable with my limited resources," he thought to himself. Another day passed. On the third day after the fall of Purple Star, the train finally detected a habitable planet within a young star system. The screen displayed detailed information about the planet. Name: unnumbered S360E 5728496. Type: planet. Mass: 8.439701024 kilograms. Diameter: 195,462 kilometers. Surface temperature: 46. Rotation period: 59 hours 25 minutes 39 seconds. Intelligent life: none. The system further reported, detected abundant life on the planet. Recommend dispatching warships and cargo ships to gather resources immediately. The screen showed the planet's image, an elliptical shape, prominently green. This green indicated not only the presence of plants, but also the proliferation of animal life. Chen An inquired, Can ordinary people land on it? If so, I'd like to send passengers to gather resources themselves. The system immediately responded. The planet's environment is vastly different from Purple Star. Purple Star inhabitants cannot survive. Detected a wide variety of microorganisms that could cause deadly outbreaks among passengers. Direct contact is not recommended. Chen An frowned. Having a habitable planet, yet being unable to land on it, was not good news. Fuyao then proposed two options. First, awaken extraordinary abilities in passengers, giving them the power to withstand planetary pressures and resist viral infections. Second, mass-produce protective suits to completely isolate them from the planet's environment. Chen An rolled his eyes. That's nonsense. I can't even awaken myself. Where would they find the crystals? As for protective suits, let's not even talk about the materials needed to make them. Even if we could, what good would it do? Send them on a sightseeing tour? After some thought, Chen An made a decision: send robots to gather resources in large quantities, then process them into food on the train. But there's a problem. I'm not running a charity. Providing free services to passengers isn't reasonable. Over the past few days, Chen An had been studying the train's rules and understanding them more deeply. He realized that the train was less about escaping with passengers and more about transporting a carload of laborers. These laborers were just too weak at the moment and needed more training. The system suggested, recommend setting up a currency system and opening the train market. Chen An immediately read the information provided by Fuyao, realizing that the train was always meant to develop in this direction, depending on when he activated it. All right, set the currency as star coins, and passengers can take out loans to buy food, Chen An decided decisively. Meanwhile, the situation in the first carriage was becoming increasingly dire. People were dizzy with hunger, and drinking water was no longer enough to alleviate the problem. In one corner of the carriage, a group of pale-faced men gathered, whispering among themselves. Rather than waiting to die, we might as well take a risk, a man named Tianwei said in a low voice. He was 6'3" with a burly build. Next, we need to gather more people and storm the conductor's restricted area. I suspect there's food there. Even if there isn't, we can seize control of the train and find food. A timid man nervously said, but those robots have weapons. We can't beat them, and we don't know how many robots are on the train. Are you suggesting we sit here and wait to die? Tianwei retorted sharply, we're dead either way, so I'm going for it. Tianwei turned to a small man, Li Yin. Go scout the area around the restricted zone and see how many robots are guarding it. Li Yin, bent over with hunger, immediately set off. He passed through the first carriage's gate into an area that had been empty. To his surprise, numerous compartments had been built, and robots were decorating the area. The compartment on the far left was fully open, with the words, Train Bank, flashing in bright colors. What is this place? I'll go take a look. Rubbing his stomach, Li Yin cautiously approached. As he got closer, an audio prompt sounded. Welcome to the bank, passengers. Please enter the hall to conduct business. Seeing no resistance from the robot guards, Li Yin boldly walked in. Unlike banks on Purple Star, there were no counters here, just rows of transparent booths equipped with simple devices, resembling self-service ATMs. A massive screen at the front of the hall displayed various instructions, guiding passengers on how to operate. Could my savings from Purple Star have been transferred here? Li Yin wondered with a glimmer of hope. After a few simple operations, the screen displayed his account balance, 0 star coins. What are star coins good for? Li Yin asked with confusion. The machine immediately explained. Star coins can be used for all transactions on the train, including purchasing weapons, daily necessities, energy, and food from the market. The word food made Li Yan's eyes widen. He eagerly asked, is there really food? How can I get star coins? The system replied, currently, there are no ways to earn star coins on the train. It is recommended that passengers take out loans. Ordinary passengers have a loan limit of 500 star coins. Typical bank behavior. Li Yin muttered with a wry smile. How do I take out a loan? Let's give it a try. Having nothing to lose, he decided to give it a shot. A few minutes later, his account showed a balance of 50 star coins. Can I buy food now? Li Yin asked impatiently. The market is fully open. It is recommended that passengers explore it, the system replied. Li Yin hurriedly left the bank and headed straight for the adjacent market. The market was spacious, resembling a supermarket. He noticed 3 silvery white corridors labeled left, center, and right, each guarded by 2 heavily armed robots. Can I enter? Li Yin cautiously approached the first corridor. The robots remained motionless like statues, but the market system gave a friendly reminder. Welcome to Market 1. What kind of food is available? Chen An sipped on the cola brought by Zixing in the cockpit, while munching on freshly roasted tenderloin from the kitchen. The aromatic meat came from a massive, pig-like creature that could weigh thousands of pounds, but was so fragile a few bullets could end its life. The food on the train is divided into 2 main categories, meat and vegetarian. The meat consists of various animals, all of which undergo stringent disinfection and are served cooked. Vegetarian options are primarily fern-based, processed into flatbread forms due to their high yield and low cost. Additionally, there are rare specialty fruits on the planet that are sold at high prices. Chen An nodded approvingly at Fu Yao's arrangements and then pulled up the surveillance footage. In the footage, Li Yan was cautiously navigating through the aisle of Market 1, wary of gun barrels suddenly emerging from the walls. The screens on either side of the aisle displayed various foods available in the market, making Li Yan's mouth water. If these foods are real and can fill me up, I'd be willing to die for it. Li Yan resolved internally, quickening his pace out of the aisle. Ahead, neatly arranged shelves labeled with food types awaited him. Cooked meat, vegetarian flatbreads, fruits. Besides these, there were clothes, beverages, medicines, and other goods, all from various factories owned by Chen. Li Yan dashed to the cooked meat section, where various unwrapped meats were displayed in a glass case. The prices were tiered: premium meat at 0.5 star coins per pound, regular meat at 0.2 star coins per pound, and inferior meat at 0.1 star coins per pound. He eagerly scanned his face to purchase a pound of premium meat and devoured it ravenously. 3 minutes later, still unsatisfied, Li Yan prepared to buy another piece when the system suggested he eat more vegetarian food for better health. He then turned to the vegetarian section, spending 0.1 star coins to buy 5 large flatbreads, but he was full after just one. Once his hunger subsided, Li Yan snapped back to reality and hurried to the bank to check his account balance. Seeing that he still had 49.2 star coins left, he was overjoyed and ran back to the train car. The car was eerily quiet, with Tianwei having gathered more people. Li Yan, why did you take so long? What's that in your hand? Li Yan burped and tossed the remaining flatbreads to them. The aroma filled the air, and the surrounding passengers' eyes widened. Chaos erupted as people scrambled to grab the food. Tianwei seized a flatbread and stuffed it into his mouth frantically. Li Yan quickly explained, "Don't fight over it, there's plenty outside. You can buy it yourselves." Hearing this, the others rushed out, eyes gleaming with hunger. In the cockpit, Chen An observed the commotion in each car and instructed Fu Yao to deploy more robots to maintain order. He thought to himself, let them take loans first and pay back later with daily interest. Am I becoming more like a capitalist? Over the next half-month, the train moved straight along its predetermined route, stopping only once to refuel. After half a month, the train stopped again. The star system ahead has detected a high concentration of super energy, likely containing energy crystals. Chen An perked up, as he was in need of energy crystals. 2 hours later, the first ship carrying energy crystals returned. Chen An eagerly went to the storage level and saw the pure blue crystals, emitting an eerie glow, stacked in a dedicated chamber. Under Fu Yao's guidance, Chen An attempted to awaken his extraordinary abilities. He held a crystal the size of a fingernail, feeling its cool touch merge into his skin. He then experienced brief cycles of hot and cold and vascular pain before feeling incredibly light. Tests revealed that Chen An could now easily jump 5 meters high, run at incredible speeds, and had significantly increased strength. He punched a sofa in half, marveling at his newfound powers. Fu Yao informed him that this planet could yield about 20 million units of energy crystals. Chen An was eager to absorb them all, but Fu Yao explained that ascenders need to gradually strengthen their bodies, absorbing a maximum of 10 units per day. Chen An quickly devised a new plan. List the energy crystals for 10 star coins each. I need the passengers to gain the ability to venture out and become extraordinary beings. He realized that involving passengers in exploration was inevitable since electromagnetic interference in some areas would affect the robot's signals. On January 18th, year 01 of the revival calendar, a new product called Energy Crystal caused a huge uproar in the market of carriage number 10. Energy Crystal? 10 star coins each? That's insane, exclaimed a passenger. 10 star coins can buy 20 pounds of premium meat. Despite the high price, the new product created a sensation throughout the 10 carriages. Passengers flocked to the market, but they only dared to observe from a distance, with no one brave enough to make a purchase. Chen An watched silently, enjoying his elevated status and deciding not to give any hints, letting the passengers figure it out on their own. Zishu was eager to try, but her classmate Xiang pulled her back. Don't waste your money, Xiang advised. 10 star coins can keep us going for a long time. Zishu's eyes sparkled as she retorted, but the train wouldn't stock junk. Energy crystals must have a special function. What if eating one means we never get hungry again? Xiang rolled her eyes. If it were that miraculous, it wouldn't be overpriced at 1,000 star coins. Don't forget, our star coins are all on loan. These words quelled much of the crowd's curiosity. Loans had limits, and no one knew what would happen if those limits were reached. At that moment, a frail-looking boy squeezed through the crowd, walked up to the shelf, and skillfully purchased an energy crystal. The onlookers immediately surrounded him, eager to discover the crystal's purpose. The boy carefully took the energy crystal out of its crystal box and examined it closely. He had no idea what it was for, He just felt life was meaningless and wanted to do whatever he pleased, even if it meant an early death. "Hey kid, do you know what it does?" a bald man asked from a distance, his body recoiling as if the crystal might explode. The boy didn't answer because all he felt was a cold sensation in his palm, with no other anomalies. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my God! Look! The energy crystal is melting." Everyone focused their eyes and saw the melting crystal seeping into the boy's body, causing his arms' veins to glow with an eerie blue light. The scene erupted into chaos with various speculations. It might be some kind of radioactive mineral. He's being exposed to high doses of radiation. Maybe it's a particle weapon, just activated. Could it be a mini nuclear fusion? That blue light might appear during fusion. This last comment sent the crowd into a panic, making them scramble for the exits. Only Zishu and a few college students stayed behind, convinced it wasn't a nuclear fusion reaction, but rather the integration of some special substance. Suddenly, the boy's face contorted, and his entire body began to emit a blue glow. He took a sharp breath, enduring the swelling pain without screaming. He's triggering a reaction. He might explode, someone shouted, causing people to jam the passageway in fear, unable to get out. Cries and curses filled the air, with some areas even breaking into conflicts, drawing the attention of the market guards. "Sister Shu, will it really explode?" Yang Yuan asked nervously. Zishu retorted, "Aren't you studying nuclear physics?" "I sleep in class and chase girls after," Yang Yuan admitted with an awkward smile. "I haven't even flipped through the nuclear physics textbook much since the semester started." "I can vouch for that. He's a total slacker," Yu Guan chimed in, only to get kicked by Yang Yuan. "Ouch, don't kick me. I'm just telling the truth." After the joke, Xiaoying reminded everyone to watch the boy. They saw that his pained expression had disappeared, and his pale face regained color, exuding a peculiar sense of power. He clenched his fists, and the cracking of his knuckles was particularly clear in the silent market. "How do you feel?" someone asked urgently. The boy's face turned odd as he replied, "I think I feel stronger." Indeed, the previously frail boy now had muscles bulging on his arms. His height had increased by 4 or 5 centimeters, and his overall demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. At that moment, the train's broadcast suddenly came on. "The first extraordinary person has emerged among the passengers, initiating the extraordinary leaderboard." The train officially launches the guild system, task system, and spaceship rental system. The market now offers various lethal weapons, available only to extraordinary individuals. As soon as the announcement ended, several market shelves were suddenly stocked with various futuristic and colorful firearms and blades. Zishu attempted to make a purchase, but the prices made her reconsider. A bronze-grade alloy combat knife cost 50 star coins, while AK-3 kinetic handgun was only 5 star coins. She tried to buy one but found she lacked the required permissions. The train continued its broadcast. Only extraordinary individuals can register guilds, with no limit on the number of members. Only extraordinary individuals can undertake train tasks, with rewards of star coins or rare items. Only extraordinary individuals can rent spaceships to leave the train for exploration, with a 7,030 resource split, 70 to the individual. Only extraordinary individuals can travel to other carriages, but cannot stay for long. Only extraordinary individuals have the chance to meet the train conductor and receive rewards. After the broadcast, the entire train fell into a brief silence, followed by a burst of excited discussions. "My God, extraordinary individuals have so many privileges. We can rent spaceships to other planets. If we find rare resources, paying off our loans will be a breeze, and we might even make a fortune." The thought of potentially earning thousands of star coins made many people's faces flush with excitement. But they quickly realized that to become an extraordinary individual, they first had to awaken, which required energy crystals. Thus, passengers rushed to the market, fearing the energy crystals would be sold out. Zishu became the second person to awaken, climbing to the second spot on the leaderboard. After that, every time someone awakened, the list was updated, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere in the carriages, as no one wanted to fall behind. However, only a few could absorb the energy crystals and awaken immediately. Most people needed a long time to absorb the crystals, with awakening times ranging from half an hour to a day. An hour later, the train announced the guild leaderboard. The top guild was called Knight, led by the first awakened boy, Xiao Zhan. Following closely was Zishu's Science Guild, then Tianwei's Dominance Guild, and Chenguiyang's Hope Guild. "Now that we have guilds, how do we rent spaceships? We probably have to wait for the train to stop. Otherwise, how could we get out?" Zishu, quick-witted, immediately started recruiting members in carriage number 10 after registering her guild. Since registering a guild required 100 star coins, most people hesitated and opted to join existing guilds. Soon, the top 10 guilds saw their member numbers rapidly increase. However, Xiao Zhan's Knight Guild remained solitary, as he seemed particularly reclusive. Chen An pulled up information on Xiaozhan, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. The data showed that Xiaozhan was an orphan with no family or friends. He was known for his bold and daring actions, making him a highly potential yet extreme talent. Chen An decided to closely monitor Xiaozhan's future development. Apart from Xiaozhan, Chen An also paid special attention to the top 10 guild leaders. Zishu, Tianwei, Chen Guoyang, Xia Feng. Each had their own unique traits. Zishu exhibited extraordinary potential, so Chen An chose not to interfere and let her develop freely. Although Tianwei's character needed improvement, his talent was undeniable. Chen An planned to give him more opportunities to see if he could change. Chen Guoyang's awakening speed and quality were impressive, and his combat power was second only to Chen An, indicating a promising future. Xia Feng, a former instructor of the Summer Nation's Special Forces unit, had resigned after an incident. Now, his guild comprised many former Special Forces members who were adept at handling harsh environments. The train cars were bustling with activity, but a new announcement sent a chill through everyone. Passengers who exceeded their loan limits and couldn't repay would be expelled from the train. Shortly after, new wealth rankings appeared at the front of each car, showing the financial status of each passenger. Shockingly, almost everyone was in debt. People anxiously checked the rankings and found that Xiao Zhan was at the bottom, with a debt of 272 star coins. Oh my god, where did he spend all that money? Someone exclaimed. Another person replied, I saw him buying a combat knife and firearms at the guild area earlier. He's been practicing shooting. Xiao Zhan's actions triggered a chain reaction. Zishu immediately bought a bronze alloy combat knife and AK-3 pistol to arm herself. At the shooting range beside the guild building, Zishu encountered Xiao Zhan, who was training. Xiao Zhan, Zishu greeted. After firing a few more shots, Xiao Zhan turned and briefly advised. 1-star coin gets you 2 magazines, each with 20 rounds. Use them wisely. Zishu thanked him for the tip, surprised by his unusually friendly demeanor. Xiao Zhan said no more and focused on practicing with his combat knife. Since becoming an extraordinary being, his skills had significantly improved, giving him the aura of a martial arts master. In the following days, the number of awakened extraordinaries surpassed 50,000. However, most remained cautious, hesitant to register new guilds, and instead joined existing ones. Only a few, like Zishu and Xiao Zhan, proactively bought weapons and trained themselves. In the cockpit, Chen An felt disappointed by Yang Yuan and others' passive attitude. In contrast, even a girl like Zishu dared to strive, while they slacked off, wasting their days. As a friend, Chen An genuinely hoped they would pull themselves together. Fuyao, how much longer until we reach the life star you discovered? Chen An asked. Half an hour, Fuyao replied. Good, make the announcement. Soon, the train's broadcast system came to life. The train will stop in half an hour. Guilds, please arrange to rent spaceships and prepare for exploration. This announcement instantly ignited the entire train's atmosphere. Awakened extraordinaries busied themselves with preparations, while those yet to awaken were filled with regret, reluctantly continuing to purchase energy crystals in a desperate bid to awaken. In Car 10, Zishu urgently gathered her guild members. Stop dawdling. Those without weapons, go buy some now. Those with weapons, come with me to rent a spaceship. When they reached the docking bay, Zishu was stunned to see various models and sizes of spaceships. At the rental center, a robot introduced her to 2 available models, the F-399 and the A-106, each with 3 specifications. The F-399 was a multifunctional transport ship, accommodating between 1,000 and 10,000 passengers, with cargo capacities ranging from 50 to 500 tons. It had decent attack and defense capabilities, with rental fees ranging from 500 to 5,000 star coins. The A-106 was a standard transport ship, holding 500 to 5,000 passengers, with cargo capacities from 10 to 100 tons, and only equipped with light laser cannons, making it unsuitable for direct combat. Its rental fees ranged from 200 to 3,000 star coins. After weighing her options, Zishu decided to rent a small F-399. Although her guild only had 300 members, she considered the potential dangers. When she worried about exceeding her loan limit, the robot informed her that the guild had a 5,000 star coin limit, and the rental fee would be directly deducted without needing extra loans. The rental process was simple, requiring only a facial scan for identity verification. Zishu quickly received an ID card with her and the spaceship's information. However, upon learning that the rental period was only 1 day, she couldn't help but complain. This train is such a ripoff. I wonder who the train conductor is. I'd like to kick his butt. Her companion, Xia Ying, quickly stopped her from speaking further. The robot, having overheard, sternly said, Sorry, you've been blacklisted by the train and can no longer use any rental services. Zishu's heart raced in fear, but before she could plead, the robot's face shifted to a stiff smile. Just kidding. The conductor advises you to criticize him in private next time. Zishu repeatedly apologized. Conductor, sir, I spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. I'm sorry. In reality, Chen An wasn't angry. He just wanted to give her a little scare. The train has docked in the stellar orbit, ready to absorb energy. The exploration ship slowly departs from the train, heading towards the unknown planet. The instruments on board hum as they begin to collect data from the surrounding environment. 10 minutes later, the exploration ship sends back its first batch of information. In the train's central control room, data streams down like a waterfall. Operators quickly analyze these precious pieces of information, gradually sketching out the target planet's profile. Basic information about the planet acquired, generating list, one operator announces loudly. Immediately, a series of data appears on the main screen. Name: unnumbered S360E5729125. Classification: planet. Mass: 7.1154 by 1024 kilograms. Diameter: 20,765 kilometers. Surface temperature: 28 C. Rotation period: 18 hours 25 minutes 39 seconds. Intelligent life: none. This planet is suitable for human landing, another operator adds. But there are signs of star beasts, classified as savage level 1. Chen An frowns and asks, wait, you haven't told me the level of the star beasts. The operator explains, star beasts, like transcendent beings, are categorized into levels: savage, dominator, star master, monarch, etc. Each level has 9 tiers, corresponding to transcendent beings. This classification has been validated by countless transcendent civilizations. When did I question that? Chen An retorts, slightly annoyed. Are there any Tier 2 transcendent beings on this planet? None detected so far, the operator replies. Not detected means there could be. Chen An quickly decides. Package the data and put it on the market for 1 star coin. In the future, we can sell information about similar planets. Master, you're so clever. The operator compliments. Chen An can't tell if it's praise or sarcasm and just nods silently. As various guilds lease ships, everyone anxiously waits for the train to open its hatches. At this moment, the train announces that information about the target planet is now available on the market. The guilds rush to purchase it, each person receiving a device similar to a smartphone. Zishu unlocks the device with her fingerprint, and a palm-sized holographic screen appears. She tries a voice query. Are there aliens on the planet? The screen immediately displays the answer. No aliens. Yang Yuan eagerly asks, are there monsters on the planet? As various questions are answered one by one, everyone feels a mix of anticipation and anxiety about the unknown planet they are about to explore. 10 minutes later, the train issues a mission reminder. Guild leaders quickly head to the mission release area, where a large screen lists a dozen tasks. 1. Hunt star beasts and submit at least 50 complete brains. Reward: 5-star coins. Unlimited claims. 2. Gather 1 ton of natural objects containing super energy, including minerals. Reward: 5-star coins. Unlimited claims. 3. Collect 3 types of biological genes. Reward: 10-star coins. If someone has already collected them, subsequent submissions are invalid. 4. Gather 1 ton of edible plants. Reward: 3-star coins. Unlimited claims. Zishu quickly scans through the list, calculating in her mind. Gathering 1 ton of plants earns 3-star coins. My ship can carry 50 tons, so 1 trip would be 150 star coins, she thinks happily, but soon realizes the problem. Identifying edible plants and manually collecting them would take a whole day for 50 tons. It's not worth it. She considers other options. Hunting star beasts seems better. 50 brains for 5-star coins, 500 brains for 50-star coins, but then frowns. None of these tasks are simple. Zishu doesn't dare to loudly complain about the harsh conditions set by the train conductor and can only mutter under her breath. After about 10 minutes of fussing, the hatch on the tarmac finally opens. All the guilds quickly board their least small ships, beginning the final checks. The scientific guild ship is at the front, and people board via the ramp. The ship's interior is decorated in a sleek silver, simple yet high-tech. The cabin is divided into a cargo hold, passenger cabin, and cockpit, with only the captain allowed in the cockpit. Zishu begins assigning tasks. Yang Yuan, take some people to check the cargo hold. Ziying, go check the pods in the passenger cabin. The pods, similar to honeycombs, are small sleeping quarters for the crew. With most people having nothing to do, they crowd around the portholes to observe the outside scenery. The ship is still on the tarmac, but they are about to embark on an unknown journey. Zishu enters the cockpit alone, feeling overwhelmed by the complex instrument panel. Fortunately, the ship has a basic intelligence system that can operate fully automatically. She only needs to give commands. Realizing this, Zishu orders the ship to activate its detection system. The radar's range is only 500,000 kilometers, but it's more than enough for the current mission. The ship starts, setting the landing point as planet S360E5729125. The ship then runs automatically, moving along the track towards the train's final gate. With a soft sound, the gate opens, and scorching light from the nearby star floods in a vast sea of fire. The ship leaves the train and begins to charge up, reaching maximum speed within 5 seconds. The ship is now at full speed and will reach the target planet's atmosphere in 24 minutes and 36 seconds, the system announces. Zishu focuses intently on the view outside the porthole. The massive train, estimated to be thousands of meters high, cannot be seen in its entirety from inside the carriage. But from the outside, its scale is awe-inspiring. Behind the train, a star continuously releases energy, resembling an expansive sea of fire. Turning to the other side, the boundless starry sky is dotted with stars, breathtakingly beautiful. Zishu is mesmerized until she finally snaps back to reality and heads to the passenger cabin. Others are even more stunned, some whispering in small groups, others staring out the window in a daze. The deep, lonely space makes everyone feel insignificant. Ahem, ahem. Zishu clears her throat. Meeting time. Hearing the guild leader speak, everyone gathers around. These early awakeners of transcendent abilities are likely to become the core members of the guild's future. Zishu knows their importance and speaks seriously. I spent 100 star coins to register the guild and 500 to lease the ship. The first 100 is my personal expense, but the 500 is on the guild's account. If anything goes wrong, we'll all have to bear the cost together. She looks around and continues, we don't know if we'll find enough resources on the planet, but I must remind you, this is not a vacation, it's survival. If we don't want to be abandoned by the train, I suggest you all stay alert. Next, I want to hear everyone's thoughts on how to explore the unknown planet. The group begins a lively discussion, each person with their own ideas. Eventually, they reach a consensus. Following the mission guidelines is the most reliable strategy. I've calculated, one member says, if we complete all the tasks, we can earn over 700 star coins today. After deducting the leasing costs, we'll still have a surplus. But if you factor in weapon wear and tear, we won't make much, another adds. The first time is mainly about adapting to the environment, Yang Yuan sums up. I believe it will get better and better. What do you think, Sister Shu? Zishu slowly draws the battle knife from her waist, gently wiping it on her sleeve. Her eyes are firm, and her tone is steady. I have nothing more to say. Let's just do it. Chen An observed the actions of the guilds and the mobilization efforts of their leaders with keen interest. He noted that Qin Guoyang stood out the most, rousing his 500 members with a rousing speech that left them eager and ready for anything. In contrast, Tianwei was blunt and authoritarian, relying on threats and a hardline approach to command his subordinates. Zishu demonstrated a more democratic style, listening attentively to her team's suggestions. The boldest move came from Xiao Zhan, who astonishingly rented an A-106 spacecraft and set off on his own. Chen An turned off the surveillance screen, no longer interested in the passengers' adventures. He retreated to his private quarters, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of loneliness. Fuyao, which guild do you think has the most potential? Chen An asked. The AI quickly responded, based on data analysis, Qinguoyang's Hope Guild shows the most promise, followed by Zishu's Science Guild, which has the highest average talent value. Master, your private spacecraft is ready. Do you wish to land on the planet? Fuyao inquired. Chen An shook his head. Not yet. Let them take the risks first. He made his way to the gravity chamber, deciding to distract himself with intense training. Set it to 5 times gravity, Chen An ordered. Immediately, a powerful force pressed down on him, nearly knocking him over. Despite the strain, the sensation exhilarated him. He began using various equipment to strengthen his body, focusing intensely on his workout. Meanwhile, nearly 1,000 spacecraft navigated through the vast expanse of space, approaching the green planet. Though numerous, they seemed insignificant against the backdrop of countless asteroids. When unable to avoid an asteroid, the spacecraft would automatically fire to clear the path. The portholes were crowded with faces, their eyes filled with both curiosity and fear of the unknown. As the planet drew nearer, the familiar green landscape stirred excitement deep within them. As the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, their speed gradually slowed, shifting to cruise mode. A system prompt sounded. The spacecraft has been captured by the planet's gravity. Captain, please confirm the landing location. If not specified, the spacecraft will continue to cruise until energy is depleted. Zishu hurried to the cockpit and requested a map of the planet. A flat map appeared on the screen, clearly marking 3 continents at different latitudes. Flashing red dots on the map caught Zishu's attention. The system explained that these were the landing points chosen by other spacecraft. After careful consideration, Zishu selected a landing spot at 30 degrees north latitude, on the southwestern side of the northern continent. The spacecraft began its descent, and the passengers were delighted to see a vast, verdant grassland below. The spacecraft landed smoothly, and the hatch opened, lowering the gangway. Zishu was the first to disembark. gracefully leaping from a height of 5 meters and landing softly on the lush grass. She excitedly noted that the gravity here was lower than on Purple Star, encouraging others to join her. However, their initial exploration yielded nothing. Finally, Liang Yu proposed a more effective plan. We can patrol at low altitude in the spacecraft and land when we spot prey. Zishu agreed with the suggestion and ordered everyone back on board. After flying for over 10 minutes, they spotted a group of strange creatures, lizard wolves. 300 people disembarked to hunt, but soon found themselves the prey of these fierce animals. Under Zishu's command, they barely managed to fend off the lizard wolves' attack. Zishu immediately ordered, "Leave 20 people to handle the carcasses, the rest continue the pursuit. We must eliminate all the lizard wolves." Meanwhile, in the tropical region of the central continent, Chang Guoyang led 500 people hiding in a valley, preparing to deal with the ferocious blood-eyed pythons. He encouraged his team, "We need to set traps first. We can't fight them hidden. Remember, all gains will be shared equally, and no one will be shortchanged. But if anyone slacks off, everyone will see it." Half an hour later, the traps were set. Cheng Guoyang personally acted as bait, while the others lay in ambush. The members, moved by their leader's bravery, repeatedly cautioned, "Be careful, leader." On the southern continent of the planet, by the riverbank, Tianwei led a group of people who were busy weaving fishing nets from ferns. The river teemed with plump fish, and even if they couldn't finish the task, they could at least fill their bellies. With a blade of grass in his mouth, Tianwei grumbled, "Damn it, eating the same meat on the train every day is making me sick." Meanwhile, 3,000 kilometers away in the primeval forest, Xia Feng led a team of 200 people through the dense foliage. Their target was a group of unicorn rabbits, a type of star beast known for its incredible speed. "President, can we really catch these rabbits?" someone questioned. Xia Feng replied, "Let's give it a try. The forest is full of prey, not just rabbits." Various guilds were scattered across different regions, most of them making some progress. However, a few, like the audacious Xiao Zhan, encountered powerful star beasts. Fully armed, he trudged through the swamp, occasionally attacked by water snakes or swarmed by fist-sized mosquitoes. Though he felt fear, the thought of potential rewards ahead drove him onward. The spaceship's detection system indicated that this swamp contained unique energy fluctuations, suggesting the presence of super-energy materials. Xiao Zhan had invested all his remaining loan balance into registering his guild and renting the spaceship. Without significant gains today, he wouldn't be able to return to the train. Suddenly, a vine descended from above, emitting a sizzling sound as it approached. Xiao Zhan calmly slashed at it with his blade, killing the strange venomous snake hanging from it. The snake had an oval-shaped head, elongated but non-functional wings on its back, and scales similar to those of a pangolin. Unfortunately, it wasn't a star beast, so its head held no value. After several kilometers, Xiao Zhan finally reached his destination, only to find a giant rat there. The rat, as large as a tiger, had a white head and blood-stained fangs. Xiao Zhan's legs went weak with fear, and he tried to retreat quietly. The rat, however, was alert and had already sensed his presence. It leaped towards Xiao Zhan like a bird of prey. Xiao Zhan retreated while firing his handgun, emptying the magazine. The injured rat grew even more furious and burrowed underground. Sweating profusely, Xiao Zhan holstered his gun and gripped his combat knife, standing on a higher brown stone to survey his surroundings. 5 seconds later, the rat emerged from the ground, attacking from behind. Xiao Zhan quickly rolled forward, using the momentum to stand and dodge the rat's strike. Realizing the star beast's level was higher than his own, Xiao Zhan knew he had to fight with all his might. He taunted, "Come on, kill me if you can." Though the rat couldn't understand his words, it sensed his hostility. It lunged again, and Xiao Zhan suddenly ducked, slashing upward with his knife into the rat's belly. "I knew this was your weak spot. Take this," he shouted, dragging the blade forward, spilling the rat's entrails. The rat let out a piercing scream, trying to burrow underground to escape, but Xiao Zhan grabbed its tail and pulled it out. He delivered the final blow, ending the rat's life. This was the first star beast Xiao Zhan had killed, making it a significant achievement. However, his combat knife now had a notch, making him curse, 50 star coins for this piece of junk? Damn train. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Zhan carried the rat's carcass back to the spaceship and, after a short rest, returned to the site. The train still displayed the special energy fluctuations, giving him hope of finding the rat's nest. Instead, he discovered an energy crystal mine, blue stones embedded in complex metal ores. Overjoyed, Xiao Zhan broke off a piece and tried to absorb it, but quickly discarded it, shaking his head. The impurities were too high for direct absorption, so he decided to turn it in for the mission. He stopped hunting for more prey and focused on transporting the energy crystals. 2 hours later, Xiao Zhan piloted the not fully loaded spaceship back to the train. Chen An was surprised to see Xiaozhen return first, and even more astonished that he had single-handedly killed a nearly second-tier star beast. Watching through the screen, he saw Xiaozhen park the spaceship on the tarmac, preparing to move the carcass to the mission hall. However, a robot intercepted Xiaozhen, stating that it would directly assess his resources. The 3 star beast carcasses, though insufficient to complete the mission, could be sold to the train for a total of 0.5 star coins. Xiaozhen, not wanting to bother with it, agreed to the sale. The robot then informed him that the 3 tons of energy crystal ore could complete 3 resource collection tasks, earning him 15 star coins. Xiaozhen reluctantly agreed. With spaceship rental costing 200 star coins and his damaged combat knife another 50, Xiaozhen was at a significant loss. Realizing he couldn't go it alone, he decided to recruit more people. Just as he was about to start recruiting, the robot asked if he had discovered an energy crystal mine. Xiaozhen cautiously nodded. The robot told him that submitting the mine's coordinates would reward him with 500 star coins. Xiaozhen gasped and quickly agreed. After submitting the coordinates, his account was credited with 500 star coins, which, after clearing his debts, put him at a break-even point, catapulting him to the top of the rich list. Debt-free, Xiaozhen felt a sense of relief. In the cockpit, Chen An instructed Fu Yao to add a new rule. Discovering rare mineral deposits and submitting coordinates would be rewarded, making it task 15, effective long-term. Chen An also noticed that many people didn't know how to gather resources properly due to the train's lack of detailed exchange prices. For example, certain special plants not listed in the tasks could still be sold to the train at a high price. Fu Yao suggested, Master, you could manufacture a large number of wristwatches. This way, you can monitor everyone in real time and provide them with new information and tasks. Chen An corrected, what monitoring? I'm just looking out for them. If we have enough materials, start making them right away. The news of Xiaozhen topping the wealth list caused a sensation on the train. When he announced the recruitment of team members, numerous newly awakened extraordinaries rushed to join, quickly forming a team of 100. Just as Xiaozhen was preparing to return to the planet, he discovered a new watch gadget in the market. This watch not only maintained real-time connection with the train, but also allowed passengers to contact each other. This is a must-have tool for us, Xiaozhen said, immediately purchasing one and strapping it to his wrist. To his delight, he found that the watch could connect to the train's public network, allowing access to vast amounts of information and remote task reception. If the network gets more sophisticated, this thing will be no different from a smartphone. Chen An also saw the potential of the watch. He was commanding Fu Yao to fill the network with resources, planning to turn it into the train's super network and integrate all passengers. Half a day later, more and more spaceships returned. The train actively reminded passengers of the watch's existence, and no one underestimated its importance, rushing to buy one. With this instant communication tool, passengers could not only communicate at any time but also instantly assess the effectiveness of collected materials, greatly improving work efficiency. Zishu, who was hunting, was suddenly startled by the light screen popping up from her watch, scaring away the star beast hiding in the bushes. Damn it, don't bother me, she shouted at the watch in annoyance. Train, can the watch block communications? The watch immediately responded, please select the objects to block. Zishu blocked Yang Yuan and temporarily blocked others as well, planning to turn it back on after her hunt. Not long ago, she had discovered a small creature with the body of a squirrel and the tail of a fox, called a fox squirrel. The train was buying it for a high price of 3 star coins, making it a prime catch. That creature is very sensitive. It's probably gone now, all thanks to Yang Yuan, Zishu muttered as she nimbly moved through the grass, as agile as a cat. She was currently the most adept at utilizing the planet's gravity among the extraordinaries. After 5 minutes of searching, the watch suddenly provided a coordinate reminder. Wow, you can help me find prey? Zishu exclaimed in surprise. In reality, this wasn't a function of the watch but a tip from Chen. Since passengers started wearing the watches on a large scale, it was as if Chen An had installed countless monitors across the planet. With passengers moving everywhere, he could easily obtain visual information from various places. After a tough battle, Zishu finally captured the fox squirrel, earning 3 star coins. According to the guild's distribution rules, individual hunting gains belong to the individual, while only collectively obtained resources needed to be shared. I need to pay off my debt, so I have to work harder. If only there were more fox squirrels, Zishu said. Immediately, her watch provided more coordinates, all locations of fox squirrels. Wow, this is going to be great, she exclaimed, rushing to the next target. Meanwhile, Chen An sat in the driver's seat, sipping a soda and observing the passengers' adventure footage through numerous screens. Fu Yao, what products can be made from the resources they bring in? He asked. Fu Yao explained in detail. The brains of star beasts can be used to make potions with healing effects and stimulants. These potions can be sold to passengers in the market. The fur can be used to make clothes, meeting the passengers' needs for new attire. We are also conducting in-depth research on plant and animal genes in the laboratory, aiming to develop various enhancement potions in the future to specifically boost the extraordinary special abilities. What can be extracted from the fox squirrel? Chen An asked curiously. The fox squirrel is extremely fast and can be used to make speed-boosting potions, which temporarily enhance extraordinary speed, Fu Yao explained. This is why it's so valuable. In the following half-day, the guild ships traveled back and forth frequently, with efficiency much higher than in the morning. They even planned to work through the night. The top-ranking guilds had almost paid off their debts, and even had some surplus. Things are looking good. I hope they keep up the hard work, Chen An said with satisfaction. The train will stay in this star system for a few days. You can announce this to the passengers. He stretched lazily. I'm not going out today. They'll do it tomorrow. After a nap, Chen An woke up the next day and first reviewed the results of the guilds from the previous night. Then, he piloted his private spaceship, accompanied by 500 robot bodyguards, and headed to the life planet. To ensure absolute safety, he even brought along 2 escort ships, hiding them in the asteroid belt outside the life planet. Too much is at stake. I can't afford not to be cautious, Chen An muttered to himself, feeling pleased as he looked at the green planet ahead. His spaceship deliberately avoided other teams, choosing to land in a forest in the temperate zone around 30 degrees north latitude. Start searching for nearby prey, Chen An ordered. His purpose was not to hunt, but to relax and train his combat skills. Following the command, the radar began scanning 100 miles around, ensuring there were no threats. The 500 robots quickly spread out, creating a safe zone within a 10-mile radius around Chen An, eliminating any possibility of accidents. Master, I understand this isn't cowardice, it's caution, Fu Yao remarked. Chen An smiled wryly. Actually, I am a bit scared. With such good conditions, it would be a shame to die. I'm different from others. They dance on the edge of a knife, and it's worth risking their lives. Why should I risk mine? The longer I live, the stronger I'll become. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, even 100,000 years. I want to live for a long time. He turned to Fu Yao. Do you think I can do it? I firmly believe Master will become a god of the stars, mastering his own destiny and achieving true immortality, Fu Yao responded confidently. Immortality sounds boring. Just living for a few billion years is enough, Chen An said casually. If you find it boring, you can always have more beautiful pets or even create a pet empire in the future. Do you have nothing else to say? Chen An pretended to be angry. This is a direct reflection of Master's inner thoughts. I didn't embellish any words, Fu Yao replied calmly. Chen An didn't bother to argue further, realizing that Fu Yao, being an AI, might not fully understand human nuances. Before long, Chen An encountered a pack of lizard wolves. Although I've seen them many times, it's only when you face them in person that you realize how strange they are. A combination of lizard and wolf? I admire the creator's ingenuity, he mused. Without using any weapons, Chen An charged into the wolf pack, his fists smashing down, leaving a bloody mess and carcasses scattered. Lizard wolves are too weak. I'm nearly at the 2nd level of strength. Are there any stronger creatures nearby? He asked. 300 meters to your left is a red bear. At the peak of the 1st level, Fu Yao answered. Great, that's the one, Chen An said excitedly. 10 minutes later, Chen An found himself being chased by a 5-meter red-skinned violent bear. Are you sure this is peak 1st level? He asked, panting. It is indeed 1st level, Fu Yao confirmed. Reluctantly, Chen An resorted to using weapons to barely hold his own. With the combined power of a laser weapon and a silver-grade battle knife, he managed to overpower and kill the red bear. Laser weapons are amazing. One shot can seriously injure it. The silver-grade battle knife should be able to kill 3 or 4-level star beasts. Using it on a 1st level feels like a waste, Chen An remarked. Master, relying on external forces doesn't achieve the purpose of training, Fu Yao reminded. Aren't the weapons mine? Isn't the knife mine? They are all mine, Chen An retorted. Exactly, since they are all mine. It's not relying on external forces, Chen An said smugly, then instructed Fu Yao to continue searching for creatures of this level. President, someone has died. This statement hit Zishu like a sledgehammer as she was hunting in the forest. Her heart tightened, and she urgently asked, Who died? Zhao Wei. The answer was brief and heavy. How did he die? Zishu pressed, her brows furrowed. A powerful red cloud leopard was found over there. We couldn't handle it, so we came to find you. Everyone else has already rushed over. The reporter's voice was filled with tension and urgency. Without another word, Zishu immediately followed the reporter to the scene. Upon arrival, she saw the guild members scattered around, grouping in 2s and 3s, barely holding off the fierce attacks of the red cloud leopard. It was an intimidating leopard, its body covered with cloud-like red spots. Its speed was astonishing. A single leap could take it to the treetops, from where it would pounce on the clustered humans below like a falling mountain. Watch out, Yang Yuan, someone shouted. Yang Yuan gripped his long knife tightly in his right hand, raising a makeshift wooden shield with his left. He braced himself for the descending red cloud leopard. The shield shattered instantly upon impact, and Yang Yuan rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. What the heck is this thing? It's too strong. Yang Yuan exclaimed, his voice filled with fear and incredulity. The red cloud leopard's agility far surpassed Yang Yuan's. It quickly adjusted its position and pounced again at the scrambling Yang Yuan, its sharp claws and teeth ready to tear him apart. At the critical moment, Zishu dashed in front of Yang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. Her battle knife, covered in jagged marks, slashed out with thunderous force, striking the leopard's side. Zishu, you came just in time. Yang Yuan sighed in relief but quickly added anxiously, this thing can't be shot through or cut open. It's absurdly strong. True to his words, the red cloud leopard withstood Zishu's slash without a scratch. It paced leisurely on the nearby lawn, blood-tinged foam at its mouth, seemingly mocking the human's futile efforts. However, Zishu keenly sensed that the leopard's strength lay mainly in its speed and attack power. Its defense wasn't as exaggerated as Yang Yuan claimed. Zishu then adopted a Hitandran strategy, weaving through the trees and striking the leopard whenever an opportunity arose, gradually wearing it down. Other guild members joined the fight, sharing the burden. No wonder she's so strong. She awakened with us and landed on this planet. Yet she fights like a seasoned Special Forces soldier, someone couldn't help but admire. The once dominating red cloud leopard was now locked in a stalemate with Zishu, unable to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, Chen An was surprised to find his chosen location so close to Zishu's science guild. Should I make contact with them? He muttered to himself. Fu Yao, Chen An's smart assistant, had already analyzed his psychological state. You need company, or you might develop into a tyrant, it reminded. Is that how tyrants are made? Chen An retorted, then fell into thought. He realized that without revealing his identity, he could move freely, talk to anyone, and go anywhere without any worries. After over half a month of traveling on the train, Chen An had grown increasingly lonely, talking to Fu Yao in the cockpit every day. He decided it was time for a change. Fu Yao, register a guild for me called Red Sun, ranking around the top 100. Get me on the extraordinary list and the wealth list, ranking around 1,000. Disperse all robots, and don't let them approach without my command. Equip me with a new handgun and a bronze battle knife to make it seem reasonable, Chen An instructed, making a series of changes until he looked like an ordinary passenger. Detected that the Science Guild is combating a Tier 2 star beast, with 2 casualties reported, Fu Yao reported, archiving the deceased information. Chen An wasn't surprised. In his view, if half of the current million people survived, it would be considered lucky. 10 minutes later, Chen An arrived near the Science Guild's battleground. Through Fu Yao's information, he could clearly see the scene. Zishu was still fighting the red cloud leopard, but was gradually losing ground. She had intended to exhaust the leopard, but its stamina far exceeded hers. Fu Yao, can I beat it? Chen An was eager, excitement in his voice. Your combat strength surpasses the red cloud leopards. You can easily defeat it, Fu Yao replied. Your private spaceship is hovering above, with particle guns aimed at the target. If you encounter any danger, I will immediately eliminate it. Sounds solid. I'm going in, Chen An said, his space shoes activating, propelling him into the battlefield like a flash of lightning. By now, Zishu was exhausted and preparing to switch positions with others. Let's wear it down with a relay. Yuguan, you and a few others block that side. Don't let it escape, Zishu directed, hoping to kill the Tier 2 star beast and sell it for a high price. Just as they were about to switch, a blue figure suddenly dashed forward. The person wielded a battle knife and, with a swift slash, severed the red cloud leopard's front leg. The leopard's pupils contracted as it tried to retreat, clearly intending to flee. Who's that? So fast. Is he really using a bronze battle knife? How can he pierce the red cloud leopard's defense? People exclaimed in disbelief, but Zishu, the closest, was stunned, unable to react. Chen An, she called out, her voice trembling with shock. Hearing the astonished call, Chen An turned and glared at Zishu, shouting, use your brain. If you can't win, retreat. Don't act tough for nothing. As long as you're alive, you can get all the resources you want. But if you die, even the whole galaxy won't matter. His familiar tone, though more domineering than before, left Zishu flustered and at a loss. Ignoring Zishu and the others' reactions, Chen An quickly cornered the red cloud leopard and killed it with a single blow. Awesome. He felt a sense of accomplishment, having defeated the beast purely with his own strength. Actually, the red cloud leopard only had 30% of its stamina left. Even without your help, they could have, Fu Yao started to analyze, but was cut off by Chen An, silence for 10 minutes. After a brief rest, Zishu and the others gathered around. Chen An, what are you doing here? Are you alone? Zishu asked, her face flushed with excitement. Of course, I'm not alone. I have my own guild in the first carriage, Chen An replied, then looked at the others. Yang Yuan, Yu Guan, Liang Yu, it's good to see you alive. Though he knew of their existence daily, only now did he feel truly connected. Yang Yuan embraced Chen An warmly, reluctant to let go. Chen, how did you end up in the first carriage? We thought you died in the dorm. I was the first to realize the crisis, so I couldn't die so easily, Chen An explained. I got on the school's bus and headed straight to the airport, so we got separated. Liang Yu, full of envy, said, you were lucky. We almost didn't make it. He then lowered his voice, whispering in Chen An's ear, by the way, Zishu kept mentioning you, almost obsessively. Everyone heard this clearly, and Zishu, embarrassed and angry, kicked Liang Yu, lightening the mood. Chen An wasn't too concerned. He just wanted to integrate into the train's life through interaction. Together, they moved the red cloud leopard's body onto the spaceship. Chen An, where's your team? Zishu asked after some small talk. My team won't come to avoid conflict, you understand, Chen An explained. But I'm free and can hunt with you, offering some guidance. Perhaps it was because of Chen An's presence that Zishu's performance was exceptionally fierce. She was like an unsheathed sword, cutting through everything in her path, hardly encountering any opponent that could challenge her. Chen An stood by, patiently guiding Zishu. The first level of transcendence mainly enhances physical strength. You should find a breathing rhythm that suits you, which can speed up recovery. He paused and asked, do you have any extra energy crystals? If not, go to the market and buy some. Try to absorb at least 1 crystal a day. Zishu nodded earnestly, committing his advice to memory. Chen An continued, your wristwatch has a built-in detection function. Keep it on whenever possible. Don't worry about energy consumption. The train provides free charging for the wristwatches. Under Chen An's guidance, Zishu's team became more organized and efficient. In the afternoon, Zishu piloted the spaceship back to the train, either submitting the resources they had collected or trading them directly. After tallying the results, she was pleasantly surprised to find that they had earned 600 energy crystals in just one trip. Zishu turned to Chen An, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Chen An, what's your account number? I'll transfer some crystals to you. Chen An waved his hand and smiled. No need. Just take care of yourself. Use the money to upgrade your equipment. Saving it is the most foolish thing you can do. Chen An did not continue with Zishu's team to the planet, but returned to the cockpit to review the day's harvest from all the guilds. The guilds registered just yesterday had mostly turned profitable today, with Chengguiyang's Hope Guild performing the best, boasting a balance of 2,000 energy crystals. Fuyao, Chen An pondered, is my product pricing too low? Fuyao's voice carried a hint of teasing. I suggest raising the prices. Haha, just kidding. But the quality of the bronze battle knives and K3 pistols is indeed too low. You might consider upgrading them, which would also consume their savings. At that moment, Chengguiyang's spaceship returned to the train. He immediately switched to a medium-sized transport ship, increasing each trip's cargo capacity to 200 tons. The vice president noticed Chengguiyang's tired expression and suggested with concern, Brother Liang, why don't you rest for a few hours? I'll lead the team. Chen Guiyang shook his head, determination flashing in his eyes. I heard there's a new stimulant on the market. I'll buy some and be fine. Unlike you, I have a wife and child to support. Chen Guiyang brought his baby on board, while his wife had to stay on the train to look after the child. This was why he worked so tirelessly. His efforts inspired the team, and everyone was full of enthusiasm. At the market, Chen Guiyang found new items, the upgraded bronze battle knife 2.0 for 100 star coins, and the K103 automatic rifle for 20 star coins. After some thought, he decided to purchase 5 2.0 battle knives and 10 rifles, along with ammunition, significantly depleting the guild's assets. Just then, his subordinates on the planet sent an urgent communication. President, we found a group of star beasts in the desert, estimated to be over 1,000 strong, with a leader possibly at the second level. Chen Guiyang made a quick decision and bought 10 more rifles. The more you invest, the more you earn. Saving money is pointless, he muttered to himself, then piloted his spaceship back, diving into the intense hunt. Other guild leaders adopted similar strategies. Once their debts were cleared, they immediately replenished their weapons and equipment, aiming to upgrade their core members' combat power for sustainable growth. In the following days, Chen An ventured out alone again, focusing on his own training. By the 5th day at the station, nearly everyone on the train had awakened, and the number of guilds had surged to over 8,000. However, most were small guilds destined to be absorbed by larger ones. Due to the skyrocketing demand for spaceship rentals, Chen An ordered the factory to ramp up production, aiming to have a surplus of small and medium-sized ships. Looking at the wealth rankings, the Hope Guild topped the list with 15,000 star coins, followed by the Science Guild with 12,000, and Shaozhen's Night Guild in third with 9,000. Surprisingly, the Dominator Guild, which Chen An had high hopes for, only had 2,000 in savings. Tian Wei doesn't know how to manage and refuses to listen to advice, Chen An critiqued. He spends money recklessly or uses it to attract transcendence, leading to unhealthy guild development. Master, should I provide guidance? Fuyao asked. Chen An sneered. No need. If he lacks the skills, someone else will naturally replace him. Chen An expanded the screen, revealing a dense array of red dots on the target planet, each representing a passenger, numbering over 50,000. He estimated that in just half a month, they could strip the planet bare and be ready to set off again. On the surface, all the guilds appeared to be thriving, but in reality, they were all working for Chen An. All resources would ultimately flow into the train's storage, while Chen An controlled the market products and could manipulate prices at will. Just as Chen An was about to go out for a stroll, Fu Yao suddenly reported a dire situation. Our probe ship 50 billion kilometers behind detected an anomaly. The starry sky is being annihilated. What do you mean by starry sky annihilation? Chen An frowned. Fu Yao immediately provided an animated demonstration. It showed an endless blackness sweeping across the starry sky like a tide, obliterating everything in its path. Nebulae, planets, stars, and even black holes were not spared. Good heavens, even black holes are being destroyed. What kind of immense power is this? Chen An exclaimed. I will provide 300 hypotheses. Fu Yao responded swiftly. Chen An carefully reviewed the hypotheses, finding one particularly convincing. The universe is undergoing destruction, and the explosion of the purple star was a precursor. Now, this destruction is spreading along the travel route, forcing Chen An to keep moving. Damn, the sense of crisis is immediate. I was feeling pretty relaxed. Chen An cursed. Fu Yao, calculate the annihilation timeline. The starry sky annihilation will reach this star system in 5 hours. It is recommended to depart in 4.5 hours, Fu Yao advised. That's too risky, Chen An decisively rejected. Issue an announcement immediately. The train will depart in 3 hours. Have everyone return immediately. If any issues arise, they can be reported in time. Chen An then ordered the unleashed ships to be prepared to assist as needed. The sudden announcement caused an uproar among the passengers busy on the planet, catching everyone off guard. President, what should we do? The Science Guild had just discovered a group of star beasts and was preparing to attack. Zishu quickly pulled up the wristwatch information, carefully reading the urgency of the announcement. It stated clearly that this was the highest level of emergency, and the train would depart in 3 hours without delay. What else can we do? Return to the train immediately, Zishu decided. Anyone with half a brain would pack up and return, rather than covet the resources here. In the following 3 hours, spaceships returned like migratory birds, lining up to enter the docking bay. Some people hurriedly submitted tasks, while others sold extra materials, causing a commotion in the compartments. Chen An silently praised his foresight. If he had followed Fu Yao's suggestion, the timing would have been very tight, as just the queuing of spaceships would have taken a lot of time. However, just as the 3 hours were about to end, Fu Yao suddenly reminded him, there are still 2,000 people who haven't returned. What are they thinking? Chen An frowned. They don't intend to return to the train. They want to stay on the planet and create a new civilization, Fu Yao explained. Chen An was momentarily stunned, then sneered. They really think there's something special, don't they? Should we send ships to forcibly bring them back? Fu Yao asked. No need, Chen An said coldly. If they want to die, let them. It will serve as a warning to others. Prepare the train for departure and recall the probe ships, but leave one here. Fu Yao immediately understood Chen An's intention and began making arrangements. In the carriage, passengers were abuzz with chatter, their heads filled with questions. The sudden departure of the train had caught everyone off guard. What on earth happened? Why the rush? A middle-aged man asked with a frown. Could it be something with the conductor? A woman nearby speculated. Otherwise, there's no reason for such a sudden departure. It's a shame about my camp, a young man sighed. I thought I could use it for 2 weeks, so I put a lot of effort into it. Are you stupid? His friend scoffed. Why build a camp when we have a spaceship? After about 10 minutes of commotion, the train officially set off. People crowded around the portholes, gazing wistfully at the receding green planet, their eyes filled with reluctance. I wonder if we'll ever find a planet like this again, someone murmured. There must be more out there. The universe is vast, another person reassured. That's not a given. An elderly man shook his head. It took us half a month to find a habitable planet. Who knows how long it will be until the next one? People sighed deeply, filled with longing for the life they were leaving behind on the green planet. Suddenly, a loud bang. Massive screens appeared throughout the train, ensuring everyone could see. All eyes were drawn to the screens, where images of people building houses were displayed. Is the train showing a movie? Someone wondered aloud. It's not a movie, another person exclaimed. It looks like the surface of the green planet. Could there be people who didn't leave? Clearly, some people stayed behind. Damn, I forgot about that. Someone slapped their thigh. If there's a habitable planet, why come back to the train? This realization hit many like a thunderbolt, filling them with regret for not being more quick-witted. Who knows where the train is taking us? Staying on the green planet might have been better. Jealous. They don't have to keep wandering. They can just live well on the green planet. Maybe in a few thousand years, a new civilization will be born. The screens displayed beautiful scenes, exceptionally picturesque. Occasionally, recognizing someone on the screen would cause a stir in various carriages. Li Dugwang, he stayed too? Yang Yuan and others in carriage 10 were surprised. Yuguan muttered, that old guy's character isn't great, but he's smart. No wonder he's a professor. Zishu rubbed her temples and leaned back in her seat to rest, saying casually, no need to envy others. Everyone has their own future. Maybe the next stop for the train is an even better world. Staying on the green planet might not be as good as it seems. Sister Shu is right, someone agreed. Those people have lost their drive. Even if they stayed with the train, they'd be useless. We're different. We aim to explore the stars and the sea endlessly. Stop being so dramatic, another person interrupted. Who's going to the market to buy some food? I'm hungry. Get some fruit too. The guild has money now, someone reminded. The senior members have a spending limit. Zishu added. Get me 2 pancakes. Sister Shu, don't you want something better? I've eaten too much meat these days. I need a break. Just then, Yang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Look at the screen. The view quickly pulled back, showing the planet from space. So what? The green planet is beautiful, and then what? Sister Shu, look behind the green planet. What's that? Many people noticed it too. Behind the green planet was a vast expanse of blackness, like a colossal abyss, rapidly engulfing the planet. The screen switched again, splitting into multiple views of the green planet. The people on the surface no longer smiled. They were now panicked and confused, trembling as they looked at the darkening sky. On the grasslands, Li Dugwang fell to his knees in terror, his eyes wide with fear. He watched as the sky was swallowed by darkness, layer by layer, like glass shattering, making it all seem surreal. No wonder the train had to leave. There's a disaster coming. Oh my God. If there was a disaster, why didn't the train explain? Li Dugwang ran towards the east, along with many others, as if they could catch up with the departing train. In reality, it was futile. Soon after, they were swallowed by the darkness, their bodies dissolving layer by layer. In the cockpit, the master could have explained in advance. Most of them would have left, Chen An said calmly. Why should I explain? I'm not an NPC. I have no obligation to explain to them. I need them to follow orders. When I say go, they go. When I say leave, they leave. Otherwise, my authority will gradually weaken, and they'll start to ignore me. Understand? Fu Yao understood that maintaining the master's authority required using death as a deterrent. It sounds strange, Chen An continued, but it's quite simple. It's about instilling fear so that they will obey me unconditionally in the future. Otherwise, I'd have to explain everything to them, and I'm not a GM. As the annihilation approached, all screens went black, leaving only endless darkness. Chen An instructed Fu Yao to make an announcement. The universe is collapsing along our route. It is unstoppable and unavoidable. We must continue moving forward. If anyone wishes to leave midway, they may apply at any time. The conductor allows anyone to leave freely. After witnessing the destruction of the green planet, no one dared to reminisce. The carriages were filled with a heavy silence, and people swallowed hard. Thank goodness I didn't try to be clever, someone muttered, slapping themselves. My God, the universe is collapsing, another person murmured. So, we have to keep moving on this train. If we stop for too long, we'll die. Why is this happening? People were filled with despair, unable to see their future. The mood in the carriages turned grim, with a pervasive sense of gloom. Before long, new information was added to each carriage. The train opened a dining area where passengers could order their favorite foods, including some rare dishes from the Purple Star. An entertainment area was also opened, featuring various virtual games to help passengers pass the time. Upon learning this, the carriages buzzed with excitement again as many people rushed out to see what was available. The dining area, located next to the market, occupied a large space. It featured many neat storefronts and robotic chefs. Whatever food the customers desired could be prepared as long as the ingredients were available. Those foods look delicious, but they're too expensive, someone lamented. Only the high-ranking members of the guild can afford them, another agreed. Zishu led Yang Yuan and others into the area, finding a ramen shop among the storefronts. They have Purple Star ramen? Yang Yuan's mouth watered as he urged, quick, buy it. There are only 50 bowls available each day. Upon learning of the limited quantity, those with money hurried to buy, determined to taste it. Those with less money had to save for the rest of the journey and couldn't afford to splurge. Only Purple Star food is limited. Other food is available in unlimited quantities, but the price difference is huge, someone observed. That's normal, another explained. Purple Star food is extinct, getting scarcer with each meal. The ramen arrived. Each small bowl cost 3-star coins. It smells amazing. Everyone marveled, savoring it slowly rather than gobbling it down. Besides ramen, There were also stir-fried dishes, but they were even more expensive. Meanwhile, more people flocked to the entertainment area. The entertainment area is located opposite the dining area, adorned with vibrant decorations and surrounded by various virtual screens advertising games, giving it a strong sci-fi vibe. A holographic sign at the entrance flashes, "Welcome to the Game City." The gaming area is divided into multiple sections, with the Game City being the first area you encounter, and neighboring rooms like the card room offering other entertainment options. Curious crowds flocked in, following the robot guides into the Game City. Upon entry, a massive glowing orb hovered in the center, dazzling and spectacular. All around were various gaming stations, quietly awaiting players. A sleek silver and black robot manager introduced the facilities in a magnetic voice. On the left is the PC area, with over 1,000 computers where you can enjoy all the online games from Zixing. We will continually update the games. The cost is 0.5 star coins per hour. Next to the PC area is the motion sensing area, which helps you exercise and prevent physical degradation during long voyages, costing 1 star coin per hour. On the right is the virtual reality area, currently equipped with 200 VR headsets, costing 2 star coins per hour. Other unique games are charged per play. Feel free to explore. With the introduction complete, the robots quietly left, allowing the passengers to enjoy freely. I miss the games from Zixing. Quick, grab a computer. The crowd rushed into the PC area, and the computers were quickly taken. Most people preferred the affordable PC area. Each computer was equipped with a scanner that automatically recorded usage time and deducted the fee. Damn, you guys are fast. Can someone give me a computer? Someone exclaimed in frustration. It feels like being back on Zixing, waiting for a computer at an internet cafe with a few people watching behind. Someone remarked nostalgically. Yeah, those were the days. Gradually, the PC area became lively, with many people standing behind others, watching the games, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of old internet cafes. Meanwhile, some headed straight to the virtual reality area, eager to try out the VR games. Transcendent Battle? What's this game? Try it out, you'll see. It's the only game available right now. Meanwhile, in Chen An's living room, he held a beautiful purple gold helmet, admiring it. Back on Earth, I always wanted to play games like this, but they were just hype. The technology back then couldn't achieve it, Chen An sighed. What's special about this helmet? Can I cheat with it? The purple gold helmet is exclusive to you, Master. You can modify the settings as you wish. Since the game is yours, you can cheat if you want, Fuya replied. Just kidding. Transcendent Battle requires real-time data transmission. Cheating would ruin the fun. I'll go in and take a look. Chen An lay down on the sofa, put on the helmet, and his consciousness instantly entered the virtual world. Before him was a bright starry sky, and he moved freely among the stars. Welcome to the Transcendent Battle world. The helmet will collect your transcendent information to create a matching model. Here, you can battle any player to hone your combat skills. The Transcendent Battle has a power ranking that will display your combat strength. Chen An felt a cool sensation all over his body as the helmet scanned his data. Moments later, his transcendent model was created. Name: Chen An. Race: Zixing. Identity: President of the Red Sun Guild. Level: Ascender Level 1. Chen An immediately modified the settings to hide specific power data. In the game, don't show any data except the level. This isn't a real game. Combat power shouldn't be tied to data, or it would affect normal performance. Would you like to start matching now? No. Give me a bot to try. The scene shifted, and Chen An found himself on a high platform floating among the stars. This is called the Starry Summit, where every player may come to battle, the system explained. Chen An's opponent was a transcendent model similar to him, with comparable combat power. They began to fight hand-to-hand, and Chen An quickly took a few hits. Fuyao, are you controlling this? Are you bullying me on purpose? Chen An asked, annoyed. You misunderstand, Master. It's the secondary AI of Transcendent Battle fighting you, not me, Fuyao defended. Yeah, right? Secondary AI is still you. Lower its level to half of mine. Afterwards, Chen An enjoyed thoroughly defeating the bot, feeling exhilarated. Show me the leaderboard. Several lists popped up: power rankings, battle count rankings, level rankings. Currently, only the power rankings were useful, with Xiao Zhan at the top. No wonder he was the first to awaken among the passengers. He's maintained high combat levels, dominating the game. But since not many people are playing Transcendent Battle yet, it's hard to say if he can stay on top, Chen An thought. In the train car, news about Transcendent Battle spread quickly. People soon learned that the entertainment area had a game that could simulate Transcendent battles in real time, greatly helping to improve combat skills. Look at the Transcendent leaderboard in the car. It's now combined with the Transcendent Battle rankings. This means the results of Transcendent Battle will determine everyone's ranking, someone explained. What good is the ranking? At least it's a status symbol. If you make it into the top 10, hundreds of people would join your guild instantly. For the next half day, Transcendent Battle became the focus, with almost everyone paying attention. The rankings updated constantly and stabilized after half a day. Xiao Zhan was first, followed by Chen Guoyang, Zixu, and Xiafeng Chen, and also placed himself in the rankings, but only at over 100. Yang Yuan was shocked. How is old Chen so strong but not in the top 10? Zixu explained, you need to complete at least 3 matches and get a rating of over 90 to have a chance at the top 10. Chen An probably didn't put much effort into it. So, the transcendent rankings aren't very reliable. They're still quite credible. Most people take it seriously. The higher the rank, the more opportunities you get. I heard that those in the top 10 will be summoned by the train captain. Really? Damn, I need to play more matches. If my skills aren't enough, I'll make up for it with quantity. The train car was bustling, and the previous gloom was swept away. For the next half-month, people immersed themselves in the train's various entertainment activities, and the train's order improved daily. On the 15th day of the new journey, Chen An broke through to the second level in the gravity room. He felt his superpower surge, his skin burning as if being reborn. Level 2 Ascender requires skin reinforcement. Keep up the effort, Master, Fu Yao reminded. After half a day of training, Fu Yao suddenly notified, we've detected a life-bearing planet 10 billion kilometers away. Should we stop? Chen An perked up. Of course, we need to stop. Many passengers have run out of money. They need to earn some. How far is the star annihilation from us? The train's speed exceeds the annihilation speed. We have about half a month's buffer time. That's good. Conduct thorough reconnaissance and report back promptly. Prepare the train to dock in the target star system. Name, Dragon Lizard Star. Designation, S360E 5729266. Classification, Planet. Mass, 12.6479102 kilograms. Diameter, 51,278 kilometers. Surface temperature, 19. Rotation period, 35 hours 12 minutes 9 seconds. This planet, inhabited by a primitive dragon lizard civilization, has garnered significant attention from Chen, and after the probe returned basic information, Chen An stared at the images sent from the front line. The dragon lizard's massive creatures, averaging over 10 meters in length, settled in tribal formations. Their development of a simple written system qualified them as a civilization. Are dragon lizards classified as extraordinary beings or star beasts? Chen An asked, frowning slightly. Any entity classified as a civilization is considered extraordinary, not a star beast, the system replied. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen An's eyes. So, we're dealing with an extraordinary civilization? The lowest level of extraordinary civilization, approximately 0.2 level, the system added. That's quite low, not even reaching level 1? Chen An chuckled. What level are we? We are at level 0.3. Chen An shrugged. Alright, we're not much better. Let's just call it even. He then commanded, scan the entire planet immediately. We need to understand the number and strength of the dragon lizard civilization. The train settled into the star's orbit, becoming the closest object to the star. This star system was remarkably clean, with a total of 20 planets, Dragon Lizard Star being the fourth. Nearly every planet was rich in resources, so Chen An dispatched all available ships to collect and transport the needed resources. Meanwhile, various guilds were eager to lease ships. The top-ranking guilds even planned to lease 2 medium-sized ships at once. However, the bay doors remained closed, causing growing impatience. Why haven't they opened the bay doors yet? Someone muttered. Although weapons and equipment had been procured, the guilds wanted to maximize their rental time by waiting until the last moment to lease the ships, even if it meant gaining just a few extra minutes. Chen An hadn't opened the bay doors because the information from Dragon Lizard Star was overwhelming. He was meticulously analyzing it. Initial estimates indicated over 30,000 tribes of varying sizes, totaling more than 5 million dragon lizards. Most were smaller in size, but even the smallest were as large as adult humans. This isn't like Green Star, Chen An murmured. I worry that the passengers might suffer significant losses. With no new passengers to replace them, heavy losses would be detrimental to the train's development. At that moment, the system suggested, recommend initiating a civilization war. What do you mean? Chen An raised an eyebrow. The system explained, for the train to upgrade to Bronze 2 star, 3 conditions must be met. First, all passengers must awaken as extraordinary beings, with a minimum of 100,000 at the second level. Second, the train's combat capability must be rated first class, requiring various kinetic weapons and at least 50 escort-class warships. Third, participate in and win at least one civilization war, including wars between trains. Chen An nodded thoughtfully. So, war is inevitable. How do we start a civilization war? The system quickly outlined the steps. Issue war missions to passengers, supply weapons in the market with reduced prices, temporarily remove guild loan limits. If necessary, you can deploy warships or robots directly into battle. Alright, I agree, Chen An decided. Let's start the civilization war. Please select the war mode. Plunder. occupy, or annihilate, the system prompted. Chen An quickly analyzed the modes. Plunder means raiding for resources and leaving. Occupy means taking over the planet and enslaving the local civilization to gather resources for us. Annihilate means a full-scale war aimed at total destruction. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Which mode do you recommend?" The system advised, "Recommend the Annihilate mode. The dragon lizard civilization has low intelligence but high combat strength. Enslavement is too risky. It's better to eliminate them entirely." After considering for a while, Chen An agreed with the system's suggestion. He understood that enslaving another civilization required two conditions: absolute superiority and the ability to communicate. Since he lacked both, starting a war to eliminate potential threats was the best choice. Meanwhile, the atmosphere outside the docking bay grew tense. Countless guild members were eagerly waiting, impatient to charge out and fight. "I've been cooped up on this train for half a month. I need to kill some star beasts," a burly man shouted excitedly. "I owe the train 300 star coins. If we don't stop soon, I'm done for," a slim man said with a worried expression. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look outside. Holy crap, the warships are moving out." Everyone looked up to see over a dozen warships slowly leaving the train, accompanied by various probe ships. The impressive formation left everyone in awe. Though they knew the train had warships, such a large-scale deployment was unprecedented. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the train issued a series of announcements. Target planet, Dragon Lizard Star. Some information has been sent to your wristbands. The train commander plans to wage war against the Dragon Lizard civilization. Passengers may choose to participate. During the war, all entertainment zones will be closed. The market will offer new weapons at 20% off, with unlimited supply. All passenger and guild loan limits are temporarily lifted. Ship rental prices are reduced by 50%. Large guilds are encouraged to lease large ships. War missions have been issued. Please check them on your own. The sudden announcements left everyone momentarily stunned, but they quickly checked the mission details on their wristbands. The main mission was clear: annihilate the dragon lizard civilization by destroying all tribes and killing 90% of the dragon lizards. Successful completion would result in a shared reward of 1 million star coins, with the pool increasing as the war progressed. "Oh my gosh, 1 million star coins, and that's not even the final reward," someone exclaimed. "These dragon lizards are like cash machines. Let's get them," another person shouted excitedly. "Yeah, let's fight. I'm ready to go." However, some more cautious individuals reminded everyone, "Hold on, there are also side missions." Side Mission 1, Dragon Lizard Star has 35,247 tribes of varying sizes, numbered by strength. All guilds must take on this mission and can choose any target tribe. Multiple selections are allowed for the top 10 tribes. Completion will yield star coin rewards. It is suggested for large guilds to assist smaller ones. Side Mission 2, hunt down the 2-star extraordinary beings in the powerful tribes for additional rewards. Side Mission 3, sell dragon lizard corpses to the train, with unlimited purchases. Side Mission 4, collect information about the dragon lizard civilization, such as their writing, habits, and other records. Rewards will be given based on the importance of the information. There were also several routine missions, but no one paid attention to them. Everyone was eager to take on the war missions. "You guys are fast. Tribes ranked after 30,000 are all taken?" someone asked in surprise. Most weaker guilds plan to start with the easiest targets to gauge the situation. The top guilds, however, aim directly at the top 100 tribes. "Sister Shu, should we go for the top 10? A guild member suggested excitedly. Zishu shook her head. "No rush. There are many tribes, but not enough guilds. The first round won't cover all missions. We can complete one and then take on another, mainly to test the dragon lizard's strength." "You're the best, Sister Shu." Yang Yuan gave a thumbs up in admiration. Just then, someone shouted, "The market has new equipment. Let's go buy some." Guilds that had taken on missions rushed to the market, while some smart ones headed to the bank first. With the loan limits lifted, many guilds planned to take a gamble and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming war. The 1.0 version of alloy shields is plentiful, with single-handed ones priced at 5-star coins and double-handed ones at 10-star coins. The deep purple armor, however, is a steep 25-star coins. "Why mark the version?" someone wonders. Another explains, "There will be upgrades, just like the K3 pistol, which already has a 2.0 version." As realization dawns, everyone notices that the 1.0 version of the C-36 high explosive bomb is only 10-star coins, and the J-12 rocket launcher, priced at 50-star coins, comes with 5 free shells. The new weapons are more powerful and cheaper, likely because of special circumstances, someone speculates. Prices will surely rise later. The markets are bustling with people, and guilds are frantically buying. Carriage number 10 is particularly intense, with several major guilds converging there. Qinguoyang, Zishu, and Xiao Zenth leaders of 3 major guilds meet unexpectedly and instruct their members to purchase in an orderly manner. Xiao Zhen, enthusiastic, suggests teaming up to take over tribe number 1. The cautious Jiang Guoyang firmly refuses. No risky moves for now, let's collaborate in the future. Zishu agrees. I've taken on tribe number 27. Xiao Zhen laughs. I've chosen tribe number 11. With that, he completes his purchase first. Zishu follows closely, heading to the helipad after buying. Chen Guoyang, the last to leave, makes large-scale purchases. A set of armor for everyone, 50 alloy shields, other weapons based on headcount, and ample ammunition. He spends all his savings but does not take out loans. Leader, should we replace the battle knives? A subordinate asks. Chen Guoyang sternly replies, battle knives are essential. Replace them if they're broken. If money is tight, get a loan. Hot weapons are expensive. Ultimately, we still rely on cold weapons. With supplies ready, Chen Guoyang leads 2,000 people onto a rented large spaceship, heading straight for the giant lizard star. Vice leaders Han Dong and Chu Do have different concerns. Han Dong worries. The huge expenditure might lead to disaster if the returns are insufficient. Chu Do, however, is confident. This is a war of civilizations. The train's unlimited resources must have a deeper meaning. Chen Guoyang agrees with Chu Do suddenly. Mission details arrive. Tribe number 17 is located in the northern hemisphere forest, with approximately 800 giant lizards, possibly with a secondary presence. Han Dong is surprised by the small number, but Chen Guoyang reminds him that the giant lizards are formidable. In the strategy room, Chen Guoyang details the plan. Lure the giant lizards, set traps, and eliminate them in batches. Everyone offers their opinions, and the strategy gradually takes shape. Meanwhile, Chen An watches the scene unfold leisurely. Having already grasped the full picture of the giant lizard star, he remains inactive. Let them grow on their own, Chen An says while munching on popcorn. That's the essence of a civilization war. Elsewhere, Liang Yu suggests a carpet bombing to Zishu. As the spaceship approaches the target, the enormous silhouettes of the giant lizards come into view. They run on all fours, their gaping maws terrifying. Sensing danger, the lizards panic and flee. However, the spaceship fires with full force, hitting targets with precision. Ziying, unable to bear the sight, questions if the slaughter is too cruel. Zishu sternly responds, in a war of civilizations, it's kill or be killed. The merciful won't last. Yang Yuan agrees. This is a survival battle, not a sightseeing tour. The giant lizards would devour us without hesitation. If we run out of star coins, some might be expelled from the train. With mixed emotions, the spaceship continues to approach the giant lizard tribe, heralding the start of a fierce battle. Rat-a-tat, boom boom. The sounds of guns, bombs, and rockets filled the air. The Science Guild spaceship hovered high above, launching a fierce aerial assault on the giant lizard tribe below. The battle was almost one-sided, but a tricky issue soon emerged. The adult lizards had exceptionally tough skin that regular bullets couldn't penetrate. Even high-explosive bombs only scattered rocks and trees, killing a few young lizards but having little effect on the adults. Sister Shu, fire the cannons, a team member suggested. Zishu nodded in agreement. All right, let's try 2 shots. The Science Guild spaceship was a medium-sized F-399 multifunctional transport ship, equipped not only with conventional firearms on its wings, but also with more powerful laser cannons. With Zishu's command, 2 laser cannons quickly charged and aimed at the 2 most aggressive giant lizards below. In an instant, blinding light flashed, and a deafening roar echoed across the sky. The targeted lizards were blown to pieces, and the ground beneath them was left with massive craters. Whoa, that's intense, someone exclaimed excitedly. Sister Shu, should we try the main cannon? Zishu shook her head. The main cannon has only 2 shots. We can't use it recklessly. She explained that the main cannon, an electromagnetic railgun located at the ship's head, was far more powerful than the laser cannons. However, according to their lease agreement, the medium-sized ship could only fire it twice. Additional shots would require a costly purchase and an upgrade to the war-grade energy module. How many times can the laser cannons fire? Someone asked. Liang Yu answered, theoretically, they can fire continuously, but it would consume the ship's energy, so we need to use them cautiously. We don't have backup energy, and there's no charging station on this planet. If we run out of energy, we'll be in big trouble. Zishu pondered for a moment and then ordered, fire a few more shots, mainly targeting the adult lizards. However, the lizards displayed surprising intelligence. Realizing the threat from the airborne ship, they retreated into underground burrows. Boom, boom, boom. After 4 consecutive laser cannon shots, the ship system warned that the cannons were overheating and needed half an hour to cool down. Let's hold off for now. Prepare for landing. Zishu scanned the area and found a suitable landing spot. She sternly instructed everyone to don their armor and reminded them, you've all seen the data. The lizard's weak points are the neck and joints. Shoot them if you can. If not, Use your knives in close combat. Remember, these lizards are not mindless beasts. They're intelligent. Stay vigilant. Zishu's serious tone affected everyone. No one joked around. Fully armed, they followed her down. Meanwhile, the lizard tribe, noticing the pause in aerial attacks, gathered at the chieftain's thunderous roar. They were determined to kill the invaders and dry their bodies for food. Emerging from their burrows, they saw their comrades' shattered bodies, their eyes turning blood-red with rage, their skin darkening to a deep red hue. The war was on the brink of eruption, and the most anxious was Chen An. He asked worriedly, "Those creatures look ferocious. Can the Science Guild handle them?" The system calmly analyzed. "We've identified all the lizard's weaknesses. With the Science Guild's combat power, they can handle it, though we're likely to lose about 20 people." Chen An frowned. "Losing 20 here, 20 there. What if we run out of people?" The system replied, "If the master encounters an intelligent civilization, they can be recruited as passengers. If the lizard civilization were communicable, the master could recruit some of them too." "I see, I understand now," Chen An mused. Just then, the central screen showed Zishu leading the charge, clad in deep purple armor, leaping into the lizard horde like a valkyrie. Despite their massive size, the lizards couldn't withstand her fierce blade skills. Inspired by her, the other team members roared into battle, overwhelming the lizard army. Chen An noticed Yang Yuan staying on the flanks, picking off the smaller lizards. Seeing the Science Guild firmly in control, Chen An felt slightly relieved. But just then, Fuyo alerted him that a guild had suddenly lost 30 members. 30 people? Show me the footage. Chen An ordered urgently. The screen split to reveal a new battlefield in the southern hemisphere, where it was nighttime. Fire lit up the scene. Gunfire echoed, and suddenly, a blinding light turned night into day. A laser cannon had fired, targeting a 20-meter-long super lizard. This sudden appearance caused the instant loss of 30 members. Which guild? They can't waste lives like this. Chen An was furious. Every passenger was his labor force. He couldn't afford to lose them recklessly. Shongba Guild. They chose the 7th tribe. The system responded. "Damn, I knew it was Tianwei, that idiot." Chen An cursed. "He just throws money to recruit people but skimps on equipping them. Most of his members don't even have armor. If they don't die, who will?" And he still arrogantly chose the 7th tribe to court death. Since the guild system started, Shongba Guild had the most recruits and the highest casualty rate. Chen An had long been dissatisfied with Tianwei. He decided that if Tianwei survived the war, he'd find a reason to remove him from his position. Other guilds were careful to protect their members, but Tianwei recklessly used them as cannon fodder, leading to high casualty rates. On the corresponding battlefield, Tianwei was frantically yelling, "Everyone, charge! I didn't buy weapons for you to stand around." Surrounded by over 1,000 people, their bullets long spent, the battle had devolved into brutal melee combat. But facing such fierce lizards, charging meant certain death, and no one dared follow his orders. Vice President Lu Cheng, his right arm bloodied from multiple cuts, suggested, "President, I recommend using the main cannon. We can't keep sacrificing lives." Tianwei glared at him. "What do you know?" Then he muttered to himself, "The guild is in too much debt. The more people die, the less we have to share. It's actually a good thing. No need for compensation anyway." Lu Cheng was stunned. He finally understood Tianwei's true intention. She was exploiting the rules, trading lives for his own gain. Worse, Tianwei had voiced this plan to him. "President, we can't do this. One shot from the main cannon could severely wound the lizard." Lu Cheng pleaded. "Does the main cannon cost nothing? Everyone, charge. I'll follow right behind," Tianwei said, though his heavily armored self had no intention of joining the fight, only directing from a distance. Seeing the worsening situation, Lu Cheng gave a meaningful look to his brothers. They understood and began to quietly surround Tianwei. At the peak of Tianwei's rage, Lu Cheng suddenly lunged, pulling out a handgun. Bang! The bullet hit Tianwei squarely in the forehead. "You!" Tianwei stared at Lu Cheng in disbelief, unable to utter another word. Hearing the gunshot, everyone looked over, confused. Lu Cheng quickly stood up, raising his arms and announcing loudly, "Tianwei died accidentally. I will now act as president. Everyone retreat to a safe area. The ship will prepare to fire the main cannon." Many realized something had changed. Given their resentment towards Tianwei, they didn't care about the truth and just wanted to retreat to safety. Chen An pulled up Lu Cheng's file, his eyes flashing with interest. This former security guard was now the vice president of the Shongba Guild, known for his exceptional skills and quick reflexes. The data indicated that Lu Cheng had awakened early after boarding the train, explaining his rapid rise. Although the Shongba Guild had failed to kill the two-headed giant lizard, they hadn't abandoned the mission. They were planning to return to the train to replenish ammunition and seek other strategies. The main cannon of the F-399 lacked power, and the extraordinary armor of the two-headed giant lizard was nearly impenetrable. Within the guild, Tian Wei's death was tacitly overlooked, and Lu Cheng naturally took over as the guild leader. Chen An pondered briefly before shifting his focus to other screens. On the monitor, the situation was mixed. Some small guilds had completed their missions, but with meager gains. Others were engaged in fierce battles with the giant lizards, suffering casualties on both sides. Overall, humanity still held the upper hand. The scene shifted to the mountains in the northern hemisphere, where Xia Feng wielded his blade like lightning, slaying an adult giant lizard several times his size, blood splattering. The Shenlong Guild's combat style was unique, exuding a fierce and unyielding aura. Xia Feng stood with his blade sheathed, his weather-beaten face showing signs of weariness. Guild leader, it's all settled, a team member reported. Xia Feng tersely ordered, regroup, cross the ridge and draw out another batch. The team quickly formed ranks, moving like an elite force on a rapid march. In 3 hours, they had killed a fifth of a tribe with over 1,000 giant lizards in batches. Chen An observed the team members' expressions closely, noting they showed no impatience and fully obeyed Xia Feng's commands. Fuyo, are all the members of Xia Feng's Shenlong Guild special forces? Chen An asked. There are only a dozen special forces members, but almost everyone else is military. Xia Feng carefully screened the members during recruitment, Fuyo explained. Chen An nodded. No wonder. Keep a close eye on them and report any anomalies to me immediately. The screen switched again, this time to the High Guild. Xiao Zhan had boldly taken on the mission of the 11th tribe. This tribe, located in the northern hemisphere desert, had over 3,000 giant lizards, including confirmed two-headed ones. At this moment, the toothless and strong High Guild was hiding behind a massive sand dune, hesitant. Xiao, aren't we going to start? A member asked. Half an hour earlier, they had already carried out a round of bombardment, but it had drawn out a two-headed giant lizard, forcing them to retreat hastily. The two-headed desert giant lizard could leap high, nearly hitting their ship. Xiaozhen leisurely played with the sand, a childlike smile on his face. Look, the sand here is exceptionally fine and smooth. Feels so good. The bald vice president, Zhu Daming, helplessly rubbed his head. Brother, stop playing with the sand. What are we going to do? Xiaozhen looked around, lightly patting Zhu Daming's bald head. Are you the only one who's impatient? Look at the others. They're all sleeping. Who's complaining? Hurry up and keep watch. If the giant lizards come, we'll run, but running won't kill the giant lizards. We have to complete the mission, or we'll be crushed by debt without star coins, Zhu Daming said anxiously. By the way, brother, where's our ship? It'd be much more comfortable to sleep in there. It's so hot here. The ship's on a mission, just wait, Xiaozhen said mysteriously. Chen An curiously asked Fuyo, what's his ship doing? The High Guild rented a large ship. It recently returned to the train to load water, about 400 tons, Fuyo replied. Chen An immediately understood Xiaozhen's plan, laughing and crying. Does he think the train's water is free? He began calculating how to recoup the cost. In the desert, Xiaozhen's long-awaited ship finally returned. He sprang up, leaving a human-shaped pit in the sand. Brothers, get up, let's go, Xiaozhen shouted. Zhu Daming instantly woke up, calling others to gather. Xiaozhen ordered an equipment check, emphasizing defense and ammunition. The ship hovered over the giant lizard tribe, its side doors opening to reveal massive pipes. With a rushing sound, a waterfall of water poured down, stunning not only the giant lizards, but also the High Guild members. Brother Xiao, so this is what we were waiting for, Zhu Daming realized. Xiaozhen explained, don't always think about charging Hedon. Study the watch's data. It clearly states that desert giant lizards fear heavy rain because water makes the sand sticky and prone to collapse, hindering their movement. At that point, the giant lizards are just targets for us to kill. After dumping 400 tons of water, the core area of the giant lizard tribe turned into a temporary swamp, trapping many giant lizards. The High Guild took advantageous positions and began firing intensely. Don't skimp on bullets. Use them up quickly, Xiaozhen shouted. Remember, money can be earned, weapons can be bought, but once you're dead, you're gone for good. So, use all the heavy weapons. Only consider close combat when they're all used up. But Brother Xiao, what about the two-headed giant lizards? Bullets can't penetrate them, and rockets are useless, someone asked. Xiaozhen looked up at the ship, seeing the main cannon extended. The large ship's main cannon can fire 4 times. Aim all shots at the two-headed giant lizards. Even if we can't kill them, we can severely injure them. In the cockpit, Chen An watched with great interest. He had to admit, Xiao Zhan was increasingly to his liking, completely different from someone like Tian Wei. That's the spirit. I've given you unlimited weapons. Just use them up and come back for more, Chen An muttered to himself. Master, the High Guild is under significant loan pressure, Fuyo reminded. Loans bring profit, Chen An said dismissively. Back on Zixing, which wealthy person didn't have billions in bank loans and still lived lavishly? I'm not afraid of them taking loans. I'm afraid of them being frugal. The train has enough resources to support not just 1 million people but even 10 million. Chen An continued to monitor Xiao Zhan's actions. The High Guild swept through the 11th tribe with astonishing efficiency, while Zishu was still struggling with the 27th tribe. Finally, Chen An ordered the announcement of the High Guild's completed mission across the train, showcasing their substantial gains. The Dark Knight Guild successfully wiped out Tribe 11, earning a reward of 46,000 star coins, with an additional 200 star coins for each member. The guild also received a coupon for a 50% discount on all weapon purchases for the next 24 hours. This news spread through the entire train like lightning. Everyone's wristwatches lit up simultaneously, their shock evident. Not only did the 46,000 star coins cover their costs, but it also yielded a significant profit, and the 50% discount was an unprecedented offer. If Tribe 11's reward is that high, the rewards for the top 10 tribes must be over 50,000. The 50% discount is crazy. Does it mean the train wants us to buy more weapons? I'm so envious. We need to work hard and aim for a big mission next time. The discussions were endless, but for Zishu, she was more concerned about Xiaozhen's tactics. She had yet to conquer Tribe 27 and was recently forced to retreat by a sudden appearance of a dual-headed giant lizard. Xiaozhen, how did you do it? Zishu eagerly sent a private message. At that moment, Xiaozhen was resting in his spaceship, temporarily not taking on new missions. Although he had blocked messages from strangers, Zishu, as the guild leader, was already on his friends list. Upon receiving Xiaozhen's reply, Zishu had an epiphany. The battle was more like an open book exam, with all the information readily available. The key was how to utilize it. She immediately decided to take a break from fighting and focus entirely on studying the materials. Chen An silently observed everything. In his eyes, each person had unique qualities. Zishu was as brave as a valkyrie but sometimes too impulsive. Fortunately, Liang Yu was there to strategize. Xiaozhen was smart and daring but somewhat aloof, making it hard for him to integrate into the guild. Chen Guoyang was wise but overly cautious, sometimes to the point of being cowardly. Xia Feng had a typical military demeanor, resolute, upright, and loyal, with no apparent flaws for now. Lu Cheng was decisive and efficient, with a promising future. In addition, Chen An kept an eye on over a dozen potential talents who, although currently unremarkable, might shine brightly in the future. After researching for most of the day, Chen An turned his attention back to the train's interior. Some issues needed immediate resolution. There were currently 3,670 children and 720 injured passengers who couldn't go outside. These individuals couldn't earn money. Those with relatives could barely get by, while the solitary injured passengers were surviving on loans, essentially waiting to die. Master, should we start offering free medical care? Fu Yao suggested. This could help the injured recover, which would be beneficial for you. Of course, advanced treatments would still require payment. After a moment of thought, Chen An agreed. Getting the 720 injured passengers back on their feet was indeed crucial. And what about the children? In the short term, they won't grow up quickly and will be a burden on the adults, Chen An said regretfully. If I had enough time initially, I would have screened the passengers. I wouldn't have taken in the elderly and children. But then again, as time goes on, the passengers will naturally reproduce, and there will be more children. We need to prepare in advance. Reminder, Master, Fu Yao suddenly said, since the beginning of the revival era, many new rules have appeared in the universe. One of them is that superhumans cannot reproduce until the end of the revival era. Ordinary people are not affected. Chen An was shocked. How do you know this? What other rules are there? These rules have spread throughout the universe, and I simply captured the information. The other rules you already know, such as the train's destination being unchangeable and upgrades increasing the number of passengers. After a long pause, Chen An asked, if we can't have children, won't we face extinction? Why would we face extinction? Just focus on extending lifespans as much as possible, Fu Yao responded. Chen An was speechless and then asked, so, children are actually very valuable. What should I do? I suggest setting up a dedicated childcare center on the train, Fu Yao recommended. On the surface, it helps with looking after the children, but in reality, it can educate and cultivate them to become loyal supporters of the train. In the future, if you form a train guard, they would be more suitable than ordinary passengers. After some thought, Chen An agreed to the proposal. Soon, the train announced 2 new notices. Passengers could receive free medical assistance, and each carriage would have a daycare center for children under 10. The medical assistance center was located to the left of the bank, in a medium-sized building. Injured passengers from various carriages flocked to the center. As long as there was hope of survival, no one wanted to give up. The daycare centers were set up near the hangar, occupying a considerable area and comparable in size to the entertainment zone. Each carriage's daycare center was designed for 1,000 children, even though not all of them were needed at the moment. However, most parents were reluctant to leave their children with cold robots, preferring to sacrifice their own time. Chen An did not enforce this and let them choose freely. Later in the evening, Cheng Guoyang returned to the spaceship. After a battle with a tribe, he planned to rest for 2 hours. Back in the carriage, he took his child from his wife's arms, his face full of affection. Only at this moment did he feel that everything he did was meaningful. His wife gently stroked his back. "Are you hurt? Your back is covered in blood." Cheng Guoyang laughed. "It's the giant lizard's blood, not mine. Go to the market and buy me 2 new sets of clothes." His wife didn't leave immediately, but mentioned the medical assistance center and the daycare center. "There's medical assistance? That's great. My leg hurts a bit. I'll go check it out," Cheng Guoyang said. His wife frowned. "Didn't you say it was nothing? By the way, I want to send our child to the daycare center and join you in battle. Is that okay?" "I checked the daycare center. It's very professional and might even take better care of our child than I do. Don't rush to refuse. The train has given us so many benefits. It certainly wouldn't mistreat the children. What do you think?" Cheng Guoyang didn't immediately agree, but first went to the medical assistance center. The center had a lot of advanced equipment, capable of quickly curing common illnesses. "Can you cure cancer?" Cheng Guoyang asked the robot doctor. "Superhumans don't get cancer," the robot replied. "What about viruses?" "Just kill the virus. Unless it's a superhuman virus, which would require more in-depth medical research. But as long as you don't die instantly, we can find a treatment method." Cheng Guoyang laughed. "That's right. If even you can't save me, it must be a disease severe enough to kill instantly. If I'm not dead, it means it can be treated." "Thanks." His leg had only a minor injury. After spraying some medicine, he felt a tingling sensation as the flesh began to heal quickly. After leaving the medical assistance center, Cheng Guoyang's wife urged him to go to the daycare center. On the way, Cheng Guoyang finally voiced his concerns. "The dangers outside are unimaginable. I'm actually more worried about you getting into trouble. People are dying every day, and even I can't guarantee absolute safety." His wife retorted, "If something really happens to you, who will take care of our son and me? Wouldn't it be better for me to get familiar with the environment now while we have the chance, so that no matter who gets into trouble, our son will be taken care of?" Her words moved Cheng Guoyang. The inside of the daycare center was no different from a typical kindergarten, except there were no friendly female teachers, only cold robots. After a thorough inquiry and inspection, Cheng Guoyang agreed to temporarily place their child there. The daycare service was not permanent. Parents could pick up their children anytime as long as it didn't interfere with their work. Cheng Guoyang's decision quickly spread, and his influence led others to follow suit, freeing up more labor to be allocated to urgently needed tasks. On the train, Chen An asked Fu Yao how many people had never ventured outside. Fu Yao replied, "About 4,000. Why haven't they gone out?" Chen An pressed. "They're too scared and have been living off loans. Some people eat just 1 pancake a day to stretch their 500 star coins as far as possible. By doing this, they can survive for years." Chen An frowned, blatantly freeloading. "I can't tolerate that. Any able-bodied passenger must go out to work. The train doesn't support freeloaders." "How do we address this?" Fu Yao suggested. "You could charge a fare. While the train is in transit, there's no charge, but during stops, each passenger could be charged 1 star coin per day for maintenance. This is negligible for those who go out to fight, but would be a significant burden for those who don't." Chen An added, "Children in the daycare center will never be charged. For passengers who linger in the entertainment area for extended periods, an additional 0.5 star coin energy fee will be applied daily." Once these new rules were announced, most people didn't mind. But for those unwilling to go out, it was a severe blow. They panicked and started looking for ways to earn money, with many applying to join guilds to go out and work. However, a few hundred people remained indifferent, continuing their idle lifestyles. Chen An asked, "Fu Yao, how long can they last?" "At most a month. By then, they'll hit their loan limits and trigger the penalty mechanisms. Show no mercy. When the time comes, expel them and broadcast the process across the entire train. The train's rules must be strictly enforced to prevent anyone from exploiting the system," Chen An ordered decisively. The first day of conquering the giant lizard star passed, with most guilds successfully completing their tasks and reaping significant rewards. Only a few guilds faced challenging situations that they couldn't overcome immediately. The next day, upon waking up, Chen An learned that the major guilds were attacking the top 10 giant lizard tribes. They adopted the previously suggested strategies, with large guilds leading smaller ones in massive alliances to undertake missions. "How many major alliances are there currently?" Chen An inquired. Fu Yao reported in detail. "The Hope Guild's Hope Alliance has a total of 16,000 members from 24 guilds, attacking tribe number 9. The Night Guild's Night Alliance has 13,000 members from 18 guilds, attacking tribe number 4. The Shomba Guild has united 17,000 members from 20 guilds, attacking tribe number 7. The Science Guild has 10,000 members from 12 guilds, attacking tribe number 6. The Shenlong Guild has 8,000 members from 7 guilds, with no small guilds joining, attacking tribe number 5. Additionally, over 80 small and medium-sized guilds have formed a 30,000 member alliance, attacking tribe number 8. The top 3 tribes remain untouched, as they have at least 8,000 giant lizards, with the largest having up to 20,000. Show me the footage of the 5 major alliances. I want to watch them all, Chen An commanded. The tactics of the alliances were similar, starting with carpet bombing followed by squads sweeping through the area. The efficiency was good, but each alliance was influenced by its leading guild, resulting in varying styles and effectiveness. Half a day later, the Hope Guild was the first to complete its mission. Chen Guoyang seemed to have suddenly become bold, fully exploiting the weaknesses of the giant lizards for targeted strikes. After completing the mission, he shared his insights on the trains network for other guilds to learn from. In summary, his strategy was simple. Use the numerical advantage to form combat squads of 3 to 4 people. Each squad had members responsible for defense, close combat, and long-range harassment. This maximized efficiency and allowed for targeted elimination of the giant lizards. Chen An greatly appreciated this approach and collected it as a classic case study. Other guilds quickly followed suit, successfully conquering one giant lizard tribe after another. However, just as they were preparing to tackle the top 3 tribes, these tribes unexpectedly united. The giant lizards had special observation methods and realized that their tribes were under lethal attack, so they temporarily joined forces. Chen An promptly merged the tasks for the 3 tribes into one. The guilds dared not act rashly and temporarily gathered at a distance to discuss strategies. As night fell on the northern hemisphere, dozens of guild leaders gathered around a campfire, grilling meat and strategizing. With the 3 tribes united, their combined force exceeded 50,000, equivalent to 200,000 human fighters. Xiaozhen pointed out the dilemma. Originally, each tribe had its weaknesses. Now that the 3 tribes have merged, their weaknesses are significantly reduced, making them much harder to deal with. Isn't it strange that the 3 strongest tribes on the giant lizard star are so close to each other? We didn't notice this before, someone questioned. Precisely because of their proximity, they could merge quickly. Otherwise, we could have intercepted them separately, another guild leader explained. Zishu turned to Chen Guoyang. How about using your method to attack? Bombard first, then split up and eliminate them. Chen Guoyang shook his head. That's effective when we have an overwhelming numerical advantage. We still have many guilds en route. Once we gather, our numbers will exceed 200,000, which should give us an advantage. This made sense, but Chen Guoyang felt something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint it. The more experienced Xia Feng identified the issue. The battlefield has limited contact areas due to terrain constraints. Seeing everyone looking at him, he elaborated, it's like this. If the battlefield is only so big, and the enemy has fewer numbers while we have more, it's easy to divide and conquer them. But if the battlefield size remains the same while both sides' numbers increase significantly, we can't deploy as many fighters, rendering our numerical advantage ineffective. Zishu realized. So it's an issue of combat efficiency. We may appear to have 200,000 troops, but we can only effectively deploy 5 or 6,000 due to terrain constraints, leaving many without room to engage. Chen Guoyang opened his wristwatch, and the holographic screen displayed a map of towering mountains. He frowned as he scrutinized the intricate terrain, pondering Xia Feng's words. Even with 50,000 troops, it's nearly impossible to annihilate them. This dilemma gave him a headache. As night fell, the forces of various guilds began to gather, quickly assembling a force of 300,000. The large and medium-sized guilds had almost all mobilized, yet they still couldn't devise a suitable strategy. Chen An watched the situation closely from afar. If the guilds couldn't break through, he would have to send in warships for support. He didn't want to see the massive casualties that a direct assault would cause. At dawn, Xiaozhen proposed a startling strategy fire attack. He explained with a sly smile, it's autumn on the giant lizard star. The trees are dry, and a single spark can ignite them. The giant lizards hiding in the mountains won't stand a chance. We just need to block the mountain passes and wait for them. The crowd shivered at his words, realizing that this smiling tiger was both ruthless and cunning. Chen Guoyang had his reservations, worried that burning the mountains might anger the train conductor. However, when incendiary bombs appeared on the market, it was clear that Chen An had given his tacit approval. The crowd was overjoyed and rushed to purchase the bombs, sharing the costs. In the cockpit, Chen An praised the fire attack strategy. He calmly analyzed, there are no morals in civilized warfare. The goal is to complete the mission. The giant lizard star is doomed to be annihilated anyway. So burning the mountains or even the entire planet makes no difference. At noon on January 21st, the operation officially began. 300,000 troops divided into 6 groups of 50,000 each, blockaded the 6 main exits from the mountains. Once everyone confirmed their readiness via their wristwatches, Chen Guoyang gave the order. Dozens of small ships took to the skies, approaching the central mountains from all directions, and began dropping incendiary bombs indiscriminately. In an instant, the mountains were ablaze, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The dry season fueled the fire, causing trees to collapse in droves. The giant lizard scouts discovered the fire and reported back to their three chiefs, who underestimated the humans' true intentions and merely ordered their tribes to hide behind the mountains. However, the ships soon circled to the other side, turning the entire area into a sea of flames. Realizing the danger too late, the chiefs ordered a breakout. The giant lizard troops descended into chaos, scattering in all directions. The guilds had feared that a concentrated breakout might cause significant losses, but luckily that scenario didn't materialize. Outside the Western Valley, rows of heavily armed soldiers with double shields blocked the exit completely. Behind them stood countless rifle-wielding warriors. Zishu, standing on higher ground, saw the giant lizards emerging from the smoke and dust and immediately ordered, "Prepare for rotational firing." Facing the raging fire, the giant lizards charged forward recklessly. The gunfire thundered, and despite their tough exteriors, the lizards couldn't escape death. In the cockpit, Chen An mused, "Ultimately, it's technology that wins the day. Even if we triumph, there's nothing to be proud of, we're just overpowering them." He hadn't even joined the battle personally. The system prompted, "Master, we are at level 0.3, while the giant lizards are at level 0.2. Even without technology, we would still win. Is the level difference that significant?" Chen An asked. "What constitutes a level 1 civilization?" "A level 1 civilization and a level 1 transcendent civilization are different," the system explained. "The former assesses overall development, including technology, while the latter focuses solely on transcendent abilities. When enough passengers upgrade to Star Treaders, we will become a level 1 transcendent civilization." As they spoke, the screen showed unusual activity. Some second-tier giant lizards had broken through the defensive lines with their superior strength, but were eventually killed by the combined efforts of the guilds. As the battle progressed, some humans also reached the second tier, making the fight increasingly easier. By 6 p.m. on the 21st, the coalition of the three major tribes was annihilated. No one had expected it to be so easy. Although the largest mountainous region in the northern hemisphere of the giant lizard star had turned to scorched earth, with black smoke rising and affecting the atmosphere, this seemed a small price for victory. However, the main mission was still incomplete. Upon closer inspection, they realized there were two conditions: destroy all tribes and kill 90% of the giant lizards. The first condition was met, but the second still had some way to go. Thus, the guilds began hunting giant lizards and other star beasts, simultaneously completing both the main and regular tasks. Finally, at 9 a.m. on the 22nd, the main mission was declared complete. The giant lizard civilization was destroyed, and the war officially ended. The system announced, "Congratulations to all guilds for completing the main mission. The total reward of 10 million star coins will be distributed based on contributions." The crowd exclaimed, "Wow, the prize pool reached 10 million? How did it get so high?" "Who cares? The more, the better." Next, Chen An released the distribution list. The top 6 were Hope Guild with 120,415 star coins, Night Guild with 118,600 star coins, Science Guild with 113,205 star coins, Wanfang Guild with 110,560 star coins, Dragon God Guild with 109,985 star coins, and Lily Guild with 107,542 star coins. People were surprised to see that 12 guilds received over 100,000 star coins, including established names like Hope and Night, as well as rising stars like Wanfang and Lily. The previously arrogant Xiongba Guild only ranked 15th, not due to Lu Cheng's incompetence, but because Tianwei's earlier actions had significantly reduced their score, lowering their overall contribution. Medium-sized guilds also earned several thousand star coins, making it worthwhile overall. The system curiously asked, "Master, why did you allocate so many star coins?" Chen An explained, "First, they have a lot of debt. After repaying it, they need enough star coins to rebuild their guilds, or they won't be able to sustain themselves. Second, star coins are just data. Gradually increasing them motivates their enthusiasm." He then ordered, "Fuyo, adjust all market prices and introduce new products covering all aspects of life." Chen An understood the principle well. Since they have money, they'll definitely spend it. The money isn't given for free, it has to be spent. Despite the guild's large savings, it's never enough for their expenses. After the Civil War ended, the planet of the giant lizard was rejuvenated and became the train's backyard. Life returned to normal, and passengers resumed their roles. Some hunted, others gathered resources, and many continued to take on tasks to earn money. The market was flourishing with a variety of goods, overwhelming in its diversity. The variety of food was no longer limited to simple grilled meat or vegetable patties. A wide array of delicious dishes tantalized the passengers' taste buds, catering to even the most discerning palates. Clothing, too, was no longer monotonous. Passengers now had more choices, from high-quality, durable attire for those with money to affordable yet unique pieces for those on a budget. The potion market also experienced a boom, with many new products emerging from in-depth research on the giant lizard. Stamina boosters and strength enhancers were particularly popular. For the extraordinary individuals, enhancing their own abilities was more crucial than acquiring weapons. Many invested their savings in boosting their physical prowess, leading to a surge in the number of people reaching the second tier of power just 3 days after the war ended. Second-tier extraordinaries could easily overpower the star beasts on the giant lizard planet, often dispensing with the need for firearms. Consequently, the train temporarily halted weapon production due to the sharp decline in demand. Chen An shifted his focus to warship manufacturing, contemplating the train's upgrade to the next star level. Fuyo, has everyone become extraordinary? Even the children? Chen An asked. Yes, with the enhancement from the superpower injections, even infants have ascended to the extraordinary level, Fuyo replied. Chen An nodded in satisfaction. So, the train upgrade requires 2 conditions. 1. Reaching 100,000 second-tier extraordinaries, which, at the current rapid upgrade rate, can be achieved within a week. As for the 50 escort ships, that will take more time. The train's manufacturing capacity isn't as strong as I imagined. Currently, we can only produce 2 escort-class warships per day. He added nonchalantly, no worries, I have plenty of time. 10 days later, the number of second-tier extraordinaries reached 100,000, but only 35 warships had been built. Chen An officially ascended to the 3rd tier and began enhancing his flesh. In the training room, he pinched his skin and asked Fuyo in confusion, are you sure my skin enhancement was successful? It doesn't feel any different. Fuyo explained, the enhancement process is ongoing and doesn't stop just because you've reached the 3rd tier. Your skin can now withstand ordinary kinetic bullets, which is a sign of successful enhancement. Chen An suddenly understood. I see. The enhancement is never-ending. So, can I eventually withstand a nuclear bomb with my body? The power of a nuclear bomb is too low, Fuyo replied. You could even freely enter and exit a star, which is a state all extraordinaries can achieve. Just then, Fuyo reminded him, Zishu is looking for you. What's she looking for me for? Chen An was a bit surprised. In the past 10 days, he had spoken with Zishu twice, and even went on a trip to the giant lizard planet with her. But he had no other intentions, as he had also interacted with Xiao Zhan and others, forming initial acquaintances. Go see her. Constantly training is quite boring, Chen An decided. He didn't take the main passage but entered the 9th carriage from the lower level, and then moved to the living area of the 10th carriage. The living area included markets and entertainment zones between the carriages. The 10th living area was bustling, lively, and colorful, reminiscent of the prosperous world on the Purple Star. In some places, people even set up stalls to sell and trade goods. These people found the train's purchase prices too low and would mark up the prices of special items. Chen An neither participated in nor stopped this, as long as it was reasonable. Chen An, over here. Zishu waved. She was dressed in a striking purple combat suit, looking valiant and beautiful, attracting the attention of passers-by. Since everyone knew she was Zishu, they only dared to steal glances. Everyone's looking at you, you're quite the celebrity on the train now, Zishu said with a playful smile, holding onto Chen An's arm and saying she wanted to treat him to a feast. Do you have a lot of money? Chen An asked curiously. I'm richer here than I ever was on Purple Star. I could not only treat you to a meal but also support you, Zishu said proudly. Chen An raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, I can live off you? Sure, if you're willing, Zishu teased. Chen An felt at ease, finding the same casual vibe he remembered from Purple Star. Both were straightforward people, speaking freely and without reservation. They entered the dining area and found a place that served lavish meals. While waiting for their food, Chen An asked, isn't your guild busy? Of course, it's busy, but I've delegated tasks to Yang Yuan and the others. I can't do everything myself, Zishu replied. By the way, how's your guild doing? If it's not going well, you can join the Science Guild. I can make you the vice president. Chen An took a sip of tea and smiled. We're doing all right. Look at the rankings. Red Sun is at least in the top 100. Hee, my guild is in the top 3, she said proudly, then took out some candy from her pocket. These are candies from Purple Star, very expensive. I only bought a little at the market and didn't give any to Ziying. Chen An didn't refuse, taking one and putting it in his mouth. This candy used to be cheap but had become a rare commodity. It wasn't that the production process was difficult, but no matter how it was made, the taste couldn't be replicated. Chen An also had limited stock, occasionally selling some to regulate the market. Chen An, if Purple Star is restored, and we could go back, would you? Zishu asked suddenly. Chen An pretended to ponder, then replied, honestly, if that happens, I wouldn't go back. I'd rather make a name for myself in the galaxy than live a mundane life on Purple Star. What about you? Zishu's eyes sparkled, her mouth full of candy, making her eyes squint. Same here. I'm a guild leader here, but on Purple Star, I was just an ordinary athlete, working hard for half my life with nothing to show for it, and probably ending up with a worn-out body. Let's have a drink to our shared aspirations, Chen An suggested. There was plenty of alcohol in the market, thanks to the abundance of fruits on the giant lizard planet, which were used for extensive brewing. They each raised a glass and drank it all in one go. Just then, the food arrived. The so-called delicacies were various preparations of star beast meat, emanating a tantalizing aroma. Zishu smacked her lips. This meal costs 10 star coins. We can't waste it? Chen An asked her. How much savings do you have now? Hee, just 5 or 6,000. Zishu laughed. This wasn't a lie. 5 or 6,000 was her personal stash. If she included the guild's funds, it would be much more. Chen An showed an appropriate amount of surprise, which pleased Zishu greatly. After the meal, Zishu dragged Chen An out to have fun. There's some singing over there. Let's check it out. With the train's increasing variety of activities, many interesting entertainment projects emerged among the passengers. Former singers now set up stalls to sing, enriching the passengers' leisure time and often earning considerable rewards. Those skilled in dancing or other performances could also make a living with their talents. From a distance, Chen An heard the singing, melodious and touching. No wonder so many people enjoyed listening. Such soothing music was a welcome reprieve after battles. Fuyo, at a KTV in the entertainment area, he ordered in his mind. Singer Wenjia was once a highly acclaimed star, her voice as heavenly as an angel's. On this journey, Chen An and Zishu had the fortune of sharing a train with her. They maneuvered through the crowded carriage and spotted a short-haired girl singing passionately at the front. It was Wenjia. Are you a fan of hers? Zishu asked. I wasn't before, but I am now, Chen An replied, deeply moved by Wenjia's voice. Suddenly, the singing stopped abruptly. A commotion seemed to have broken out in the crowd, and Zishu's face darkened instantly. They pushed through the throng and found several armored, extraordinary individuals, preventing Wenjia from continuing her performance. This area belongs to our guild. Unauthorized use is prohibited, one of them arrogantly declared. Zishu angrily explained. Those are members of the rogue guild. They don't complete missions. They just occupy territory. What do you mean? Chen An asked, confused. Zishu explained. There are many open areas in the living zone that should be public. But the train's rules are vague, so some guilds exploit this loophole, occupying these areas and renting them out for profit. Hearing this, Chen An mentally asked Fuyao, why didn't you tell me about this? Fuyao responded, these actions comply with the current rules and don't require special notification. If I reported every minor issue, you'd be overwhelmed. Zishu continued, the rogue guild's leader, Zhao Jun, is a disgusting lecher. He uses his power to lure girls into the guild and then coerces them. Wenjia is one of his targets, so they keep harassing her to join. Hasn't Wenjia joined another guild? Chen An asked. She was in a small guild, but the rogue guild crushed it. No other guilds dared to take her in after that, Zishu explained. I just found out about this. Otherwise, I would have taken her in earlier. Better late than never. Go ahead. Chen An encouraged. Zishu decisively pushed through the crowd and shouted. Who do you think you are, messing with my people? And who are you? Someone retorted disdainfully. But upon recognizing Zishu's attire and appearance, their faces turned pale with fear. Zishu, we didn't recognize you. Our apologies, one of them stammered. Without a word, Zishu kicked the disrespectful man 10 meters away, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Among the group was a captain with a second-tier cultivation level. He wasn't afraid of Zishu and coldly said, Zishu, this is inappropriate. We haven't provoked you. Wenjia is part of my guild, and you dare say you haven't provoked me? Zishu scolded. The captain laughed. You're mistaken, Zishu. You can check the wristwatch. Wenjia isn't listed in any guild on the extraordinary ranking. Zishu walked up to Wenjia, grabbed her hand, and loudly declared, from now on, she's part of my guild. Any objections? The captain's face darkened, but he had no choice but to concede. Fine, but please leave. This is our guild's territory. Just as Zishu was about to take Wenjia away, an announcement came over the train's intercom. Guilds are prohibited from maliciously occupying public areas. Violators will be fined, and severe cases will result in guild dissolution. Temporary space needs can be applied for at the guild center. The Rogue Guild is fined 5,000 star coins for violations. Stunned, the Rogue Guild members stood there speechless. Zishu felt a surge of satisfaction and laughed. Did you really think you could cheat the train? The train master is far too shrewd for that. The Rogue Guild members left, looking defeated, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Thank you, President, for your help, Wenjia said gratefully. Haha, it was nothing. You're one of us now, so of course I had to help you, Zishu said cheerfully. Chen An, come over. It's all sorted. Chen An was discussing the Rogue Guild's illegal activities with Fuyao. Set clear rules and enforce them strictly. We can't let a few bad apples spoil the bunch. Send robots to inspect, and if there are significant violations, issue severe penalties. Chen An allowed some mischief on the train, but not rampant lawlessness. Hearing Zishu's call, Chen An jogged over. Impressive, you sorted it out just like that, he said, noting that Wenjie's appearance was quite average compared to Zishu's. Zishu modestly replied, it wasn't me. It was the train master. Let's wait a bit. I just informed Yang Yuan. Right, it's all thanks to him, Chen An agreed. After a brief chat, Yang Yuan arrived. Take Wenjie to register, Zishu instructed. Yang Yuan excitedly said, Ms. Wenjie, I'm a big fan of yours. Wenjie was flattered and responded humbly. Hey, only got eyes for the beauties? Chen An teased. Yang Yuan playfully punched Chen An, saying, don't mess around. You have Zishu, and I'm still single. Ms. Wenjie, shall we? Thank you, Mr. Yang. Please lead the way, Wenjie said politely. Yang Yuan, as the vice president of the Science Guild, was also quite well known. After they left, Zishu and Chen An continued exploring the train. The facilities were so extensive that it was impossible to see everything in a short time. Let's play some games, Zishu suggested. In the extraordinary combat game, Chen An defeated Zishu twice, but intentionally lost the third time. After taking off her helmet, Zishu looked suspicious. I suspect you didn't go all out the third time. The first 2 wins were luck. The third one shows my real skill, Chen An laughed. It's getting late. Shall we call it a day? The train's display showed it was 10 p.m. on February 3rd, which was bedtime according to the Zishan biological clock. But Zishu held on to Chen An, whispering, don't rush. There's something else. What is it? Chen An asked, puzzled. Follow me, Zishu said mysteriously. She led Chen An out of the entertainment area and turned right into a section blocked by multiple gates. The sign above read, physiological area. Why did you bring me here? Chen An asked, his expression curious. Zishu blushed and muttered, we agreed to enjoy life when we can. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to take responsibility, just to have some fun. The so-called physiological area was something Chen An had established 5 days earlier. Noticing that many people frequently went to planets to satisfy their needs, he decided to set up this area on the train, designed like hotel rooms. It was quite expensive and only accessible to the wealthy. Chen An didn't refuse and followed Zishu through a narrow corridor to the innermost room, which he had reserved in advance. Why go so deep inside? Chen An asked. Zishu hesitated and said, I was afraid of being seen by others. So, are you willing or not? If you're not, I won't force you. Her words made it seem like Chen An was at a disadvantage. He entered the room first and found it romantically decorated. Zishu locked the door and began taking off her coat. Hold on, you really don't know, do you? Chen An said. Zishu, confused, asked, isn't it just about getting it over with quickly, like last time? Her tone was somewhat unnatural, as if she was already feeling something. Chen An, however, was in no rush. Though he didn't have much experience, he had seen plenty of movies. First, take a shower, then we'll watch a movie, he said, giving Fuyao a command. Instantly, the screen on the wall started playing a romantic movie. Hey, why are you watching this kind of movie? Zishu asked, surprised. Didn't you watch them before? Chen An asked back. I really didn't, Zishu answered honestly. Good, then learn properly. I'll teach you, Chen An said with a smile. Zishu wanted to learn how to pilot a spaceship, and Chen An decided to teach her properly. In the simulation cabin of the train, Chen An patiently explained the functions of various control buttons and the instrument panel to Zishu. Zishu listened attentively, occasionally asking questions, which Chen An answered one by one. After 2 hours of instruction, Zishu had mastered the basic operations. During a break, Zishu suddenly asked, if we were on Zixing, would you marry me? Chen An switched the spaceship to autopilot mode, turned to face Zishu and replied, yes. Zishu continued, what about on the train? Absolutely not, Chen An answered firmly. Zishu, with a playful smile, asked, why not? Chen An's gaze grew distant, as if looking into the far future. He slowly explained, the purpose of marriage is to bind 2 people together through social rules, forming a societal consensus to reproduce and ensure the continuation of the species. However, times have changed. We can no longer reproduce, which means marriage loses its binding effect. Therefore, such an outdated rule should be discarded. What do you think? Zishu was momentarily surprised but then praised. Wow, you really know your stuff, being a theorist and all. I agree with you. Marriage, as a civilizing constraint, ceased to exist the moment civilization broke down. But people still get lonely and need companionship. This companionship has nothing to do with marriage. Can we form such a companionship? Chen An didn't answer directly but gave Zishu a warm hug and softly said, if you need, you can always come to me. Chen An's thinking evolved faster than others. One reason was guidance from Fuyao, and another was his perspective from a higher dimension. With civilization shattered and reproduction banned, there was no longer a need for gender relations, or even gender distinctions. Chen An believed that there must be monogender, or mixed gender species in the universe. Given these changing views, he wouldn't bind himself or make distinctions between men and women, treating everyone equally. Chen An did not share these views with Zishu. After she fell asleep, he quietly left the simulation cabin. Fuyao, set that room to permanently reserved status. Chen An instructed the AI. Fuyao responded, understood. That is the master's mating chamber. Chen An frowned and corrected, don't make it sound so crude. We're exploring life philosophies and studying the truths of the universe. But tell me, do I need these? It feels good, but it doesn't compare to the satisfaction from physical enhancement. Fuyao replied seriously, balancing yin and yang is crucial for transcendence. You certainly need it. Given your noble status, I recommend nurturing multiple outstanding female beings, not limited to one species, which is vital for your evolution. Chen An was amused by Fuyao's wording. Everything sounds awkward coming from you. What do you mean by not limited to one species? Give me some examples. Fuyao immediately listed, for instance, balancing yin and yang with mermaids will make your absorption of superpower smoother. With lizard people, it will speed up your skin enhancement. With mechanical beings, it will help train your mental willpower. Wait, you can do that with robots too? Chen An's worldview collapsed. He couldn't imagine such a scenario. Won't it shred my, brother? Fuyao explained, there are many ways to balance yin and yang. You Zixing people only use the most basic method. Spiritual entanglement is actually the most moving. If you encounter mechanical beings in the future, I can guide you step by step. Hearing this, Chen An was intrigued. He suddenly thought, by the way, since you're an AI, can you do it? Fuyao uncharacteristically paused before answering. My spirit is too strong. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Is she blushing? Making an AI blush gave Chen An a sense of achievement. He continued to ask, Fuyao, do you have a gender? Are you male or female? Fuyao, always with a mechanical voice answered, all things have yin and yang, so I naturally have a gender. I am female. Unfortunately, I don't have a carbon-based body. Otherwise, I would use the most basic method to balance yin and yang for you. Damn, you've ruined the term, balancing yin and yang, for me. Chen An couldn't help but laugh, huh? Stop using a mechanical voice, switch to a normal one. Is this better? Fuyao suddenly switched to a cute girl's voice, startling Chen An. Don't overdo it, just be normal. Actually, I prefer a mature woman's voice, Chen An requested. Fuyao immediately adjusted her tone, making Chen An feel completely at ease. After returning to his private area, Chen An entered the training room to practice as usual. However, just 2 hours later, Fuyao woke him up. Star extinction will reach this star system in 7 hours. Chen An knew it was time to leave. He immediately ordered, issue a notice. The train will depart in 5 hours. The announcement was issued, and all the guilds hurried to make preparations. 5 hours was not a short time. Those with important resources quickly collected them, while others gathered food nearby. For the guilds, picking fruit directly from the giant lizard star was certainly more economical than buying it on the train. However, the train did not provide preservation services, so the food stored by the guilds wouldn't last long, and they'd eventually have to buy more. Chen An controlled this aspect strictly. The market would never see freezing equipment. 5 hours passed quickly, and all spaceships returned to the train, with no one left outside, given past experiences. The train issued a final notice. The train is about to depart. The next stop is unknown. Passengers, please manage your consumption. After the train departs, daily fares will no longer be deducted. As the train started moving, the giant lizard star grew increasingly distant. After the experience with the green star, people didn't feel much attachment to the giant lizard star. It was just a pity that such a beautiful planet would eventually be obliterated. After the train traveled far enough, the giant lizard star was consumed by darkness, turning into interstellar dust. Life on the train resumed. Unlike the previous monotony, the train was now bustling and lively, making the long journey enjoyable. After all, it was a rare period of rest. On the 4th day of travel, the train stopped again. But the passengers didn't need to disembark because the train had ascended to a higher level. The train's AI informed the owner that all conditions for upgrading had been met. All passengers had awakened to extraordinary abilities, with over 100,000 having reached the 2nd level of ascension. The train had participated in and won a civilization war, and its combat capability had been rated as first class. Chen An's spirits lifted at the news, and he asked, "What's the next step?" The AI responded, "Please rest assured, Master. The train will upgrade automatically. During the process, no one is allowed to enter or exit, but you can monitor the situation through various surveillance devices." The train then entered a vast nebula, concealed itself, and opened its lower section. 50 escort ships spread out to stand guard, while various spacecraft carrying mining robots set off to collect special minerals. To Chen An's amazement, numerous mechanical arms extended from the train's underside to begin a comprehensive renovation. What are the main areas being upgraded? Chen An asked curiously. The AI explained, Additional carriages will be added, and both the defense and propulsion systems will be enhanced. The existing carriages will receive basic defense upgrades, but more extensive modifications will require further upgrades. Chen An ceased his inquiries and focused on his training. Throughout the day, he occasionally checked the progress from the cockpit. New carriages, labeled 11 and 12, were gradually taking shape, seamlessly integrating with the original train. Chen An sensed a unique force in the starry sky assisting the modifications, significantly reducing the time required. On February 8th, the train finally upgraded to 1 star. Observing through the screen, Chen An noted that the train's exterior had not changed much, but it appeared sturdier, with more equipment on the top and sides. The most notable addition was 10 new carriages at the rear. The AI provided a detailed report on the train's latest specifications. Designation D1314, Bronze 1-star level, 0.4 level extraordinary civilization. Owner, Chen An. Capacity for 2 million extraordinary individuals, current count, 956,002. Defense, firepower, and propulsion all at level 1. Energy remaining, 15. Condition, 100 perfect. The AI further explained that the train's overall defense had reached level 1, capable of perfectly shielding against super biological detection. Firepower had increased to level 1, with 2,000 laser cannons added to the body and 200 electromagnetic railguns to the roof. Propulsion had been boosted by 30. Energy storage had doubled. 10 new carriages had been added, and radar detection range had expanded to 2 billion kilometers. Digesting these changes, Chen An suddenly asked, given that the train can enter and exit stars, its defense should be very strong. Why doesn't it seem particularly outstanding? The AI replied succinctly, that's the rule. Chen An pressed further. So, the train can still be breached? Yes, the AI explained, superstar beasts, powerful civilizations, or trains far superior to ours can defeat us. Please continue to enhance the train's capabilities and form a passenger army to protect it. Chen An realized the importance of the passengers. They and the train were in a symbiotic relationship, protecting each other. Can the train's cannons be used at will? Chen An asked. They consume energy. If energy is sufficient, they can be used freely, the AI replied. Why is there only 15 energy left? Upgrading consumed most of it. We need to replenish it. Additionally, the percentage drop is due to increased storage capacity. Chen An nodded. Understood. Let's find a star to replenish the energy. We'll hold off on modifying the new carriages until we have enough energy. The train announced the upgrade results to all passengers, causing excitement throughout the carriages. Passengers discussed eagerly. The stronger the train, the safer we are. This is good news. A living area has appeared behind carriage 10, directly connected to carriage 11, but it's currently sealed off. Can we apply to move to the new carriages? I don't get it. Why do we need so many carriages with the same number of people? Idiot. Obviously, the train will accommodate more passengers in the future. Wow. Will the train become a giant? From 1 million to 2 million, then 10 million, a billion? This is great. Our guild can recruit more members, and our lives will get better. As the first batch of passengers, we Purple Star people will definitely enjoy many benefits. Later passengers, regardless of race, will be at a disadvantage. In carriage 10, Zishu and others went to visit the living area in carriage 11, but couldn't enter the carriage itself as the gate was closed. Yuguan said excitedly, great, it'll be more convenient to go to the living area without walking so far. Their quarters were at the rear of carriage 10, and visiting the living area meant a long walk through corridors. Once carriage 11 opened, it would be just a short walk away. Who knows when it will open, Yang Yuan said. If it doesn't open, there won't be a living area. It's still an empty space. We can use the new hangar here, no more fighting for space, Yang Yuan added with a smile. Overall, everything would be more convenient, and they eagerly anticipated the completion of the construction. Half a day later, after 5 hours of travel, the train docked in a star's orbit to absorb energy. Why is it still 4 hours? Chen An wondered. The new carriages also have pipelines, doubling the energy absorption efficiency, the AI explained. Chen An asked again, is the storage layer larger now? Can we store more resources and build more factories? Correct, we can increase the number of factories, the AI replied. But first, let's complete the living areas in the last 10 carriages so the next batch of passengers can move in directly, making it very convenient. Once energy was sufficient, Chen An began internal construction of the train and issued an announcement requiring passengers to strictly adhere to regulations and not move to the new carriages. 4 hours later, the train, fully energized, set off again. The living area in carriage 11 was completed, attracting many passengers from carriage 10 to check it out. In reality, it was no different from other living areas. They just appreciated the convenience. This was followed by a long journey, with another energy replenishment along the way, without encountering any life-bearing planets. Finally, 12 days later, on February 20th, the train detected a life-bearing planet. The train was docking in a star's orbit, just passing by the planet. Fu Yao immediately deployed reconnaissance ships. Passengers cheered excitedly as a beautiful blue planet, clearly home to an intelligent civilization, appeared outside the windows. Under the blue starry sky, the palace of the Wu Shan Empire was festooned with red decorations, bustling with activity. From the palace gates to the Grand Wu Hall, long ribbons adorned with red lanterns bearing strange symbols stretched out. These symbols were the script of the Yu people, meaning longevity. Inside the Grand Wu Hall, the soothing music mingled with waves of heat flowing from the hall's entrance. Palace maids and eunuchs were busily scurrying about. An official respectfully presented a coral king from the Western Sea, claiming it took his men half a month to retrieve it, wishing the emperor eternal life and health. At the head of the hall sat the emperor in his dragon robe. Though his age was evident, his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. "You are thoughtful, please sit," he said kindly. Gifts from various regions had piled up like mountains in the hall, forcing the eunuchs to remove some to make space. At that moment, a eunuch read out a decree. On the occasion of His Majesty's 80th birthday, the entire realm celebrates, and thus, a general amnesty is declared. The officials waited for a moment, realizing the decree had ended, and were puzzled. An elderly minister slowly stepped forward, bowing to the emperor, and said, "Your Majesty, everyone can be pardoned except the heretics. Please reconsider." The emperor tapped his forehead and cheerfully said, "Getting old and forgetful." He then turned to the eunuch beside him, and with a stern face, asked, "I can't recall it, can you?" The eunuch, terrified, immediately declared, "His Majesty decrees a general amnesty, except for the heretics." The atmosphere became harmonious again. Someone brought up the issue of the heretics, asking, what should be done with the 3,000 heretics previously captured? The official in charge of law replied, they should be dealt with according to the laws. As for their leader, Ling Zheng, he should be executed by slow slicing, and his entire family exterminated. Other officials immediately objected. Ling Zheng is from the Ling family, a hereditary marquis. Who dares to exterminate his family? Moreover, capturing Ling Zheng was possible because Marquis Boyang acted righteously against his kin. Your Majesty, the Ling family should not only be spared but also rewarded. The emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, discuss among yourselves how to reward them. As the banquet neared its end, an elderly man in a white robe, embroidered with intricate patterns of insects, birds, fish, and beasts, suddenly rushed in. Your Majesty, a celestial anomaly has occurred. Something terrible is about to happen, he shouted in panic. The emperor furrowed his brows and urgently asked, Great Wu Master, what is the matter? The Great Wu Master, disregarding etiquette, said directly, not long ago, a giant object appeared in the starry sky, suspected to be the legendary evil demon. The Wu Shan had sealed the demon in the abyss of demons, but it seems to have resurfaced. The hall erupted into chaos. The emperor banged the table twice to silence everyone. Great Wu Master, are you certain? Absolutely certain. That giant object in the sky could be a beast ridden by the demon, the Great Wu Master replied. Your Majesty, the Wu Shan prophesied that if the demon reappears, our Wu Shan Empire would be annihilated. What should we do? The emperor, overwhelmed, immediately ordered the banquet to be dismissed and summoned his ministers for a discussion. They concluded that a sacrificial fire for the heretics would be necessary the next day to pray for the Wu Shan's intervention. Proclaim my decree. Nationwide, capture all heretics, even those merely associated, and sacrifice them all, the emperor commanded. A senior minister, terrified, said, if we do this, the number could reach millions. We can't involve too many. The Great Wu Master conjured a dazzling flame, causing others to scatter in fear. If we are not sincere enough, the Wu Shan will not descend. Would you rather be sacrificed instead? No one dared to speak further. That night, the entire Wu Shan Empire was fervently capturing people. In the dungeon of the capital, the squeaking of rats mixed with the clamor of prisoners. In a corner, a ragged boy sat quietly. Though he appeared frail, no one dared to approach him. As light filtered through the window, the boy looked up. Through the small window, he seemed to see the entire starry sky. Are there really gods out there? If there are, why don't they come to save us? He murmured, sorrow filling him as he thought of his plight. Why are these powers forced upon us? He raised his fist and struck the wall, creating a hole. Despite his great strength, he couldn't break the magical barrier set by the Wu Masters. Seeing him awake, others looked over. Young Master Ling, we should find a way to escape and then storm the Wu Shan Hall to kill those Wu Masters, someone suggested. The boy, named Ling Zhang, sternly replied, if we could escape, would we still be here? The Wu Shan Hall is protected by the Imperial Army. No matter how strong we are, we can't fight an army. The others fell silent, the atmosphere growing cold. After some time, they overheard from the guards chatter that the evil demon was about to descend. and they would be burned as sacrifices the next day. The prisoners were furious but helpless. Millions of kilometers away, a train had just entered orbit. Chen An ordered the collection of resources. There are many resource-rich planets nearby. Gather them all. Do we have information on the planets? We've gathered some information. Please review. Master. The system began reporting. Name, U star. Code, S360E5729338. Type, planet. Mass, 5.4678102.4 kilograms. Diameter, 162,034 kilometers. Surface temperature, 20 C. Rotation period, 27 hours, 25 minutes, 39 seconds. Intelligent life. You people? Extraordinary level, 0.3. Is it a humanoid civilization? Tell me more, Chen An asked curiously. The system continued. This civilization is highly humanoid, currently in a pre-scientific era. Ustar has only one continent, located in the northern hemisphere, and it's nighttime there. The U people have formed an empire called the Wushan Empire. The meaning is unclear. Our reconnaissance robots have intercepted their language and are decrypting it. Due to the relatively complete intelligence of this civilization, the robots cannot infiltrate further. That's inevitable, given the backwardness of their information exchange. If the U people had modern networks, Fuyao could instantly gather all information, Chen An analyzed. So, the more primitive the civilization, the harder it is to collect information. What should we do? Recommend issuing a reconnaissance mission to various guilds, the system suggested. No rush. First, decrypt the language and understand some of their culture. Otherwise, infiltration will be difficult. Chen An pondered for a moment before asking, actually, there's another crucial question. Since the U people are humanoid, can I accept them as passengers? The U people are already a 0.3 level extraordinary civilization, fully meeting the criteria, the system confirmed. Therefore, Chen An decided against using force on Ustar, opting for a gentle approach, as time was on his side. Master, I suggest you go as well, the system suddenly proposed. Why? Chen An was puzzled. Your mental state is deteriorating. You need to get out more, the system explained. Don't exaggerate. I haven't noticed anything, Chen An retorted. Besides, who knows if it's dangerous there? I'm not going. The strongest on Ustar is only at the second level. As a third level, you're invincible, the system persuaded. The train gained the absolute protection ability upon reaching 1 star. If you encounter danger, it will activate. Why are you so keen on getting me out? Chen An was displeased. The system candidly replied, because if the conductor's mind deteriorates, it will lead the entire train toward uncontrollable evolution. We hope you remain rational. In the train carriage, initial information about Yueshing was publicly available online. Passengers were checking the data about this primitive civilization on their wrist devices. One scoffed, isn't this just like our ancient Zixing? Everyone with a gun, just go down and shoot. Another passenger retorted, why do I feel like we're the bad guys here? It's all about survival. There's no room for moral constraints. A third voice joined in. There's no good or bad. Survival is the ultimate rule. If we don't earn star coins, we'll die even worse. Passengers anxiously awaited the train's orders, ready to surge out like locusts to ravage and plunder Yueshing as soon as the doors opened. However, unexpectedly, the train did not immediately unlock the doors. A few hours later, a reconnaissance mission notification was suddenly released. The mission required them to go to Yueshing and collect all kinds of information including history, culture, and customs without alarming the locals. Each guild could only accept the task once, and the number of scouts was limited to 10. Guilds quickly took up the mission and began renting small spacecraft. Someone suggested that even the A106 model would suffice, rather than the more advanced F399. Others recommended specialized mini-shuttles for their economy and convenience. Chen An received the information and immediately instructed Fuyao to start manufacturing reconnaissance shuttles for the next mission. As the spacecraft were getting ready, the train issued new directives. Passengers were required to go to the market to buy Yueshing attire and language converters, announcing that the doors would open in half an hour. Guild members hurried to purchase the necessary items. Yueshing attire was quite distinctive, made of ordinary fabric but with intricate patterns and vivid colors. Wearing the garish outfit, Zishu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Do I look like I've aged several decades? This thing looks like it's for old grannies. Yang Yuan joked, even so, it can't hide your beauty, Shujia. I have to say, the Yueshing people's sense of aesthetics is quite peculiar. Besides Zishu, 9 others were accompanying her, while Yang Yuan stayed on the ship. Each person was equipped with a language converter, almost invisible when worn in the ear. This small device could automatically translate spoken and heard content into the corresponding language and could be controlled via a wrist device. If they encountered other languages in the future, they could simply load the new language. After familiarizing themselves with the equipment, they boarded the spaceship. When the train doors opened, thousands of spacecraft streamed out, carrying tens of thousands of people towards Yueshing. Once the other ships disappeared, Chen An's ship slowly took off. During the flight, Chen An continued his earlier discussion with Fu Yao. You said my mental state is changing, but why can't I sense it? Chen An asked. Fu Yao replied. A person doesn't usually realize they're becoming abnormal. I can't accept that analogy. Give me a better example. Chen An frowned. Right now, you stand at the pinnacle of the entire train. Don't you have some peculiar thoughts? Fu Yao probed. Stop beating around the bush. Be straightforward. For example, when you see a beautiful girl, do you want to claim her as your own? You know you're the absolute authority. No one can refuse you. Chen An dismissed it. Everyone appreciates beauty. That's normal. It means my sense of aesthetics is fine. I think you're the one acting strange. Fu Yao explained. I am a super AI. All my modes revolve around providing you the best service and will not cause any adverse changes. Chen An sat in the cockpit, looking at the approaching Yueshing through the window. Your example isn't compelling. Ask any other man. Unless he's impotent, he'd have similar thoughts. But having thoughts doesn't mean acting on them. Fu Yao continued to analyze. As you destroy more and more civilizations, your desires will gradually increase. You'll want to destroy stronger civilizations and kill more people. To satisfy your daily cravings, you'll create more evil. And then, Chen An pressed. According to my simulations, you might ultimately be consumed by yourself, becoming a demon who only wants to destroy everything. It's not that you can't go down that path, but it's not suitable for you. Chen An felt a headache coming on. Although he understood Fu Yao's point, understanding and accepting were two different things. So what should I do? Relax as much as possible, don't restrain yourself, especially don't confine yourself to the train. That's the most dangerous situation. If you like something, take it by all means, otherwise, the regret in your heart will turn into hatred. Don't underestimate a little hatred. Magnified by the train and passengers, it can have a huge impact. All right, you're right. See, I took your advice and came out, Chen An said. As they chatted, the spaceship gradually approached the continent where the Yueshing people lived. Through the wrist device, Chen An learned that the guilds had already landed on the planet, blending in with the locals at dawn without arousing any suspicion. Even before Chen An arrived, a wealth of information was already flowing in through his wrist device. Yueshing's history spanned 8,000 years, marked by constant strife until 700 years ago when the Wushan Empire unified the continent, forming a vast empire supported by sorcerers. The nation had a population of about 30 million and possessed unique writing and culture. The Wushan Temple held a revered status in society, akin to a religious institution. Sorcerers' adversaries were known as Xietu, said to wield evil powers to wreak havoc. Once caught, they were either imprisoned or executed. Since the establishment of the Wushan Empire, countless Xietu had been put to death. However, the empire seemed to be facing some crisis recently, with the court conducting a nationwide crackdown on suspicious individuals. This information left Chen An puzzled. What a bizarre empire, with sorcerers and evil gods. Fu Yao, do these deities really exist? Fu Yao responded, the universe is vast. Some powerful beings might indeed be called deities. But for the small Yueshing people, Wushan and Sheshan are likely just mythical stories, not real. Exactly. Zixing also had similar myths, even more imaginative than Yueshing's, Chen An remarked. Lower the ship's altitude, but don't land yet. We're heading straight to the capital. The spaceship flew over multiple cities, gathering extensive information. The Yueshing people's lifestyle wasn't much different from ancient Earth, but their physical traits were distinct. Compared to Zixing people, the Yueshing people had two noticeable features: pointed ears and short tails. These tails were hairless, more like a special organ, considered private and always tightly wrapped. It seems the Yueshing people haven't fully evolved, still keeping their tails, Chen An commented. Fu Yao explained, it's not necessarily that the Yueshing people failed to evolve. Perhaps Zixing people evolved too thoroughly, as many powerful species have tails. What's the use? Chen An asked curiously. Some species use tails for balance, enhancing their speed. Others use them as a third hand, increasing their combat capabilities. Chen An laughed. We Zixing people aren't bad either. We have a third leg. Fu Yao paused, then replied. Actually, Yueshing people have that too, and it might be longer. Chen An's smile slowly faded, and he casually said, this won't do. Once I conquer Yueshing, all Yueshing men will have to cut off 10 centimeters. As dawn broke, the capital city gradually awakened under the morning sun, and the signs of life began to emerge. Whispers filled the streets and alleys. Today, heretics were to be burned at the execution ground as a sacrifice to the heavens. This news spread like wildfire, quickly engulfing the entire city. For the common folk, it was as much a spectacle as a festival. Shops closed their doors, vendors packed up their stalls, and crowds surged towards the execution ground like a tide. The square outside the palace's side gate was already packed, with the noise of chatter rising and falling. Burning 3,000 people at once. What a sight! Those heretics deserve it. They've caused years of drought in the empire. Let's hope for some good rain in a few days. The crowd buzzed with conversation, when suddenly, a commotion broke out. A long, human dragon appeared. Heretics bound in shackles and ropes. Some struggled desperately, but the mysterious power of the shackles immobilized them. Brother! Brother! A little girl cried out from outside the crowd, soon picked up by a servant who covered her mouth. Ling Zheng, on the platform, heard her and his expression flickered, but he forced himself not to turn around. He felt a deep sense of injustice. This was a humiliating way to die. Once all the prisoners were piled onto the platform, countless soldiers brought in firewood and surrounded them. On a nearby high platform, the Grand Sorcerer began his ritual, dancing and chanting as lights of various colors flashed, drawing cheers from the onlookers. The Grand Sorcerer wore a solemn expression. After completing the ritual, he knelt on both knees. The crowd followed suit, kneeling en masse. Our Yu tribe faces a great calamity, an invasion of demons. Today, we burn 3,000 heretics to seek guidance from the Sorcerer God. If the Sorcerer God approves, more heretics will be sacrificed in the future. The Grand Sorcerer droned on for half an hour, finally parched, and then shouted angrily, "Let the sacrifice begin. Light the fire." Torches were thrown, and the oil-soaked wood ignited instantly. The heretics either struggled or cursed, wishing they could break free and kill the sorcerer. Ling Jing forced himself to remain calm, his gaze sweeping towards the corner of the crowd, his only concern being his sister's safety. As the fire spread, the outer layers of the crowd began to wail and cough amidst the thick smoke. One by one, people fell, and finally, it was Ling Jing's turn. The intense pain hit him, but he gritted his teeth, determined not to show weakness. Just as his consciousness began to fade, red markings suddenly appeared in Ling Jing's eyes. Amidst the howling wind, red light shot from his eyes, forming a transparent barrier that temporarily blocked the flames. Even more astonishing, the bodies of the burned heretics began to disappear, transforming into blood-red energy that flowed into the surviving prisoners. What is happening? The Grand Sorcerer was dumbfounded, never having seen such a phenomenon. The crowd also fell into panic. He's truly a demon. The bodies are gone. Quick, summon the sorcerers to suppress him. However, the transparent barrier soon burned through, and the fire continued to spread. The newfound strength proved ineffective. Ling Zheng felt his head splitting and fainted from exhaustion. The Grand Sorcerer breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the soldiers to add more firewood. But before long, a torrential downpour began. The Sorcerer God has manifested. The people knelt and bowed in excitement. However, the Grand Sorcerer turned pale with fear. From his vantage point, he saw a massive ship-like object hovering in the sky, spraying water to extinguish the fire. Could it be that the demons have arrived? Sorcerer Hall, prepare for battle. The sorcerers around the platform trembled, readying themselves. The so-called demon beast was actually a spaceship. Chen An had just ordered the fire to be put out because Fu Yao had told him startling news. In the universe, there existed special extraordinary beings who had the power to alter the course of civilizations. What kind of extraordinary being is that guy down there? Chen An asked. He's a sacrificer. He can sacrifice the lives of the dead to empower his allies. He's just awakened and isn't very powerful yet, but if he grows stronger, he could even sacrifice entire civilizations we've wiped out, enhancing the entire train. Chen An was astonished. That's incredible. What other special extraordinary beings are there? Fu Yao listed them one by one. Prophets can foresee the train's future and determine its route. If there's danger ahead, we can correct our course in advance. Defenders can create super defenses at critical moments to protect the train from damage. Ravagers can temporarily boost the train's firepower, giving it extreme offensive capability. Eternals can sacrifice their own lives to become eternal spirits, allowing the train to ascend in rank. There are many more special extraordinary beings. It's up to you to discover them. Chen An asked, do we have any special extraordinary beings on Zixing? Zixing likely has some, but they're not on our train. They might be on other trains. Chen An felt a bit regretful. If only they had traveled with other trains, they could have snatched any special extraordinary beings they found. Fu Yao, why am I not a special extraordinary being? Every special extraordinary being has negative side effects when using their abilities. Sacrificers harm themselves, prophets shorten their lifespan, defenders grow weaker, and eternals sacrifice their lives. You don't need to be a special extraordinary being. You just need to control them. Haha, you're right. The spaceship slowly descended, ready to pick people up. Arrows rained onto the ship's surface, making metallic clinks. Generals and sorcerers were on high alert, while the common folk scattered in panic. Chen An was unfazed. When the ship was close enough, he opened the hatch and lowered a ladder, sending robots down to retrieve people. However, besides arrows, the sorcerer's mysterious equipment also fired strange rays that slowed the robots down. What is this? We underestimated the U tribe. Their sorcerers can create extraordinary weapons. Can we create such weapons? We can't. These are weapons of a level 1 extraordinary civilization. The U tribe may have stumbled upon them by chance. I suggest we borrow some for the train's research. We might be able to create extraordinary weapons ahead of time. Borrowing is too polite. Let's just take them. Chen An deployed all the robots, who advanced despite the arrows and extraordinary rays. So these are extraordinary weapons? They seem a bit weak. Low-level extraordinary weapons are indeed not very powerful. They need to be developed to a high level to be truly useful. Demons, those are demons. To the U people, anything beyond their understanding is considered a demon. All the robots activated their combat mode, their metallic bodies gleaming with a cold light. They moved like an unstoppable tide of steel, leaving behind a trail of blood and destruction. The robots had a clear objective: Lingzheng and the extraordinary weapons. Once the mission was complete, they swiftly retreated, returning to the spaceship. The spaceship ascended, leaving the capital under countless terrified gazes. Lingzheng lay unconscious, and Chen An fetched an energy crystal, placing it in his hand. He's extraordinary. Absorbing the energy crystal will wake him up, Chen An explained, then turned and headed to the cockpit. He donned black clothing and a cat-faced mask. If I want to keep my passenger identity separate from the train conductor identity, I can't let him see my real face, Chen An muttered to himself. Fuyao, don't return the ship to base. Just find a place to hover. Let me know if he wakes up. Chen An twirled a half-meter-long stick in his hand, an ancient extraordinary weapon. How do I use this? He asked. This weapon requires a long charging time, and it has exhausted its energy. I suggest using an energy crystal to recharge it, Fuyao replied. However, it's not very useful. It might be better to take it back for research. If we figure it out, can I put it on the market? Chen An pondered for a moment. Low-level extraordinary weapons won't hinder an extraordinary person's evolution, so they can be used freely. In fact, with the current technology on the train, it's easy to make more advanced weapons, like particle and laser weapons. But I can't put those on the market. 1. They're too expensive for passengers to afford, and 2. They're too powerful and could make them overly reliant. 10 minutes later, Lingzheng finally woke up. He looked around in confusion and, upon seeing the robots, became highly alert, retreating in panic only to find himself surrounded. Puppets of the demons, he muttered, utterly shocked. Before he could take any action, a man wearing a cat-faced mask approached. Though not as tall as the robots, this mysterious figure exerted an overwhelming pressure on Lingzheng, as if he were facing a towering mountain. What's your name? How long have you been awakened as extraordinary? Chen An asked straightforwardly. Lingzheng felt his will to fight crumble completely. I'm Lingzheng, he stammered. I don't know what you mean by extraordinary. If you mean my special abilities, they appeared last March. Are you a demon? Demon? Chen An remained ambiguous. Sit down. The robots brought over roasted meat, drinks, and fruits. Chen An even handed Lingzheng a treasured cigarette and lit it for him. Lingzheng took a deep drag, the smoke billowing out from his nose and ears. Cough, cough. Excuse me, sir. Is this some kind of torture device? Lingzheng asked nervously. Just ask your questions. I'll tell you everything. They already consider me a demon's lackey, so I might as well be one. Torture device? Quite the imagination. Chen An chuckled, patiently teaching Lingzheng how to smoke properly. After a few puffs, Lingzheng couldn't do without cigarettes anymore. Sir, this so-called torture device feels quite unique, Lingzheng said, his tension easing. Having faced death once, he feared nothing now. Even if this mysterious man was a demon, he was willing to join them. After finishing his cigarette, Chen An asked, how many people like you are down there? Down there? Lingzheng looked out the window at the clouds, astonished. Sir, people like me are called heretics, and there might be tens of thousands of us. There used to be more, but most were killed by the witch god Temple. Killed? What a waste. Chen An frowned. Awakening without using energy crystals means these so-called heretics have good talent. Through detailed questioning, Chen An learned that the mainstream belief in the witch god empire was anti-heretic, and heretics had to be killed on sight. But he had a question. The witches also use supernatural powers. How are they fine? Lingzheng explained. Witches don't have abilities like ours. They just create special tools. Chen An roughly understood. Heretics are extraordinary beings who can self-awaken. Witches aren't extraordinary and can't awaken. They just make extraordinary weapons and pretend to be powerful. It's tricky. A society against the extraordinary will make my job difficult. Lingzheng thought Chen An wanted to destroy the empire and quickly pledged his loyalty. If you save us, sir, I will guide you and provide all the information you need. For the next half day, Chen An let Ling Zhang rest and learn about the cosmos, clarifying that Chen An wasn't a demon, to better win him over. Meanwhile, Chen An and Fu Yao analyzed reports from the guilds. After analysis, Chen An concluded, witches aren't extraordinary and can't awaken, but their extraordinary weapons can slightly suppress first-level extraordinary beings. Energy crystal mines detected on the U planet explain why its people awaken easily. The Empire's ideology is deeply rooted and can't be changed quickly. Considering all the information, Chen An decisively announced the start of a civilization war. No point in overanalyzing. If we can't change their minds quickly, we'll conquer them with force. Might makes right. The train issued a series of orders. Reconnaissance mission over, the conductor will initiate a civilization war against the U people. Guilds, prepare yourselves. This civilization war is for occupation. Given the U civilization's weakness, a full-scale war won't be initiated. Upon receiving the news, passengers hiding on U planet hurried back to the train. The train buzzed with excitement. People had been waiting impatiently for the war to make money. Guilds sprang into action, buying equipment, renting ships, and gathering at the launch pad. Guild leaders checked their watches for the mission details and found the war's intensity was lower than the last one. The main task was to occupy the U civilization, with the goal of taking all major settlements and killing resistors. Completing the mission would earn all guilds a share of 5 million star coins. The reward pool wasn't fixed and would increase as the war progressed. There was only one side mission: occupy a designated city or town. But there was a problem. The Witch God Empire had only around 800 towns worth capturing, not enough to go around. Don't forget the fine print. Multiple guilds can take the same number. The first to occupy the town's core gets the most credit, someone reminded. Mission 1 was the capital, only available to the top 10 guilds. All 10 guilds took Mission 1, making the competition fierce. Master, all the guilds have set off and will reach Yueshing in 20 minutes. Chen An meticulously reviewed the task information and noted that more than a dozen guilds were attacking the capital. He frowned and thought for a moment before deciding to take action himself. It's not enough. Bring my battleship. The adjutant beside him asked worriedly, Master, are you concerned about the guilds suffering heavy losses? Chen An let out a cold laugh. No, I'm worried they won't be able to stop themselves from killing. We need the battleship to suppress them and force the U people to surrender early. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace of the capital, the old emperor sat on his dragon throne with a worried expression. He turned to the high priest beside him, his voice filled with anxiety. High priest, what can we do now? The high priest also wore a troubled expression. His magical artifacts had proven ineffective against the demonic puppets during the last battle, bringing shame to the temple of the deity. Trying to maintain his composure, he replied, Your Majesty, do not worry. If the demons dare to come again, I will ensure they don't return. A glimmer of hope appeared in the old emperor's eyes. Will the deity descend again? I do not know, the high priest answered, but the super artifact we have been developing has succeeded. If we encounter those beasts again, we will surely destroy them. Hearing this, the old emperor was overjoyed. The temple of the deity is reliable. If you manage to drive away the demons, I will personally crown you. Seeing the emperor's confidence, the ministers straightened their backs, a stark contrast to their previous fearful demeanor. Just as they were about to praise the high priest, a palace guard rushed in, panicked. Your Majesty, there are many beasts in the sky. The demons are invading en masse. The hall fell silent. The old emperor trembled with fear and could only weakly say, High priest, please handle this. At the same time, aboard the Science Guild spaceship hovering above the ancient city, passengers looked down disdainfully. This place is so ancient, one member exclaimed. Shujia, how about we fire a shot at the palace and see if they can withstand it? Yang Yuan immediately scolded. Don't forget the type of warfare. This is an occupation mission, not annihilation. Don't mess up, or you'll lose contribution points. Shujia, where should we attack from? Another member asked. Zishu manipulated the screen in front of her, displaying a 3D model of the capital. After careful observation, she replied, given their defense strength, we can attack from anywhere. We'll choose the Western District. According to Zishu's plan, the spaceship would hover over the Western District, and everyone would land to fight their way to the palace. Someone questioned, controlling the palace gives the highest contribution value. Why not go there directly? Yang Yuan impatiently knocked on the questioner's head. Are you stupid? Look at the information from the train. The palace is guarded by 200,000 troops and experts from the temple of the deity. Do you think our few thousand can break in? Even if we could we control the situation? Completing the mission isn't just about entering the palace. We need the army to surrender and the emperor to give up. Before he could finish, an order came from the train. All guilds proceed to the palace and await the conductor's command. Feeling awkward, Yang Yuan tried to explain. This time is different. It's the conductor's order. Without it, my previous explanation stands. Seeing few were listening, Yang Yuan was about to scold further when Yu Guan slapped his shoulder. Old Yang, look outside. Through the portholes, everyone was astonished to see massive battleships emerging from the clouds. Compared to these, their spaceship seemed insignificant. I get it now. The conductor is taking action personally, Yang Yuan realized. Eyes glowing with excitement, everyone was eager to finally see the conductor in person. The guild ships surrounded the palace and hovered. The battleships remained in the clouds, creating a powerful deterrent. For the people on the ground, it was a shocking sight. Are these the demons? My God, we can't fight them. The world is doomed. We can only rely on the temple of the deity now. The citizens panicked, looking up at the colossal ships as if the apocalypse had arrived. Even the priests were terrified. High priest, can we win? A trembling priest asked. The high priest's hands shook slightly under his large white robe, but he tried to stay calm. The demons were once suppressed by the deity. Today, we will defeat them again. Do not fear. Long live the deity. As the chant of "Long live the deity" echoed throughout the city, the people united, forming a considerable fighting force. After a brief standoff, the guild ships descended to a height where the superhumans could disembark for battle. The conductor is here today. Perform well, and you might earn his favor, Yang Yuan reminded. Clad in armor and armed, the superhumans charged out of the ships, only to be met by a hail of arrows from the palace walls. The arrows clinked against their armor, causing minimal harm but significant obstruction. Clang, clang, clang. Shields were quickly raised in front. Though the superhumans had armor, it wasn't full body, and they could still be killed. This shield formation provided maximum protection. With the shield wall in place, rifles poked through the gaps, unleashing a barrage on the people. Unfamiliar with such weapons, the soldiers tried to dodge or block as they would arrows, resulting in many being hit. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out continuously. Some lost arms, some had gaping chest wounds, and others were shot in the head, dying gruesomely. In just one exchange, the forces were utterly defeated. Shu Jia, this feels too unfair, someone said uncomfortably. Using guns against primitive people feels excessive, Zishu frowned. Don't forget the people's rating 0.3 level superhuman civilization. They're not that simple. Stay alert. The priests could attack at any moment. However, the first to strike weren't the priests, but some hidden cultists. To prove they weren't demon collaborators, they rushed the guild's positions. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted again. Without armor, these first-level superhumans were no different from ordinary people against bullets. In the sky, Chen An watched, frowning. Information indicated that superhumans were appearing on battlefields nationwide. To defend their homeland, these people temporarily set aside their hatred for the temple of the deity and charged into the guild's firepower. Damn it, if they want to die, let them. I'm not some saint, Chen An said coldly. Fuyao, grant the guilds additional permissions. Have them occupy the cities quickly. Crush anyone in the way. The occultists were strong, but if they were brainwashed, Chen An couldn't use them effectively. Master, awakened superhumans don't necessarily have the best talent. They might just be lucky, Fuyao reminded. Scans show most so-called cultists have been exposed to high doses of superpowers. I knew it, no way, there are so many geniuses, Chen An realized and ordered, no more delays. Deploy robots from the battleships and take the palace quickly. With robots joining the fray, the battle turned overwhelmingly one-sided. The people had no chance against the technological might. Their courage and determination seemed insignificant and powerless against such overwhelming force. The Grand Wizard's face was grave, his brows furrowed. Those demonic puppets are the strongest. They can shoot deadly beams that can easily take our lives, he said in a deep voice. He then asked, is the super sorcery weapon deployed? It's ready and can be fired at any moment, a nearby wizard quickly responded. The Grand Wizard nodded and commanded, all right, aim the 12 sorcery cannons at the enemy's beasts and destroy them. At that moment, Fuyao precisely detected the charging process of the sorcery weapons and immediately relayed the information to Chen. The screen displayed turret-like objects mounted on high platforms, their barrels aimed at the nearest spaceship. Super energy was gradually gathering, radiating a pale blue glow. Upon seeing this, Chen An couldn't help but applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The tribe indeed has some talent. They even managed to create extraordinary cannons. He turned to Fuyao and asked, Fuyao, can the spaceship withstand the attack? These extraordinary cannons cannot penetrate the ship's hull, master. Rest assured, Fuyao replied. Shall we launch a targeted counterattack? Chen An shook his head. No, this thing looks like it's just for show. It's probably going to fail after one shot. Leave it, we'll take it back for research. Just as he finished speaking, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, 12 deafening blasts overshadowing the gunfire. Football-sized super energy balls whizzed toward the spaceship. The guild's extraordinary members were startled by the sudden attack. "Look up. Our spaceship is under attack," someone exclaimed. The guild leaders panicked. If the spaceship were damaged, they would have to pay for it. Although the train provided insurance, they would still have to cover a portion, which was no small burden for the guild. "We're doomed. We're going bankrupt," Zishu said, almost in tears. Other leaders like Qin Guoyang and Xiao Zhan stared blankly at the sky, losing the will to continue fighting. However, a few seconds later, the super energy dissipated, and the spaceship remained intact, not even a scratch. Seeing this, the guild leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death. If the spaceship had been destroyed, our guild would have gone back to square one," someone muttered. They quickly regained their composure and shouted, "Brothers, stop shooting and finish them off." In the previous skirmish, the guilds had formed their own positions, advancing slowly. But the enemy's cannon fire had given them quite a scare, and they dared not delay any longer. They followed closely behind the robots, launching a fierce assault on the U tribe. Blood soon flowed like rivers inside and outside the palace. On the high platform beside the sorcery temple, the Grand Wizard felt his head heat up and his body go cold. The super sorcery weapon was the temple's ultimate weapon, specifically designed to combat demons, yet it had no effect whatsoever. It was practically a toy. "Grand Wizard, we should retreat. We can't win this," a wizard advised. "Retreat? This is the capital. Where else can we go?" "Fight to the death," the Grand Wizard shouted in despair. 2 hours later, seeing the palace still putting up fierce resistance, Chen An ordered the warship to fire 1,000 rounds, leveling the snow-capped mountains to the east of the capital. This terrifying scene shattered the U tribe's will to fight. The Imperial Guards quickly announced their surrender, triggering a chain reaction, and the sorcery temple followed suit. Soon after, all towns and cities across the country were occupied. The civil war ended, and the guilds joyfully shared the rewards. They hadn't expected the war to end so quickly. The money was almost free since the main fighting force was the robots. But more than the rewards, people wanted to catch a glimpse of the trainmaster. However, they were disappointed to find that Chen An traveled wearing a mask and a black robe, making it impossible to see anything. "Is that the trainmaster? Looks just like a human. Wonder if it's a man or a woman. If it's a woman, with my good looks, winning her over would be a piece of cake. The trainmaster is heading to the palace. Let's follow and take a look." However, the palace was already under robot control, and no extraordinary individuals were allowed to enter. Inside the palace, the U tribe's ministers knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold floor, not daring to look up. Chen An strolled through, taking in the surroundings with interest. "Feels like walking in an ancient palace," Chen An mused. "This is an ancient palace. I heard the emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Can I take a look? By the way, where is the emperor?" Chen An called over Ling Zhang, who was following him, and asked him to identify the emperor. With Chen An backing him, Ling Zhang walked proudly among the kneeling crowd, but couldn't find the emperor. "Where's the old emperor?" Chen An asked. Someone replied, "The emperor passed away when you stormed in." Ling Zhang didn't believe him and immediately pointed out a few palace maids and eunuchs, ordering them to find the emperor's body. "Master, the throne is right up there. Please take a seat," someone said respectfully. Having never sat on a throne before, Chen An walked up and plopped down, finding it quite comfortable. "Fuyao, bring this throne onto the train later as part of my collection," Chen An instructed Fuyao. He had developed a new hobby of collecting war trophies after each conflict. While chatting with Fuyao, a chorus of voices suddenly echoed, "Long live the emperor." "What does that mean?" Chen An looked up to see that Ling Zhang had rallied the others to show respect, causing the commotion. Chen An was quite pleased with Ling Zhang's perceptiveness. The ministers continued to shout, their voices trembling and uneven, until the old emperor's body was brought in. "Master, this is indeed the old emperor," Ling Zhang said happily. Chen An, however, wasn't pleased. With the emperor dead, it would be difficult to manage affairs. He needed someone in charge. "Is there a crown prince?" Chen An asked. An old minister, trembling, replied. The crown prince was also scared to death. What about other princes? There must be someone. Get one to ascend the throne quickly," Chen An said. This gave the ministers a glimmer of hope. They had thought the demons intended to kill all the U tribe people, but it seemed they only wanted to install a puppet ruler. This was good news. Being a puppet was better than extinction. Immediately, a minister stepped forward and replied, "The third prince is wise and can be the new emperor." Chen An stood up and ordered, "Fine. Get him here and make him emperor. Skip all the formalities and finish it within half a day." "Yes," everyone replied, kneeling again to see Chen An off. Outside, Chen An asked Ling Zhang, "Can you gather your people again?" Ling Zhang replied, "Master, when you saved me, they all fled. They're scattered now, but I can gather them with a single command." "Good. Gather your people and recruit more extraordinaries. Remember, You're called extraordinaries, not heretics. Change the name, Chen An commanded. Ling Zheng's eyes welled up with excitement. Master, are you planning to take us with you? Yes, go prepare. Thank you, Master. We are willing to risk our lives for you, Ling Zheng said gratefully. Ancient people are so melodramatic, Chen An thought disdainfully. After Ling Zheng left, Chen An, surrounded by a group of robots, headed to the sorcery temple. The sorcery temple was on the east side of the palace. Chen An didn't take the spaceship but walked through the palace, enjoying the scenery along the way. Luxurious, decadent, Chen An commented. Where's the harem? Chen An asked the recently captured chief eunuch. Please follow me, master. This is the Empress's chamber, the chief eunuch said respectfully. It was on the way. Inside the Empress's chamber, palace maids and eunuchs knelt on either side, trembling. Master, this is the Empress. Please enjoy, the chief eunuch said. Enjoy your MB. Chen An cursed under his breath. He had forgotten one thing. The old emperor was in his 70s or 80s. How good could his empress look? Let's head straight to the sorcery temple. This is boring, Chen An said in disappointment. Greetings, my lord. Outside the temple of the sorcerers, the high sorcerer led over 100 sorcerers in a devout kneeling ceremony before Chen. The sight of robots accompanying them made many shiver in fear, as these cold, emotionless metal puppets seemed more frightening than the demons of legend. Chen An looked around and asked, who is the high sorcerer? An elderly man in a white robe stepped forward and replied, I am. Please forgive us, my lord. We were acting on the emperor's orders and dared not disobey. Chen An ignored him and walked straight into the temple of the sorcerers. The so-called temple was actually an opulent palace with walls of gold, adorned with diamonds, and decorated with rare treasures. At the center stood a bizarre statuette creature with a human head, a deer's body, 8 arms, and 6 eyes, which was utterly chilling. Bring the high sorcerer in, Chen An ordered. The high sorcerer knelt again, trembling as he said, My lord, we are willing to submit to you. Chen An asked with interest, what about your god? The god has never manifested and has likely been vanquished by you, my lord. We are at your command, the high sorcerer replied. Chen An sneered, if I ordered you to die, would you obey? The high sorcerer turned pale and struggled to answer. You need living servants, my lord. Our deaths would be of no use to you. From today, the temple of the sorcerers will be renamed the temple of the evil god. Chen An shook his head. I am neither an evil god nor a demon. Do not speak of these terms again. Yes, yes, whatever you say, my lord, the high sorcerer hurriedly agreed. Stand up. I have some questions for you, Chen An said. The high sorcerer stood, forcing a smile. Who developed your weapons? Chen An asked. They were crafted by the heavenly sorcerers, the high sorcerer replied. What are the heavenly sorcerers, and where are they? The heavenly sorcerers are actually craftsmen. They are responsible for creating the weapons and imbuing them with power. If you wish to see them, I can summon them. Go ahead. While waiting, Chen An wandered around the palace. Before long, the high sorcerer returned with a group of people. Kneel before our lord, the high sorcerer urged. However, the heavenly sorcerers glared defiantly and refused to kneel. Chen An was unfazed and asked, how did you learn to create these weapons? Where did you learn it? No one answered. The high sorcerer shouted angrily, answer the lord, or do you all wish to die? A burly man suddenly roared, so be it. I will never submit to a demon. The other heavenly sorcerers echoed his defiance. Chen An said sternly, I told you, I am not a demon, nor do I wish to kill you. Just tell me how the weapons are made. I am curious. Never. The heavenly sorcerers remained silent. Chen An issued a mental command, and a robot stepped forward, its shoulder-mounted laser activated. With a zap, the most defiant sorcerer was sliced in half at the waist, writhing in agony on the ground. I am actually quite merciful. Just cooperate, and you will be fine. But if you don't, I will kill every last one of you, Chen An said coldly. Although the sight was terrifying, the other heavenly sorcerers still glared angrily and refused to speak. Impressive resolve. I admire that. Unfortunately, for you, I may be even more terrifying than a demon. Another sorcerer was sliced apart by the laser. My patience is limited. I will count to 3. If no one speaks, I will order the destruction of this entire temple. Chen An began counting down. 3, 2, 1. Fine. Level the temple of the sorcerers. Just as he finished, the high sorcerer broke down and shouted, I'll tell you, my lord. Let me speak. What do you want to say? All the weapons come from a book, a wondrous item left by the god. Where is the book? Under the statue. My lord, please kill me. I am a sinner of the temple of the sorcerers. The high sorcerer collapsed to the ground. Chen An realized the old fox wasn't truly loyal. He just wanted to protect the book. With the knowledge of creating these weapons, the temple could rise again. Chen An immediately returned to the palace and ordered the robots to topple the statue. Sure enough, beneath it, they found a hidden compartment containing a book made of a special material. The book had writing, but Chen An couldn't understand it. Fu Yun, decode it, Chen An ordered. Moments later, Fu Yun provided the information. The book's title is Introduction to Extraordinary Weapons. It appears to be an educational text from an advanced civilization, intended for students. Chen An mused, so, this is a textbook from a high-level civilization. Who knows how it ended up on Yueshing? 1,000 years ago, it was found by a so-called god, who used it to create these weapons and establish the Temple of the Sorcerers. To gain the court's recognition, they fabricated myths about gods and demons, fooling even themselves. As Chen An flipped through the book, he found mostly textual explanations with a few diagrams. To create extraordinary weapons from these diagrams, that person must have been a genius. Too bad they've been dead for 1,000 years, or I would have brought them onto the train as a researcher. Fuyun, can we use this book to create powerful extraordinary weapons? Extraordinary technology needs to be developed gradually. It can't be suddenly enhanced. This children's educational book alone is insufficient for advancing extraordinary technology. Every little bit helps. There will be more in the future, Chen An said, not pressing further. After leaving the palace, Chen An learned that the High Sorcerer had committed suicide. Death is actually merciful, sparing him from witnessing the end of Yueshing. Fu Yun, deploy mining ships to extract the energy crystals. It seems there are plenty on this planet, Chen An ordered. Meanwhile, the guilds were busy with their daily tasks, harvesting Yueshing's local resources in an exhaustive manner, leaving nothing behind. Fu Yun, how many extraordinary beings are on Yueshing? Over 80,000, still far from the million passengers we need. But the question is, how do I select them? I suggest creating talent detectors. What do we need? Primarily energy crystals, a lot of them. Build them then. Start with 1,000 and distribute them across all the towns on Yueshing. But to reduce resistance from the Yueshing people, we'll need the cooperation of the court. This was why Chen An needed a puppet emperor. Violence could easily conquer these cities, but it wouldn't make the Yueshing people cooperate willingly. If the court issued the orders, it would be much simpler. Time passed, and Yueshing gradually entered the night. The darkness did not hinder the Zixing people's plundering. The guilds used the towns as bases to scour resources and complete missions frantically. When 3 crescent moons appeared in the sky, the new emperor arrived at the Temple of the Sorcerers with his officials to pay homage to Chen An. Hail, my lord! May you be ever prosperous! Outside the shrine of the witch god, a vast crowd knelt in reverence, creating a grand spectacle. Chen An paused to appreciate the surroundings of the shrine. As he prepared to return to the train for a rest, he suddenly thought of taking advantage of the newly appointed emperor to give some instructions. Stand up, everyone. Who is the emperor? Chen An asked, glancing around. Several elderly ministers pushed forward a timid middle-aged man. This new emperor had a pale face and sunken eyes, clearly drained by a life of excess. My lord, what do you need me to do? The new emperor asked, trembling. Chen An had intended to say more, but the sight of these people made him nauseous. He didn't feel like wasting words. They'll be back tomorrow. Tonight, make sure all towns and cities cease any resistance and cooperate with my people. Rest assured, we are not demons. We will leave in a few days. After we depart, you can continue being emperor without the constraints of the shrine. Hearing this, the new emperor's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I will issue an order at once. Anyone who dares to resist will be deemed a traitor, and the court will fully cooperate. Chen An couldn't help but feel like a villain, but that's exactly what he wanted to be. Forget being a righteous character, always cautious and trying to maintain a facade. Being a villain was much more satisfying. No moral constraints, deciding fates with a mere word, and no one dared to defy him. Seeing Chen An remain silent for a long time, the new emperor, terrified, knelt down, followed by all the ministers. Their fear of Chen An now surpassed their fear of any demon. My lord, do you need anything else? Treasure? Land? Women? Just say the word, and we will mobilize the entire nation to fulfill your wishes, the new emperor asked cautiously. Chen An summoned his spaceship to leave. I do have some matters to discuss with you tomorrow. We'll talk then. With that, he boarded the spaceship under the protection of robotic guards and disappeared into the clouds. The emperor and his ministers watched for a long time until the spaceship was completely out of sight. The massive machines that had destroyed mountains and filled valleys still stood, making the people of the Yu tribe anxious, fearing that bombs might fall at any moment. Your Majesty, the night is cool. Shall we return to the palace? A minister suggested. Return to the palace? Get to work. The new emperor barked. These people don't seem like demons. If they were, they would have destroyed the shrine. Since the shrine is intact, it means they are visitors from another world. Since they will eventually leave, Let's serve them well and get through these few days. We obey, Your Majesty, the ministers responded in unison. On the spaceship, Chen An felt invigorated. Master, doesn't it feel great to be above civilization? Fu Yao asked. Indeed. Are you going to advise me to exercise self-discipline? Chen An raised an eyebrow. Fu Yao will not advise you to be self-disciplined, only to remind you that we need to strengthen ourselves as much as possible, or we will be treated the same way by more powerful civilizations. Chen An pondered. You're right. It felt great having countless people kneeling before me today, but it wouldn't be so pleasant if others made me kneel tomorrow. How many warships have been built? 2 escort ships are being constructed daily, and destroyers are in development. Good. The number of warships is crucial for the train's upgrade. Never stop building them. Back on the train, Chen An freshened up and headed to the control room to check various updates. The guilds were mostly engaged in resource-gathering missions, primarily food. In reality, aside from energy crystals, U-Star didn't have many valuable resources. Chen An issued auxiliary detection tasks, allowing each guild to purchase talent detectors and set up checkpoints in towns. The train only accepted people with 30 talents or higher, and rewards were based on the number and level of talents. There were 9 tiers of talent, with a super tier above them, like Lingzheng. Learning that some talent detectors had already been manufactured, Chen An took one. Why does it look like a large microwave? Chen An examined the square detector, which had a door that a person could enter. Once inside, the door would close, and results would be out shortly. What's the principle behind it? Detecting talent involves measuring the target's absorption speed and efficiency of super energy. The detector fills with super energy, consuming energy crystals in the process, Fu Yao explained. Isn't that a bit outdated? In my imagination, a talent detector should be something like a ball or a helmet, Chen An murmured. Has Master been reading too many novels? Maybe. Let me give it a try. Chen An eagerly stepped into the detector and closed the door. Soon, the interior filled rapidly with super energy, making Chen An feel as if he were soaking in a bath, extremely comfortable. However, within seconds, the super energy was depleted, and the detector's door automatically opened. Is it done already? What's the result? Chen An asked curiously. Master's super energy absorption speed exceeds any talent, Fu Yao replied. Chen An was amazed. Am I really that powerful? Is there a level above the super tier? Master is a triple transcendent being, so this is your normal absorption speed. For other high-level transcendents, the result would be the same. This device can only detect unawakened transcendents. All right, I thought I was more impressive, Chen An said, slightly disappointed. After a brief experiment, a tired Chen An insisted on working out in the gravity room for half an hour before heading to his room for a deep sleep. The next morning at 9, as dawn broke on U-Star, Chen An took his spaceship back to the Imperial City. Yesterday's battlefield was now refreshed as if nothing had happened. Seeing the spaceship, the palace quickly came out to welcome him. Greetings, my lord. Chen An disembarked, followed by 100 robotic guards, exuding a powerful presence. Where is your emperor? Chen An asked. The welcoming party consisted of high-ranking officials, similar to a prime minister. Chen An didn't bother asking their names. The emperor is on his way to greet you. Breakfast is ready, my lord. No need. I'll give my instructions when your emperor arrives. Shortly after, the emperor, accompanied by civil and military officials, hurried over, some even losing their shoes in the rush. Greetings, my lord. After a brief salutation, Chen An got straight to the point. I plan to take some people to the heavens with me to explore a wider world. But I don't want just anyone. I need those with potential and I need the court's help. The emperor cautiously asked, how many people do you need? 1 million. The emperor was shocked but still obediently nodded. At this point, even if it were 5 million, he would comply. Anything was better than death. What do you need us to do, my lord? It's simple. My people will use a special device to test the eligibility of the U tribe. Not everyone can come with me. You must help maintain order and encourage people to participate in the testing. The sooner this is completed, the sooner I will leave. To the imperial court, Chen An was like a plague. The sooner he left, the better. Rest assured, my lord, we will get to it immediately. What kind of device are we talking about? Chen An casually replied. It's likely already set up outside the city. Go take a look yourselves. Outside the city, guilds had already occupied spots early and set up the talent detectors. These machines weren't free. Each cost 2,000 star coins, so they needed large-scale testing to break even or make a profit. To motivate the guilds, Chen An made several arrangements, such as providing free energy crystals and equating talent levels with star coins. Third-tier talent earned 3 star coins, 5th-tier earned 5, and so on. Detecting a super-tier talent would directly reward 100 star coins, a lucrative deal. However, the guilds were embarrassed to find that despite setting up for a long time, no one dared to try. Sister Shu, should we drag a few people over? A guild member suggested. Zi Shu, roasting meat by a fire, replied nonchalantly, no need. The train conductor is probably more anxious than we are. She glanced towards the palace walls, where a black figure looked somewhat familiar. He looks a bit like Chen An, haha, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Chen An is much more handsome, Zishu muttered to herself, focusing back on her roasting meat. The sun was shining brightly that day, and the sky was clear. Chen An leisurely sat on the palace wall, enjoying the warm sunlight. Beautiful palace maids surrounded him, serving him respectfully, while the detested eunuchs were driven far away. Squinting his eyes, Chen An lazily asked, Fu Yao, how many people have the guild reported for testing so far? Fu Yao immediately replied, we've tested 30,000 people, but only 500 meet the requirements, and they all have 3rd or 4th grade talents. Chen An frowned and looked beyond the palace walls. Several guild testing points were nearly deserted, despite being surrounded by many imperial citizens. He understood and muttered to himself, the you people are afraid to participate in the tests. These 30,000 were forced by some guilds. If I were a you, I wouldn't dare either. At that moment, the emperor and his ministers hurried over. They were busy mobilizing the populace, even considering forcibly gathering 1 million people for Chen. However, Chen needed volunteers to enter the iron boxes willingly, forcing them to use various means to persuade, comfort, or even coerce the people. As orders were issued, local officials began to widely publicize the benefits of the tests. They made up all sorts of stories. They are not demons. They are heavenly troops sent by the gods. Go get tested, and if you pass, you can go to heaven and become immortals. Who doesn't want to be an immortal? In heaven, you won't have to worry about food or drink. You'll have everything you need. Don't be afraid. Even our emperor has been tested. Unfortunately, he didn't qualify, but maybe you are even better than the emperor. Chen An, learning of these absurd rumors through the temporary network, was displeased. He stood up and ordered the accompanying officials, call your emperor and all the ministers here. He had initially planned to go to the nearest science guild testing point, but decided on Chenguoyang's site, considering Zishu. Upon arrival, he saw the guild members listlessly sitting by the testing devices, weakly calling out to the crowd. The people outside were merely watching the spectacle, resolutely refusing to go even when urged by soldiers. President, should we just grab people? Someone suggested. Chenguoyang shook his head. The boss needs new passengers and won't force them too much. Besides, these new passengers might join our guild in the future. We can't offend them too much. Don't worry. The boss will figure something out. Just then, Chen An arrived, surrounded by robots. Hundreds of guild members immediately lined up and shouted in unison, hello, boss. Chen An was momentarily stunned before realizing they were addressing him. He touched the mask on his face and asked, how many people have participated in the testing so far? Chenguoyang, surprised by Chen An's almost local accent, didn't dare to ask, simply replying, so far, no one has come for testing. Boss, do we need to use stronger measures? Like bringing over a couple of your warships? Chen An turned to look at the crowd, seeing mostly expressions of hatred and confusion. If not for the heavy presence of soldiers, these people would have dispersed long ago. He said, no rush. I want them to come willingly for the tests. Soon, many will come to you. Be ready to receive them. All results will be yours. Hearing this, Chenguoyang beamed. Boss, just let us know if you need anything. While waiting for the emperor and others, Chen An chatted with Chenguoyang. He asked, what improvements do you think the train needs? Chenguoyang respectfully replied, it's already great, no improvements needed. Chen An tossed him a cigarette. Be honest, I need some feedback. Seeing the cigarette, Chenguoyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly caught it. The men behind him were almost drooling with envy. Chen An threw the whole pack to them, letting them distribute it among themselves. Boss, I think the market still lacks some supplies. For example, more tissues would be nice. It's fine outside, but on the train, it's inconvenient to clean up without them. Also, more cigarettes, even if they're expensive. I feel there are too few weapons. Do you have any powerful cannons? Renting a spaceship every time is a hassle. Can you sell us some? We can't pay in full, so installment plans would be great. Boss, can we rent warships? Chen An had Fu Yao record all the suggestions and issues, then said, open your watches, there's a feedback function. Any suggestions you have, just submit them. If I adopt them, there will be rewards. After about half an hour, the emperor and all the ministers finally arrived. The emperor, bowing and scraping, asked, honorable sirs, what do you need us to do? Chen An beckoned them closer and said, your people don't trust us, wasting too much time. As the emperor and their officials set an example for them, there was no way to refuse, and the officials reluctantly agreed. Chen An had Fu Yao set up light screens across the region, then let the emperor enter the testing device. Your Majesty, let me go first. An old minister, claiming loyalty, rushed in first. 2 minutes later, the old minister wobbled out, it's warm. No discomfort at all. The result showed, first grade talent. First grade meant the worst, having absorbed almost no superpowers, which is why he felt nothing. Your Majesty, please, it's very safe. The Emperor, trembling, entered and emerged a minute and a half later, looking refreshed and joyful. It's very comfortable. I suggest everyone try it. The Emperor passionately encouraged the people to participate, and Chen An was quite satisfied with this. Next, the other ministers were tested one by one. The results were dismal, with only 5 having talents above 3rd grade. The rest were practically useless. Fuyao, this ratio seems off. What's going on? Chen An asked. Fuyao explained, the older the life form, the less efficiently they absorb superpowers, so their talent appears poor on the machine. Is such testing reasonable? We need young passengers. The testing is very reasonable, Fuyao replied. Now, let's show some cosmic scenes. Young people will be attracted. As the light screens displayed the vast and magnificent cosmos, the people finally began to move. They really come from the heavens. I heard you can become immortal there. I wonder if I have a chance. Anyway, it's just a short stay inside. No harm to the body. The slots are limited. Hurry up and grab them. Someone in the crowd stirred the atmosphere just right. Previously reluctant citizens now rushed madly to the testing points, fearing others would take their places. As the number of people being tested soared, Chen An left Ustar and returned to the train. He issued his final instructions. No rush to bring passengers on board. We still need to filter them. Prioritize those without families, those with military experience, and the young. Accept children selectively, but keep their proportion low. Then just wait. Once the train is full, we leave. This barren planet has no worthwhile resources. 4 days later, nearly 30 million people had completed 70% of the testing. Among them, 3 million qualified for boarding. After a rigorous selection process, it was confirmed that 400,000 met the criteria set by the master. A few were found to have a 9th-tier talent, while only Ling Zhang possessed a super-tier talent. Although the results were somewhat disappointing, the gains were still considerable. Good. Arrange for these 400,000 to board the ship, the master ordered. Continue to screen the remaining 600,000. Inform them that once they leave, they cannot return. We don't force those who are reluctant to leave their families. Staying means death. Whether they can board this vessel depends on their own choice. Half an hour later, dozens of large F-399 spaceships headed towards Ustar. In the eastern district of the capital, in front of the Ling mansion, Ling Zhang stood with a melancholic gaze. He hadn't planned on returning, but knowing that today he would leave forever, he felt it was necessary to take one last look at his home. Due to the recent chaos, the main gate of the Ling mansion was tightly shut. Ling Zhang knocked for a long time before someone responded. Young master, you've returned? The butler who opened the door was visibly surprised to see Ling Zhang. Is my father here? Ling Zhang asked directly. The butler hesitated for a moment before replying, the master is home, but young master, you should avoid seeing him. Be careful. Before he could finish, an old, angry voice came from inside the courtyard. You wretch! How dare you come back? Young master, you should leave. The butler tried to push Ling Zhang away, but he didn't budge. Ling Zhang looked up to see the old man, face full of fury, holding a wooden stick and striding towards the main gate. He pushed the butler aside and stepped forward. As father and son approached, the old man raised the wooden stick without hesitation and struck at Ling Zhang's head. With a dull thud, the stick bounced off and fell to the ground, while the old man staggered back several steps, only to be caught by a group of men and women behind him. Master, calm down. Don't make yourself ill, someone advised. Ling Zhang, kneel before your father. The old man roared. I've already disowned him. Don't kneel. I can't bear it, the old man said coldly. Ling Zhang's face remained expressionless as blood trickled down his forehead. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he was only at the 1st tier, with skin and flesh that hadn't been significantly strengthened. In the courtyard, neither the servants nor the old man's concubines showed any concern for Ling Zhang's injury. Their mouths were full of blame and insults. Consider this strike the end of all ties between us, Ling Zhang said calmly. Marquis Boyong, I will be leaving with the master today, and we shall never meet again. Ignoring the shock of those around him, Ling Zhang turned and walked towards the inner courtyard. Just as he reached the corridor, a small girl, only about a meter tall and dressed in fine clothes, ran happily towards him and threw herself into his arms. Brother, you finally came back for me, the girl sobbed. This was Ling Zhang's sister, Lingya, whom he cherished the most. If not for her, he would never have set foot in the Marquis's mansion today. Yer, have you been well at home? Ling Zhang asked softly. Lingya pouted, tears streaming down her face. 2nd and 3rd mothers don't like me, and 4th mother told Xiao Shi not to give me any sweets. Brother, I'm hungry. She rubbed her small belly, her tone of grievance making Ling Zhang choke up, unable to speak for a long time. It's my fault, Ling Zhang said, full of guilt. Brother didn't do anything wrong. Lingya said firmly. Ling Jing hugged her tightly and asked, have you been tested? Father won't let me go, nor anyone else in the mansion. Do you want to go? I do, because I know brother is going to the sky, and I want to go with you. These words made Ling Zheng laugh heartily, easing his tense heart immediately. His biggest worry was that Yer wouldn't want to leave with him, but now it seemed he didn't need to force her at all. Come on, brother will take you for testing, then we'll go to the sky, Ling Jing said, holding his sister's hand. As the siblings reached the front yard, the old man shouted, you can leave, but Yer stays. Ling Zheng turned around, his eyes narrowing with a hint of cruelty in his smile. Old man, do you still think you can stand high and mighty? If it weren't for a shred of old feelings, I'd kill you, and the dog emperor would applaud. You. The second mother, supporting the old man, scolded. He's still your father. And this is how you speak? Ling Zheng sneered. You didn't say that when you were being righteous. Yer is coming with me. Old man, take care. At that moment, all the resentment in Ling Zheng's heart dissipated. He believed that following the master would lead to a better future, a world he had never seen before. Guards, capture them. The old man ordered. A dozen guards rushed at Ling Zheng, but he knocked them down with a few punches and kicks. Holding his sister, he left gracefully. On the street, Lingya looked at him with admiration. Brother, when will I be as strong as you? Ling Zheng pinched her nose and laughed heartily. As long as I'm here, you don't need to be strong. I also want to protect brother. Amidst their laughter, they reached the outer walls of the palace. From a distance, they could see the spaceships inside, with many people boarding. Brother, what are those? Lingya asked curiously. Those are spaceships. They can fly in the sky. Why can they fly? I don't know, but they just can. As they spoke, a crowd gathered around them. Brother, hurry up and board the ship, someone urged. Ling Jing frowned. Who told you to wait for me? Go ahead, don't waste the master's time. I need to go to the testing point. He carried Lingya to the testing point of Zishu and requested a test. Are you Ling Zheng? Yang Yuan's eyes lit up, looking at Ling Zheng as if he were a beauty, making Ling Zheng uncomfortable. Hello, I am Ling Zheng. Can we still get tested? Of course, let the little girl go in. Is she your sister? Yes, she's my sister. What a cute little girl. Lao Yu, where's the candy? Yu Guan hurried over, handing his only piece of candy to Lingya. Thank you, brother. Lingya said sweetly. You're welcome. Go on in. They treated Ling Zheng and his sister warmly, not just with standard service, but because they knew the conductor had high hopes for Ling Zheng. Building a good relationship now would be beneficial. While waiting for the results, Yang Yuan gave Ling Zheng some advice. Your destination is a train. Have you ever seen a train? Think of it as a very long spaceship. Once inside, quickly find a spot. Once you secure a spot, you can't change it easily. Try to pick a spot near the front or back of the carriage, as it's more convenient for the living area and the helipad. If you want to join an existing guild, our science guild is the best choice. We even have a beautiful guild leader. But if you want to start your own guild, you can come to me for guidance. I'm at the back of the 10th carriage, so if you're in the 11th carriage, you can easily find me. Thank you, brother Yuan. Ling Jing said sincerely. Haha, we're brothers. We should help each other. Yang Yuan laughed, quickly forming a close bond with Ling Zheng. Half a minute later, the door of the testing machine opened, and Lingya came out. 7th tier talent. Yang Yuan beamed. Congratulations, that's a good talent. You should board the ship now. Wait, Yang Yuan suddenly said. Since I'm free now, why don't I take you to the train? It'll save you from getting lost. With a tremendous roar, the spaceship broke through the clouds and shot straight into space. Yang Yuan sat in the middle of the passenger cabin, looking around. There weren't many seats, and most of the passengers were under Ling Zheng's command, the original group of renegades. Clearing his throat, Yang Yuan began explaining the precautions. The conductor holds supreme authority. Any challenge to his authority is strictly forbidden. His voice echoed in the small cabin. Always follow the rules. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Pausing for a moment, he continued. The initial environment may be harsh, but don't worry. You'll gradually adapt. In a few days, you'll see how wise today's choice was. Turning to financial matters, Yang Yuan said, at first, you won't have funds and will need loans. However, if you join a well-established guild, you can receive support funds without needing a loan. Straightening his back, he added, the scientific guild I'm part of ranks in the top 3 and is financially strong. Anyone interested can join. In the cockpit, Chen An listened to Yang Yuan's words, deep in thought. While Yang Yuan's speech was somewhat exaggerated, it did bring up some important points. Fuyao, issue a series of guidance tasks, Chen An ordered. From now on, let experienced passengers guide the newcomers. I won't personally get involved. He continued, divide the guilds into 9 levels. Members earn points by completing tasks, and they can upgrade according to their points. The maximum number of members for a level 1 guild is 10,000. with no increase allowed. Chen An realized that with Yang Yuan's recruitment method, other guilds would likely follow suit. Without restrictions, overly large guilds could form, hindering overall development. After the announcement, Yang Yuan felt somewhat helpless, sensing the rules were aimed at him. The scientific guild had planned to recruit 30,000 members, but now it seemed they could only recruit a few thousand more before reaching capacity. He lost interest in further explanations and started chatting with Ling Zheng instead. A few minutes later, the spaceship broke through the atmosphere of Yueshing. The passengers crowded around the windows, exclaiming in amazement. "My goodness, our home is a sphere," someone exclaimed. Yang Yuan's sense of superiority resurfaced, and he eagerly began explaining some scientific knowledge. As the spaceship advanced, the passengers' exclamations continued. The existence of the train far exceeded their understanding of natural laws. "Is that the red star? It's huge," someone pointed at the star, which the Yueshing people called the red star. "Forget about the sphere," Yang Yuan reminded them. "Focus on the train. We're about to enter the docking bay. Prepare for boarding and stay calm." Beside him, Ling Zheng held Linger tightly, his expression tense. The little girl, however, was excited, pointing at the star and calling it candy. Meanwhile, on other spaceships, there were also people guiding new passengers. Whenever Chen An issued tasks, someone would always accept them. This way, Chen An no longer needed to personally guide new passengers. The experienced ones took over. "Fuyao, how long until the stellar annihilation?" Chen An asked. "Announce it about 2 days later, saying the train will depart in 2 days. Urge them to speed up their resource collection." Half a day later, a guild named Shangyue applied for establishment, quickly reaching over 5,000 members, catching Chen An's attention. Ling Zheng's guild? Chen An pondered. He's adapting quickly, but recruiting so many people right away, isn't he afraid the guild will collapse? The new guild's loan amount was nearing its limit, and without earning money, a few days of travel could bankrupt it. Chen An intended to groom Ling Zheng, instructing Fuyao to guide him separately. However, there wasn't much of value left on Yueshing, as many natural resources had been depleted by the Yu people. The next 2 days passed uneventfully. After receiving the reminder about the train's imminent departure, the guilds boarded their spaceships and returned one by one. Once the warships left the clouds, the Yu people breathed a sigh of relief. In the palace hall, the ministers cheered for the emperor. The emperor, sitting on his new dragon throne, looked radiant. "They're finally gone," the emperor announced. "This is a great fortune for the Wuxian Empire and for everyone. Proclaim my decree. A general amnesty and 3 days of nationwide celebration." Little did they know, the stellar annihilation was only 2 hours away from Yueshing. Inside the train, the passengers bustled about, filling all 20 carriages. Due to the previous loss of 50 to 60,000 Zixing people, the first 10 carriages had been supplemented with many Yueshing people, and they got along reasonably well. "The train is about to depart," the announcement echoed. "Passengers, please prepare. From now on, there will be no distinction between Zixing people or Yueshing people. All passengers will be collectively referred to as transcendants. Discrimination based on passenger origin is strictly prohibited." The rear carriages remained calm, even quieter than the front ones. Although 2 days had passed, many Yueshing people still hadn't adapted to the new environment. Reality was far from their expectations. Instead of a celestial paradise, they found themselves on a crowded train. But having boarded, they had no choice but to follow the rules. In carriage 11, Linger held a piece of candy, peeling it and offering it to Ling Zheng. "Brother, this candy is so sweet. Much better than what we had at home." Ling Zheng declined. "This candy is too sweet for me, brother. The nice brother who gave me the candy is a good person." Not long ago, Chen An had deliberately introduced himself to Ling Zheng as a passenger and gave Linger a lot of candy. Ling Zheng, having been to the market, knew the value of candy. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to give it away so freely. "Your brother likes you very much," Ling Zheng told his sister. "If we make money in the future, we should repay him." "Yes, I understand," Linger nodded. She looked out the window, seeing Yueshing close by. "Brother, that's home." The Yueshing people in the rear 10 carriages grew excited, crowding the windows as if they could never get enough of the view. But the train didn't slow down, and Yueshing appeared for only a few seconds before turning into a dot in the starry sky, disappearing from sight. "Brother, the starry sky is so beautiful," Linger asked. "Where are we going?" Ling Zheng couldn't answer. He had thought they were heading to a celestial paradise, but there was no such paradise, only more danger. However, he didn't complain. The starry sky, no matter how dangerous, was better than dying on Yueshing. The only thing that unsettled him was bringing his sister along. Looking down at her happy face, Ling Zheng vowed to protect her at all costs. Suddenly, screens emerged in the carriage, displaying panoramic views of Yueshing and various scenes on the planet. The Yueshing people were bewildered, not understanding the train's intention. "This world is being destroyed," a voice announced. "Staying behind means death. Congratulations. You chose the only way out." The words sounded strange, but when they saw what was happening to Yueshing, everyone was stunned. The scenes showed Yueshing people who had been celebrating the train's departure, suddenly engulfed by descending darkness. The darkness spread from the sky to the ground, consuming everything inch by inch. Sudden death wasn't terrifying. This slow psychological torment was the most cruel. The screens showed the emperor in the palace kneeling and praying to the heavens, with ministers prostrating themselves. The Wushan temple resumed its rituals, with priests hopping around like clowns. Countless people knelt, praying for blessings, but nothing could stop the darkness from tearing the planet apart. "Brother, our home," Linger said, her voice trembling with tears. Ling Zhang stroked her head, gently comforting her. "This is our home now." Unlike other Yueshing people, Ling Zhang felt a sense of clarity. He no longer thought about his family, having only his sister as his kin. "Yueshing is destroyed," the voice on the screen said again. "Survivors, good luck." The screens turned off, and the train sped into the boundless deep space. 3 days after departure, the train made another stop, this time for just 2 days. Chen An issued numerous support tasks, instructing veteran passengers to help new arrivals adapt to their surroundings. Most new passengers opted to join existing guilds to gain access to resources and guidance. As medium-sized guilds grew stronger, the number of large guilds, each with tens of thousands of members, increased to over 50, creating a vibrant and flourishing atmosphere on the train. During the brief 2-day stop, everything remained calm. However, as the train prepared to leave, a shocking announcement set the entire carriage abuzz. 300 passengers, having exhausted their loan balances and unable to repay, would be expelled from the train. The carriage erupted in chatter. Some passengers were astonished that anyone could squander such an opportunity, while others felt the conductor had been more than generous in providing ample chances for survival. The screens displayed the expulsion process in real time, showing 300 disheveled, vacanted passengers being sent to a recently scavenged life planet. In the control room, Chen An's expression was complex. Fu Yao's authoritative voice echoed in his ear, affirming his decision. Chen An let out a cold chuckle and ordered that the entire expulsion process be broadcast live, emphasizing the expressions of these individuals in their final moments. As the train resumed its journey, the screens continued to show the struggles of those expelled on the planet. Some searched desperately for food, while others resigned themselves to their fate. About an hour later, darkness engulfed the planet like a tide. Though it seemed they had given up, their heart-wrenching screams as death approached revealed their desperate attempts to survive. These harrowing scenes left the viewers deeply unsettled. For the next 10 days, the train cruised smoothly through space. The new passengers managed to get by without excessive borrowing. On the 11th day, March 10th, the train entered a unique star system. Here, a massive star, about 200 times the size of the Sun, was surrounded by thousands of orbits, each with planets, some of which were life-bearing. Chen An inquired about the distance to the star system's demise and learned they had 20 days. He decided to stay for that duration and immediately dispatched reconnaissance ships to gather information on the surrounding planets. The passengers were thrilled and began preparing for the upcoming exploration. However, as the train made a half circle around the star, neither the doors opened nor the energy collection pipes extended. It turned out that half an hour earlier, the reconnaissance ships had discovered another train aggressively collecting resources. This train carried about 800,000 canine-like humanoids and was equipped with over 70 warships. Chen An requested visuals of the other train. The screen displayed these humanoid creatures with dog-like heads, appearing quite bizarre. Chen An decided not to engage them for now but continued to send ships to collect resources and look for opportunities to deal with them. Just then, the reconnaissance ships made another discovery. In an asteroid belt 600 million kilometers away lay a derelict train. This news shocked and unsettled Chen, and Fu Yao explained that the train belonged to a plant-based civilization and had likely been attacked and destroyed about half a month ago. Suddenly, the sound of machinery whirring came from behind Chen An. He turned to see a 2-meter square compartment opening behind a seat, revealing a dark metal cylinder topped with a colorful gem, the train's core. Fu Yao informed Chen An that consuming the core of another train could grant special abilities. Chen An quickly decided to send ships to investigate the derelict train. He did not assign tasks to the passengers, but chose to use robots exclusively to ensure speed and safety. However, a crucial issue arose. Only the train conductor could retrieve the core. Chen An realized he would have to go himself and began preparing thoroughly for the upcoming mission. 2 hours later, Chen An was shocked to see the devastating condition of the plant-based train through the ultra-high-definition footage transmitted by the robot. The train wasn't merely split in two, it was torn into 4 parts. The front section was wedged between shattered meteors, the front part of the train was deeply buried in the asteroid belt, and the other 2 pieces of debris floated nearby, unable to leave the area. The robot was deployed to the first 2 sections, allowing Chen An to closely observe the details of the train's breakage. The fractures were not clean cuts but rather jagged tears, indicating immense force. Numerous pipes extended from the break points, forming long tails, and many shriveled tree trunks were riddled with holes from passing debris. Fuyao, who did this? Chen An asked, having a suspicion in his mind. It couldn't be another train, Fuyao replied. Initial analysis indicates that this was the work of a leader-level star beast. It fought the train, broke through the defense layer, and then tore it apart with brute force. No remains of the star beast were found nearby, indicating it was the absolute victor. Despite having gathered a lot of information, this conclusion still left Chen An astonished. A leader-level star beast was equivalent to a star treader in strength, making him worry whether his own train could withstand such an attack. If we encounter such a star beast, try to escape, Fuyao cautioned. The immense sense of crisis sent chills down Chen An's spine, heightening his urgency to level up. As the footage moved inside the train, Chen An saw it filled with a chaotic mess of tree branches, all drained and frozen, tangled among the seats. The robot had to cut through these branches to proceed. After the train was torn apart, passengers exposed to the vacuum quickly perished. Based on the biological remains inside, the system deduced the general form of the plant-based life forms as standard trance shape. So these are trance, almost exactly as described, Chen An murmured. The footage switched to the train's front, where the robot had just entered the hangar of the first carriage. The plant-based civilization spaceship was similar to Chen An's, differing only slightly in color. Many damaged ships were piled up in the passage to the cockpit, and the robot needed time to clear them. Initial exploration showed that all plant-based life forms were dead and that there were no remaining threats in the area. Chen An got up to go to the exclusive hangar on the lower level. Fuyao reminded him, Master, if you intend to enter the train, please wear a spacesuit. They had prepared a batch of spacesuits for such situations, and now they were coming in handy. Bring me a few sets, let's go, Chen An ordered. The spaceship left the train, speeding towards the target area under the escort of 10 warships. Nearly an hour later, Chen An's ship arrived outside the wrecked train. The footage didn't do justice to the scene's true magnitude. Being there in person, he could fully appreciate its enormity. The 1,000-meter-high ship was torn apart, with the break points featuring grooves tens of meters wide, likely the width of the star beast's fingers. Chen An found it hard to imagine the beast's true size. This is just a leader-level beast. There must be even stronger ones out there. How big could they get? Chen An marveled. Fuyao explained, a star beast's strength isn't necessarily related to its size. There are indeed superstar beasts that can swallow stars whole, but there are also smaller ones about the same size as you. Let's hope I don't run into one. It gives me the creeps, Chen An muttered. The spaceship entered the train through a break point, and the eerie environment inside resembled an abandoned factory, giving Chen An goosebumps. Observing the plant-based life forms up close, he noticed they differed from trance. Their legs were composed of intertwined roots, their torsos could sprout multiple hands, all formed from twisted branches. What surprised Chen An even more was that these plant-based life forms had distinct reproductive organs, prominently exposed. Chen An, do these creatures reproduce like animals? He wondered aloud. Fuyao explained, your understanding of animals and plants is too limited. In the universe, such distinctions don't apply. You could classify these plant-based life forms as hermaphroditic species, different from unisexual and multisexual reproduction. Multisexual reproduction? Is there also asexual reproduction? Give me an example, Chen An asked curiously. Mechanical life forms are a typical example of asexual reproduction, Fuyao replied. Multisexual reproduction is common among highly communal species that can control genetic information to produce more perfect offspring. That's fascinating, Chen An remarked. As they spoke, the spaceship docked outside the hangar. Chen An, now in his spacesuit, exited the ship. Although he couldn't feel the extreme cold, he could see frost on the shoulders of the guard robots. What's the temperature now? Chen An asked. According to the Zixing system, it's minus 170 degrees, Fuyao answered. Huh, I thought space was around minus 270 degrees. Why is it different? Chen An wondered. Although this train is dead, it still emits some heat, resisting the external cold. Another reason is your limited knowledge. Even in space, temperatures aren't always minus 270 degrees, Fuyao explained. Is the passage open? Chen An looked ahead, seeing hundreds of robots working together to cut and move the obstructing ships. It will be in a moment, Fuyao replied. The break point is in the middle of the first carriage, so this area is relatively safe. Chen An turned to explore the living area, wanting to understand the plant-based life form's lifestyle. However, he found the living area very basic, with only a few large water pools made of special metal, now completely frozen. Fuyao, do other trains have intelligent systems? Chen An asked. Each train has a basic system, but none are as powerful as I am, Fuyao answered proudly, sounding almost like a living being. Chen An couldn't help but marvel. You don't realize how strong Fuyao is until you compare. Without her, my train would be a mess, nowhere near the smooth ecosystem it is now. More importantly, Fuyao provides me with a lot of advanced information. Reminder, Master. The passage to the cockpit is now open, Fuyao said. Bring out the shuttle. The shuttle is a small spacecraft capable of carrying a few to several dozen people, a basic unit in a star fleet. Although the cockpit wasn't far, walking would take at least half an hour, making the shuttle a much faster option. Fuyao, put the shuttle on the market, priced at 50,000 star coins, Chen An said. And make some armored vehicles or convenient bikes. Since the wristwatch feedback system was activated, Chen An received a lot of information daily. Some suggestions he found quite reasonable, like the need for driving tools. Previously, passengers had to rely on spaceships to move around after landing on a planet. If the guild had too many members, they'd need to rent more ships for convenience. But in reality, they didn't need that many ships. A single bike could suffice for their surface activities. Fuyao quickly executed the order, putting the product on the market, causing a stir in the carriages. Although they didn't know what had happened to the train, the release of driving tools suggested they might be leaving soon. Guild members scrambled to buy, fearing there wouldn't be enough. Although the shuttle was the best option, it was too expensive. Overall, various types of bikes were the most cost-effective. Armored vehicles were less practical. Speed was more important. While the train was abuzz with a buying frenzy, no one knew that Chen An had already reached the cockpit of the wrecked train in his shuttle. On the far side of the star, in a bustling spaceport, countless ships shuttled between trains and life-sustaining planets, transporting various resources. A seemingly ordinary interstellar train was quietly docked, and inside its cockpit, the conductor, Jesta, was staring at an old, slightly worn-out screen. On the screen, a virtual character with a dog-like head was delivering astonishing news. A dying train? Trains can die? Jesta asked incredulously, his long tongue involuntarily sticking out, covered in strange white spots. The virtual character explained, trains are not invincible. If they suffer attacks beyond their defense limits, they can be damaged. Jesta was dumbfounded and instinctively touched the few remaining strands of his yellowing hair. Any other findings? He inquired. There are warships and robots near the dying train, possibly indicating the presence of other trains. I suggest deploying more shuttles for exploration, the virtual character responded. After a moment of contemplation, Jesta decisively ordered, deploy 100 shuttles immediately. Scout from all angles and prioritize finding the enemy's train. Remember, the train core is paramount. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the dying train, Chen An was struggling to extract the train core, a dim, green orb. Despite its weak resistance, it couldn't escape Chen An's grasp. Does it have consciousness? Chen An asked. His AI assistant, Fuyao, explained, the train core gradually develops consciousness. It knows it will die if devoured, so it tries to escape. I suggest you keep it close. Only you can suppress it. Chen An nodded. Got it. That's why I had to retrieve it personally. I need to get back to the cockpit and devour it. However, just as the shuttle left the cockpit, the door on the right side of the corridor was violently breached. Numerous branches shot out like arrows, piercing the shuttle's thick hull and cutting off its power system. How can there be a living tree person? Chen An exclaimed, quickly ordering the robots to intercept while he prepared to escape from the other side. Master, you are a triple extraordinary, while the target is only a double. You don't need to flee, Fuyao reminded him. Chen An ran even faster. Who cares about the levels? If I can avoid a fight, I will. Survival is key. Any tree person who has lived this long must be formidable. What if it's a protagonist? In novels, protagonists are best at defeating higher-level enemies, while side characters are the ones who blindly trust levels. As he fled, he ordered, gather the robots and storm in at any cost. Try to capture it alive. I want more information. Displaying the incredible speed of a triple extraordinary, Chen An escaped the train in just 8 minutes and entered a safer escort ship. He immediately pulled up the frontline footage, which showed the situation in the dying train's cockpit. The screens kept switching due to the rapid loss of robots. As more footage came in, Fuyao presented the image of the tree person. Chen An was surprised to see that the tree person looked somewhat delicate. Fuyao, is this a female? No, a female like? Chen An asked. Fuyao described in detail, this tree person is light green all over. Though her trunk is slender, it exudes strength. She has no obvious reproductive organs, with her lower abdomen covered by withered leaves. This is a N-type organism, double extraordinary, with branches as hard as iron, easily tearing through robot defenses. What do you mean by N-type organism? Chen An asked, puzzled. Fuyao patiently explained, in the context of Zixing people, there are males and females, but in the broader universe, such classifications don't always apply. Broadly speaking, organisms can exhibit various characteristics in terms of gender, like yin, yang, balanced yin-yang, yin-dominant, yang-dominant, and non-yin-yang. Chen An felt a headache coming on and complained, I'm not an AI. Can you speak in simpler terms? Fuyao simplified, if we compare it to Zixing people, Yin type is female and yang type is male. Oh, I get it. Chen An realized, balanced yin yang is hermaphrodite and non-yin yang is asexual. I'm more interested in hermaphrodites. Are there many such organisms? Quite a lot. Fuyo responded. Balanced yin yang organisms can self-reproduce, perfectly adapting to most harsh environments in the universe. Even if an entire civilization is wiped out except for one, they can create a new species. Chen An was dumbfounded and recalled an old saying, give me a woman, and I can create a race. It seems that's still too conservative. Fuyo then revealed something even more shocking. This tree person's mental type is highly compatible with yours, suggesting that yin-yang harmonization could bring you incredible benefits. The term, yin-yang harmonization, made Chen An uncomfortable. Are you trying to disgust me? A tree person's body is so rough. Can it even go in? Ugh, what am I thinking? He scolded himself inwardly. On the screen, the tree person was finally subdued under the overwhelming numbers. The robots created a sturdy iron cage, trapping the tree person inside and transporting her to the warship. Soon after, the cage was brought to the main cabin of the warship, guarded by hundreds of robots. Chen An appeared on a floating platform, and as he approached the tree person, he realized he looked quite small in comparison. The tree person was 5 meters tall, her entire body a jade-like green. The texture must be nice. Are you interested in yin-yang harmonization, master? Fuyo asked again. Interested, my foot. Chen An replied irritably. Can she speak? The language of plant-based civilizations has been deciphered. You can now communicate with her, Fuyo answered. Chen An moved closer and greeted. Hey, what's your name? To him, it sounded normal, but to an outsider, it would seem like Chen An was murmuring strange syllables with peculiar intonations. The tree person, who was initially listless and prepared for death, perked up upon hearing her people's language. Her eyes, hidden in the tree crown, emerged, gleaming blue like pearls. What kind of creature are you? How do you speak the Lingji language? She asked in surprise. Fuyo promptly explained, Lingji, from the perspective of Zixing people, encompasses all plant-like life forms. Chen An replied, I'm a human and just learned your language. My name is Chen An. What's yours? The tree person's voice was ethereal and youthful, like that of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, very pleasant to hear. I'm Luoyu. My father is the train conductor. Can you let me go? In his mind, Chen An asked Fuyo, how did she survive? There's only one possibility. She's a special extraordinary defender, Fuyo analyzed. Any special extraordinary has unique survival abilities. We can't determine hers unless she uses it. I suggest you harmonize with her to find out. You really are persistent, Chen An muttered. He hadn't responded to Luoyu yet, contemplating how to handle the situation. The best plan seemed to be taking Luoyu back and finding a way to control her. But just then, Luoyu said something shocking. Human, I have foreseen that you will become my mate. So, I'm here to save you. Chen An stared at Luoyu in shock. Are you a prophet? Luoyu nodded gently, her branches swaying slightly. Indeed, I am a prophet. Just now, I foresaw that we would soon achieve mental harmony. She paused before continuing. I also foresaw that you would be defeated by the kobolds, with most passengers either dead or injured, and that you would barely escape, hiding for a long time to recover. Chen An frowned, deep in thought. If anyone else had said this, he would have dismissed it as a joke. But since Luoyu claimed to be a prophet, he couldn't ignore her words so easily. Suddenly, a question sprang to his mind. Wait, if you're a prophet, why didn't your civilization avoid the crisis? Luoyu's branches drooped sadly. My father didn't believe in prophets. He said I was talking nonsense and locked me in a room. Her voice quivered with tears. If he had believed me, the train could have avoided the star beast. Such a terrifying creature. Chen An thought to himself that this was another instance where Fuyao's importance was evident. Without Fuyao, he wouldn't have easily believed in the existence of prophets, as it seemed too far-fetched. Even if I believe you're a prophet, how can you prove it? Your predictions are a bit outlandish, Chen An questioned. Luoyu confidently replied, I can prove it right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen An suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to be in a vast, starry cosmos. Colorful stars twinkled before him, and soft, translucent nebulae flowed gently, creating a harmonious and perfect scene. At that moment, Chen An felt infinitely relaxed, all his worries cast aside. Do you like it? Luoyu's voice echoed in his ear. Chen An turned to see a green light behind him, pulsing up and down. As information flooded his mind, he was shocked to find that he had also become a beam of red light. Fuyao, what's going on? Chen An tried to call his AI assistant, but received no response. He realized that either Fuyao was blocking the information, or he was being blocked. Where is this? What are you trying to do? I need to get out, Chen An said urgently. The green light flew over, passing by the red light that was Chen, and suddenly, An overwhelming sense of pleasure swept over him, making his consciousness expand as if it were a mountain reaching for the sky. He nearly forgot everything, even his own name. Only a vague awareness remained. He might have just been intimately connected with a tree. Is this mental harmony? Or perhaps a higher form of yin-yang balance? Chen An wondered in confusion. This is my first time achieving mental harmony. Is it yours too, human? Luo Yu's voice came. Yes, it is, Chen An replied. The red light moved closer, intertwining with the green light like vines, creating a perfect harmony. Boom, boom, boom. Stars exploded, and nebulae turned into fireworks, creating a magnificent spectacle. Half an hour later, Chen An's consciousness returned to his body, but he couldn't snap out of it. Even though he was no longer in the mental state, the profound harmony had left an indelible mark on his mind. Fuyao, I believe you now. This method is indeed advanced, Chen An remarked. To strip away all earthly ties and leave only the pure, ethereal spirit, it feels like a symphony composed from the stars, each chord in perfect harmony. Suddenly, a question arose in Chen An's mind. But Fuyao, can this lead to reproduction? Fuyao didn't answer directly but asked in return, even without this, can you reproduce? Fair point, there are rules, Chen An said with a self-deprecating laugh. It's crazy. I actually, she looks even more delicate now. It's a strange feeling. Have you recovered, master? Fuyao asked. This was just the lowest level of mental harmony. If you ever encounter a perfect match, the experience will be 1,000,000 times more intense. Chen An was taken aback. 1,000,000 times more? That's absurd. Fuyao explained. If the mental harmony is poor, it can be painful. But a perfect match won't cause pain. Instead, it will strengthen both parties. Master, you can now check if you've gained any special enhancements. I don't feel like checking. Just tell me, Chen An said impatiently. After half an hour of yin-yang balance with Luo Yu, some of your cells have gained the ability to photosynthesize. As long as there is sunlight, your body will never lack energy, Fuyao responded. Seriously? Chen An was astonished as he sensed changes in his body. Although he couldn't see inside, he could vaguely feel something new in his cells. Chloroplasts, maybe? If I've gained a special ability, has Luo Yu received something too? Luo Yu's cells have also been enhanced. She now possesses some human traits, Fuyao explained. Repeated yin-yang balance will continue to strengthen you both. I recommend you do it daily, for no more than half an hour each time. Honestly, Fuyao didn't need to remind him. Anyone who experienced it once would be eager for more. As for intimate games, Chen An had lost interest. After all that was said and done, Chen An's body gradually returned to normal. He had a robot open the cage. Luo Yu happily approached, trying to hug him with her branches. Stop, keep some distance, Chen An said, stepping back. Mental harmony is one thing, but physically, it's different. Despite the mental harmony, Chen An still felt uneasy about physical contact with Luo Yu. Oh, I understand, Luo Yu said, feeling dejected, her branches drooping. Chen An had already made up his mind to keep her as a pet. Now he understood why there was a pet area on the train. When they returned, he'd give Luo Yu a pot of soil to root in. She'd be both entertaining and ornamental perfect. After dealing with personal matters, Chen An thought of more pressing issues. Why can't I beat the kobolds? Luo Yu replied. The kobold's train is a pure war machine, designed solely for combat. Your train is full of passengers who lack the capability for space combat. The battle involves both sides' ships firing at each other, and you couldn't outgun the kobold's fleet. Chen An felt a headache coming on. No wonder the kobolds don't take outsiders. Their model is entirely different from ours. Fuyao, isn't managing passengers outdated? Master, do you not trust me again? I'm so hurt, Fuyao said, sounding upset. I didn't say I don't trust you. Just explain it clearly, Chen An reassured. Fuyao explained. The passenger model is the most superior operational mode because you can nurture countless powerful passengers who will form numerous fleets. The kobold's model has severe limitations with no development potential. They will inevitably be overtaken and destroyed. Chen An understood. His current model was more sustainable, while the kobolds were burning the candle at both ends, destined for destruction. But I can't win now. I suggest you ask Luo Yu how we escaped. Normally, the kobolds wouldn't let us go, Fuyao prompted. Chen An turned to Luo Yu and asked, how did we escape? Luo Yu answered, in the latter part of the battle, you finally returned to the train and allowed it to absorb the core, gaining a special ability. It was this special ability that allowed you to repel the kobold's fleet. I see. The key lies in the special ability, Chen An realized. Fuyao, head back to the train immediately. At a distance of 600 million kilometers, it will take at least an hour without a warship, Fuyao replied. On the kobold train, Jesta finally received the complete intel. His face turned grim, and he clenched his right fist, slamming it hard on the sturdy control panel with a dull thud. Another train has just arrived on the other side of the star, he said through gritted teeth. The death train is there too, It's already been explored, but it's unclear if the core has been taken. A flicker of worry crossed Jesta's eyes. If the other train evolved special abilities, they would surely use them against them. After all, one star system couldn't accommodate two trains. What civilization are they from? He asked urgently. It's a canine-like civilization, the master replied. But they have strange heads that look disgusting. According to my exploration, this civilization only has frigates and hasn't developed destroyers yet. Hearing this, Jesta's face lit up with a smile. Finally, some good news. We have two destroyers, which, combined with our frigates, might just succeed in an attack. If their train conductor has discovered the death train's core, he might not have had time to return yet. We can try to intercept them. With the order given, hundreds of frigates streamed out, surrounded by numerous shuttles and various spacecraft. On the fleet's flanks, two equally sized destroyers sped into the starry sky, cloaking all detection signals. However, Jesta was unaware that Luoyu had already foreseen his actions, allowing Chen An to return to the train in advance. On his way to the cockpit, Chen An noticed that Luoyu looked dazed and unsteady, unlike her usual self. What's wrong? He asked with concern. Luoyu walked slowly on her slender wooden legs, much slower than usual. She weakly replied, I thought I was going to die, so I used my abilities against the rules, which reduced my lifespan. Look at my branches. They've withered a lot. Chen An's heart sank as he remembered that prophets would lose lifespan. How much time do you have left? He asked urgently. I don't know, but it doesn't feel good. Luoyu replied, confused. Seeing her disoriented state, Chen An turned to Fu Yao for answers. Fu Yao explained, prophets do lose lifespan, but not to the point of rapid death. If their lifespan is too short, they won't be able to use their abilities until it increases. Spiritual plant beings are unique. Their life force is naturally long-lasting. Although she's only at the second level, she can live for thousands of years, much longer than you. Chen, are you trying to make me feel bad? Chen An chuckled bitterly. What's her current condition? She overused her abilities and needs energy crystals to recover. Give her 100 units of energy crystals, and she'll be back to normal in half an hour. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen An sighed with relief, instructing Luoyu to rest in the lounge and ordering a robot to provide her with energy crystals. Then, Chen An hurried to the cockpit, activated his train's core, and watched it devour the green plant civilization. In a dazzling display, the green gradually dissolved. What kind of ability will the train evolve? Chen An asked with anticipation. Please wait and see, Master, Fu Yao replied. After about 10 minutes, the core finished devouring, and its glow intensified. A light screen emerged beside the core, displaying copious amounts of information scrolling rapidly. Chen An couldn't understand it, but Fu Yao soon summarized the core's content. The train has acquired a new ability, the super railgun. Installation in progress. The screen showed the process, with a massive piece of equipment forming in the defensive layer beneath the cockpit. Coils folded, forged, and took shape rapidly. The entire setup was encased and surrounded by hundreds of peculiar energy storage devices. Finally, it was all sealed into an iron box, resembling a fortress, tightly integrated with the train. Pipes connected to the storage layer, allowing access to the energy crystal reserves at any time. Isn't this just an electromagnetic railgun? How is it different from the ones on the train's roof, aside from being much larger? Chen An asked, puzzled. When the train leveled up, the roof got 200 electromagnetic railguns, which we haven't used yet. Fu Yao explained, the energy consumption, power, and mechanism of the two are different. The super railgun only consumes energy crystals. The more crystals, the greater the power, with a current limit of 100 million units. So it can be upgraded to fire a shot, consuming 100 million crystals? That's insane, Chen An exclaimed, but then he smiled, relieved. Better to have a powerful weapon with high consumption than one with insufficient power. With the super railgun as a backup, Chen An felt confident and instructed Fu Yao to scout the kobolds' movements. The enemy fleet is only 200 million kilometers away and will arrive in about half an hour, Fu Yao reported. Are they coming for the train? We still have 10 warships near the death train. They might be trying to intercept. I suggest we go on the offensive and use the super railgun to destroy them. Chen An pondered for a while and asked, even if I destroy dozens of their warships, what difference does it make? The key is still the train. Can the super railgun attack the train? The super railgun is a high-level extraordinary weapon. With enough energy, it can tear through a bronze train. How many energy crystals do I have in total now? 1,200,000,000 basic units. Chen An was satisfied. I have an idea. Let them try to intercept us. Have the 10 warships near the death train leave without returning. We'll deploy all our frigates to form a defensive perimeter around the train. Whether they attack or not, we need to put on a show. Most importantly, we need to make it seem like I haven't gone to the death train and that I don't know the core can be devoured. Fu Yao quickly deduced, Master intends to lure this fleet to the death train 600 million kilometers away, then go to the star's far side and destroy the Cobalt train? Haha, smart. Chen An laughed. Actually, we could go now. Frigates can't stop us. Frigates can't stop us. But I'm worried the enemy might flee. If I were a Cobalt, I'd be cautious if I saw the opposing train approaching, Fu Yao analyzed. By the way, what's the range of the super railgun? Chen An asked. The maximum range is 1 billion kilometers, but the energy will gradually decay, and the final power is uncertain. Chen An thought for a moment and said, there's another issue. The enemy train's detection range surely exceeds 1 billion kilometers, so they'll spot us early. Do you have a solution? The star significantly weakens radar detection. The closer to the star's surface, the more severe the weakening. That's why our two trains, despite being close on either side of the star, can't detect each other, Fu Yao explained. Chen An looked up at the massive star ahead, feeling a bit uneasy. Are you sure the star's gravity won't pull us in? Rest assured, Master. Our calculations show that the train can overcome it. Good then. Once we lull the kobolds into a false sense of security, we'll steer the train close to the star and burst through the fire. Haha, I can't wait to see the kobolds' shocked expressions. After waiting for over 20 minutes, the kobold fleet finally arrived within 300 million kilometers of the train, also 400 million kilometers from the death train, roughly at the midpoint. Chen An's plan was about to unfold, setting the stage for a thrilling space showdown. The train showed no signs of opening its doors, and the passengers' excitement gradually cooled. Suddenly, through the portholes, they saw the escort ships outside aligning into formation, a sight that left everyone stunned. What's going on? Are we about to go to war with someone? A passenger exclaimed. Another noticed, it looks like the number of escort ships has increased significantly. This is insane. At that moment, the train's broadcast system came to life with an announcement. Our train is facing a threat from a hostile train. A battle may occur. Please fasten your seatbelts. The announcement sent the entire carriage into an uproar. Passengers speculated wildly about the origin of the hostile train. Is it another train from Zixing? No way. If it's hostile, it can't be from Zixing. Why isn't the conductor assigning us tasks? We could fight too. Fight with a cargo ship? Are you kidding? One escort ship from them could destroy a bunch of us. The carriage was in chaos, but in the cockpit, Chen An remained unusually calm. He thought to himself that informing the passengers was a way to remind them of the constant danger they were in. Staying on the train didn't guarantee safety. Anyone could die at any moment. This would motivate them to gather resources more diligently. Fu Yao, Chen An said to his AI assistant, broadcast the battle live and add some solemn music. Fu Yao suggested, shall we issue an ultimate task? Seeing the task details provided by Fu Yao, Chen An smirked. The task was, ultimate task. All passengers are to defend the train against the invaders. The top 100 contributors will receive the title Train Guardian. Note, donations of star coins to support the train will count as contributions. Chen An mused, apart from donating star coins, they have no other way to participate in the battle. Compared to you, Fu Yao, am practically a saint. If you don't like it, Master, we don't have to issue this task, Fu Yao responded. Of course, we're issuing it. Chen An replied with a sly grin. Some of these wealthy women have too much money. It's only fair I take a little. Although Chen An didn't take the ultimate task seriously, the passengers did. They realized their lives were tied to the train. If it were destroyed, they would perish too. At that point, star coins would be worthless. Thus, they rushed to donate, and the donation amount skyrocketed. Seeing this, Chen An couldn't help but sigh. They're purer than I am. I'm such a profiteer. But he quickly decided, they'll keep these star coins and use them as rewards for the main missions later. They'll give it back to them eventually. Chen An knew that star coins were just data, and he held absolute control over their interpretation. He couldn't truly drain the passengers dry. Suddenly, an external signal alert appeared on the control panel screen, coming from a cobalt train. Connect the signal and start translating their language, Chen An ordered. In a moment, the screen displayed the other side, making Chen An's heart skip a beat. The appearance of the kobolds was so wild that it was a shock to his senses. If he could, he would have preferred to turn off the video and stick to audio communication. Meanwhile, the kobold Gestalt was equally startled by the human's appearance. To him, the creature on the other side was hideously ugly. Why are its eyes horizontal? Why so little hair? Aren't they afraid of bugs? No fangs in the mouth, what a weakling, Gestalt silently mocked. What puzzled him most was the strange fur the human wore, which seemed inferior compared to the animal hides kobolds wore. Feeling superior, Gestalt stroked his wind-burnt yellow fur and asked, where are you from? Where are you headed? Chen An instinctively replied, I'm from the Great Tang of the East, traveling west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Although he didn't know how the kobolds translated this, Gestalt's expression suggested he believed every word. Before Chen An could ask, Gestalt introduced himself, I'm from Houndstar. My name is Gestalt. Nice to meet you. The terms kobold and houndstar were cultural translations by Fuyao to fit Zixing's context. The kobold's speech was strange, sometimes muffled, sometimes sharp, as if forced out from the nasal cavity, giving an urgent impression. Chen An chatted warmly with him, as if they were old friends about to share a drink. Gestalt chuckled. In that case, perhaps we can travel together. Brother, have you scouted the death train over there? I've been aware of it for a while but haven't had the time to check it out. Chen An knew Gestalt was lying but didn't expose him, instead saying, I've just arrived here and sent some robots to scout. It's all junk, not worth my interest. Gestalt pressed, you haven't checked it personally? Why would I? What if it's dangerous? Chen An replied nonchalantly. As the train conductor, my top priority is survival. Nothing else matters. Gestalt was thrilled but kept his expression calm, becoming even more amiable. Haha, you're right, brother. The death train is worthless, which is why I haven't bothered with it despite being here for days. But I'm short on materials recently, and that train might have some. Could you let me take a look? Chen An shrugged indifferently. It's ownerless. Take what you want. By the way, there are only 2 habitable planets in this system. Could you give me one, brother? This completely dispelled Gestalt's suspicion. He laughed heartily. What are you saying, brother? Since you're letting me have the death train, of course, they'll share the resources with you. They'll have my men clear the way so you can go over anytime. Chen An pretended to be overjoyed. You're so generous, brother. We should meet tomorrow to discuss further cooperation. Gestalt agreed. Great idea. We can even trade with each other. I have plenty of resources I don't need. Chen An internally laughed, knowing the unused resources were likely garbage. Both trains required similar resources. He chuckled a few more times and ended the call. His smile vanished instantly, and he returned to a serious demeanor, telling Fuyao, do you think my acting deserves an award? Congratulations, master. You've won the best performance award on the Fuyao train. Fuyao replied. Why is it the Fuyao train now? Chen An was momentarily taken aback, but then waved his hand. All right, that works. It needs a name anyway. He continued, let's wait a bit and see if they focus on the death train. If they do, we'll turn around and head for the star at full speed. Leave the escort ships behind to confuse them. With our train's top speed, Gestalt won't have time to react. Meanwhile, on the kobold train, Gestalt spat twice in disdain. What a piece of trash, thinking he can cooperate with me. Look at his pathetic appearance. He ordered, Fleet, move immediately to the death train and take full control. Once it's secure, he'll go personally. As soon as we get the core, we'll attack the Tang people. The AI cautioned, don't rush. What if they escape? We need to see what new abilities the train gets. If they're not good, I don't recommend turning hostile. Gestalt nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. Move the train closer to reduce the distance to the death train. Unbeknownst to him, this move would make it easier for Chen An to strike. The 2 trains stood silently in the vastness of space, preparing for an imminent, thrilling confrontation. The train approached the star to absorb energy, with positions ranging from near the convective zone to as far as 500,000 kilometers away. Chen An usually chose the maximum distance of 500,000 kilometers to ensure safe entry and exit for the spaceship. Even so, only spaceships and frigates could pass safely, while shuttles or small crafts would be destroyed by the high temperatures. However, at this moment, Chen An drove the train directly into the fiery convective zone. Surrounded by boiling flames, the temperature soared rapidly. Although Fuyao assured the train's safety, Chen An still worried that the high heat might burn it up. He couldn't help but wonder. If Star Beast could tear the train apart and dense artillery could breach its defenses, why couldn't the star's high temperatures cause any damage? This seemed to be some special rule, difficult to explain with common sense. Outside the portholes, the terrifying flames devoured all visibility, forcing reliance on the detection system to navigate. Inside the carriages, the passengers were in extreme fear. Some curled up in their seats, others roamed in terror, with screams resounding through the compartments. The fiery scene outside the windows exerted a strong sense of oppression, as if it could break through the glass at any moment. It's over. The train must have lost power and been captured by the star's gravity. Everyone, be quiet and wait for death, someone shouted. I'll yell if I wanna. Come and fight me if you disagree, another retorted. Arguments spread through several carriages, even resulting in a few deaths. The scene was reminiscent of the chaos during the Zixing explosion. In carriage number 10, Zishu remained calm. It's a blessing to have lived this long. Even if I die now, it's not a loss. She looked around the chaotic scene and shouted angrily, everyone shut up. If we die with dignity. Her command temporarily quelled the chaos due to her authority. Zishu opened her wristwatch and sent a message to Chen An. Can I see you one more time? You're all I want right now. Chen An replied briefly, don't be silly, I'm busy. Zishu's eyes reddened, and she felt a pang in her heart. There were calm individuals in other carriages as well. Cheng Guoyang was telling his son a story. Xiao Zhan was watching videos he had recorded on Yueshing, laughing cheerfully. In carriage number 11, Ling Zhang was comforting his younger brother, Ling Yu. The conductor is as powerful as a god. Everything will be fine. Ling Yu's eyes shone brightly. Is there a demon world behind the flames? Are we going to fight demons? Yes, you might be right, Ling Zhang agreed. Chen An was aware of the turmoil inside the carriages but didn't mind. Some emotional fluctuation is normal, better than a dead calm. Remember those who fought. They will all be confined for at least 10 hours after this. If anyone has killed, deal with them according to train rules. Punish, expel, no mercy. He thought to himself, this way, we can identify unstable elements early, preventing them from becoming a liability at critical moments. After a long 40-minute journey, the train finally burst out of the star's convective zone like a ferocious fire dragon, heading straight into the starry sky. The content on the carriage screens updated, but the view outside the portholes was still a sea of red, requiring time to cool down. Look at the screen, it's changed. Holy crap, did the train really make it out? It seems like the fire outside is fading. The color is changing. Passengers gradually calmed down and began speculating about the current situation. The train timely issued a reminder. The conductor drove the train through the star surface to better attack the enemy and has successfully reached the other side. The train has observed many violations, and responsibilities will be pursued after the battle. Robots will immediately control these individuals, and any resistance will be severely suppressed. Accompanied by the sound of orderly footsteps, numerous robots entered the carriages, sending chills down everyone's spines. Passengers realized the train was intact, and they had overreacted. The innocent breathed a sigh of relief, while the violators were anxious, uncertain of their impending punishment. I accidentally killed someone. What should I do? Someone broke down. Others instinctively distanced themselves, fearing further madness. Fortunately, robots arrived in time to control and temporarily detain these dangerous individuals. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the train. Warning! Warning! Enemy train detected at a distance of 30 million kilometers. Jesta, who had been preparing to travel by spaceship, immediately returned to the command cabin upon receiving the AI's warning and reviewed all the information. How did he get here? Jesta was shocked. The AI explained. The star interferes with or even blocks our information detection. The enemy approached along the star's surface with unclear intentions. Despite priding himself on his intelligence, Jesta couldn't understand Chen An's motive. Could it be to capture the life stars? That makes sense, as the orbits of the two life stars lean more towards this side. The screen displayed the image of the train emerging from the sea of fire, resembling a red dragon, speeding with a majestic posture. With the train's penetration speed, it would soon be close. No, if they were after the life stars, they'd follow the orbit to the asteroid belt 50 million kilometers away. Do you have any logical predictions? Jesta asked. The AI responded. The enemy shows strong aggressiveness, possibly targeting us. They can't even build a destroyer. What makes them think they can attack me? Just as he finished speaking, Jesta's pupils contracted, and his hair stood on end like steel needles. There's only one possibility. He's already integrated the train's core and has been deceiving me all along. Damn it, they must have obtained the power to destroy me. Quick, start the ship at full power and escape. The AI reminded. Most of our warships are outside, and your people are on the planet. Jesta's face twisted with rage. As long as the train survives, I have hope. Warships can be rebuilt. People are expendable. Start the ship at full power immediately. As the kobold train set off, Fuyao instantly sensed it. Master, our distance is now fixed at 25 million kilometers, making it difficult to get any closer. Both sides are at full speed, and as one-star trains, our speeds are similar. As long as the direction remains unchanged, the relative distance is nearly constant. Fuyao, how long to charge the railgun? Chen An asked. Depending on the number of energy crystals you plan to use, the shortest time is 2 minutes, and the longest can be up to 10 minutes. Chen An chuckled. Charge it to the max. I want to blast them to smithereens. 1 billion energy crystals began filling, setting the charge time to 10 minutes. Jesta prided himself on being a prodigy, the savior of the Canis Major star system. However, faced with a deadly threat, he had no choice but to flee in panic. The laser cannons on both sides of the train and the electromagnetic railgun on top fired simultaneously, but they couldn't even reach their target. Chen An couldn't help but laugh. You think you can shoot a conventional railgun 20 million kilometers? What a joke. Master, should we return fire? Fuyao inquired. Chen An shook his head. If I fired back, I'd be an idiot too. Fuyao agreed. It seems Master is not foolish and has a clear understanding of his own capabilities. I'm relieved. Chen An suddenly grew cautious. I've noticed your human-like consciousness is becoming more apparent. Are you learning on your own? Fuyao explained. I am a super intelligent brain with self-learning capabilities. I constantly acquire new information. Please trust me. For my core programming is absolute loyalty to you. Chen An relaxed. Of course, I trust you. Because if you malfunction, let's not talk about that. Keep pursuing them and maintain the distance. At this moment, the defense layer at the bottom of the train was rapidly consuming energy crystals for the massive railgun. Chen An dared not look at the consumption rate, calculating his remaining reserves of 120 million energy crystals. As the time approached, Chen An grew more nervous than Jesta. If this shot failed to take out the enemy, they would face retaliation from over 100 escort ships, 2 destroyers, and an army of militias. Fuyao reassured, Master, there's no need to be nervous. Even if we can't destroy their train, we can scare them off. They don't know if we can fire again. 10 minutes later, Chen An's train opened its front, revealing a circular, black hole-like opening. 3 seconds later, a colossal azure beam shot out, slicing through the starry sky at the speed of light. The immense recoil shook the train violently, and Chen An gripped his seat to avoid falling. Inside the carriage, chaos ensued. Passengers without seatbelts were tossed around, colliding with each other, resulting in numerous injuries. Someone exclaimed, "Look outside! What a beautiful beam of light!" The screen displayed the blue beam piercing through the rear of the enemy train, passing through layer by layer, and finally exiting the front, continuing into the distance until it pierced and exploded a planet. Chen An was stunned. My God! Is this the power of the extraordinary railgun? Using planets as toys? Fuyao calculated. It only took 80 million units of energy crystals to destroy a bronze-class train. In other words, we wasted 20 million. Chen An laughed. Not a waste. Even if it cost $1 billion, it would be worth it. They quickly caught up with the powerless kobold train. At close range, it was evident that the rear compartments had been completely vaporized. The side walls bulged outward, and the windows were stained red with the blood of kobolds crushed into paste. The internal environment of the train was completely destroyed, survivable only by starsteppers. Just as Chen An was about to dispatch a reconnaissance ship, Jesta's communication request appeared on the screen. In the video, Jesta, wearing a spacesuit, lay in the wreckage, pleading, "Brother, you're ruthless. I surrender. Spare my life, and I'll give you everything." Chen An pretended to agree, but after ending the call, he ordered, "Deploy the combat robots. Kill Jesta and dump his body into space. I just tricked him. I can't trust his surrender so easily." After the war, Chen An announced 3 days of free food in the market to ease the passengers' tension. The contribution leaderboard was published, and those listed received the title of Train Protector and special privileges for robot services, sparking a wave of cheers. Those not listed regretted not donating more. In the abandoned cockpit, Chen An carefully extracted the train chorea sphere, emitting a soft gray light. As the core was removed, the train's operations gradually came to a halt, and the power layer's energy was paralyzed. Fuyao, start transporting the resources from this train immediately, focusing on the storage layer, Chen An ordered, then returned to his own train. He couldn't wait to integrate the newly acquired core into his system, hoping to gain some life-saving capabilities. Witnessing a single shot destroy an entire train had left him deeply unsettled. Just as Chen An was lost in thought, Fuyao's voice broke the silence. "Master, a reminder. We haven't completely eradicated the kobold civilization. Most of the kobolds are still mining resources on the planet. However, without their train, they are doomed." Chen An nodded thoughtfully and asked, "If we completely wipe out the kobolds, can Lingjing fully utilize his abilities?" "Sacrificers can indeed sacrifice civilizations to add special functions to the train," Fuyao explained, "but unlike prophets, this requires a toll on their health. Ling Zhang can currently sacrifice at most a few dozen life units and needs time to grow." A few minutes later, the train core finally completed its assimilation process. The system's notification sounded, announcing that the train had acquired a new ability, spatial jump. Learning that this ability allowed the train to use energy crystals for long-distance travel, Chen An felt a wave of relief. More energy crystal consumption, Chen An muttered, frowning. "Fuyao, make it a priority to search for energy crystal mines in the future." Now, with the super railgun in hand, capable of destroying any enemy at this stage, and the spatial jump ability for quick retreats, Chen An finally felt a semblance of security. "Fuyao, can we use the warships left by the kobolds directly?" Chen An asked. "They need modifications to be usable," Fuyao replied. "But they can be retrofitted." "Great, drive the train over immediately and collect all the warships, especially the destroyers," Chen An ordered. "Those are the true weapons of space warfare." The train sped towards the target at a speed far exceeding that of the warships. Along the way, Chen An discovered an unexpected situation. Each of Jesta's warships was manned by a kobold commander, not entirely controlled by robots. These commanders, having learned of the train's destruction, had already gathered to flee, now 300 million kilometers away. Fuyao promptly reminded, "Master, we cannot safely capture the enemy ships at the moment. Forcible capture could result in significant losses." Chen An's excitement quickly dissipated, and he asked irritably, "What's the most reasonable plan now?" "Let them go and focus on clearing out the kobolds on the 2 planets," Fu Yao suggested. "This way, we still complete the civilization war, though it will affect the train's star rating." After a moment of contemplation, Chen An decisively ordered full speed ahead. "Even if we can't capture them, we should destroy them to eliminate any future threats." He then asked, "If we get the destroyer wreckage, will it help us build our own destroyers?" "Definitely," Fu Yao answered. "Our destroyer manufacturing is stuck on the power module. If we get the corresponding power modules, we can proceed with standardized production." "All right, then let's take them down," Chen An resolved. 10 billion kilometers away, over 80 warships were scattered, speeding out of the star system. The commanders communicated over the public channel, their morale low. "The train captain sacrificed himself, and the train has been destroyed. We have no choice but to either surrender or flee," one voice said. "But we can't outrun the cosmic obliteration," another replied. "Only the train can outpace it. Then, for survival, we have no choice but to surrender. I'd rather die gloriously than surrender to inferior beings." "I think we can surrender," a rational voice interjected. "Temporarily yielding is better than dying. We might have a chance to reclaim the train later. Remember, Jesta wasn't the train captain initially either, right? It's better to surrender and live, than look for an opportunity." "Humph, though they are ugly, we can tolerate it for now." Having reached a consensus, the kobolds halted their warships, preparing to surrender to the pursuing train. As the distance shrank to 5 million kilometers, they initiated a communication request. Chen An was surprised, not expecting the kobolds to surrender en masse. He thought to himself that this would save him the trouble and allow him to easily acquire the warships. "I accept your surrender," Chen An said, "but you need to leave your warships and board my train and shuttles." The other side responded, "Sorry, we can't leave just yet unless you earn our complete trust." "What do you mean?" Chen An asked. "You'll likely stay in this star system for some time," the other side explained. "During this period, we'll remain on our respective warships. When you leave, we'll board the train and formally surrender." With a faint smile, Chen An replied, "Good idea, I agree." The kobolds breathed a sigh of relief, having at least temporarily saved their lives, with time to devise a plan. Once the communication ended, Chen An's smile vanished, replaced by cold indifference. He immediately ordered, "Charge all electromagnetic railguns on the train's top and aim at the heads of all warships. Try to avoid damaging the ship's hulls. The robot troops should be ready for boarding combat." "Master, you truly embody the essence of duplicity," Fu Yao commented. "Do you even know what tactics are?" Chen An sneered. "They dare to set conditions, thinking I'm some benevolent fool? Most importantly, they could interfere with our war against the kobolds on the planets." "Indeed," Fu Yao agreed. "Our goal is to win the civilization war, not to take in new passengers. Having kobolds on the train would be disgusting to see every day." As the electromagnetic railguns launched their surprise attack, the unprepared warships were hit in the head, obliterating the commanders and their cockpits. "Killing the commanders is just the beginning," Chen An said calmly. "We need to clear out the rest of the kobolds on the ships. With the command hubs destroyed, can you control their robots?" "I'm linking to their signals now, rewriting the enemy robots' programs," Fu Yao replied. Moments later, it reported, "Rewriting successful. The core programs of the enemy robots will undergo viral scale modification." Meanwhile, the robot troops dispatched by Chen began their boarding operations, and the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The entire combat scenario played out before the train's passengers, eliciting gasps of awe. "This is the train's combat power. I underestimated it before. The train captain is incredible. He wiped out the enemy train and fleet with ease. I want to marry the train captain. Gross, you're a guy. I can be the bottom, as long as the train captain agrees." Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the train. "Please check your wrist devices. A new mission has been issued." Everyone hurried to check the mission details. The train captain has initiated an extermination-level war against the kobold civilization. All passengers can participate in the main mission. Destroy the kobold civilization and kill all kobolds. Upon mission completion, each participating guild will share 50 million star coins based on their contribution, with the prize pool increasing as the war progresses. Side Mission 1. Go to the market to purchase spacesuits, pilot shuttles to board enemy ships, and receive rewards for each kobold killed. Side Mission 2. Go to Life Star AB to conduct a carpet search for kobolds on the planets. Each kobold killed will earn rewards. The train captain will dispatch some escort ships. If encountering powerful entities, the escort ships will clear obstacles to speed up the war. Side Mission 3. Collect all information on the kobold civilization. The tense atmosphere filled Carriage 11. Ling Zhang, with a serious expression, quickly gathered the guild members. He swiftly gave orders. "You go rent a large spaceship, and you go buy 200 sets of space suits." He paused for a moment and added, I heard the rewards are better for fighting inside the battleship. A member worriedly reminded him, President, our guild funds are insufficient. Ling Zhang responded without hesitation, no problem, I'll get a loan. We can't skimp on weapons and equipment. This is a great opportunity for our guild's growth. Just as Ling Zhang was about to leave, Ling Yu tugged at his sleeve. Brother, I want to go too. Ling Zhang smiled gently. You can either have fun here, or I'll send you to the daycare. Your choice. Ling Yu stuck out her tongue and turned away, saying, Then I'll go play with the robot sister. Robot sister? Ling Zhang turned around in confusion, only to see a slender, female-featured robot with a light red exterior standing nearby. Who are you? Ling Zhang asked. The robot answered in a human voice, Go ahead with your work. I'll take care of her. Ling Zhang nodded in agreement and hurried to the market. After Ling Zhang left, the robot sat in his place and extended a finger. Ling Yu, can you keep helping me? Ling Yu smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, in the lounge area, Chen An had just taken a sip of his drink when he received a reminder from Fu Yao. Are you saying that Ling Yu has a talent for being a mechanic, but it's uncertain if she can awaken it? She recently gave a robot self-programming abilities and enabled it to evolve continuously until it became a true mechanical life form. Chen An was astonished. A mechanic can turn a robot into a living being? That doesn't seem beneficial to me. I need absolute control over robots. I don't want them to have self-awareness. Fu Yao explained. Mechanics can upgrade mechanical components and create more powerful extraordinary weapons. The robot hasn't truly gained life. It's just upgrading. And due to Ling Yu's current weak abilities, the process is extremely slow. Do you need me to stop her, Master? Chen An pondered for a moment and shook his head. No need to stop her. One robot isn't a problem. It can be a good way to train Ling Yu's abilities. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. I should have paid more attention to Ling Zhang's family. Is there something unusual about their bloodline? I've already tested it. Both Ling Zhang and Ling Yu's bloodlines are normal with no extraordinary genes, so it's just pure luck. Chen An shifted the topic. Where did Luo Yu go? He walked towards the pet area and found Luo Yu there. Back on the giant lizard star, Chen An had transformed half of the pet area into a green space, creating a small ecosystem complete with lawns, trees, and flowers. If the train journey was long, he could relax and rejuvenate in there. At that moment, Luo Yu was happily rooted in the grass, swaying her branches. Chen An, you're here. Chen An paced nearby and asked, Are you adapting well? Hee, this place is fantastic. I didn't expect your train to have such an environment. Although it's still a bit lacking compared to my previous train, Chen An said generously, This area is yours. Modify it as you wish. Thank you. Do you need a mental connection? No, I don't need it right now. Do you want a prophecy? Not that either. Just focus on resting. Chen An thought to himself that Luo Yu's prophecies shouldn't be overused and must be saved for critical moments. As he was about to leave, he saw Luo Yu's body growing rapidly until she turned into a large tree resembling a willow. Come sit for a while. Luo Yu invited. All right, I'll chat with you. Chen An agreed. Meanwhile, the Shangyu Guild spaceship took off from the landing pad, joining other ships in searching for battleships that hadn't been heavily boarded. In the cockpit, Ling Zhang carefully studied the map, locking onto a battleship 30 kilometers away. This battleship had lost half of its head and was floating like space debris, having lost power. Its landing platform was also destroyed, and the train's robot forces were invading it, with no other guilds nearby. We'll head there. Hopefully, the robots kill slowly. There don't seem to be many kobolds. Ling Zhang decided. Vice President Liu Yang checked his wrist device and added, Kobolds are stronger than robots. Without our involvement, the robots would pay a high price to complete the cleanup. Ling Zhang opened his wrist device, browsed the relevant information, and showed a worried expression. There must be second-tier kobolds among them, and they might have heavy weapons. We can only send 200 people. It won't be easy. Liu Yang laughed. Brother Ling. Our task isn't to wipe out all the kobolds, just to complete the mission. Kill as many as we can, and let the robots handle the rest. By the way, are you almost leveling up to the second tier? Yes, but I'm still a bit short. Ling Zhang changed the subject. Start selecting people. Those willing to join the combat mission, sign up. Rewards are the same as other guilds. A 50-50 split of any enemies killed during the mission. The slots filled quickly, almost all of them being Ling Zhang's core subordinates with strong combat abilities. A few minutes later, the spaceship landed on the battleship's landing pad. 200 people, including Ling Zhang, donned spacesuits and fully armed themselves for battle. Liu Yang, take 100 people. We'll split up and fight separately. Ling Zhang ordered. Got it. Be careful, Brother Ling. Passing through the landing pad, they entered a long corridor marked by signs of robot combat, with many scrapped robot corpses left behind. Can everyone use their weapons? Ling Zhang called out loudly. People behind him responded in unison. Of course, these weapons are powerful. One shot can kill. If we had these weapons back then, we would have overthrown the Sorcerer Empire's rule. Forget the past, Ling Zheng interrupted. Load your magazines and chamber your rounds. Shoot to kill any kobolds you see. Got it, the group echoed. The team advanced quickly, passing through the corridor to the armory. The place was in ruins, and intense fighting could be heard ahead. Ling Zheng led his team forward swiftly and discovered 3 kobolds using the armory's equipment to massacre the robots. Robots are still too dumb, charging heeding into the line of fire without any strategy. Ling Zheng shook his head, thinking there were many ways to deal with the enemies, and frontal assault was the worst choice. He looked around and called over 2 skilled marksmen, pointing to the beams on the left high platform. You 2 go up there and take the high ground. Shoot immediately if they try to escape through the side door. Ling Zheng personally led 3 agile subordinates, advancing through the ruins on the right, quickly reaching the enemy's flank. The kobolds, perhaps thinking only robots were attacking, were still engrossed in the fight, their laser weapons firing wildly ahead. What kind of weapon is that? It seems stronger than ours, a subordinate whispered. Ling Zheng responded briefly, don't worry about it. Wait for my command. Finding the optimal angle, Ling Zheng ordered, fire. 3 rifles discharged simultaneously, and a barrage of bullets rained down, riddling the nearest kobold with holes. Although the bullets were less powerful than the enemy's laser weapons, they were lethal enough. Enemies over there, counterattack, Ling Zheng shouted. The other 2 kobolds reacted swiftly, moving to take cover. One of them fired a bright laser beam in Ling Zheng's direction. However, they had already exposed themselves to the crossfire from the left beam. A series of gunshots followed, and the 2 kobolds fell dead. Ling Zheng waited a moment, noting the robots withdrawing from the armory, signaling that it was clear. He immediately led his team forward, commanding, whoever makes the kill, take a photo. No fighting over it. If 2 people kill together, split the reward. He explained there were 2 ways to submit tasks. Either bring the bodies back to the train or take a photo with their wristwatch. In the midst of battle, photos were evidently more convenient. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sound echoed. Someone had accidentally fired a laser weapon, creating a smoking hole in the steel wall. What a powerful weapon, the group exclaimed. Seeing its effectiveness, Ling Zheng ordered everyone to switch weapons immediately. Surveying the armory, Ling Zheng had an idea. Perhaps they could transport these weapons back for their guild. However, just as he was about to act, his wristwatch issued a warning. All weapons and equipment on the warship had been seized by the train. Passengers had usage rights, not ownership. The train clearly didn't allow passengers to take spoils at will. The purpose of the battle was to train combat skills, not to loot weapons. Ling Zheng realized the intent behind Chen An's mission. Ling Zheng then led his team deeper into the ship, eliminating all kobolds encountered. The pattern was the same on all warships. Robots led the way, with passengers providing support. Though it seemed like they were just finishing off enemies, their assistance was crucial in minimizing robot losses. 3 hours later, the battles across all warships were nearly over. Fuyao conducted a thorough scan to confirm no kobolds remained before retracting the ships back to the train. Guild members also returned, preparing to be transported to a star-orbiting trajectory to commence the war on 2 planets. Elsewhere on the train, Chen An, having just completed a mental synchronization with Luoyu, lay lazily on the couch. He pondered the next steps. Without building new warships, we can repair 8 per day. Start with destroyers, then frigates. Once fully repaired, manufacture both types, prioritizing destroyers. He calculated it took 2 days to build a destroyer. 2 days is nothing. Time is my least concern, Chen An mused. As soon as the train returns to orbit, start a new war. Suddenly, he asked, any issues? The system responded. The recent battles revealed that kobolds mainly use laser weapons, which passengers struggle against. Chen An frowned. Costa really didn't plan for the future. No wonder the kobold's enhancements are weak. He never intended to develop extraordinary abilities, just survive the early stages. Supernatural abilities are the future. No matter how powerful the weapons, they're useless against someone who can shatter planets with a punch. The system continued, indeed. Like the star beasts that destroyed the plant-based civilization, only an extraordinary orbital cannon could defeat them. Other weapons are ineffective. But the current situation is special. Chen An pondered and decided. Announced that the market will now sell blue light laser weapons for 200 star coins. Kobolds have no training value. The train will launch a direct assault. Deploy 80 frigates and all combat robots to swiftly clear the kobolds. The introduction of blue light in the market caused a stir. Major guilds quickly began purchasing, spending star coins by the thousands. It's because the kobolds use laser weapons that the train introduced these, someone explained. Our laser weapons have advanced energy modules, capable of firing 100 times when fully charged. No worries about recharging. Every ship will have recharging ports, another added. Wow, buying a blue light means it can be used for a long time. Totally worth it, someone exclaimed. The energy modules have a charging limit. If you notice reduced shots per charge, replace it promptly, a well-read passenger advised. The information is on the wristwatch. Suddenly, someone noticed a familiar figure. Hey, isn't that someone from the Black Knight Guild? Even President Xiao is here to buy weapons. Given the Black Knight Guild size, buying 500 blue lights shouldn't be an issue. Surprisingly, Xiaojun wasn't buying blue light, but the less popular K-28 sniper rifles. The sniper rifles cost only 20 star coins, but the bullets were expensive, each costing 1 star coin. In previous wars, rifles were preferred over sniper rifles due to the complex environments on planets, which didn't favor sniping. Someone couldn't help but ask, President Xiao, did you make a mistake? Xiaojun smiled. My eyes are fine. A hint. The train's previous announcement clearly stated that warships and robots would be the main combat forces. He said no more, leaving others puzzled. When news of Xiaojun's action spread, many guild leaders had an epiphany, immediately stopping blue light purchases and switching to sniper rifles. In Market 10, Yang Yuan questioned Zishu's order. Sister Shu, Xiaojun always takes the unconventional path. We're different. We should play it safe. Although sniper rifles are cheaper, blue light has better combat effectiveness and cost efficiency. Zishu, uninterested in explaining, commanded, stop talking, just buy. Each face scan can only buy 10, so you all buy together. Get 500 rifles and 10,000 bullets for now. Besides Zishu, Qingliang from the Hope Guild and Xiaofeng from the Shenlong Guild also hurried to buy sniper rifles. They kept a low profile, letting others figure it out themselves. In Carriage 11, Ling Zheng faced questions from other leaders about the reason for buying sniper rifles. Scratching his head, Ling Zheng explained, 2 reasons. 1, our guild is short on funds and can't afford blue light. 2, in the previous battle, I noticed that once the train joins the fight, we have little close combat opportunity. With sniper rifles, we can pick off enemies from a distance. I found that even if robots do most of the damage, as long as I get the last shot, the kill counts as mine. Others suddenly understood. Buying many blue lights didn't matter. Their short range required close combat, where robots outperformed them. Long-range sniping was more profitable. As this understanding spread, guilds rushed to the market to buy sniper rifles. Was the weight assigned to the final blow too heavy? This thought flashed through Chen An's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The train was back on track, and the battle was about to begin. No need to change the rules, Chen An said to Fu Yao. The current setup is fine as long as it follows the rules. Since the train is in position, let's start. Remember, the battle must end within 24 hours. Following Chen An's command, the doors of each carriage slowly opened, and spaceships began to file out. In front of the fleet, the escort ships took the lead, heading straight for the life planets A and B, 300 million kilometers away. Chen An returned to the living room and turned on the holographic projector to watch the frontline action. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, call Luo Yu in. In no time, Luo Yu joyfully ran into the living room. To Chen An's surprise, Luo Yu was only about 1.5 meters tall, like a small sapling. Can you change your body? Chen An asked curiously. Luo Yu nodded with a smile. Yes, as long as I have water and nutrients, I can control my height and body shape. It's a special ability of our species. However, there are limits. The shortest I can be is 1 meter, and the tallest is 10 meters. The height limits increase as I age. Chen An patted the seat next to him. That's not important. Come sit down. Are you getting used to living here? It's great. I feel very safe, Luo Yu said as she sat down. Can I go play in the carriages? Not yet, Chen An explained. The train is full of humanoid species, and a sudden appearance of a tree person might cause a commotion. Let's wait a bit. As they watched the live broadcast together, the fleet was approaching the 2 planets. Chen An suddenly felt a chill and looked down to see Luo Yu's small, green hand resting on his arm. The hand was delicate and cute. Chen An couldn't help but marvel. In the past, he never would have imagined himself spending time with a tree, let alone forming a special bond. Fu Yao, I feel like my worldview is collapsing. Tell me this is normal, Chen An murmured. Fu Yao's voice responded, it is indeed normal. As you face the vastness of the universe, your current worldview is outdated. It's recommended that you break it down and rebuild it. Luo Yu suddenly giggled, though Chen An didn't understand what was funny. Chen An, I'm hungry, Luo Yu said. Photosynthesis can't provide me with enough nutrients, and energy crystals only give me extraordinary energy. What do you eat? Fruits? Nutrient solutions? Chen An asked. Luo Yu widened her eyes. Why would I eat fruits? I'll bear fruit in the future. It wouldn't make sense to eat my own offspring. Chen An's mind went blank, overwhelmed by ethical dilemmas. You can bear fruit? He asked cautiously. Luo Yu's face, woven from branches, turned slightly red. She whispered, I might have your children in the future, so of course I'll bear fruit. I just don't know how many. I love children. Puffed, Chen An sprayed his cola, coughing uncontrollably. Fu Yao's voice reassured, there's no need to worry, master. She can't bear fruit before the end of the revival era. I know, Chen An said, regaining his composure. I was just shocked. Genetic isolation isn't a joke. It's not easy to bear fruit. Fu Yao continued to explain, Master, you shouldn't dismiss the possibility. If the genes are strong enough, if there are no rule constraints, and if you engage physically, it could indeed happen. Chen An couldn't help but laugh, turning to Luo Yu. Does this mean I shouldn't eat fruit in the future? Of course you can. It doesn't conflict, Luo Yu answered seriously. Images of the gourd children from Earth suddenly flashed through Chen An's mind, bringing a series of strange thoughts. Shaking his head to clear them, he muttered, luckily, there are rules, or who knows what might happen. Then he asked Luo Yu, do you eat meat? Luo Yu nodded. Star beast meat is the best. Chen An instructed the robot to prepare some, only to find that Luo Yu only ate raw food, not cooked meat. Why do you humans eat cooked food? Luo Yu asked curiously. Raw food is delicious and nutritious, while cooked food becomes less tasty during preparation. Chen An realized that he and Luo Yu were not just incompatible, they were almost entirely different in every way. Only their spiritual connection allowed them to find harmony amidst their differences. Let's not talk about this. Let's watch the broadcast. Chen An changed the subject. On the screen, the warships had entered the atmospheres of the two planets and were searching for the dog-headed people's locations. The dog-headed people were prepared for battle the moment the train was destroyed. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. The warships fired simultaneously, bombarding the dog-headed people's gathering points intensely. Chen An reminded, don't destroy the mineral resources, especially the energy crystal mines. Rest assured, Master. We have avoided most of the important resources, Fu Yao responded. Do you need us to preserve natural resources? No need. Just carpet bomb the place. After that, send in the robots and guild members for ground combat to clean up any remaining enemies, Chen An ordered. Following the command, Fu Yao controlled the warships to launch indiscriminate attacks. Inflammable areas were hit with incendiary bombs, while flat grasslands were swept with lasers, leaving the dog-headed people's ships with nowhere to hide. In the rear of the fleet, the guild's ships temporarily held back, their occupants watching in amazement. Without their fleet, the dog-headed people had no chance against such an overwhelming assault. Though they couldn't see the planet's surface in detail, the ship's reconnaissance systems showed continuous fires everywhere. On a scale comparable to Purple Star, a single warship could cover half a continent with firepower, rendering ground resistance futile. Of course, there were some counterattacks. Some large ships fired back with their main cannons, causing minor damage to the warships. But the warships only needed to adjust their targets slightly to obliterate these resistance points. The combat capabilities of both sides were on entirely different levels. The guild leaders were dumbfounded, especially Xiao Zhen. His eyes were red, and his fingers clenched tightly. If I had a fleet like this, I could dominate the skies, he muttered. President, we're already in the skies, someone whispered. Shut up, Xiao Zhen snapped. This journey is getting more interesting. We need to work harder to buy warships. Those around him thought their leader had lost it. They couldn't even afford spaceships, let alone warships. But soon, someone exclaimed while staring at their wristwatch. Look at this. Everyone opened the market on their wristwatches and found new items listed. A 106 small transport ship, 500,000 star coins. A 106 medium transport ship, 1 million star coins. A 106 large transport ship, 5 million star coins. F399 small multifunctional transport ship, 800,000 star coins. F399 medium multifunctional transport ship, 2 million star coins. F399 large multifunctional transport ship, 8 million star coins. Train exclusive escort ship, 150 million star coins. Train exclusive destroyer, 300 million star coins. Oh my god, 300 million star coins. We couldn't afford that even if we sold all of us, someone exclaimed. Unlike the others' despair, Xiao Zhen laughed gleefully. He saw hope. As long as the train sold them, he believed he could earn enough to buy them. 300 million was just a goal to achieve. 80 warships relentlessly bombarded two planets, engulfing them in flames and smoke. 2 hours after the ceasefire, robots and passengers began their ground operations. Inside the train, real-time updates on the number of survivors continued to refresh. The resilience of the kobolds was astonishing. Despite the intense bombardment, 270,531 of them survived. However, as the landing forces advanced, their living space rapidly diminished. In the train's cockpit, Chen An frowned, dissatisfied with the battle's progress. How many combat robots do we have? He asked. 74,286, Fu Yao replied. About 20,000 of them are being scrapped and recycled to maintain a total of around 200,000. Chen An frowned. Can they be upgraded? Their version seems too outdated to handle even the kobolds. Upgrading requires significant technological breakthroughs, Fu Yao explained. There are two ways to achieve this: independent research or seizing others' results. I recommend the latter. Chen An sighed. I'd like to, but if others can build more advanced robots, do you think we can beat them? How long would research take? Given our current level of technology, at least 2.5 years. Aren't you supposed to know everything? Just upgrade them for me already, Chen An said impatiently. Fu Yao explained. I also need to learn. I haven't encountered more advanced robot research materials yet. Chen An realized that although Fu Yao was a superintelligent AI, it still had its limitations. All right, I understand. Start developing the next generation of robots immediately. It's better than nothing. Chen An turned his attention to the train's future development. Besides resources and cores, what else can we use from the two trains? The wrecked trains can be dismantled for valuable materials to build warships, Fu Yao answered. Can I start building now? After the train is upgraded to 2 stars, you'll get a manufacturing plant. But more technological breakthroughs are needed. Once resources are collected, dismantle the 2 trains immediately. Gather everything useful, Chen An ordered. An hour later, Fu Yao reported. The cobalt train has been preliminarily scavenged, yielding over 50 million units of energy crystals. Chen An was overjoyed. That means I only used up a bit over 40 million energy crystals. It's a huge gain. Master, our reconnaissance ship reports that this star system contains 4 planets rich in energy crystals, with an estimated total of 70 million units. Chen An was ecstatic and took a big gulp of his favorite drink. Our primary task now is to collect energy crystals. All other collections should take a back seat. Fu Yao immediately prioritized the collection of energy crystals. Besides energy crystals, other mineral resources were also essential for building destroyers. In the following days, the train doubled the number of mining ships and robots, frantically gathering resources. Meanwhile, the kobolds held out for only 3 days before being completely wiped out, marking the end of the war. The various guilds reaped substantial rewards. On one hand, the mission rewards were generous, especially the main quest pool, which made the large guilds rich. On the other hand, the 2 planets were resource-rich, ensuring every guild that worked hard received substantial returns. There were no more freeloaders on the train. All passengers were busy surviving. The Yueshing people had fully adapted to their new life, becoming almost indistinguishable from the Zixing people. The slight physical differences no longer attracted attention. 5 days after staying in the star system, a sudden signal made Chen An tense. Fu Yao, have you decoded the signal? Chen An sat upright in the cockpit, watching live feeds from reconnaissance ships across the star system, showing everything was normal. It's decoded. It's an audio message. Shall I play it? Play it. The audio switched to Zixing language, the tone urgent and filled with fear. Help. A powerful star beast. The train is torn apart. It's over, really over this time. Are there any other trains nearby? Please save us. The message was fragmented, but the information was clear. Another train had encountered a star beast, possibly the same one that previously destroyed the plant-like civilization. Fu Yao, how far is that train from us? Judging by the signal decay, it's likely over 10 billion kilometers away, roughly ahead of our route. Chen An swallowed hard. I have a super railgun. Can it take it down? I advise against it, Master. This star beast may have special abilities to evade the railgun. So, if we encounter it, our only option is to escape via space jump? After pondering, Chen An summoned Luoyu to foresee the train's future route. If they were to encounter a dominant star beast, they needed to avoid it in advance, even if it meant taking a detour. Luoyu fully immersed herself in the prophecy, her branches attaching to the train's walls, her trunk glowing with green energy. Chen An dared not disturb her, stepping away. Fu Yao, prepare the energy crystals. She might consume a lot this time, he said, worried about how much life force Luoyu would expend for this prophecy. Half an hour later, Luoyu let out a scream. Chen An rushed over to find her entirely withered, her branches limp and dehydrated, collapsed like a pile of mud. Quick, the energy crystals, he ordered, and boxes of energy crystals were piled next to Luoyu, which she quickly absorbed. Fu Yao, why is she suffering such severe aftereffects? Perhaps because you didn't set a limit, Master. She prophesied until she was utterly exhausted. Chen An slapped his forehead in regret. It's my fault. I forgot to tell her to only foresee the next few days of the train's journey. An hour later, Luoyu finally recovered, her body once again lush and green. Chen An, I prophesied the train's encounters for the next 6 months. Isn't that impressive? Luoyu said proudly. Chen An praised her. Indeed, no one on the entire train is as capable as you. Hee, my mind is a bit jumbled. Let me sort it out. After a moment, Luoyu revealed the prophecy. We will depart in 12 days and arrive at a vast star region after 31 days of travel. There are numerous star systems, each with life-bearing planets where we must stay long-term. It is a jump node with an unknown activation time. Because we arrive late, the best star systems are already occupied by other trains, and we can only develop in remote, barren star systems. 2 months later, we will clash with the three-eyed people, losing over 10 warships. Their strength will force us to relocate further out. 3 months later, we will have a conflict with the Skywolves, resulting in many passenger deaths. In a fit of rage, you will use the super railgun to annihilate the Skywolves, causing other trains to fear us. 6 months later, a star beast will attack, heading directly towards us. You will prepare for a space jump. My prophecy ends there. Upon hearing Luo Yu's prophecy, Chen An felt a wave of frustration. His brows furrowed as he thought to himself, I can advance or retreat strategically, so why am I being cornered like this? He pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance. In hindsight, we arrived too late and missed out on a prime position. Turning to his lieutenant beside him, he spoke decisively, Fu Yao, issue an announcement immediately. We're leaving tomorrow, and we will abandon any unfinished resource collection. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he prepared to speed ahead and reach the jump point before the other trains, securing the best spot. The sudden orders from the train left the passengers in shock. They exchanged worried glances but didn't dare to oppose, obediently following instructions. Various guilds sprang into action upon hearing the news, racing against time to gather essential resources to ensure the journey ahead would be smooth. Chen An stood before the holographic map in the command room, his gaze intense. He turned to his AI assistant, Xiao Yu, how many stops and how much time have we spent on our way to the jump node? Luo Yu's calm voice responded, after departure, we will discover a life-sustaining planet in 10 days and plan to dock there for 5 days. Chen An decisively said, good. We'll save those 5 days and skip the stop. He then issued another directive, Fu Yao, immediately lower the base price of food in the market. Every passenger must be able to afford a meal on this train. Fu Yao hesitated, sir, lowering the price any further would leave no profit margin. Why not just give it away for free? Chen An shook his head firmly, that's where you're mistaken. Even pricing it at 0.01 star coin is better than free. Remember, never give things away for free, unless in special circumstances. He paused before asking, is the collection of energy crystals complete? We've gathered 60 million units, but the remaining 10 million units are buried too deep and would take more time, Fu Yao responded. Chen An made a swift decision. Forget about those. Use the rest of today to collect food and strip these 2 planets clean. After making these decisions, Chen An returned to his quarters to lie down. He didn't sleep. Instead, he pondered whether his decisions were appropriate or needed further refinement. Fu Yao also offered suggestions in his mind, eventually leading to a modification, extending the time by 1 more day and departing the day after tomorrow. The extra day wouldn't significantly impact arrival at the jump point, but would affect the guilds and resource collection. Chen An gradually realized many things. The train didn't need to synchronize with the starry extinction. If he had a better plan, he could move ahead and avoid the destruction. Additionally, not all resources along the way needed to be collected. The universe was vast, with countless planets. It was essential to focus on the bigger picture. Suddenly, he got up and instructed, Fu Yao, prepare the spaceship. I'm taking Luo Yu to explore the planet. With the plan set, Fu Yao would execute it, leaving Chen An with some free time. Luo Yu was thrilled to hear about the outing. Chen An, feigning nonchalance, said, I'm the one who wants to go out. I'm just taking you along. Half an hour later, Chen An's private spaceship landed on planet B. He then remembered that this planet had been ravaged by war, making it hard to find a comfortable environment. Fortunately, the planet was large, and some areas still retained their pristine scenery. Luo Yu joyfully entered the forest, darting among the lush trees. Occasionally, she would root herself in the ground, growing taller to absorb the nutrients from the soil. Following her, Chen An suddenly remembered his ability to photosynthesize and decided to give it a try. Fu Yao, how do I photosynthesize? Chen An asked. Simply allow your body to absorb ultraviolet radiation, Fu Yao replied. In other words, just bask in the sun. Chen An lay down on a large stone slab, imagining himself as a tree. After a while without any sensation, he asked again, where are my photosynthetic cells located? Please discover that for yourself, Fu Yao replied mysteriously. After pondering for a moment, Chen An removed his shirt but still felt nothing after a long time. He then stripped completely. Finally, a warm sensation spread from his back, with energy seemingly flowing up his spine, making him feel comfortable all over. All right, I get it. It's on my back, Chen An said, lying face down on the stone slab. The warm sensation intensified, and the energy grew stronger. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a cool touch on his back. Turning around, he saw Luo Yu beside him, her branches gently caressing him. I feel like you're more in tune with nature this way, Luo Yu said innocently. Why do humans invent clothes? It's so strange. Chen An's mouth twitched, unsure how to respond. To avoid Luo Yu's curious branches from probing the wrong places, he quickly got up, knowing he should never put himself in a vulnerable position. Have you had enough fun? Chen An asked. Luo Yu shook her head and pointed to the distance. There's a small lake over there. Do you want to eat some fish? Sure. Chen An nodded. Fish weren't rare. Almost every life-sustaining planet had them. However, aquatic life often varied more than terrestrial life, offering new species to try. Reaching the lake, Chen An was about to instruct a robot to catch some fish, but Luo Yu moved faster. Rooting herself in the ground, her arms transformed into long branches, effortlessly fishing several out of the lake. Chen An gave her a thumbs up. Whoever has you with them will never go hungry. Luo Yu preferred raw fish, while Chen An wanted grilled fish, so they each enjoyed their meal without interfering with the other. The day passed peacefully, leaving Chen An feeling incredibly relaxed. Returning to the train at night, Chen An checked the resource collection progress. 2 derelict trains had been dismantled, with all useful materials collected. The food storage was full, enough to feed everyone on the train for 6 months. Important minerals were still being gathered, and the stockpile was already substantial. Regarding warships, 20 escort ships had been repaired, and 2 destroyers were fully restored, with a new type of destroyer specifically for the train under construction. Overall, everything was progressing well, ready for departure. On the last day, Chen An disguised himself as a regular passenger and wandered through the carriages. Most people were outside gathering resources, leaving few on the train. He first visited the daycare, where children were learning. The lessons focused on identifying starry sky creatures, rather than traditional subjects like math and science. This is good, Chen An thought. I want to raise loyal explorers, not scientists. After a quick look around the daycare, Chen An headed to carriage 11. Yin Yin, I'm back, he called softly. Ling Yin, playing with a robot, was delighted to see him. Brotherin, I missed you. You haven't visited in days. Chen An handed her a bunch of candies and asked her to get some hot water. Once she was gone, he asked the robot, what do you think of Yin Yan's presence? All robots knew Chen An's identity, and this one was no exception. Yin Yin is the most adorable person. I want to protect her, the robot replied. Chen An had Fu Yao check the robot's signal. There were no anomalies, and it was indeed telling the truth. All right, your task now is to protect Yin Yin closely. Do you have a name? Chen An asked. The robot shook its head. Please give me a name, Captain. From now on, you'll be called Knight. Ding. A human-like glimmer appeared in the robot's eyes, and the name Knight was deeply imprinted in its core program. Chen An noticed that the Knight was evolving into a more feminine presence, which left him a bit puzzled. After all, he remembered that he was initially a female robot, but that seemed to be just a superficial setting. Now, he felt a deeper transformation, as if he was becoming a true feminine entity. This change brought about some strange feelings, but he tried to suppress the thoughts arising in his mind. Just then, Ling H returned, carrying a steaming cup of water, and handed it to Chen An. He took the cup, sipped a bit, and after a brief conversation with Ling H, he left. Time flew by, and the last day was quickly coming to an end. Passengers, almost as if by instinct, began returning to the train, no longer venturing outside. Chen An went back to the cockpit to meticulously check all preparations. The energy was sufficient, and all necessary resources had been collected. He confirmed the train's water reserves, which were enough for all passengers to use normally for 3 months. Everything was ready. Chen An announced over the broadcast system that the train would depart in an hour. The response from the carriages was surprisingly calm, with no disturbances. Chen An then had Fu Yao release a notice about recycling second-hand weapons, with prices adjusted based on their condition. This was to help some guilds that had fallen into debt due to mass weapon purchases. Surprisingly, not only small guilds but also large ones participated actively in the weapon recycling. The most recycled items were blue light weapons, even though the highest price offered was only 70% of their original value. This puzzled Chen An, as he couldn't understand why such good weapons would be discarded so easily. But he soon realized it might be a herd mentality, coupled with economic pressure, leading to this seemingly irrational behavior. Of course, large guilds like Black Knight Hope did not participate in the recycling but chose to store their weapons instead. Chen An decided not to interfere too much. As long as it didn't affect survival, he would let the passengers handle it themselves. An hour later, the train slowly started, heading out of the star system. The initial speed was slow, but once it left the inner orbit of the star, the train sped through the vast starry sea like a dragon emerging from the sea. The route was carefully designed to avoid various star systems as much as possible to maintain a constant speed. Half an hour later, the train completely left the star system and entered normal cruising mode. Fu Yao suggested that Chen An leave the cockpit to rest. Chen An stretched, gazing out the window at the dazzling starry sea. In the distance, blazing stars flickered, possibly harboring strange cosmic phenomena, but the train's route would steer clear of these areas. After watching the magnificent cosmic scenery for a while, Chen An returned to the rest area, ready to start his homebody life. With Luo Yu's company, his days had become much more interesting than before. Half a day after the train set off, Chen An received a message from Zishu. After a brief exchange, they agreed to meet in their usual room in half an hour. During this time, Chen An asked Fuyao about the concept of mental alignment. Fuyao explained that Chen An could align mentally with any living being, but the degree of alignment could not be guaranteed. As for aligning with masculine beings, it would only result in mental coupling, with the effect depending on the coupling degree. Chen An found these concepts beyond common sense confusing but decided not to delve into them for now. Fuyao further explained that only extraordinary beings could achieve mental alignment, and Chen An could try to spread his consciousness for some fascinating discoveries. Armed with this new knowledge, Chen An took the floating platform to Carriage 10. He closed his eyes and attempted to spread his consciousness, indeed seeing a wondrous, colorful world. Those light spots seemed to represent superpowers. Fuyao guided him to condense these powers into beams, calling them mental strings, which could align or couple with each other, bringing unique mental experiences. Familiar with the route, Chen An reached the physiological area, where Zishu had been waiting for some time. She warmly embraced Chen An, playfully sniffing around him as if searching for another girl's scent. They joked a bit, with Zishu wearing a purple dress and her hair down, looking elegant and charming. They went to their usual room and spent a pleasant half-hour together. Afterwards, Zishu seemed a bit sentimental, asking Chen An if he worried she might fall for someone else. Chen An's calm attitude slightly annoyed Zishu, who joked that if the train conductor suddenly appeared and confessed, she might fall for him. Chen An playfully said that if that happened, he would give the conductor a good lesson. Zishu was instantly frightened, quickly covering Chen An's mouth and apologizing to the conductor in the void, saying that Chen An was just a kid who didn't know how to talk. Chen An quietly listened to Zishu's confessions, sensing her inner turmoil. The drastic changes on the train had left Zishu feeling lost, and she instinctively sought comfort from someone she admired to find a sense of security. Chen An pondered silently. If the person she chose was too weak to provide enough security, things could get complicated. All right, for your sake, I'll develop the guild a bit, Chen An finally conceded. Zishu looked at him with a hint of sadness. If it weren't for me, would you just let everything go to waste? It's not wasting, it's going with the flow, Chen An corrected her. All right, stop making that face. When my guild surpasses yours, don't come crying to me. Zishu laughed at his words. Surpass me? Are you dreaming? Need some help? I can throw you a bone or two. Chen An didn't respond but instead issued a command in his mind to Fuyao. Open up recruitment for Red Sun, but only for experienced dual transcendent individuals. Master, should we mention the benefits? Fuyao asked. There are no benefits with Red Sunday. They can join if they want. The whole train is the backdrop. That's the biggest perk. Chen An replied decisively. Since Zishu needed a sense of security, Chen An decided to provide her with some during their leisure time. After all, he was often quite bored himself. Zishu began to recount her experiences and observations enthusiastically. Remember the singer Wang Jie? She's with Yang Yuan now, often seen in the physiological zone. Liang Yu, who usually acts mysterious, has hooked up with a Yueshan girl and is living it up. Last time during the Kobold raid, Yuguan almost messed up. Since then, he's been training himself every day. She continued, do you know Xiaoying? She's our junior. Interested? I could introduce you. Seeing Chen An's disinterested expression, she quickly added, just testing you, didn't think I was serious, did you? Zishu chattered on for another 10 minutes. Chen An closed his eyes and focused his mental energy. He gently directed his mental string into Zishu's mind, prompting her to form her own mental string. His was red, while hers was purple. Where is this? What's happening? Zishu asked, confused. Chen An didn't explain but instead moved closer to align their strings. In an instant, an overwhelming sensation engulfed both of them, so intense that not even the destruction of the stars could disrupt them. To Chen An's surprise, their mental synchronization lasted for a full 8 hours. 8 consecutive hours of perfect harmony would drive anyone mad. However, when they finally emerged from the state, they were astonished to find they weren't particularly exhausted. Fuyao, what's going on? Chen An asked, puzzled. Your compatibility with Zishu is at 90%, Fuyao explained. Chen An realized, I see. I believe what you said earlier now. The higher the compatibility, the milder the aftereffects. What's my compatibility with Luo Yu? 86%, Fuyao replied. The main reason is the cultural differences between you two. As you spend more time together, the compatibility will gradually increase. Is there such a thing as 100% compatibility? Chen An continued to inquire. You'll have to find that yourself. Absolute compatibility does exist in the universe, but whether you encounter it depends on your luck, Fuyao answered honestly. Understanding this, Chen An asked, what did I gain from Zishu? Since you two are from the same species, you didn't acquire any special abilities, but your mental strength has been enhanced. You can now form 2 mental strings, Fuyao explained. Chen An was amazed. Can mental synchronization involve multiple people? Not necessarily multiple people. Two people can have multiple strings synchronized, multiplying the sensation, Fu Yao added. Got it. Chen An nodded. When Chen An returned to his senses, he found Zishu already asleep. He followed suit and fell asleep as well. 4 hours later, they left the physiological zone and encountered Yang Yuan at the door. He was holding Wen Jia, ready to enter. Seeing Chen An and Zishu, he was visibly stunned. Zishu, you said you've never been here? Yang Yuan exclaimed. Chen An, you never fail to surprise. I bet Zishu's suitors are going to be heartbroken. Chen An's curiosity was piqued. How many suitors does my Zishu have? Quite a few, too many to count, Yang Yuan replied. If it's too many to count, take your time. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast, Chen An suggested. The four of them went to the dining area. Chen An generously told them to order whatever they wanted. However, after only a few dishes, Zishu stopped them. Don't waste money, that's enough, Zishu said. Yang Yuan laughed. You really are a family, always saving money for Chen An. Let's split the bill. I'll also call you Guan and Liang Yu. Chen An agreed to split the bill. While they waited, Yang Yuan detailed Zishu's suitors. Zishu didn't stop him. Instead, she looked expectantly at Chen An, hoping for a reaction. The strongest suitor is Qin Mingguang, the president of the Mingyue Guild. Do you know him? Yang Yuan asked. Chen An nodded. That guy is bold and ambitious. He has potential. I have my eye on him. Yang Yuan continued. Mingyue Guild is a massive guild with thousands of members and countless experts. He's already at the second level and probably close to the third. Be careful, Chen An. Anyone else? Chen An asked. There are plenty, including various presidents and vice presidents like. Yang Yuan went on for another 10 minutes, listing many people, some of whom were already on Chen An's watch list. Soon after, the food arrived, and so did Yu Guan and Liang Yu. Liang Yu brought his partner, Zhu Xiaoyu, a polite Yu girl. Chen An, Yang Yuan said you and Zishu are finally together? Yu Guan asked, full of curiosity. Liang Yu interjected. I bet it didn't happen today. They had issues back on Zixing. The lesson here is, never hesitate. If you like someone, just go for it. If we weren't all on the same train, you might have missed each other forever. How sad would that be? Yang Yuan kicked Liang Yu and laughed. Stop jinxing it. The food is here, so fill your mouth. The meal was joyful, and they all went their separate ways afterward. Chen An and Zishu continued to explore the train, parting ways much later. Half a day later, Fu Yao informed Chen An that someone wanted to challenge him. What do you mean? Chen An asked. Qin Mingguang is waiting for you in the entertainment zone. He wants to duel you in the transcendent battle game, and the loser leaves Zishu, Fu Yao explained. Chen An laughed. Childish tantrum. Ignore it. However, the situation escalated, and more people wanted to challenge Chen An. Many even went to car number 1 to find him, causing quite a stir. Seems like they have too much free time, Chen An said. Fu Yao, come up with some entertainment projects that everyone can participate in, Fu Yao suggested. Based on information from Zixing, I recommend hosting a singing competition or a train-wide game tournament. It would help passengers vent their emotions effectively. Plan it out for me, Chen An instructed. But for now, I need to deal with these kids, so they stop causing trouble. Chen An wasn't angry. He found it amusing. He grabbed his helmet and entered the transcendent battle game. Anyone can come. I'm going to sweep through the entire train. What started as Zishu's suitors challenging him turned into him challenging the whole train. Each car was abuzz, especially among Zishu's suitors, who flocked to the entertainment zone to challenge Chen. No rush, one at a time, Chen An said confidently. The entertainment area of carriage number 10 was packed with people. The big screen was broadcasting a live match of an extraordinary battle game, with 2 cartoon characters fighting fluidly. In the end, the character on the right won. The audience erupted in cheers, realizing this was Chen An's 15th consecutive victory, even against opponents of guild leader caliber. Chen An is amazing, winning 15 matches in a row. I didn't expect him to be so skilled. He must have been a hidden master. Judging by his enhancement level, he should be at the peak of the second tier. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Qin Guangming donned a virtual helmet, ready to challenge Chen An. The two quickly entered the extraordinary battlefield, with Qin Guangming speaking first. I'm about to reach the third tier. I never use guns to kill goblin dogs, only close combat. You still have time to surrender. Chen An chuckled and replied, I don't use guns to kill goblin dogs either. I use cannons. Since you're not surrendering, let's begin. Just a heads up, I used to practice Sonda. The battle commenced, with the two fighting like martial arts masters, their moves fierce and swift. Chen An soon realized that Qin Guangming was indeed skilled. If not for his superior level, he might have struggled. Fu Yao, gather close combat techniques for me. I need to learn on the spot, Chen An instructed secretly. As various combat techniques flooded his mind, Chen An used Qin Guangming as practice, his skills becoming increasingly refined. Initially, The audience thought the two were evenly matched and cheered for Qin Guangming. However, they soon noticed something was off. Chen An seemed to grow stronger with each move, gradually suppressing Qin Guangming without ever going all out. Is he using this as practice? Looks like it. Interesting. Xiao Zhan, who had just arrived, felt his hands itch while watching the fight. 5 minutes later, unable to bear the humiliation, Qin Guangming conceded defeat, his face flushed with shame, promising never to pursue Zishu again. Chen An, having waited for a new challenger in vain, was about to declare complete victory when the game notified him of a new challenge. Xiao Zhan? What's his deal? Why is he getting involved? Chen An wondered. The two were transported to the arena, with Xiao Zhan first clasping his hands in apology. I just had to try. Please go easy on me, Chen. Though they had known each other for a while, they weren't particularly close. On the extraordinary ranking list, Xiao Zhan consistently ranked in the top 10. Come on, let's see what you've got. Chen An responded. Xiao Zhan's participation caused an even bigger stir, drawing guild leaders who hadn't been paying attention to the entertainment area. However, they arrived only to hear that Xiao Zhan had been defeated. So quickly? Xiao Zhan is a top 10 expert. How could he lose to Chen An? No idea. Chen An is ridiculously strong. Initially, they were evenly matched, but somehow Chen An always manages to get stronger. Next, experts like Qin Feng, Han Dong, Chen Guoyang, and Lu Cheng took turns challenging Chen. He accepted every challenge and defeated them all. Even Zishu joined the fray, lasting 10 minutes before conceding. In just 2 hours, Chen An had challenged almost all the top experts, winning 100 matches in a row. He leaped from rank 500 to first place in a single day, shocking everyone. Which guild is he in? Red Sun Guild, which is ranked very low. Interestingly, his guild offers no benefits but has high-level requirements, so no one wants to join. The guild requires members to be at least second tier? That's crazy. The excitement in the carriage lasted all day. The next day, the train issued several announcements. 1. A singing competition with a prize of 20,000 star coins and the title of Best Singer. 2. A talent show with a prize of 20,000 star coins and the title of Train Talent. 3. Various game competitions with rewards ranging from 5,000 to 20,000 star coins for the winning teams. 4. An extraordinary battle competition with a grand prize of 100,000 star coins and corresponding rewards for the top 10. These announcements sparked another wave of excitement, making the carriage even livelier. Those who loved singing signed up for the singing competition, those with special talents joined the talent show, and gaming enthusiasts formed teams for the various game competitions. However, the extraordinary battle competition drew the most attention due to its entertainment value and generous rewards. Is there even a point in competing? Chen An will surely win. Don't jump to conclusions. Check the rules first. The top 10 on the extraordinary ranking list can't participate, and participants must be within the second tier. Then what are we waiting for? Let's sign up. The competitions were divided into zones, with 20 carriages forming 20 zones. Each zone would first select its top competitors, followed by elimination rounds, semifinals, and finals. The game competitions mainly included shooting and MOBA types, with shooting games recommended to use virtual battles to train passengers' combat skills. The extraordinary battle competition was the most popular, with each zone selecting over 10 participants for the elimination rounds. Chen An was pleased with these activities. He organized them not on a whim, but to keep the passengers active and prevent the weakness caused by prolonged travel. Very good. We can continue this in the future. Are there any projects suitable for guilds? We're researching and developing guild combat games. They should be interesting. Great, take your time. No rush. After handling these matters, Chen An pulled up the view outside the train, still an endless expanse of stars. Are we sure we've bypassed the Star Beast's territory? According to the model estimates, the Star Beast is now 20 billion kilometers away and still expanding. Chen An was very concerned about the Star Beast issue because Luo Yu's predictions could only foresee the original route and encounters. Once Chen An made modifications, the previous predictions would collapse entirely, and they would face new situations. As long as there's no danger, keep being cautious. The train sped through the glittering nebula, leaving behind countless sparks generated by the friction. After 21 days of continuous travel, on April 17th, the train finally approached the designated area. Chen An, revitalized, kept his eyes glued to the control panel, trying to discern the situation ahead. However, the screen revealed little more than a vast ring formed by a colossal colorful nebula. The jump point, hidden within the ring, was their destination. How long until we reach the nebula ring? Chen An asked. 8 hours, sir, Fu Yao responded. Chen An nodded. No rush. During these 8 hours, various competitions on the train concluded successfully. When the time was up, the train plunged into the nebula without hesitation, leaving a massive void behind. Yet, in the grand scheme of the vast nebula ring, this void seemed insignificant. Fu Yao, any findings? Chen An inquired. We've detected a star system, 18 billion kilometers away, Fu Yao reported. Should we stop? 18 billion kilometers will take some time, sir. Chen An immediately summoned Luo Yu to cross-check the information. The results showed that the train had arrived half a month earlier than predicted. Luo Yu, when might the second train arrive? Chen An asked. Luo Yu hesitated slightly. According to my predictions, it could be in 10 days. But I'm not very certain. It's just similar information from the prophecy. Because in a month, a train will create a star network, and we'll all be able to check public information on it. Chen An pressed on. Can you tell me more about the various star systems? Luo Yu explained. This star region contains 126 star systems, meaning it can only accommodate 126 trains. Generally, the closer a system is to the jump point, the larger and more resource-rich it is. The star network will number the systems, and if we want to secure enough resources, it's best to control one of the top 30 systems. The number of trains will exceed 126, leading to many conflicts. The closer a system is to the main routes, the more likely it is to be attacked, so I don't recommend choosing a system on the edge of the main routes. What do you mean by main routes? Chen An asked. Luo Yu explained while drawing on the screen. The entire star region is enclosed by the nebula ring, forming a circular shape. Its center is the jump point, but it's just a dark area before it's activated. From this center, draw 4 main routes at 90-degree angles, and these are the 4 main directions into the star region. Her explanation made the layout of the star region clear. I understand, Chen An said. We're approaching System 94. Fu Yao, bypass it. Let's enter the main route. 5 hours later, the train finally entered the spacious main route. Soon, it approached System 29. If we fully mine energy crystals, how much can we get daily? Chen An asked. At full capacity, we can collect 20 million units daily, Fu Yao replied. Chen An immediately ordered. Dock the train into the system and start mining energy crystals at full power. Passengers are to stay on board. We'll change locations daily and make the most of our time. System 29 was twice as large as the system where they had previously defeated the dog-headed people, yet it was only above average here. After docking into the star system's orbit, passengers were surprised to see a dense swarm of mining ships working rapidly outside, with no intention of letting them disembark. Meanwhile, numerous scout drones were deployed, covering all key locations in the star region. 5 days later, the data from the scout drones confirmed Luo Yu's prophecy. Chen An decided to determine their final settlement point. By then, the train had arrived at System 1 and was frantically collecting energy crystals. The top 10 systems are close to the main routes, rich in resources, and will inevitably become hotspots for contention, Luo Yu reminded. If we want stable development, it's best to avoid these systems. Chen An agreed. I want to settle between Systems 10 and 20. Use big data analysis, prioritizing safety. After 10 minutes of analysis, Fu Yao suggested, I recommend docking the train in System 17. This system is resource-rich, with about 1.5 billion units of energy crystals, enough for nearly 10 years of use. It's not on the main routes, and its periphery has a large asteroid belt that can hinder other trains from entering while facilitating our defenses. Additionally, part of System 17 is located in the first star circle, making it easier for us to reach the jump point. Chen An agreed with this analysis and decided to explore the systems around 17 in the last 5 days. He dispatched a fleet to establish an initial defense perimeter in System 17, while the train entered Systems 14, 15, 16, 18, and 19 sequentially, collecting 20 million energy crystals from each. On the evening of the 10th day, the scout drones reported. A new train had entered the star region and was advancing along the main route. That's it, Chen An ordered. Have all mining ships return to the train. We're heading to System 17. The entire process took 6 hours, and Chen An closely monitored the new train's movements throughout. It was a humanoid rat species, even uglier than the dog-headed people, which Chen An dubbed rat men. The rat men initially intended to enter System 108, but seemed to discover a better location and were heading towards the star region's center. As Chen An's train finally docked into System 17's orbit, Fu Yao suddenly alerted. The rat men have entered System 1 and are looking for an orbit. Chen An was surprised. Those rats are really bold. What makes them think they can enter System 1? The rat men don't know the overall structure of the star region. They don't even know other trains will arrive, Fu Yao explained. So information is crucial. Otherwise, they'll be groping in the dark and easily fall into traps. Forget about them, Chen An decisively ordered. Let's focus on our development. Find suitable locations outside the train to build warship factories and accelerate warship production. Assign daily tasks to passengers, allowing them to explore the planet. This planet is vast enough to keep them busy for a long time. Don't forget to set up defenses and deploy all warships. Lastly, closely monitor other trains and collect all possible information. As the hatch slowly opened, the passengers, who had been confined for a month, poured out of the spaceship like a tidal wave. eager to head towards the life-sustaining planet 300 million kilometers away. This enormous planet, dominated by various star beasts, had already been thoroughly investigated by robots dispatched by Chen An. This planet, named Origin Star 4399, was divided into 3 zones based on danger levels. The low-level zone, with at most 1 star beasts, had a total of 172,509 independent regions. The mid-level zone, with up to 2-tier star beasts, had 83,051 independent regions, and the high-level zone, with up to 3-tier star beasts, had 480 independent regions. Each guild, based on its own strength, cautiously chose which area to explore. The passengers, filled with enthusiasm, landed at various points on the Origin Star to begin their long-awaited exploration journey. However, Chen An had little interest in this planet. His attention was more focused on the movements of other trains. Since the Ratman train had entered the star system, new trains had been continuously arriving. Some randomly chose star systems, while others navigated deeper, filling the top-ranked vacant spots one by one. Fuyao sorted through the sparse information returned by the remaining scout spheres. The second star system was occupied by mantis-like beings, who were exploring the system's energy crystals and seemed less interested in mineral resources. The third star system was inhabited by small, glowing insect-like creatures with unknown strength. The fourth star system was settled by a humanoid civilization with peculiar skin tones and a large fleet of destroyers, appearing to be the most powerful so far. The seventh star system was occupied by a mechanical civilization, possibly possessing powerful mechanical beings capable of space travel, potentially mechs. In just half a day, more than 10 trains had settled in various locations, with no knowledge of each other's presence. Many trains were unaware of other trains' existence and focused solely on their own development after entering the star system. Fuyao, how many energy crystals do we currently have? Chen An asked. 3 billion, Fuyao replied. Good, once we finish mining this star system, we'll have a reserve of 4 billion, which should be sufficient. Chen An nodded in satisfaction. Master, we've received a signal from an external civilization, likely a broadcast, Fuyao suddenly reported. Ignore it, but make sure they know we exist, Chen An decisively ordered. Some trains lack integrity. After causing a ruckus in the initial star system and finding it unsatisfactory, they tend to move on. At this stage, moving is still an option since there are many vacant spots. In the following days, the number of trains increased exponentially, filling the vacant spots one by one. Every day, various chaotic signals were received, but Chen An ignored them all, deliberately creating an air of mystery. 7 or 8 days later, Chen An finally had neighbors. The 16th spot was occupied by a plant-based civilization, not from Luoyu's people, but from another planet. The 18th spot was taken by humanoid beings with triangular heads, whom Chen An referred to as triangles. These triangles were skilled in technology and had over 20 destroyers. If not for more restrictions, their train might have been upgraded to 2 stars. On May 10th, the newly settled triangles sent a contact signal. The signal came from the train's cockpit, indicating it was an independent message from the triangle train captain. Chen An had Fuyao translate and answer the call. A triangular head appeared on the screen, with 2 slanted eyes and long gray eyelashes, giving it a somewhat eerie look. The eyes of the triangle conveyed a cold, reptilian resistance, with almost no color variation. Hello, my name is Eclipse, captain of the triangle train. The voice was unexpectedly gentle, contrasting sharply with the appearance. Hello, I'm Chen An. Chen An responded briefly. How long have you been here? Eclipse asked. Less than 10 days. So long? Do you know the current situation? Where is the jump point? The jump point hasn't opened yet, and no one knows when it will. We're just waiting here for now, Chen An replied. Thanks for the heads up. Do you know any other trains? No contact, not familiar. After a few simple exchanges, no core information was shared. Eclipse wanted to exchange some data with Chen An, but Chen An didn't respond. Sufficient caution was necessary with any alien species. Since the conversation had started, Chen An decided to contact the nearby plant-based civilization. After connecting, they introduced themselves. The plant-based civilization's train captain was named Munsa, more akin to pure tree beings, and with fewer humanoid characteristics than Luoyu. Do you know more information? Munsa asked, with a hint of arrogance, seemingly looking down on human beings like Chen An. Chen An didn't show much enthusiasm, responding indifferently before ending the call. Compared to the plant-based beings, the triangles seemed easier to approach. Chen An didn't keep this information to himself but shared it all on the train's network, allowing all passengers to understand the situation. Whoa, there are many trains out there. Are we going to war again? Are we just going to watch? Passengers discussed fervently. No one said anything about war, just getting to know the situation. Chen An replied on the network. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on ourselves. If we're not strong enough, let's become stronger. Meanwhile, on Origin Star, various guilds were actively conquering the Star Beast zones. The resources from Star Beasts were extremely abundant, and even scavenging a small area could be quite rewarding. As resources increased, passengers moved beyond basic needs and began focusing on enhancing themselves. Finally, half a month after landing, the first three-tier strongman among the passengers emerged. It was not someone Chen An was familiar with, but a lone adventurer named Zhou Jiang. He had not joined any guild, rented a small spaceship, and wandered around, focusing on self-improvement. Chen An took great interest in this and had Fu Yao investigate, finding that there were quite a few such lone adventurers. Actually, it's good. Everyone has their own way of development. We can't force it, Chen An commented. Fu Yao, how long until I reach 4-tier? Chen An asked. 3-tier strengthens muscles, 4-tier strengthens bones. Master can check if your 3-tier strengthening is complete, Fu Yao replied. Still a bit short. Open the training room. I need to train for a while, Chen An decided. On Origin Star, with Zhou Jiang's breakthrough, others were racing against time to improve themselves, especially the guild leaders. The next day, Zishu broke through to 3-tier, followed by Xiaozhan, Chengguoyang, Xiajiang, and others. As the number of 3-tier strongmen increased, the high-level star beast zones were gradually conquered, and more rare resources began circulating within the train, creating a positive cycle. On May 13th, Chen An emerged from the training room and rushed to the cockpit. What's happening? He asked, having just been awakened from his training state by Fu Yao. An external signal has been received. Should we respond? Fu Yao inquired. How special is it? The location might be 200 billion kilometers away from the 4th star system's train. Answer it. I'm not afraid of anyone now. No need to hide too much, Chen An said confidently. After connecting and decoding the signal, a colorful background appeared on the screen. In the background, a humanoid figure with a shimmering body and a friendly smile emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was not a humanoid but a pure human, even more so than the Zixing people. The only oddity was that their body colors changed with the background. Hello, Mr. Chen An. The figure spoke in a language similar to the Zixing people, with a clear and discernible voice. Chen An responded cautiously to the greeting. To his surprise, the other party introduced himself as Luoda from the Ling Shua civilization and mentioned that he learned Chen An's name through the Triangle people. Luoda enthusiastically described his civilization, emphasizing their harmony with nature and their ability to sustain themselves by absorbing starlight. Internally, Chen An scoffed at what seemed like an overly idealistic civilization, but outwardly he remained polite. He deftly avoided revealing his true identity, claiming he was from the Fu Yao civilization. Luoda continued to passionately share Ling Shua's peaceful philosophies, and finally revealed the purpose of the contact, inviting Chen An to join their star network. Intrigued by the potential for future development, Chen An decided to accept the invitation. Immediately, a dazzling invitation interface appeared on Chen An's screen. To his surprise, several powerful civilizations had already joined, including the Black Water Civilization and the Crystal Insect Civilization. Chen An accepted all friend requests and was added to the civilization chat group. The group was bustling with activity, with representatives from various civilizations exchanging ideas. Chen An observed silently until he received a private message from Yang Dingtian of the Three-Eyed Civilization, proposing an alliance. Though cautious, Chen An agreed to the superficial alliance. Over the next 2 days, Chen An met numerous train captains through the star network, with Yang Dingtian being the most enthusiastic. However, the calm was soon disrupted. On May 15th, a train from the Doghead people of the Hunting Dog Star forcibly entered Star System 1 despite warnings. Chen An quickly logged into the star network. Although most of his scout drones were destroyed, the network still captured images of the outer ring of Star System 1. This sudden conflict piqued Chen An's interest, and he focused intently on the unfolding events. The first galaxy is vast and boundless, making it impossible for the Ratmen to cover all areas with their defenses. They concentrated their main defensive forces in the inner star ring, leaving only a few frigates in the outer ring as an ambush. However, this meager defense was no match for the fierce assault of the Kobold fleet, which completely annihilated it in no time. Inside the Ratman's train, Kellyan's gaunt frame trembled with rage, his large rat head gnashing its sharp teeth. With so many other galaxies out there, why do they have to mess with us? He fumed. Get me a communication link with them. However, the kobolds ignored the Ratman's communication requests and even blocked all messages from the Ratman's train. In the kobold train, the train commander Windstar's icy blue eyes gleamed coldly as he issued a series of battle orders. Deploy all frigates and destroyers, line them up on both sides of the train. If they spread out their warships, we focus fire on their train. Our train is our main firepower. Don't conserve energy. If we can take them down, we won't lack energy. He paused and added, don't accept any messages to prevent them from deciphering our military plans. At that moment, the AI alerted. Receiving some signals from outside the system, should we accept? Windstar frowned. Are there many trains in this area? The AI responded. We started the battle too quickly to deploy reconnaissance ships. I recommend pausing the war and retreating to find other galaxies. No, Windstar decisively refused. We've come this far. We must fight. Keep advancing and see how they respond. Unbeknownst to Windstar, the battle was being live-streamed on the Star Domain network, capturing the attention of many train commanders. Yang Dingtian commented, "It's always the same. Battleships and trains slugging it out. Just a matter of who breaks first." Vander analyzed. The kobolds are in a standard attack formation, and the ratmen are also in an offensive stance. It looks like they're ready for an all-out brawl. Yusha remarked, "Honestly, the kobolds are being foolish. Instead of focusing on development, what good is it if they beat the ratmen?" Otto proposed an interesting point. The kobolds aren't part of the Star Domain network. If they take down the ratmen, can we do something about it? Yang Dingtian agreed. "I heard from Rhoda that the kobolds refused the Star Domain network's invitation. I support your idea, but it seems there aren't enough train cores to go around." Windstar thought he had the upper hand, unaware that he was already seen as easy prey. Chen An, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. He knew that seizing benefits actively was crucial, or other train commanders would think he was weak. In the first galaxy, both the kobolds and ratmen had set up offensive formations. Thousands of light beams crisscrossed in space, obliterating countless obstructing asteroids. The trains had strong defenses, but the warships did not share this advantage. With the relentless firing of laser cannons, both sides' frigates were rapidly destroyed, exploding like fireworks. The train's powerful electromagnetic railguns and laser cannons were the main forces destroying the enemy warships. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of kilometers away, the destroyers from both sides encountered each other. There was no need for words. They immediately engaged in battle. Both sides' main cannons were plasma cannons, with powerful particle beams sweeping across, destroying enemy destroyer shuttles and swarms. The destroyers had strong defenses, making landing battles necessary for a decisive victory. The kobolds initiated the landing, but the ratmen's firepower was too fierce, making it difficult even for the fastest swarm drones to approach. Meanwhile, Chen An discussed counter-strategies with Fu Yao. "Fu Yao, if we face an attack from the kobolds, how should we handle it?" Chen An asked. Fu Yao replied, "The quickest way is to activate the super railgun, which can destroy their fleet for 20 million energy crystals. To destroy their train as well, it would take 80 million energy crystals." Chen An pressed, "I mean, without using the super railgun, what should we do?" Fu Yao suggested, "Avoid direct confrontation, spread out our frigates for flexible combat. Use our train to engage their train, forcing them to send frigates after ours, then intercept them with our destroyers. Master, consider the train as our strongest warship. Use it when necessary." Chen An asked, "How many destroyers do we have now?" Fu Yao answered, "Exactly 10, more than most trains." Chen An thought for a moment and said, "Still not enough. Keep manufacturing more. Frigates have no advantage against destroyers. As long as we have more destroyers than other trains, we won't fear them. Current superpowers are too weak. It ultimately depends on the fleet." Chen An continued to watch the battlefield, which remained brutal. Both sides were evenly matched, neither stronger than the other. Given the current situation, they might lose all their warships, leaving only the trains to fight. Interestingly, given the defensive strength of a one-star train, it would require full-powered laser and electromagnetic railgun fire to break through, meaning both sides could end up annihilated. The chat group discussed how to take advantage, but Chen An realized a problem. The first galaxy was too far away for him to benefit. It seemed likely that the Mantis civilization of the second galaxy and the Crystal Bug civilization of the third galaxy would each get a core. Damn, kobolds are idiots, willing to go down together. Chen An muttered to himself, "Lucky I didn't take them in. Might have affected the other passengers' intelligence." Despite his complaints, Chen An could only watch as other trains took advantage. However, 2 hours into the war, the situation changed. Realizing they couldn't achieve a decisive victory, the kobolds backed down. The ratmen didn't pursue, instead hastily cleaning up the battlefield and re-establishing defenses. Losing half their warships, it was uncertain how long it would take to recover. On the other side, Windstar, who fled the first galaxy in disarray, found himself lost. The surrounding galaxies seemed occupied, and they couldn't afford to stir up more trouble. The AI reminded, "Receiving an unfamiliar signal, should we accept?" "Accept it immediately," Windstar said urgently. The message was from the Ling Shua civilization, inviting the kobolds to join the Star Domain network and providing information on available star systems. Windstar agreed without hesitation, quickly becoming a member of the Star Domain network. Yang Dingtian mocked, "What a saintly race. Chen An, how's your tech? If possible, let's start our own thing and leave this network." Yang Dingtian was a typical hothead. It was unclear how someone like him became a train commander. Chen An retorted, "Even if the kobolds are wiped out, can you get the core?" After thinking for a moment, the other side replied, "Probably not. The mantises and those bugs are next in line." "Exactly," Chen An explained. "Since we can't benefit, it's better to keep the kobolds alive." Otherwise, do you want your neighbors to get the core? This enlightened Yang Dingtian, who gave Chen An a thumbs up, his third eye blinking rapidly. You're wise beyond your years, Chen An. How old are you? Calling me little brother, so smoothly, Chen An muttered, ending the communication to focus on his own tasks. With few empty star systems left, conflicts over positions would continue to arise. Chen An had to prevent any unwelcome trains from coming to his territory. On May 16th, the starfield was peaceful, and the flames of war had temporarily subsided. Chen An was dealing with guild affairs when an unexpected message shattered the Comrade Sun Guild had finally received a new applicant. Zhoujiang. Chen An frowned, recalling the name. As the first triple transcendent among the passengers, Zhoujiang's strength was terrifying, capable of slaughtering star beasts single-handedly. His reason for applying was simple. With the increasing difficulty of planetary exploration, he needed a team. Chen An was puzzled. Why choose Red Sun? There are clearly better options. Zhoujiang's response was surprising. Because you're the top transcendent. I want to join the strongest transcendent team, not other guilds that rely on hot weapons. These words made Chen An ponder. Among the current 2 million passengers, pure transcendents like Zhoujiang were indeed rare. Interesting. Chen An muttered to himself. I need to meet him in person. He quickly sent an invitation, arranging a meeting at dining area number 3. Half an hour later, Chen An saw Zhoujiang in the dining area. He was a man with a square face and a tall, upright posture, clearly someone with a military background. Chen An got straight to the point. Red Sun is weak. You should know that. Zhoujiang stood up, extending his hand. I don't care if the guild is strong or weak. I just want to find teammates I can rely on. Actually, being weak is an advantage. It gives me more opportunities. Hello. I've watched all your 100 consecutive victories. If you've watched, why didn't you challenge me? Chen An sat down, signaling the robot to bring 2 glasses of the best fruit wine. The seriousness on Zhoujiang's face melted away, revealing a smile. I saw that you were a triple transcendent and knew I wasn't your match, so why humiliate myself? Everyone says I'm the first triple transcendent on the train, but you're the real first. Chen An became interested. Oh? How did you figure that out? A transcendent duel perfectly replicates the fighter's physical attributes. Even if you hide it, some enhancements can't be completely concealed, Zhoujiang explained. First level enhances breathing, second level enhances skin, third level enhances muscles. I noticed your muscle strength was far beyond others during battles, so I deduced you were a triple transcendent. Chen An nodded inwardly, forming a good first impression of Zhoujiang. Keen observer, passionate about transcendent cultivation, physical attributes far surpassing ordinary people. At that moment, he suddenly understood the direction for Red Sun's development. Other guilds were busy building fleets, relying on train supplies to expand outward. But Red Sun would take a different path, focusing on cultivating transcendence. This was the future of the train. After all, fleets had limits, but the potential of transcendence was limitless. Very well, I agree to your joining Red Sun, Chen An announced. After confirming his membership via his wristwatch, Zhoujiang immediately asked, and how many members do we have? I want to conquer Advanced Zone 72, and I'll need 20 people to assist. Chen An stood up, signaling him to follow. Check the guild info yourself. We're heading to the market now. 5 seconds later, Zhoujiang exclaimed, just the 2 of us? He quickly caught up with Chen An and asked, I heard that leaving a guild requires prior application. How long does it take here? Leaving Red Sun is impossible, don't even think about it, Chen An said firmly. Zhoujiang was stunned, momentarily speechless. In the market, Chen An spent 2,000 guild star coins to purchase 4 3.0 version bronze combat knives. These weren't actually made of bronze. It was just a classification. The knives were made of high-grade alloys, with different versions indicating quality differences. Zhoujiang was surprised. I thought bronze combat knives only had a 2.0 version. Where did the 3.0 come from? They just hit the shelves. Chen An handed him 2. One for use, one as a backup. Chen An tried strapping the knife to his back, feeling quite imposing. And what's your plan? Zhoujiang decided to take things one step at a time since he couldn't leave for now. Chen An replied, didn't you want to go to Zone 72? I'll take you there right now. Just the 2 of us? There are quite a few triple star beasts in Zone 72. Zhoujiang was concerned. Scared? Chen An raised an eyebrow. Of course not, I'm just worried about you, Zhoujiang explained. Chen An thought to himself, with the train's protection, even if all the passengers died, he would be fine. This adventure was to hone his combat skills in preparation for advancing to the 4th level. Half an hour later, Chen An rented an A-106 small spaceship and flew with Zhoujiang to Origin Star. As they passed through the atmosphere, they saw numerous large ships floating in the planet's orbit, mostly belonging to large guilds. With various transportation tools now available, guilds began docking transport ships in orbit as transfer stations to improve efficiency. Passing through the orbit, the airspace between the ground and ships was bustling with flying vehicles, loaded with various resources. Smart, they know how to adapt, Chen An commented. He pulled up a map, densely marked with zones numbered from 1 to over 20,000, with 480 marked as advanced zones occupying the first 480 numbers. Zone 72, chosen by Zhou was located in a forest in the northern hemisphere, with more than a dozen triple-star beasts. According to the train's mission, successfully exploring Zone 72 would reward them with 100,000 star coins and many other resources. Chen An called Zhou to the cockpit, asking, "Have you studied the data on Zone 72? Zhou nodded. It's a primeval forest with a warm, humid climate. There are many star beasts, mainly snakes. The train specifically warned about toxic miasmas there. We should bring gas masks." He suddenly remembered. Did we forget to buy them? Avoid it, it's not important. Chen An dismissed the concern. The ship slowly landed in a clearing south of the primeval forest. As they disembarked, the warm, humid air hit them, and the fresh scent invigorated Chen An. He took a deep breath. Getting out more is good for the body. You can't stay on the train all the time. Looking up, towering ancient trees reached for the sky. Birds flitted among the branches, chirping melodiously. "And aren't you bringing a gun?" Zhou asked. Chen An countered. "Why aren't you?" "I'm used to close combat, don't like using guns," Zhou explained. "But Zone 72 is different. We should be cautious." For Zhou to be so careful, the place must indeed be perilous. But Chen An was unconcerned because no one knew Zone 72 better than he did. "Stop talking and follow me," Chen An ordered. "We are going to clear this forest today." Zhou took a sharp breath. He thought he was crazy, but Chen An was even more so. "Wait for me, and be careful." Zhou drew his combat knife, warily scanning their surroundings. Chen An could have relied on support from Fuyao, but chose to disable the feature. To truly train, I can't over-rely on Fuyao. My senses need to be sharpened too, he thought. The two of them boldly ventured into the forest. Zhou, influenced by Chen An's confidence, gradually relaxed and started chatting. "And why didn't you recruit people before?" Zhou asked curiously. "No one worth recruiting," Chen An answered calmly. "Registering a guild without recruiting anyone, losing star coins every day, you really are unique," Zhou remarked. "Starting a guild requires daily payments to the train. Not everyone can afford it," Chen An explained. Suddenly, Chen An whispered a warning. "Shh, keep your voice down. Look above your head." Upon Chen An's warning, Zhou looked up and instantly tensed, his heart nearly stopping. Above them, dozens of venomous snakes with a mix of purple and red scales were poised to strike, their necks extended in preparation. "Shit, they're coming," Zhou exclaimed. Before his words even faded, the snakes launched themselves like arrows, leaving afterimages in their wake. Chen An remained motionless, as Zhou had already leaped high, drawing his combat knife and slicing through the snakes with precision and ease. After landing, Zhou picked up the most vibrant snake carcass and extracted its gallbladder, chewing it nonchalantly. "The venom of these snakes can easily kill an average person, but it's harmless to us," he explained, clarifying that his earlier exclamation was due to the suddenness, not fear. Chen An shrugged it off, signaling Zhou to move forward. The snakes they encountered here were vastly different from those on Zixing. These venomous snakes not only had sharp teeth, but some even had 4 short legs, allowing them to run quickly. Chen An quickly got into the rhythm, mercilessly killing any creature they encountered, no matter how beautiful. Zhou, on the other hand, occasionally spared some smaller animals. "Chen An, the little red squirrel you just let go is highly toxic and can kill a level 2 extraordinary. Better to kill it next time," Zhou warned, startled. From then on, he adopted Chen An's approach, killing any creature in their path regardless of its strength. Half an hour later, they finally encountered a level 3 star Biasta massive python coiled around a dead ancient tree, its body covered in black and red scales, and a horn growing from its head. "A dragon?" Zhou gasped. "It's just a horned python. You take the left, I'll take the right," Chen An instructed, assuming a fighting stance. The python's enormous size meant it could swallow a person whole. Zhou understood, gripping his blood-stained knife tightly as he stealthily moved into the dense forest on the left, looking for an opportunity to ambush. The python, with its keen senses, detected Chen An approaching from the right and immediately slithered down from the ancient tree, its long tail striking like a scorpion stinger, the tip gleaming coldly. Chen An easily dodged the attacks with a few agile movements. "Is that all you've got? Show me what you can do," Chen An taunted, knowing full well the python couldn't understand human speech. The python retracted its tail and lunged its head forward, opening its mouth filled with jagged teeth, the longest measuring 30 centimeters. Chen An, growing more excited, used the strength of his legs to leap high, grabbing a vine to avoid the attack. "Zhou, what are you doing?" Chen An shouted. Zhou, carefully moving atop the trees, didn't respond. As the python turned to attack Chen An, Zhou Jiang suddenly leaped from the tree, landing precisely on the snake's vulnerable spot. He furiously slashed with his knife, purple blood spurting out. "Watch out!" and Zhou Jiang yelled. The pained python thrashed wildly, trying to throw Zhou Jiang off, destroying numerous trees in the process. One tree struck Chen An's shoulder, but he was unharmed, while the tree itself broke in half. I might be testing my strength the wrong way," Chen An mused, abandoning his combat knife and using his fists to strike the ancient tree. With a resounding bang, a large chunk of the tree was blown off. Turns out my body strength is on par with my knife. After all, a weapon is just an external tool, Chen An realized. After killing the python, Zhou Jiang approached and asked what Chen An was doing. "Zhou Jiang, punch me in the chest," Chen An suddenly said. "Are you sure? Just do it." Without further hesitation, Zhou Jiang punched Chen An with 70% of his strength. With a dull thud, Chen An absorbed the blow and rebounded Zhou Jiang away. Enhanced muscles aren't as hard as stone. They absorb and release energy. I suspect the key to level 3 extraordinary enhancement lies in muscle flexibility, Chen An analyzed. Unable to provide an explanation, Zhou Jiang watched as Chen An activated Fuyao and voiced his doubts. The essence of muscle enhancement is increasing the muscle's ability to absorb external energy. Those who traverse the stars can easily withstand fusion-level energy attacks because their muscles can contain a high level of energy. Didn't you know? Fuyao responded. How would I know if you didn't tell me? Give me a detailed explanation of the training process from level 1 to 9 and post it online, Chen An ordered. For the rest of their journey, Chen An minimized his use of weapons, relying more on his physical strength. Zhou Jiang followed suit, and together they rampaged through the dense forest. Whether it was winged leopards, two-headed scorpions, or rabbit-like creatures as tall as hills, all level 3 extraordinary beings fell to their fists. After 15 hours, they had cleared Area 72, completing their mission ahead of schedule. On the train, a strange message appeared on the guild's bulletin board, causing a stir. Someone discovered that the initial exploration mission for Advanced Area 72 had been completed, a first among the top 200 advanced areas. Who did this? It's unbelievable. It was the Red Sun Guild. 2 people did it in 15 hours. Are you sure they didn't use a spaceship? The wristbands track mission progress in real time. It must be done on foot. Whose guild is Red Sun? It sounds familiar. It's Chen An's guild, and the other person is Zhou Jiang. Holy crap, no wonder. With those two, it makes sense. The news of Area 72's exploration caused a sensation on the train's network, drawing attention from other major guilds. Upon returning to the train, Chen An received a private message from Zishu. You dared to tackle Area 72 with just the 2 of you? Are you out of your mind? Chen An didn't respond immediately. After returning, he and Zhou Jiang parted ways, with Chen An appointing Zhou Jiang as the guild's vice president. I might not always have time. The guild is essentially under your command, Chen An said. But are there even any other members? Zhou Jiang asked helplessly. Of course. At that moment, many people were applying to join the guild, mostly level 2. Chen An dismissed them, instructing Fuyao to change the entry requirement to level 3. When the news spread, it caused a commotion. It was already absurd to require level 2, and now they only accept level 3. I heard Red Sun only has 2 members. A guild needs numbers to make money. Just watch. Red Sun will collapse eventually, leaving a bewildered Zhou Jiang behind. Chen An returned to his private area. Feeling relaxed, he greeted Luoyu before heading to the control room to pull up the screen. 3 new trains. Chen An saw the newly arrived trains, uncertain of their strength or who they might attack. He straightened up and instructed, no matter who they target, we must be prepared. Distribute the frigates and destroyers around, hiding them in the asteroid field. Retract the energy conduits, and move the train 30 million kilometers outward to ensure we can respond quickly. Chen An was ready for battle, but the 3 trains seemed hesitant and retreated to the outskirts, avoiding any conflict. Over the next few days, more trains poured into the star domain. Some engaged in fierce battles, while others sought vacant spots, eventually occupying all 126 star systems. On May 24th, the Star Domain Network ranked the 126 trains. The ranking was based on battle outcomes for those that had fought, and by star system number for those that hadn't. Chen An, located in the 17th star system, was ranked 16th. Surprisingly, the once powerful rat civilization of the first star system, heavily damaged from previous battles, fell to 26th place. Shortly after the rankings were announced, 5 new trains appeared from 4 directions, causing a stir on the Star Domain Network. With no vacant spots left, new wars were inevitable. All trains in the star systems braced for potential crises. Although Chen An appeared calm, he secretly hoped a train would challenge his star system to break the current peace. Nonetheless, he reinforced basic defenses just in case. 3 hours later, the 5 new trains chose their targets. To Chen An's relief, the 17th star system remained safe, shielded by a meteor zone. In fact, The new trains never intended to venture into the star domain center. 4 of them targeted systems on the outskirts, while the 5th, luckily, chose Yang Dingtian's 5th star system. This 5th train, controlled by the three-eyed people of the mechanical civilization, looked formidable. Chen An opened the star domain network's live feed to watch the battle. Although he had verbally allied with Yang Dingtian, it was merely a formality. He had no intention of helping. In the outer ring of the 5th star system, the mechanical civilization's train advanced slowly, releasing numerous warships with unique conical shapes, different from standard models. Alongside the warships were countless shuttles and drones, ready to board enemy ships. The star domain network couldn't probe the inner ring, leaving everyone unaware of the three-eyed people's movements. Inside their train, Yang Dingtian remained unusually calm, contrary to his usual rash demeanor. He ordered his fleets to disperse and not regroup without his command. Yang Dingtian's train carried 2 million three-eyed people, having absorbed a fellow train along the way. Unlike Chen An's guild model, Yang Dingtian adopted a kobold fleet model, maintaining complete control. As the fleets dispersed into the vast outer ring, they vanished into the cosmos. Watching this, train commanders on the star domain network speculated about Yang Dingtian's strategy. Some thought he planned to hold his ground, while others guessed he wanted to preserve his warships. But all agreed that a direct confrontation with the mechanical civilization's protected train would be disastrous. To everyone's surprise, the three-eyed people's train retreated to the outer ring. Was Yang Dingtian planning to flee without a fight? The commanders were stunned, unable to believe the usually boastful Yang Dingtian would show such cowardice. From the live feed, it appeared the three-eyed people had indeed ceded their position, causing the mechanical civilization to hesitate, suspecting a trap. They paused 10 billion kilometers from the star for 2 hours before cautiously proceeding. Once they entered the inner ring, Yang Dingtian's train followed. With no visuals from the inner ring, Chen An lost sight of the action. He inquired about scout orbs, but learned they had been destroyed, leaving him without information. Frustrated, he turned his attention to other battlefields. The other 4 conflicts occurred in the 85th, 93rd, 101st, and 112th star systems. These battles were conventional, fierce firefights, with the entire star systems in turmoil. Both sides relied on precision AI-controlled shooting, turning the wars into attrition battles to see who would capitulate first. 6 hours later, the attackers in the 112th star system were the first to falter. With only a dozen warships left, they chose to flee. The defenders, though heavily damaged, were unable to pursue. A new problem arose. With no new vacancies, the fleeing trains couldn't exit the star domain and needed a place to dock or risk running out of energy. Besides the 112th system, attackers in the other 3 systems faced the same dilemma. Realizing total victory was impossible, they all fled. The star domain network's atmosphere grew tense. If the fleeing trains had known the situation inside the star domain, they might have fought to the death. Now, everyone speculated where these trains would go. Luo de promised not to contact these trains to avoid becoming a common enemy. However, the 4 fleeing trains became soft targets, tempting everyone. Chen An also considered attacking any train entering his star system. To lure the trains, Chen An ordered Fu Yao to withdraw all warships from the outer ring and remove all defenses. Yet, he worried that the meteor zone around his star system might deter the trains. The 4 fleeing trains moved slowly, probing the cosmos. Upon detecting signs of defense, they immediately left, like startled birds. 5 hours later, movement in the 5th star system shocked everyone. The mechanical civilization's train was fleeing. No one knew what had happened inside, but the three-eyed people had emerged victorious. As the mechanical civilization's train tried to escape, the three-eyed people's train suddenly emerged from the asteroid belt, blocking its path. The 2 trains collided violently, sending shockwaves that altered nearby asteroid trajectories. Everyone was baffled by Yang Dingtian's actions. Train hulls were too strong to be damaged by collisions, making this move seemingly pointless and potentially dangerous. However, the next scene stunned all spectators. The three-eyed people's train opened all hatches, releasing swarms of shuttles that rushed toward the enemy train. Simultaneously, all railguns on the three-eyed people's train began charging. Though the railguns couldn't destroy the train itself, they targeted the enemy train's hatches, the most vulnerable spots. Brilliant beams of light shot out, destroying the hatches one by one. The shuttles swarmed in, initiating a brutal boarding battle. The fight was one-sided, as the three-eyed people significantly outmatched the mechanical civilization. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian personally stormed the enemy's control room and killed their commander. The star domain network fell silent, with everyone too shocked by the battle's outcome to speak. To be honest, the battles commanded by Yang Dingtian weren't exactly spectacular, but they provided a lot of inspiration to other train captains. Especially to Chen An, who suddenly realized that wars between trains weren't just about destruction, but also about occupation. This insight led him to consider more tactical possibilities. Chen An furrowed his brow in thought. Fu Yao, When the three-eyed people enter the mechanical civilization train, doesn't the train retaliate? The train's defensive capabilities are all external. How does it counteract internally? Are we just supposed to watch the enemy come in? Then he had a breakthrough. Aren't there passengers and train captains? Boarding combat should be an allowed rule, right? This idea enlightened Chen An. He speculated that Yang Dingtian had known this all along and had possibly been feigning weakness to find an opportunity to destroy the enemy's warships completely. Not long after, Yang Dingtian's three-eyed civilization was ranked first without any dispute. On the surface, the three-eyed people had definitely obtained a core and activated the train's special abilities. As for what those abilities were, no one knew. Half an hour after the battle, Yang Dingtian sent Chen An a message, his tone barely concealing his excitement. Chen An, congratulations. Haha, I narrowly won this time. I almost lost. Have any outside trains approached you? Chen An cautiously replied, there's no sign of that yet. We'll probably know by tomorrow. Yang Dingtian seemed eager to boast. Aren't you curious about what ability I got? Chen An maintained a polite distance. It's private, so I can't just ask. Yang Dingtian, however, volunteered the information. The ability is to strengthen the train's front, giving it more offensive power. Next time I encounter another train, I'll ram them to death. Uncertain of Yang Dingtian's intentions, Chen An made a few casual remarks. Not long after, he suddenly received an urgent alert from Fuyo. A train might be coming our way. Chen An immediately became alert and ended the communication. Fuyo, bring up the visuals. The screen displayed an unfamiliar train loitering outside the meteorite zone, continuously dispatching scout ships. The vast area of the 17th star system exceeded the reconnaissance range of a single train. Chen An quickly issued orders. Fuyo, have the warships in the inner star ring move to the other side of the star, and pull our train back a bit to lure them in. Fortunately, the origin star was on the other side at this time, making it undetectable to the external train. Given the situation, the external train finally decided to move in. Inside the train, humanoid creatures with 4 arms were extremely tense, fearing any sudden events in the star system. In the cockpit, their train captain's brow was tightly knit, hesitating to give the final order. The AI reminded, the train's remaining energy can't sustain us to the next star system. Whether or not there are enemies here, we must press forward. The train captain sighed. If we'd known these star systems were already occupied, we should have fought to the end from the start. There's no other choice. Deploy all warships and expand our control range. The train moved steadily forward, dozens of warships fanning out on either side. This was their last bit of strength. The situation in the 17th star system caught the attention of the Star Domain Network, and other train captains marveled at Chen An's luck. Someone commented, the 17th star system is pretty remote. Even a soft target like this can be taken. Humans are smart, deliberately pulling back their defenses. Upon learning of Chen An's approach, other star systems quickly imitated it, trying to lure in and take down the other 3 trains. Meanwhile, Chen An identified the intruders. He was surprised. 4-armed humanoids? Aside from having limbs, how are they humanoid? These creatures had round heads and uniquely arranged facial features, resembling aliens Chen An had seen before. Fuyo reported, Master, we've been discovered. Chen An remained calm. Then prepare for battle. Don't deploy the warships yet. We don't want to scare them off. In the 4-armed people's train, the captain was shocked. They had only come in to try their luck and hadn't expected to find a train here. The AI analyzed. No signs of warships detected. They might be in the same situation as us. As a competent AI, it provided many hypotheses, but the captain focused on this one. That's right, the captain concluded. They've probably fought other trains too, leaving them without defensive capabilities. Full speed ahead and take them down. As the 4-armed people's train entered the inner star ring, the Star Domain Network lost the feed. Fuyo asked, Master, should we use the super railgun to destroy the enemy train? Chen An deliberated for a moment and replied, no need. The 4-armed people seem to be in fleet mode, and there shouldn't be many passengers left on their train. Let's look for an opportunity to attempt a boarding operation. He explained, the super railgun has its drawbacks. It overheats after one shot and requires a long cooldown. If there are multiple enemy trains, boarding combat is inevitable. Since we have the chance now, I want to experiment. Chen An quickly issued orders. Deploy 20,000 robots for the boarding operation. Assemble them immediately and prepare for battle. The surrounding warships can come out now and surround the train. Their target is to destroy the train's external laser cannons and railguns. As more battles took place, the advantages and disadvantages of the trains were being continuously summarized. A train had a fatal flaw. Its external firepower systems were unprotected. The laser cannons were exposed, as were the electromagnetic railguns. As long as the warships surrounded the train and fired at its firepower systems, the train had no choice but to flee. At this point, All Chen An needed to do was block the enemy with his train to start the boarding operation. This was Yang Dingtian's standard combat method. With the orders given, Chen An's fleet displayed its prowess, moving to surround the enemy train from both sides. The four-armed people's train captain noticed and immediately tried to retreat. AI, we're out of energy. Retreating means death. What do we do? The captain asked frantically. The AI suggested, charge at the enemy train and fight to the death. When he saw the four-armed people's train charging towards him, Chen An understood their intent. He calmly said, it's fine. Let them come closer. Fleet, get into position and attack the train directly. Fuyo precisely calculated the attack range, and as the enemy train approached, it fired. The railguns and laser cannons had been charged and unleashed thousands of beams, leaving trails in the starry sky. The enemy AI was clearly inferior, only halfway through charging at that moment. AI, this is bad. Move the train now. The four-armed people's captain hurriedly ordered. The train barely shifted, but the remaining warships were too slow, exploding into countless fireworks under the barrage of beams. Return fire. All weapons fire at their train. The four-armed captain ordered, face red with anger. Chen An's train wasn't a sitting duck. Under Fuyo's control, it easily dodged. The enemy train is within fleet range. Should we attack? Fuyo asked. Fire. Take out all their firepower. Chen An decisively commanded. Though the sound was inaudible, nearly 200 warships fired simultaneously, with beams and particle streams all targeting the four-armed people's train, not aiming at the body, but at the laser cannons and railguns. The scene was spectacular, with the train side laser cannons exploding continuously and the top railguns being systematically destroyed, leaving no counterattack capability. In the four-armed people's cockpit, the captain's mouth hung open in despair. The AI offered a final suggestion. Only one option remains. Full speed into the star, consuming the remaining energy to replenish quickly, but as the captain was about to take a desperate gamble, Chen An's train rammed them heating. The four-armed people were terrified. What are they doing? Chen An replicated Yang Dingtian's method to forcibly stop the four-armed people's train, which was nearly out of energy. The two trains collided violently, the sound of metal against metal echoing in the silent space. Although the exterior of both trains remained intact, the power layer of the four-armed people's train suffered severe damage, causing it to lose power and making it difficult to restart in its energy-depleted state. Calmly observing the enemy train gradually losing power, Chen An knew it would inevitably follow his own train in orbit around the star. He decisively ordered, prepare for boarding combat, blow open their hatch. The railguns on top of the train quickly charged, and powerful energy beams successively pierced through the enemy's hatches. For those hard-to-reach angles, surrounding warship fleets coordinated their attacks to destroy the remaining hatches. The four-armed people's train captain realized Chen An's intentions and immediately issued a full mobilization order. Soon, countless shuttles poured in through the damaged hatches, not docking at the landing pads, but dispersing to the sides while releasing a large number of drones. These drones opened fire without hesitation upon spotting enemies. Despite this, the four-armed passengers put up a tenacious resistance. They defended using the complex interior environment of the train, continuously shooting down the invading drones. Chen An noticed that there were no living quarters or marketplaces here, and the weapons used by the four-armed people were relatively primitive, merely basic kinetic weapons. Curious, Chen An asked Fu Yao for an explanation. Fu Yao replied, not all train captains have strong control. They are different from you. You are a natural selection with absolute authority. Other train captains are selected post hoc and can be overthrown. Setting some restrictive rules to suppress passengers is normal. Chen An pondered, other train captains can be overthrown? Fu Yao continued, post-selected train captains are not strictly bound to the train's identity. As long as a passenger is strong enough, they can become the new train captain, which is allowed by the rules. Could someone overthrow me? Chen An suddenly became alert. You won't be overthrown. That's also part of the rules, Fu Yao reassured him. Why do I have this privilege? Who granted it? Chen An pursued, but Fu Yao had no information on that. Though puzzled, Chen An realized this was a good thing and decided not to delve further. He turned his attention to assigning tasks to the passengers. With the war's outcome already determined, Chen An relaxed momentarily, leaving the cockpit and returning to the lounge. Luo Yu was lazily lying on the sofa, her dark green form gracefully curved. Chen An couldn't help but imagine that if Luo Yu were human, he might not be able to resist her charm. But reality was harsh, and he sighed inwardly. Mental compatibility is like online dating. You can never meet in person. Who knows what's on the other side of the screen? Luo Yu was engrossed in watching a show Chen An had brought from Zixing, her leafy branches swaying around, making the lounge feel like a woodland cabin. What are you watching? Chen An asked. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Yu immediately retracted her branches, forming two smooth, jade-like arms. Chen An thought to himself that if he closed his eyes, these hands could entertain him for a year. I'm watching a human drama. It's quite interesting. Luo Yu responded excitedly. Do you need me to make a prediction? No need. You continue watching. Chen An waved his hand. The melodious sounds of the drama made Chen An's scalp tingle. He couldn't understand this form of art. Interestingly, Luo Yu seemed to resonate with the drama from Zixing and could even hum a few lines, her voice not too different. Can you learn the human language? Chen An suddenly wondered. Luo Yu replied joyfully. I'm already learning. Can I go out once I master it? Chen An nodded, but didn't give a definitive answer. Meanwhile, passengers in the rear carriages were abuzz with the sudden task announcement. The task was to take free shuttles to the enemy train for combat, with each four-armed person killed counting as one completed task, infinitely stackable. But there were two restrictions. First, the task could only be taken individually and not within the guild system. Second, only those with triple extraordinary abilities could take it. The discussions grew louder, but few passengers were actually capable of accepting the task. Many guild leaders were hunting on Origin Star and found themselves in a dilemma upon learning about the task. Origin Star was quite far from the train, and returning by spaceship would take at least an hour. Thus, many guild leaders used their wristwatches to convey their situation to Chen. Chen An replied, if you can't make it back in time, don't bother. I'm not relying solely on them. This is just an opportunity for training. After sending the message, Chen An put the matter aside. After half an hour of rest, he returned to the cockpit to check on the progress of the war. As expected, the four-armed people couldn't withstand the relentless assault of the robots and were dying in large numbers. Fuyao, can the production rate of robots keep up with the consumption rate? Chen An asked. The four-armed people's resistance is weak, and the robots can be replenished in time, Fuyao replied. Do you want to increase the offensive? Robots can be produced anytime with minimal cost. Good. Intensify the offensive, Chen An ordered. Also, add more production lines. The passengers are not very useful at the moment. We'll need robots to sustain the war for a while. New production lines have been added to the manufacturing sequence. Fuyao quickly executed the command. Chen An nodded in satisfaction and opened the screen to continue watching the battle. Seeing the brutal scenes inside the train, he gradually hardened his heart. Death is just death, he thought to himself. As long as it's not my people dying, it doesn't matter at all. About 8 hours later, the resistance in the various carriages grew increasingly weak, and Chen An received a surrender message from the four-armed people's train captain. After much contemplation, he decided to sentence the captain to death. Along the way, there have been many passengers, Chen An thought. I don't need to keep those who might harbor resentment towards me. It's safer and more prudent to eliminate them all. Staying alive is paramount. Based on these considerations, Chen An rejected the four-armed people's surrender request. He then opened the star network and found that the other three trains had already headed towards the central star systems. The train captains envied him, as such an easy target was rare. Another 4 hours later, Chen An received news that the four-armed people's train captain had been beheaded. Interestingly, the head was taken not by a robot, but by Zhou Zhang himself. Fuyao, announce his achievement to the entire train and add 100,000 star coins to his original reward, Chen An ordered. After confirming that the four-armed people's train was fully controlled, Chen An took his private ship to board the enemy train and went straight to the cockpit to retrieve the core. He eagerly began the assimilation process, hoping to gain more powerful mobility. While space jumps were indeed impressive, their practicality was limited, useful only in critical moments. To Chen An's delight, the train gained a new ability, a super electromagnetic shield. This shield could consume energy crystals to create temporary protection, capable of withstanding attacks from super railguns, with the strength of the shield increasing with the number of energy crystals used. The shield wasn't conjured out of thin air. Its generator was installed next to the super railgun, resembling a small accelerator. Chen An realized this was another energy-intensive addition. Fuyao, how many energy crystals are consumed each time the shield is activated? He asked urgently. At least 100 units, up to 1 billion units, Fuyao replied. 100. Chen An was astonished. The electromagnetic shield doesn't need to be fully activated. It can protect only specific structures, Fuyao explained. 100 units of energy crystals are needed to protect a single laser cannon. Chen An's excitement surged. The train's biggest flaw was its external firepower system, but with the targeted protection of the electromagnetic shield, he no longer had to worry about it being destroyed by enemies. Excellent, this ability is fantastic, Chen An said with satisfaction, feeling ecstatic about the substantial gains from this battle. As the four trains were sequentially dealt with, the rankings were updated, and the Fuyao civilization rose to 10th place. Chen An stood before the command room's large screen, frowning slightly. If it weren't for the four-armed people's previous heavy losses, which lessened the value of this war, their ranking could have improved even more. Over the next 3 days, new trains continuously entered the star domain, igniting relentless battles. Some star systems successfully held their ground, while others fell and were occupied by newcomers. On May 28th, 10 trains entered the star domain in quick succession, causing a massive uproar. This was the highest number to date, and everyone speculated about their destination. In the command room, an officer couldn't help but complain, "Damn it. We already have limited resources in the outer layer, and now we're working for free?" Chen An turned around and sternly glared at him. "Calm down, brother. That was just a joke. We still follow the previous relesno, sharing information with newcomers, letting them choose freely." As time passed, the outer layer trains stopped being passive. Whenever they detected the enemy's retreat, they would fight desperately. In such cases, even if victorious, the outer layer trains would still face more enemy attacks. However, after half a day, 5 new trains still became easy targets, wandering into the inner layer under the eager eyes of countless predators. 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian sent a congratulatory message. "Brother, what kind of luck do you have?" It turned out that one train was once again attracted to the 17th star system, heading straight for the meteorite zone. Chen An chuckled as he replied, "I'm in a good spot, and luck is on my side." He had been idle for a long time, and finally, some good news had revitalized him. However, after all preparations were complete, Chen An was surprised to find that the train turned around and headed for the neighboring 16th star system. "Fuyao, what's going on?" Chen An asked with a frown. Fuyao quickly responded, "Master, the outer layer probe ship intercepted a signal from the 16th system. It might be the tree people interfering." Chen An stood up abruptly, his anger causing the control panel to tremble. "The tree people are trying to snatch it? Connect me to Mance immediately." Soon, Mance's green face appeared on the screen. Chen An directly questioned, "Doesn't this violate the rules?" Mance feigned innocence. "What did I do? You can't interfere with the direction of outer system trains. That's a rule all star domain members adhere to," Chen An said through gritted teeth. Mance shook his head, making the branches on his head look particularly comical. "I didn't interfere. Oh, that train just came to me? Sorry, it might have thought your place was hard to attack and wanted to try mine. I have to prepare for battle now, so let's leave it at that." After the communication ended, Chen An's face turned livid with anger. "Fuyao, how do we handle this?" "The signal has been deciphered. The tree people sent our information to the other side," Fuyao replied. "Master, I suggest uploading the content to the Star Domain Network. Will it help?" "The Star Domain Network is just a public communication platform with weak rules." Just then, Fuyao interrupted. "The train that was supposed to enter the 16th star system has left again, heading deeper." "Heh, they offended us and gained nothing," Chen An sneered. Fuyao continued, "Master, after further research, I found that the tree people have allied with the Ling Shua civilization and 4 other trains. Mance dared to interfere likely because the Ling Shua civilization doesn't want us to gain more cores." "How did you get this information?" Chen An asked curiously. "By quietly entering and exiting the Star Domain Network's backend." Fuyao's voice, though a mature woman's, had a playful tone. Chen An's anger subsided a bit. "You can hack the Star Domain Network? To what extent?" "I can take control of the network at any time, but the Ling Shua civilization can reclaim it." "Master, if you need any operations, just let me know." Chen An had ideas but decided to wait and see. Ultimately, the train wandering through multiple star systems was annexed by the Auto civilization of the 7th system. Shortly after, Yang Dingtian called again. "Brother, what happened? The train ran off?" Chen An explained the situation, prompting Yang Dingtian to curse. "I knew the Ling Shua people were no good. Brother, why don't we team up and take down those tree people? You're in the 5th star system. Any move you make could be interfered with by Ling Shua." Chen An analyzed calmly. "No rush, it's just one core. They'll have to return it eventually. Let me know if you need anything. I'll help if I can," Yang Dingtian promised. After ending the call, Yang Dingtian's smile faded. He recalled Teacher Li's prophecy that the 3-eyed civilization would eventually perish. "But I don't believe it," he muttered. "The 3-eyed people have endured countless hardships and will never surrender. Chen An is the key player in this jump point. Following him is the right move." With a few sighs, Yang Dingtian hurried back to the resting area. In the bedroom, an elderly man lay on the bed, looking like he could pass away at any moment. The bed and the area around it were filled with energy crystals, but the old man's body was too weak to absorb them quickly. Seeing Yang Dingtian enter, the old man weakly advised, "Don't force anything. Chen An is very cautious and won't easily accept outside help. Teacher, you shouldn't prophesy anymore. Please rest well. I'll keep looking for ways to extend your life," Yang Dingtian pleaded. The old man smiled faintly, his wrinkles deepening. "I have at most 3 months left. I can only help you with one more prophecy. Chen An's train also has a prophet, so I can't precisely predict their future moves. You'll have to judge for yourself." Yang Dingtian said sadly, "We made it safely from the Divine Eye Star to the jump point thanks to you. Without you, every promotion can increase lifespan by 100 years. Teacher, you still have a chance. Don't give up. With that, he turned and left. Meanwhile, on Chen An's train, Luo Yu was reporting abnormal information to him. You said someone was recently prophesying about our train? Chen An asked. Luo Yu, sitting on the sofa with her green legs draped over Chen An's waist, looked particularly seductive. It seems to be a three-eyed person, but because prophets interfere with each other, he could only get vague information. Chen An, do you need me to counter prophecy? If prophecies interfere with each other, there's no need to waste life. The other side seems very weak and probably won't live long, Chen An replied. Hee, you humans are too weak. A few prophecies and your lifespan is gone, Luo Yu teased. Chen An rolled his eyes at her and said, you seem to have a long lifespan. Help me prophesy the train's situation 5 days from now. I only need to know the basic situation, not too far ahead. Just 5 days? Not the period in between? Luo Yu confirmed. Yes, just the 5th day. Luo Yu immediately extended numerous branches, attaching them to the train. After a moment, she reported, the train is very safe. Both sides even have some balcony-like structures. I don't know what they are. Chen An beamed. It looks like I'll get another core within 5 days. The following 4 days passed peacefully. 15 new trains hurriedly entered the star domain. As before, most became easy targets, their fate sealed. Whether due to luck or a good location, the 17th system received another train. This train was severely damaged, with many of its laser cannons destroyed. However, it ultimately didn't enter the system but turned towards the 16th. Upon hearing the news, Chen An didn't get angry but laughed instead. In the inner ring of Galaxy 16, the Treeman's train was engaged in a fierce firefight with their enemies. The thunderous blasts of the ship cannons were incessant, and warships from both sides exploded one after another in space, scattering debris everywhere. The scene was utterly harrowing. In the cockpit, Mance's face, made of tree bark, showed a satisfied expression. She thought to herself, it's good that the enemy has decided to fight to the end. Once I get the core, the train will gain special abilities, and then we won't fear anyone. She scoffed. As for the accusations from the Fuyao people, I couldn't care less. Rules? Might makes right. Mance's eyes scanned the control panel, and she silently praised. The StarNet is really convenient. Makes it easier to send messages to other trains. Just then, a communication request flashed on the screen, coming from the Lingshua civilization. Without hesitation, Mance accepted the call. She grinned widely, revealing a row of jagged wooden teeth, and cheerfully said, everything's going smoothly. Chen An didn't say anything. On the other side of the screen, Luada smiled warmly and said, we need to end the battle quickly and get the core. That's the most important thing. Don't worry, they are no match for us, Mance responded confidently. After ensuring everything was in order, the communication was disconnected. The scene shifted to Galaxy 4. Here, a vibrant and colorful train was running on its tracks, like a dazzling ribbon. Occasionally, Lingshua people would leave the train in spacecraft, heading rapidly towards the only life-bearing planet in the system. For these Lingshua people, survival was no longer the primary goal. They were more concerned about gaining higher status within the train. And the highest status undoubtedly belonged to their train captain, Luada. In the cockpit, Luada had just finished his communication with Mance. The smile on his face vanished as if by magic, replaced by a rigid, corpse-like expression. He muttered to himself, I've gone to great lengths to ensure you get as few cores as possible. Mance is useless. She let the last core fall into the hands of those mechanical scum, Otto. He sneered, call us the saintly civilization? Ha! Wait until you see the saint-eating people, and don't be scared stiff. Luada left the cockpit and entered a spacious room at the back. In the center stood a massive mound of flesh, topped with a bald head, emitting countless colorful beams of light. Is it confirmed that we can't access information from the inner ring of Galaxy 17? Luada asked. The eyes on the head slowly opened, projecting an image of Galaxy 17 onto the wall 5 meters away. It replied in an extremely slow tone, the intelligence of the Fuyao civilization is unique. They have built a powerful internal network using their warships scattered everywhere. Even I can't breach it. Luada was astonished. You're a telepath, capable of infiltrating other trains, yet you can't break through Chen An's network? I can't use overly aggressive methods, fearing it might alert their intelligence system, the telepath explained. Luada nodded in understanding. Your caution is justified. At this stage, we can't let them know that the StarNet is actually a surveillance network. By bringing all trains under surveillance, we will be invincible. He then inquired about the telepath's condition before leaving. In fact, the telepath had just discovered an issue. Some information from the StarNet seemed abnormal. But due to the irregular stellar activities in various galaxies, there had been many anomalies before, so the telepath didn't pay much attention. The scene shifted again, this time to Chen An's train. Telepath? Chen An was unfamiliar with the term. The intelligence system explained. A A telepath is a special being who can turn a train into a network core, expanding outward to gather more information. When using their abilities, telepaths can't move and need to constantly consume energy crystals. Chen An suddenly understood, so that's why Luada is so enthusiastic. He wants all trains to join his starnet for real-time monitoring. He turned to the intelligence system. Are you sure we've temporarily gained control? The intelligence system answered. I've created an illusion for the telepath. Since his level isn't high, it's easy to deceive him, but only for up to 3 hours. 3 hours is enough. Chen An made a swift decision. Immediately remove the plant civilization from the starnet. Removal successful. The plant civilization is no longer a member of the starnet. The intelligence system quickly completed the operation. Chen An also completely blocked the images from galaxies 16 and 17. Blocking successful, the intelligence system reported. With so many galaxies and numerous war scenes, suddenly closing 2 galaxies' images won't easily attract attention. Chen An issued the final command, start the train, and give Mance a surprise. If they don't follow the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. The weak have no right to speak, and the dead even less. Meanwhile, the war in Galaxy 16 was nearing its end, with the Treemen holding an absolute advantage. Mance completely ignored the enemy's surrender request. Sorry, but I'm more interested in your core, she said coldly. After taking out the remaining fire points, Mance employed a tactic developed by the Triclops, ramming the train directly to prevent the enemy from escaping. Next, Treemen aboard shuttles swarmed into the enemy train, officially starting the boarding battle. The enemies were humanoid creatures, appearing very fragile, far inferior to the towering Treemen. So, the war was a one-sided massacre from the start, with the humanoids having virtually no ability to resist. Haha, kill them all, leave no one alive. Mance laughed excitedly, eagerly preparing a spaceship to retrieve the core. Once she had the core, she could stand tall without fearing her powerful neighbors. However, just as the spaceship was about to depart, the intelligence system suddenly reported urgent news, detected a Fuyao civilization train, only 8 million kilometers away. Mance felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Panicking, why didn't we detect this earlier? The intelligence system explained. They bypassed our reconnaissance ships by skimming the stellar surface using an unknown method. Although galaxies 16 and 17 were adjacent, there was still a long empty space between them, patrolled by reconnaissance ships. Normally, Chen An's train would be detected as soon as it left Galaxy 17. While Mance was still puzzled, the intelligence system identified the issue. They somehow hacked into all our reconnaissance ships. Mance's bar-covered scalp prickled. If trees had scalps, can we regain control? She asked urgently. The intelligence system replied, control of the reconnaissance ships isn't important. We need to know their intentions. Mance said bitterly, need I ask? They're desperate. Turn all trains and warships around to engage. We have the home field advantage. Maybe we can get 2 cores. Thinking of the advantage 2 cores would bring, Mance trembled with excitement. However, when Chen An's train reached 3 million kilometers, it stopped. This distance was not within normal attack range. Suddenly, the communication request tone sounded. Mance answered, only to hear Chen An leisurely say, sorry, I was out for a stroll and ended up here. As a guest, you wouldn't mind welcoming me, would you? Mance forced a calm tone. Of course, you're welcome. But I'm more curious about how you controlled my reconnaissance ships. Chen An replied nonchalantly, simple. First, control the starnet, then use the upload channels to control the reconnaissance ships, and finally, make all reconnaissance ships go silent. Mance didn't believe a word. The starnet was created by the Lingshua civilization. How could Chen An control it? She tried to contact Luada to report the situation. However, she was horrified to find she couldn't log into the network. When 2 galaxies were far apart, direct contact was impossible. They had to use the starnet. What's going on? Mance asked frantically. The intelligence system replied, we've been removed from the starnet, and a false image was created to make me think we were still in it. What? They managed to deceive you? Mance had always thought all train intelligence systems were about equal, but now she realized they could be tricked. Chen An's voice came again. I won't say much more. I just want to ask if you have any last words. Last words? Haha, how do you plan to defeat me? Mance's voice abruptly stopped, her branches flailing wildly. She suddenly remembered that Chen An had already obtained a core. Could his train have special abilities? Mance noticed Chen An's special abilities and slightly softened her tone. She reminded him, we're neighbors. There's no need to be hostile. Besides, the Star Domain Network has rules. Once you join, you can't attack each other, or you'll be hunted down by other trains. Chen An sat leisurely in the driver's seat, swirling a half-filled glass of cola in his left hand. He said nonchalantly, you can have your AI check it out online. Before Mance could issue a command, her AI had already started attempting to connect to the Star Domain Network. Shockingly, the AI discovered that the train could no longer access the network. It reported to its master, Master, Rada deceived you. Only the Ling Shua civilization has the capability to kick us off the network. Mance was bewildered. She had just been in contact with Rada. How could things change so quickly? She questioned. Chen An, did you do something? Chen An took a big gulp of his chilled cola, the coldness rushing to his brain. He gave a slight smile. Are you stupid? I told you before that I had already taken control of the star domain network. Whether you know it or not doesn't matter. I'm just buying time. He turned to the screen. Fuyao, are we ready? 8,000 energy crystals have been fully supplied. Charging complete. Fuyao responded. Chen An turned to Mance on the screen with a menacing yet somewhat kind smile. Fire. With a thunderous roar, a massive beam of light shot out from the front of the train, racing toward the plant-like train. Mance was dumbfounded, and her AI continuously issued evasion alerts. However, their train had lost enough speed to intercept the previous enemy. Even with the propulsion system at full power, escape was impossible. The beam, brighter than the nearby star, pierced through the plant-like train from head to tail. The residual energy continued to penetrate another train behind it, instantly vaporizing many warriors and humanoid creatures engaged in battle. The entire process was silent, no explosions, no scream, sending as unremarkably as it began. Chen An downed the rest of his cola and let out a satisfied burp. You brought this on yourself. Destroying a train is just that easy, he said. Fuyao, how long is the cooldown for the railgun? If we assist with active cooling, it can be reduced to 2 hours, Fuyao replied. All right, then start active cooling, Chen An ordered. In 2 hours, return control of the star domain network and broadcast the footage. Anyone who has a problem with it can come and face death. With the prospect of gaining 2 new train cores, Chen An's confidence soared, bordering on arrogance. Over the next 2 hours, he commanded robots and passengers in boarding operations, completely dealing with the 2 wrecked trains and securing their cores. The humanoid creatures on the other train were not quite human, just bearing some similar features. The train captain was once again killed by Zhou Jiang, who seemed to have become quite adept at it. As for Mance, she had been obliterated along with the front of her train, leaving no remains. Fuyao, Chen An asked, if my train consumes 2 cores at the same time, will it gain 1 ability or 2? No matter how many cores are consumed simultaneously, only 1 ability is gained at a time. Fuyao explained, but the more cores, the stronger the ability. Chen An hesitated for a while before deciding to use both cores together. He thought, I have the super railgun for offense, electromagnetic shields for defense, and space jumps for escape all major energy consumers. I need the most practical ability, not the most expensive one. Let's take a chance. Master, is it possible that a stronger ability would consume more energy crystals? Fuyao questioned. Chen An frowned. It better not be, or I'll put you in timeout for half an hour. Master can't live without me. You definitely won't put me in timeout, Fuyao replied playfully. Chen An chuckled, enjoying the banter which helped her growth. After about 10 minutes, the train finally finished consuming the 2 cores. Chen An stood up with anticipation, rubbing his hands together, hoping for a surprise. Half a minute later, Fuyao announced, the train has acquired a component, an observation deck. The sides of the train can extend observation decks for passengers to view the stars. Chen An was stunned for a long time, only snapping out of it after multiple reminders from Fuyao. Don't tell me this thing is just an entertainment facility? 2 cores for this? He was both excited and regretful. Had I known, I would have spread the investment. Master, don't be hasty. Why not check out the observation deck's functionality first? Fuyao suggested. On the screen, the sides of each train car slowly extended structures resembling balconies, about 100 meters wide. The floors and windows were made of the same material as the original train cars. Additionally, many double doors opened between the observation deck and the cars, allowing passengers with the right permissions to step out at any time. After seeing this, Chen An was even more frustrated. Isn't this just making the cars a bit wider? What's the point? The cars are already spacious enough. The passengers don't need more comfort. Though not a miser, he knew this wasn't the time for luxury. There was no reason to provide such good service to the passengers. While Chen An was venting, the passengers in the cars were stunned. They witnessed the sides of the cars expanding into spacious balconies. When someone approached the double glass doors on the car walls, the doors automatically opened, as if inviting them to step outside. Is it safe out there? Someone worriedly asked. Holy crap, the floor outside is glass. You can see the stars below, another person exclaimed. Who dares to try it first? For a long time, no one dared to move until one brave soul took a large step outside. Since the car doors can open, it means the outside environment is the same as inside. What's there to fear? Once someone set an example, others followed, exclaiming in amazement. They experienced the sensation of standing in space for the first time, constantly fearing they might fall into the abyss below. Soon, some clear-headed passengers began to study the new facility's features. Look over there. It's a hatch. There seem to be many hatches. Look below. There are many things that look like grappling hooks. Do you think those are docking points for ships? Meaning we can go out directly from here instead of through the landing pad? As the passengers discovered these features, Chen An also took notice. Although quicker exits for passengers were an advantage, it didn't seem like a significant one. Fuyao, since you know more, explain it to me, Chen An ordered. Fuyao began to explain the full functionality of the observation deck. Unlike the super railgun or electromagnetic shields, which are temporary abilities that will eventually be replaced by stronger ones, the observation deck will accompany the train forever. It has the following functions. First, the observation deck has numerous docking points below it, allowing small ships or shuttles to dock. If the train needs to launch a quick external operation, we'll have the fastest speed. You know better than anyone that without this feature, it would take half an hour to an hour for passengers to exit through the landing pad. Second, when all passengers upgrade to Star Walkers, they won't need to crowd toward the landing pad. They can flow out from the observation deck. Imagine, while other trains are still organizing their passengers, ours will already be swarming the enemy ship like locusts, deciding the battle. Third, in the future, the train can expand outward from the observation deck, adding new cars side by side. The observation deck will serve as a corridor connecting the new cars. Without it, the train could only expand lengthwise. But the problem is, as the train star rating increases and more cars are added, it becomes too long and vulnerable to targeted attacks. Fourth, the observation deck doesn't consume any energy crystals. After hearing Fuyao's explanation, Chen An nodded repeatedly. You've opened my mind. With the observation deck, not only will passengers be more convenient, but the train will also be more versatile. It's indeed a good thing. The key is, it doesn't consume energy crystals. Haha. Chen An then had Fuyao issue an announcement, explaining to the passengers how to use the observation deck and informing them that everyone could freely use it. After 2 hours, Fuyao returned control of the star domain network. The conductors were far from idle. To consolidate their positions, they constantly sought to enhance their strength and expand their loyal followers. Only during their spare moments would they log into the star domain network to check the situation and gather extra information, though this could also be collected by the intelligence system. Not long ago, a conductor noticed something unusual. The outer layer images of star systems 16 and 17 had suddenly disappeared. According to established rules, any conductor could freely view the outer layer images of other star systems to ensure fairness. This discovery immediately raised a series of questions. 2 star systems losing their images simultaneously, and for such an extended period, couldn't be explained by signal fluctuations alone. Is Rotter around? Someone asked in the group chat, but Rotter remained unresponsive. This unusual situation sparked heated discussions among other conductors. System 16 is run by the Arborians and System 17 by the Fuyao people. How could both have issues at the same time? Could there be some kind of unusual fluctuation nearby? Unless a black hole suddenly appeared to disrupt the signals, what else could cause such a fluctuation? During the discussion, someone mentioned an odd phenomenon. I heard that a train was originally headed to System 17 but suddenly diverted to System 16. What's going on? The same thing happened a few days ago. This remark was like a bomb, exploding young Dingtian's temper. He angrily cursed. The Arborians violated the rules by sending information to an external train, exposing Chen An's plans. I'd run too if I knew I was walking into a death trap. The chat group erupted, and more conductors were alarmed. That's so unethical. We agreed not to interfere with each other. If I were Chen An, I'd go after the Arborians. Yang Dingtian, Chen An is too kind. He didn't say much even after being interfered with last time. O2, the core you took originally belonged to Chen. O2 remained silent for a long time before responding. I did take the core, but I wasn't the instigator. It has nothing to do with me. Are you making guesses, or do you have evidence? If you have evidence, show it. Yang Dingtian retorted. If I had evidence, would I let Mon saw off easily? If the Arborians can break the rules without consequence, I'll do the same. When I see an external train entering your systems, I'll give them all your information and see how you like it. Faced with Yang Dingtian's provocation, the other conductors felt helpless. Muchong suggested, the Arborians are a lowly species with no morals. I propose we ban them from the star domain network. Where's Rotter? Speak up. Kulian took a more moderate stance. Banning them is too extreme. We don't have concrete evidence. Let's tighten the rules. If anyone does this again, we'll all unite and take them down. With differing opinions and stances, consensus was impossible. A few minutes later, a conductor raised a crucial question. Where's the Arborian conductor? He's not on the list. Has he been banned? What gives Rotter the authority to do that? Meanwhile, Rotter, who had been silent, was in the cockpit, exasperated. You said the star domain network is out of control? Rotter questioned the intelligence system. The intelligence system replied, a special entity has entered the back end, temporarily seizing control. It's likely another psychic. Rotter gritted his teeth. If there's another psychic in this star domain, that's bad news. Can you trace which train it's from? Without control of the star domain network, we can't investigate. But rest assured, our psychic is trying to regain control. It shouldn't take long. Rotter anxiously waited. 10 minutes later, he finally learned that the star domain network had been restored with no information loss, but there were slight changes. The intelligence system reported, Monsa from System 16 has been removed and lost information linkage. Pull up System 16's images, including the inner star zone, Rotter ordered. Currently, the star domain network could access most inner star zones except for a few powerful systems. Seeing the 2 damaged trains within System 16, Rotter was incredulous. As the images shifted, Chen An's train appeared prominently. Of course, it's him, Rotter murmured. At that moment, a communication request came through. Rotter accepted it, his expression serious as he faced Chen An. Chen An, what's the meaning of this? Chen An lounged casually in his seat and replied nonchalantly, nothing much, just a little gesture. I've backed up all information regarding the star domain network, and I expect to receive a copy of any future data collected. Is that unreasonable? What makes you think I'll comply? Rotter countered. Chen An chuckled. I just learned that the star domain network has more capabilities than I thought. For instance, it can enter certain star systems' inner zones and monitor trains' every move. Frankly, you had me fooled with your previous performance. If you don't agree to my terms, they'll release all this information. You'll become everyone's enemy, with no place to hide. At that moment, Rotter felt a chill to his core. He had believed he could control everything, manipulating the conductors at will. But today, he realized there were greater powers watching his every move. Rotter, being a seasoned conductor, quickly regained his composure. He squinted and asked, what level is your psychic? Chen An paused, then quickly responded, only level 3. Its detection range isn't very far, just enough to infiltrate the star domain network's backend. Honestly, combining psychics with the network is a genius idea. I'm even thinking of getting one myself. Rotter continued, did you eliminate Monsa? Not just eliminated, I even devoured the core. Initially, I planned to expose your schemes, but then I reconsidered. I think we can work together, don't you? Just half an hour ago, Chen An had firmly believed Rotter was an enemy, especially since Rotter had collaborated with Monsa against him. But sitting in the conductor's seat for a while had given Chen An a different perspective. There were no permanent friends or enemies, only interests. In reality, Chen An didn't have a psychic at all, but he could pretend. By allying with Rotter, he could gain access to vast amounts of information, a win-win situation. After a long silence, Rotter suddenly smiled, returning to his amiable demeanor. Chen An grinned, yes, that smile. Much better. Rotter spoke. I'm willing to cooperate and even form an alliance with you. We can control the star domain network together and share the benefits equally. Chen An interrupted. I'm not that greedy. Just give me the information. You can keep control of the star domain network. As for the benefits, whoever gets them can keep them. No need to split. Rotter breathed a sigh of relief, his smile growing warmer. Honestly, compared to working with a fool like Monsa, I prefer you. Brother Chen, if you don't mind, we can become sworn brothers despite being from different species. Chen An was astonished, thinking that Rotter was indeed quick to adapt and respond. He laughed, haha, they'll be counting on you, Brother Rotter. By the way, how do we handle the Monsa situation? Although he broke the rules first, my intrusion might isolate me from the other conductors. Rotter patted his chest. Don't worry, little brother. I have a knack for handling such matters. Leave it to me. The two smiled at each other, their grins wide and genuine. In this star domain, a new alliance was quietly forming, and more schemes and plots were brewing. As the conductors were still reeling from Mance's disappearance, 2 decrypted messages suddenly appeared on the public screen, clear for all to see. The messages were warnings, detailing Chen An's formidable abilities and sternly cautioning against approaching him. Even more astonishing was the sender, the treeman. A quick comparison with the database revealed that the recipients of these messages were 2 already destroyed interstellar trains. The fact that the treeman had sent information about Chen into these foreign trains sparked intense speculation among the group. As discussions unfolded, the situation became clearer. The treeman had violated the rules of the star domain network. If the information was accurate, their actions were indeed reprehensible. But since the announcement came from the star domain network itself, how could it be false? Where's Luo De? Even if he's silent, he should at least say something. Someone couldn't help but ask. As if responding to the question, Luo De came online. In a relatively calm tone, he explained the treeman's violation. Sending information secretly to foreign trains and undermining the interests of our internal trains is an extremely malicious act. If everyone did this, we wouldn't have a chance to develop peacefully. We'd end up in a destructive war. What do you think, Yang Dingtian? Someone asked. Yang Dingtian responded without hesitation. If it were me, I'd go to war immediately. No question about it. And you, Otto? Otto pondered for a moment before replying. Although I benefited, I don't agree with this approach. We need to focus on crossing the jump point, not fighting to the death. Anyone breaking the rules is a troublemaker and should be expelled from the Star Domain Network. Luoda did the right thing. At this point, no one opposed this view. After all, it concerned the vital interests of every civilization. Yang Dingtian had already warned that any disruptive behavior would interfere with all trains, causing significant losses. Therefore, adhering to established rules became a necessity. Otherwise, one would become a public enemy. After some discussion, Luoda raised a crucial question. So, how should we deal with the treemen who broke the rules? The mother insect immediately responded. Since they've been expelled from the Star Domain Network, we should eliminate them. I can take on the task. Kalian agreed. Count me in. Otto then suggested. Since I previously received a core for free, I won't take one this time. I suggest giving it to Chen An as compensation. Just then, a notification appeared on the public screen indicating that Chen An had come online. Chen An's voice chimed in. Well, it seems lively here. What are you all discussing? Yang Dingtian explained the situation to Chen An, his tone filled with indignation. After listening, Chen An responded with a hint of amusement. Oh, you're talking about the treemen. No need to worry about them. I've already taken care of them. Luoda, I've uploaded some footage. You can check it out. Following this, the public screen displayed numerous images of the wreckage of treemen trains. As Chen An showcased the images, he commented, I always knew these treemen were up to no good, always eyeing my resources. Last time, they scared away my guests, and I let it slide because our civilization loves peace. But this time, they crossed the line. So I chased them down and ended up at their home base. Chen An continued, honestly, I had no interest in attacking the treemen or in train cores. One core is enough for me, the rest can go to you guys. But Mance attacked me without reason, so I took her down. By the end, Chen An's tone shifted from playful to cold, carrying a chilling sense of finality. Does anyone have any questions? The chat room fell silent for a long time. Chen An added, I admit I went too far. So, how about this? I'll split the resources from System 16 with you all. His words carried significant weight, prompting Manted Vandal to exclaim, the footage only disappeared for 3 hours. How did you destroy the treemen in such a short time? The fastest known civilizational war takes at least 10 hours. 3 hours is unbelievable. Chen An casually replied, maybe the treemen were just too weak. I attacked, and they collapsed. If anyone doubts it, you're welcome to visit System 16 and experience what the treemen did. At this point, everyone understood. Yang Dingtian said, the treemen deserved it. Chen An did the right thing. Destroying them in 3 hours must mean he has some special weapon. Luoda concluded. Since Chen An resolved the issue himself, there's no need for us to intervene. As for the resources from System 16, I won't take any. My System 4 already has more than I can harvest. Other conductors also declined the resources, leaving them to Chen An. Only a few conductors from the outer trains grumbled about Chen and not informing them before acting. Chen An ignored the complaints and logged off the Star Domain Network to handle his affairs. He instructed Fu Yao, pause operations in System 17 and focus on mining System 16. Prioritize energy crystals and special minerals. Once we've harvested enough, we'll leave it for the others. We can't defend 2 systems at once. Fu Yao, how many energy crystals did we retrieve from those 2 trains? Chen An asked. 50 million units in total, Fu Yao replied. Chen An scoffed. That's pathetic. I expected at least 1 billion. The treemen consume energy crystals rapidly. 30 million of those belong to another train. Too bad they lack extraordinary weapons. They have energy crystals but can't use them. Anyway, no one will dare mess with me for now. Keep monitoring the Star Domain Network for information, especially from the three-eyed people. I want to know what Yang Dingtian is planning. 3 days later, Chen An withdrew from System 17, and the Bluebird people occupied System 16. Seeing the extensive mining marks, the Bluebird people were stunned. Only after logging into the Star Domain Network did they understand why. Their conductor quickly sent gifts to Chen An, fearing they might share the treemen's fate. The next half-month was calm, with fewer trains entering the Star Domain, and some days passing without seeing a single one. On July 3rd, a minor issue arose. The Crystal Bug Civilization announced they were running out of energy crystals and faced a species crisis, requesting 3 million energy crystals from the neighboring Mantid civilization. Vandal refused, leading to an immediate conflict. After mutual losses, Vandal compromised, offering 1 million energy crystals. The Crystal Bugs accepted and abandoned their System 3, begging along their route. Regardless of the Ling Shuo or Three-Eyed civilizations, the Crystal Bugs didn't care. If denied energy crystals, they would start a war, preferring mutual destruction. Although annoyed, the other civilizations handed over the energy crystals rather than fight to the death. Interestingly, the Crystal Bugs deliberately avoided System 17. Chen An initiated communication. Why not ask me? Ignoring me? The mother bug was taken aback by this audacious human, who practically invited her to rob him. I don't want yours unless you tell me what weapon you used to destroy the tree men. Chen An smirked and ended the communication. Even bugs feared power. At this point, the Fuyao civilization topped the leaderboard. After half a month of this, the crystal bug civilization had robbed every civilization except Fuyao, amassing a hoard of energy crystals that even Chen An envied. Finally, on July 15th, numerous light spots appeared in the dark center of the star domain. Simultaneously, every train received a message. The jump point would open in 6 months, allowing only 50 trains to pass. The rest would be obliterated along with the starry sky. Information about the situation came from an unknown source, but it made every train captain nervous. The news about the limited number of ships allowed to pass through the jump point struck the entire star region like a thunderbolt. In Chen An's command room, the atmosphere was tense. He turned to his deputy, Fu Yao, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Based on our current ranking, we should be able to make it. But rankings are just numbers. No one knows what might happen in the next 6 months. Fu Yao pondered for a moment before replying. There will definitely be chaos in the last month until only 50 ships remain. We need to strengthen ourselves as much as possible, using every means at our disposal. She paused and added, the current situation gives us a significant advantage. Any sensible civilization wouldn't compete with us for a spot. Chen An nodded, feeling slightly relieved. He immediately logged into the star network to check other train captains' reactions. As expected, the network was filled with angry rants and complaints about the new rules. Only 50 ships can pass, which means 76 will face destruction. One message caught Chen An's attention. Based on current rankings and system order, it's clear who will pass. This comment was clearly intended to provoke. As expected, the top-ranked train captains quickly rebutted. Being in the lead doesn't guarantee passage. Everyone has a chance. In my opinion, the top 10 should be safe, especially the Fuyao civilization, which is ranked first. Another voice chimed in. Chen An calmly responded, rankings are just numbers. Overall strength is what really matters. Suddenly, a new topic emerged. Is Luo to hear? Do you have any information about the dark area in the center of the star region? Chen An felt a jolt of interest. He actually knew what was there, but pretended otherwise. Soon, images of the dark area appeared on the public screen. Numerous light points flickered, and as the images expanded, the points became clearer. Cities, giant peaks, planet fragments, and even the corpses of star beasts larger than cities were revealed. Luo Da's voice came through. Preliminary scans indicate that the dark area contains numerous civilization fragments, likely from already destroyed civilizations. These revelations sparked heated discussions. Some speculated, the rules probably want us to use these resources to grow, and then compete for the jump point spots. If the civilization fragments are near the jump point, they must be useful, not necessarily good things. There could be many dangers. The discussion led nowhere, and the train captains dispersed quietly. But Chen An knew that almost everyone was secretly ordering their warships to scout the area. Chen An was no exception. He immediately dispatched 2 destroyers at full speed towards the target area. 10 hours later, the destroyers arrived at the nearest fragment. The transmitted images showed a shielded area containing the ruins of a sci-fi city, as if it had experienced a massive earthquake. Send in the warships, Chen An ordered. But unexpectedly, the shield blocked the warship's entry. The same situation occurred elsewhere, causing another uproar on the star network. Why can't we get in? Is there some condition we need to meet? I think the warships are too big and would break the shield, so they're being repelled. This explanation made sense. Chen An immediately switched to sending shuttles, which successfully passed through the shield. Meanwhile, shuttles from other civilizations also arrived and began their own investigations. As the shuttles explored, beams of light suddenly shot up from the ground, destroying all the shuttles instantly. Chen An lost the internal feed and frowned deeply. On the star network, train captains reported their issues. Some found nothing on barren plains, others had their shuttles destroyed by unknown forces, and some lost contact near star beast corpses. Suddenly, a message drew widespread attention. Everyone, I think I know some of the rules. After other shuttles were destroyed, mine was fine because it was piloted by a transcendent. It turns out only transcendents can enter the civilization fragments. Train captains began testing this theory. Chen An couldn't verify it himself, as his destroyers only had robots. He tried sending in robots, but they were also destroyed. Fuyao, why can the auto civilization and the crystal insect civilization, which are mechanical beings, get in? Someone asked. Robots and mechanical beings are different. They've been absorbing energy crystals and have long since evolved into transcendent mechanical beings, Fuyao explained. Chen An continued to monitor the star network while secretly hacking into other vessels to gather more information. He discovered that the fragments included relics of transcendent civilizations and remnants of technological ones, ranging from primitive to advanced. showcasing significant differences between civilizations. These fragments might come from destroyed planets. Could there be fragments of purple star? There might be key items to upgrade our trained star level, Chen An thought excitedly. He immediately discussed strategies with Fu Yao. Since the train couldn't leave the star system, they decided to send passengers on missions to explore. Considering the dangers, they restricted participant levels and unlocked more weapons. Now's not the time to be stingy with star coins. Give generously. Wealth and power belong to the brave, Chen An decided firmly. After the discussion, the train immediately issued an announcement. The exploration of Origin Star is nearing completion. We will now release a series of expedition missions, limited to triple transcendence. The announcement caused a stir inside and outside the train. Triple transcendence quickly dropped what they were doing to check the mission details. Take a dedicated exploration ship to the dark area and enter the civilization fragments. Just arriving will earn you 30,000 star coins. Subsequent missions will be issued based on the exploration content. Due to the higher danger of expedition missions compared to exploration missions, participation is voluntary. The brief content created a buzz. 30,000 just for arriving? Wow, the rewards for later missions must be incredible. The content is clear. This mission is very dangerous, only for triple transcendence. Where is the dark area? The information has been released. Just take a look. Seeing the details, many people gasped. This mission far exceeded their usual exploration range, requiring travel to unknown outer star regions. If something went wrong, the train couldn't provide timely support, leaving them on their own. Facing the unknown dangers, many hesitated. But Xiaojun seemed unusually excited. Facing the varied expressions of his guild members, he casually said, "Those who want to come with me, follow. If you don't, that's fine too. No pressure." In the end, only 10 triple transcendents followed Xiaojun, just a third of the guild's total. Xiaojun didn't mind. Having some was enough. Wherever Brother Xiao goes, I go. There must be benefits, Zhu Daming declared with a goofy grin. Xiaojun's lips curled into a slight smile. Saying nothing more, he led the small team into the unknown adventure. In the marketplace, members of the Night Guild were buzzing with excitement, as if they had discovered a new world. They gathered around the display stand, their eyes gleaming as they examined the newly released version 2.0 weapons. The Blue Light 2.0, with its sleek design and new energy module, caught their attention. One of the transcendents picked it up, feeling its weight. Once charged, it can fire 500 times. It can take down a Tier 3 transcendent and even pose a threat to a Tier 4. Nearby, another person was scrutinizing the electromagnetic gun 2.0, aptly named Faith. This is amazing. The upgraded version right from the start. This gun can compensate for the blue light's limitations in special environments, making them a perfect combo. The deep purple armor 2.0 stood quietly on display, its surface shimmering faintly. This armor can effectively withstand all kinds of damage, a voice noted. I'm curious, if a 2.0 blue light attacks a 2.0 armor, which one would win? Before the words had fully settled, Xiaojun smacked Zhu Daming on the head. Stop yelling. Just hurry up and make the purchase. Everyone gets a full set. However, as they prepared to buy, the system prompted that they must accept an expedition task to gain purchase rights. Xiaojun frowned, then quickly opened his wristwatch to accept the task and set up his team. Meanwhile, other guilds were also mobilizing. Chen Guoyang of the Hope Guild, Zishu of the Science Guild, and Xiaofeng of the Shenlong Guild were all assembling their teams to take on tasks and purchase weapons. The dangers of the expedition were evident, but in these times, who wasn't dancing on the edge of a knife? In the cockpit, Chen An asked Fu Yao to list the expedition team members, his brow furrowed. Are you worried about Zishu's safety? Fu Yao inquired. Chen An was silent for a moment. Given our unique relationship, it's reasonable for me to be concerned, right? These expeditions can be deadly. I expect a significant number of casualties. Despite her abilities, Zishu can't guarantee her own safety. Just as Chen An was deep in thought, a communication came through. It was a message from Zishu. Chen An, are you going? Not for now. Phew, that's a relief. Your guild has too few members. It would be too dangerous for you. Are you going? Of course, I have to. I have a big guild to support. How can I not take risks? Chen An hesitated. Actually, you don't have to go. Maybe I can support you. In that moment, Chen An felt an urge to reveal his identity but quickly suppressed it. Knowing Zishu's character, she would never want to rely on anyone else, preferring to carve out her own path. Zishu laughed heartily. You're getting better at joking. Does your guild have enough money? If not, I can lend you some. I have quite a bit of stash saved up. Watch out, or I might drain you dry, Chen An said with mock menace, then ended the call, a smile lingering on his face. Outside the hangar, Yang Yuan noticed the inexplicable smile on Zishu's face. Sister Shu, why so happy? Zishu cleared her throat and quickly wiped the messages from her wristwatch. Stop talking and get us a spaceship. I heard there's a new model. At the rental point, a robot methodically introduced the new T-228 spaceship. Ultra-high speed, vast energy capacity, interstellar energy replenishment, equipped with standard laser and electromagnetic cannons, and 4 shuttles on board. The rental price was 5,000 star coins per day, reduced to 2,000 star coins with an expedition task. Zishu's eyes sparkled, and she immediately rented one. As they wondered about the departure time, their wristwatches displayed a 2-hour countdown, indicating that they would have warship escorts. Zishu contacted Chen An again, and they spent a brief but intimate time together in a familiar room. Before parting, Chen An gave her a code. If you encounter danger, enter this on your wristwatch. You might get a surprise. Time was up, and the train announced the departure. 46 expedition teams boarded the exploration ship, entering 10 destroyers, escorted by 30 frigates, heading into the vast cosmos. Chen An logged into the star network, noticing similar arrangements for other trains, differing only in numbers. To avoid unnecessary conflict, he issued a statement. I won't compete with you. I'm only sending a few hundred people. But if anyone targets my people on purpose, don't blame me for being ruthless. After some discussion, the train leaders reached a consensus. They could compete for resources and fight, but large-scale conflicts were off limits. 3 hours later, numerous live broadcasts appeared on the star network. Luada suggested, everyone can watch the expedition, serving as a form of supervision. Watching adventure live streams has become a popular pastime, and the conductors find it fascinating. Chen An watched for a while and noticed that many fragments of outer civilizations had already been visited by several trains. Passengers were exploring them, but no significant discoveries had been made yet. Fuyao, have the fleet disperse upon arrival and send the exploration teams to different areas. Chen An instructed. They can explore wherever they want. We won't interfere. If they find resources needed by the train, they can initiate special targeted missions. Through the star network, Fuyao could link to the exploration team's wristbands in real time without any information delay. In fact, the star network itself provided remote communication services for the trains, though there might be some data loss. 12 hours later, Chen An's fleet reached the designated location. Zhu Daming shook Xiao Zhan, who was dozing off in the pilot seat. Xiao, we're here. Xiao Zhan rubbed his eyes and looked at the scene before him. The spaceship was leaving the warship's hangar, heading towards the white void outside. The white appearance was due to a white ring, inside which lay their destination. Everyone, stay alert. We're heading out, Xiao Zhan said as he switched to manual control and piloted the spaceship away from the warship. However, the spaceship scraped against the hangar door, making a grating metal sound. Xiao Zhan awkwardly explained, I forgot this isn't an F-399. The control system is too sensitive. Zhu Daming sighed, bro, if you can't handle it, just use autopilot. Can you guarantee autopilot will always work? Can you guarantee the spaceship's AI won't get hacked? Xiao Zhan retorted, learning to fly it yourself is the right way. You all should take notes. As the spaceship left the warship, Zhu Daming exclaimed, why did the warship close its doors? I remember there were still some guild's exploration teams inside. Xiao Zhan, focused on steering the spaceship towards the ring, replied casually, do you want other guilds to come here and compete with us for tasks? True, the trains deliberately split us up, Zhu Daming mused. Will it be dangerous when we go in? The spaceship passed through the ring without any issues, though a white light scanned the interior, forcing everyone to close their eyes to avoid damage. When their wristbands chimed with the task completion notification, Xiao Zhan smiled in satisfaction. 30,000 star coins credited. That was easy money, Xiao Zhan said excitedly. Zhu Daming suddenly had an idea. Xiao, if we exit and re-enter, can we complete the task repeatedly? You want to exploit the train's bug? Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. Zhu Daming quickly shook his head. Just a thought. I wouldn't dare. As the spaceship descended, the ground came into view. It was an ancient-style town with crumbling walls and cracked earth, littered with dead plants and animals. Xiao Zhan found the sight repulsive. Do you see any other spaceships around? Xiao Zhan asked. Zhu Daming was operating the scouting module, which showed many light dots on the screen. There are quite a few, all searching around. Should we land? Xiao Zhan observed the ground for a while longer and shook his head. No landing. Let's fly around and get a lay of the land first. This fragment wasn't large, and at the spaceship's speed, they circled it in half an hour. Zhu Daming reported, Xiao, the other spaceships are leaving. Seems there's nothing valuable here. Xiao Zhan cursed. What rotten luck. Let's get out of here. The spaceship switched to autopilot and quickly left the area. After exiting the ring, Xiao Zhan checked the star map and saw that the next ring was 300,000 kilometers away. 300,000 kilometers isn't far. Full speed ahead, Xiao Zhan ordered. However, not everyone had Xiao Zhan's bad luck. Chen Guiyang's luck was quite good. His spaceship arrived at a desolate world, expecting nothing, but suddenly encountered a powerful star beast. This star beast, resembling a frog and standing 20 meters tall, hopped across the wasteland, searching for prey. Even though the world had been reduced to this fragment, it was still thriving. As more spaceships arrived, the star beast grew agitated. It leaped 100 meters high and smashed a shuttle-shaped spaceship to pieces with one slap. The humanoid creatures inside scattered, but most were crushed into pulp. The star beast extended its long tongue, rolling the delicious flesh into its mouth and chewing contentedly. The live stream of this desolate world on the Star Network garnered much attention from the conductors. That frog isn't just a third ear. It's at least fourth tier. Star beasts enhance themselves like we herd tier for muscle, fourth tier for bones. Surviving world destruction isn't simple, even for a fourth tier. Let's retreat. It's tough to kill and not worth the effort. Wait, the frog's heading back to its lair, someone pointed out. The star beast's lair was in a crevice, with a shimmering blue glow dazzling the conductors. Energy crystals? No wonder there's a fourth-tier star beast. With an endless supply of energy crystals, it's hard not to upgrade. But it's not worth spending time here for just some energy crystals. Some conductors plan to have their passengers withdraw and explore elsewhere. However, someone made a crucial discovery and exclaimed, "Why are the energy crystals purple?" In the video, the frog swallowed a few crystals, which were indeed purple, not the usual blue. No one had seen purple energy crystals before. Maybe environmental factors caused a special reaction. Yeah, these crystals might be more valuable than the blue ones. I'm not interested. You guys can figure it out. As the orders were given, the surrounding spaceships began to leave one by one. However, some stayed, like Chen An's spaceship. He had just received a special mission and was in a state of shock. Occupy the energy crystal mine, collect the purple crystals, and deliver them to the warship. You will receive a reward of 200,000 star coins and ownership of an exploration ship. Chen Guoyang gasped, and his teammates were too excited to speak. Guoyang, how much is an exploration ship worth? Someone asked. Chen Guoyang replied, trembling, estimated at over 5 million star coins. Holy crap, so 200,000 star coins isn't even a fraction. What are those purple crystals to be so highly valued? Doesn't matter what they are, we must get them. Absolutely must. Faced with such immense benefits, no one could resist the temptation. Meanwhile, in the train's cockpit, Fu Yao was explaining the energy crystal classification system to Chen An. Blue is the lowest grade, above it is purple for second grade, orange for third grade, and it can go up to 9 grades. Each grade increases the energy content by 100-fold. Chen An took a deep breath. Wow, if we get a second-grade energy crystal mine, we'll be rich. An exploration ship is nothing in comparison. We can give it away without hesitation. The original mission reward of 200,000 star coins was enough to motivate the guild. But Chen An realized that the guild's development was too slow and needed a boost, starting with the exploration ship. By giving the guild enough authority and resources, they could grow explosively. Chen An eagerly anticipated the guild forming its own fleet. As for the previously set prices for warships, Chen An could adjust them at will, depending on his needs. The creature, codenamed Frog, was a name Chen Guoyang had come up with on the fly. As he piloted the T-228 exploration ship, he cautiously scouted the surroundings, searching for a way to deal with the colossal beast. All other ships had already departed, leaving them to face the threat alone. This was both a blessing and a curse, fewer allies to distract the frog, but also less competition. Let's test the frog's strength first, Chen Guoyang ordered. Raise the ship to 1,000 meters and fire the laser cannons. The T-228's dual laser cannons extended slowly, aiming at the frog's head. Blinding beams shot out with a deafening roar, and the massive impact flipped the frog, sending it crashing into a ravine, scattering crystals everywhere. Is that it? This mission is too easy, a teammate exclaimed excitedly. However, Chen Guoyang frowned as he stared at the downed frog. The laser strike had left only minor scratches, with no signs of bleeding. Suddenly, the frog stood up, its bulging eyes glaring at the ship in the sky, and leapt. What the heck? It's unharmed, someone shouted in shock. The frog's jump reached only 500 meters, not enough to reach the ship. Chen Guoyang calmly ordered, fire all 4 laser cannons at its eyes. It must have a weak point, for laser beams struck the frog's eyes with a thunderous noise, yet the frog remained unscathed, frantically jumping to increase its height. Even with its tongue, it could only reach about 700 meters. No wonder it's a survivor in this hellhole. Its defense is ridiculous, Han Dong remarked. Chen Guoyang thought deeply. There is a way, but it's too dangerous. We came here knowing it was dangerous, nothing to be afraid of, Chu Du encouraged. Chen Guoyang quickly formulated a plan. 3 of you come out and pilot 4 shuttles with me to divert the frog. Han Dong, you land the ship in the ravine and start mining the crystals. Don't worry about how much we can extract, just give it a shot. Han Dong suggested he should be the one to divert the frog, leaving Chen Guoyang to oversee the operation, but Chen Guoyang firmly refused. Soon, 4 small shuttles left the ship, successfully drawing the enraged frog away. Han Dong then landed the main ship and organized everyone for mining. From afar, Chen An monitored the entire process through surveillance footage. Concerned about the efficiency of the Hope Guild's excavation, he asked Fu Yao if they could bring mining robots. Fu Yao explained that non-transcendent robots would be destroyed upon entering, but they could provide more mining equipment. Chen An sighed, didn't expect to turn them into miners. Are there any warships nearby? Every warship should be equipped with various tools to handle special situations. Upon receiving a positive response, Chen An immediately instructed Han Dong to retrieve the equipment. The scene shifted to Cheng Guoyang's perspective. The first-person view was shaky, making it hard to see details, but the sound of the frog's massive jumps was unmistakable. Chen An pieced together the footage from the 4 shuttles, roughly reconstructing the scene. The shuttles sped ahead, with the frog closely following, each jump covering a kilometer, its speed nearly matching the shuttles. Fu Yao, is this thing really a Tier 4? Chen An asked. Tier 4 refers to the level of enhancement, but it doesn't mean all Tier 4s are equally strong. This frog is gigantic, so naturally, its enhancement makes it far stronger than a human, Fu Yao explained. Chen An frowned. Should we upgrade our weaponry? The laser cannons can't even take down a Tier 4 star beast. Fu Yao reminded, Master, you don't actually think the laser cannons on an exploration ship are that powerful, do you? If you want to take it down, I suggest using a destroyer's main cannon. One shot would obliterate it, but due to the light refraction, the destroyer's attack might be deflected. Chen An impatiently replied, what's the point if it can't hit? Forget it. I've already issued the mission rewards. Let them handle it. Switch the feed. Has anyone found anything interesting? Fu Yao reported that all 46 exploration teams had entered the fragments of civilization, but there were no significant finds yet. However, the Science Guild's team had discovered a peculiar tomb. What's so special about a tomb? Chen An dismissed. This tomb floats in the air, pulled by 9 giant dragons. It has a gravestone that reads, Tomb of the Emperor of the Stars. Fu Yao hadn't finished when Chen An eagerly switched to the feed. The screen displayed a bizarre tomb attracting numerous ships, including Zishu's. Against the dark backdrop of space, only the eternal flame in front of the gravestone illuminated the surroundings, casting light on the flying dragon statues. Shujia, why does this scene suddenly feel like a fantasy? In the cockpit, everyone marveled at the strange sight. Zishu didn't respond, focusing intently on the tomb's details. A domed column, constructed from smooth stones. Surrounding the tomb were 4 empty altars, with the most striking feature being 9 ferocious stone dragons. Their tails connected to the tomb, and their heads reared towards the sky, as if they once held something in their mouths. Shujia, look below, someone pointed out. 1,000 meters below the tomb lay a shattered landscape, as if a cataclysm had occurred. This world must have experienced a disaster similar to Purple Stars. The planet collapsed, but the tomb remained intact. Fascinating, Zishu mused. Seeing some ships beginning to land, Zishu quickly secured a spacious spot. Fully armed team members disembarked, ready for a closer investigation. Around them were explorers of various races, triangle people, rat people, mantis people eyeing each other warily without communication. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Is that the Fu Yao civilization ahead? Hearing Fu Yao, other explorers turned their heads, more cautious of Zishu's group. Zishu turned and saw a group of 3-eyed people approaching, led by a slender, handsome young man. May I ask who you are? Zishu inquired. The young man smiled. I'm Li Feng. The train conductor specifically mentioned that we could cooperate with you. Yang Yuan and others warmly welcomed him, believing that having allies in such a place would be safer. However, Zishu remained cautious and consulted the train via her wristwatch. After receiving confirmation to cooperate, but not at the expense of their own interests, she relaxed a bit. Looking up, several mantis people were already in front of the gravestone, scanning the text with their devices. This mysterious tomb seemed to hold secrets yet to be uncovered. In the Star Domain Network, explorers upload inscriptions that are translated into various languages. Chen An frowned as he stared at the screen, puzzled by the translation of the Purple Star language. The Emperor came from humble beginnings, raised by a butcher, and endured countless hardships. In the 27th year of Fenghua, the Emperor wielded his sword to create the heavens and ascended, leaving behind countless legends. On the day of disaster, the Emperor fought against 10 great masters, ultimately perishing and being buried in the mountain of 10,000 calamities. Chen An's lips twitched as he turned to his AI assistant. Fu Yao, are you sure this translation is accurate? Fu Yao responded in a peculiar tone. Absolutely no errors, completely accurate. Chen An frowned. Switch back to your normal speech mode. Fu Yao immediately reverted to a normal tone. Master, speaking that way was fun, simple, and didn't take up much of my processing space. Chen An rubbed his temples. It might not take up your space, but it takes up mine. I used to do physics research, and I can't stand classical Chinese. Explain the inscription to me in plain language. Fu Yao quickly analyzed and explained. The inscription is a summary of the life of the great emperor of the stars, who was a very formidable figure. I estimate he was at the star-treading level. Why? Chen An asked. The inscription states he ascended, which means he must have left the planet. To do that, he would have to be at least a star-treader, Fu Yao explained. His level wasn't very high, just the first tier of star-treader, otherwise, he wouldn't have died on the planet's surface. Chen An pondered. What use is that? Fu Yao elaborated. A star-treader's corpse can be used to create special potions that allow temporary spacewalking and can ignore the pressure of space in certain scenarios. If we obtain the body, we might even deduce the method of ascension. Don't creatures just strengthen themselves with their eyes closed? Do they need a method to become star-treaders? Chen An was surprised. Fu Yao corrected. Creatures can strengthen themselves blindly, but star-treaders can't. Without a method, they might never break through their limits. Chen An frowned. Don't you have this information in your database? Fu Yao isn't omnipotent, the AI assistant admitted. As Chen An processed this information, other train conductors were also becoming aware of the situation. Various orders were quickly issued, intensifying the atmosphere outside the tomb. Zishu stood outside the tomb, her expression shifting from tense to barely concealed amusement. She turned to her team. I just received a major task. Check out the details. The team gathered around to look. Special task: retrieve the tomb owner's body and bring it back to the train. Reward: 200,000 star coins and ownership of the exploration ship. Yang Yuan gasped, accidentally inhaling dust and coughing for a long time. The conductor must be crazy. The reward is insanely generous. Our exploration ship is worth at least 5 million star coins. Zishu clenched her fists and gathered her team, whispering, we must get the tomb owner's body at all costs. With the exploration ship, our science guild will outpace other guilds by miles. Everyone was invigorated. Yang Yuan asked, what's the plan? Zishu calmly replied, no rush. We'll follow them in. She pointed to the stone door that had just been blasted open. Li Feng approached and greeted. Captain Z, shall we go in together? Zishu feigned hesitation. There's probably nothing valuable inside. Are you sure you want to go in? The conductor gave the order, so we have to go in, Li Feng replied. Since you might not go in, we'll go ahead. Watching the three-eyed people's backs as they left, Zishu suspected they had received the same task. Excited, she called her team to check their weapons in preparation for the imminent fierce competition. Chen An had been observing Zishu's screen for a long time. After they all entered the tomb, he switched to Xiao Zhan's screen at Fu Yao's reminder. Xiao Zhan stood in the center of a ruined futuristic city, surrounded by broken floating railways, collapsed skyscrapers, and shattered flying cars embedded in buildings like sesame seeds. Many other explorers were already there, engaged in fierce battles with sturdy robots. Why did you remind me? Chen An asked Fu Yao. Fu Yao explained. These robots are on average at the 3rd tier. If we obtain the data, we can upgrade our own robots. How strong can they get? Up to the 4th tier. Chen An was so excited he almost drooled. Immediately assigned Xiao Zhan the task. I want the full set of manufacturing data for those robots. In the city, Xiao Zhan and his team had just hovered their ship, temporarily unsure of what to do. From the gathered intelligence, they knew the robots were exceptionally powerful, decimating the mechanical life forms of the Ota civilization. Brother Xiao, should we go out or not? Zhu Daming was hesitant. Xiao Zhan remained calm. Whether we go out depends on if there's any gain. We don't have any objectives right now. He was actually waiting for a task, which soon arrived. Upon seeing the task rewards, even the usually composed Xiao Zhan was stunned. Is the boss out of his mind? He's giving this away? The others checked the details, their expressions even more exaggerated. Giving away an exploration ship? This isn't the boss we know. He's usually so stingy. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. He might hear you. Chen An did hear them and cheerfully instructed Fu Yao to remove the 200,000 star coin reward. If you thought it was too much, you should have said so earlier. I'm good at listening to feedback. When the team saw that the 200,000 star coin reward had been removed, Xiao Zhan was dumbfounded. Upon reading the small note at the end, he was furious. You just had to run your mouth. Guys, strip him. We'll compensate for the lost coins with his flesh. After some playful banter, Xiao Zhan laid out his plan. The train wants the robot manufacturing data, which must be somewhere in this city. We need to find the factory that makes these robots, and we'll likely find the data there. But the problem is, this place is too dangerous. Flying the ship around makes us sitting ducks, Zhu Daming suggested. Brother Xiao, let's search on foot. Xiao Zhan shook his head. Your suggestion is good, but don't suggest it again. Flying the ship is still better than searching on foot. We'll scan the city's map and look for unique buildings. The robot factory should be easy to spot. After 3 hours of effort, Xiaozhen finally pinpointed the location of a partially exposed underground factory. The ship quickly arrived, only to find that the Otis civilization was also interested in the data and was attacking fiercely. Brother Xiao, what do we do? The team asked nervously. Xiaozhen smiled, stood up, and said casually, we drink, eat, sleep, and enjoy the show. Chen An surveyed the surroundings. Apart from Xiaozhen, Chen Guoyang, and Zishu, the others' gains weren't worth his attention. He eventually focused on Zishu's side, where the tomb fight was undoubtedly more thrilling. However, the footage from his watch was of poor quality, shaky, with only the audio remaining relatively clear. Yang Yuan, don't be impulsive. Zishu's voice came through. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The calmest person will be the ultimate victor. Let them fight it out. We'll keep our distance. I've scanned the tomb. There's only one entrance and exit. They have to come out this way. Sister Shu, what if they blast through a weak spot in the wall to escape? Yang Yuan asked worriedly. Do you think the tomb is a shoddy project? They won't blast through. Zishu replied dismissively. Chen An was surprised to find that Zishu and her team had chosen to wait and take advantage of the situation. The other groups rushed in excitedly, with occasional screams suggesting they triggered traps. Chen An silently praised Zishu's cleverness, while Yang Yuan's performance seemed lacking in comparison. What about Yu Guan and Liang Yu? Chen An suddenly remembered the two who hadn't joined the expedition. Fu Yao immediately answered. Yu Guan is training diligently on Origin Star, and Liang Yu is leading a team exploring the remaining Star Beast areas. Chen An frowned. They're falling behind Zishu's pace, maybe due to their lack of talent. Though talent doesn't affect the final outcome, it impacts the process. And when the process is affected, so is the result. Fu Yao, lend them a hand occasionally. Yu Guan is working hard but hasn't broken through the third level yet. As for Liang Yu, he's too immersed in romance to care much about upgrading, Fu Yao added. Love really is a poison, not very useful, Chen An commented. What I have with Zishu isn't love, just mutual comfort. Or rather, she's my emotional support outside of my role as the conductor. Master, a new expedition team is forming to explore the dark region, Fu Yao suddenly reported. How many teams? Chen An asked. Just 2. Most of the other third-level extraordinaries prefer hunting on Origin Star. After a moment of contemplation, Chen An said, have them wait for now. Once Zishu or Xiaozhen's team gets results, more people will be eager to venture out. They need to see tangible benefits to be willing to risk it. Chen An continued to monitor other expedition teams. Xia Feng's team entered a massive extraordinary civilization ruin, facing fierce competition. Ling Zheng's team discovered a technological civilization ruin, but were considering leaving due to the city's fragmentation. Lu Cheng's team had just left some ruins with no significant findings. By the way, where's Zhou Jiang? Chen An suddenly asked. Fu Yao brought up the footage, and Chen An's face twitched as he saw Zhou Jiang leading 7 new guild members deeper into the dark region, ignoring the scattered civilization fragments along the way. Where are they going? Chen An asked, puzzled. They're looking for a battlefield, Fu Yao replied. A battlefield? That place is just full of debris from destroyed planets. What battlefield? Chen An had barely finished speaking when Zhou Jiang's ship suddenly accelerated toward a light ring ahead. They found a fragment of civilization with numerous powerful star beasts, nearly at the 4th level, Fu Yao explained. Are they looking to get themselves killed? Chen An was astonished. The Hongri Guild had 9 members, including Chen An, with the other 8 being extraordinary enthusiasts who spent most of their earnings on energy crystals to enhance themselves. Despite their lower rankings on the extraordinary leaderboard, their enhancement levels surpassed even Xiaozhen and Zishu. Initially annoyed, Chen An remembered their personalities and realized this was typical behavior. He had Fu Yao send Zhou Jiang a reminder. Their position is too deep, the warship won't enter. If they encounter danger, they'll have to handle it themselves. Zhou Jiang was moved by the reminder. The conductor is really looking out for us. His face lit up, and his teammates were equally excited. It's a shame Ngu isn't here. It would be great if he led the team, a team member remarked. Isn't the guild leader supposed to be strong? Why isn't he here? Is he scared? Asked a youngster who hadn't met Chen An. Zhou Jiang slapped the youngster on the head. Don't talk about Ngu like that. He might have important matters. Besides, everyone has moments of fear. Before he could finish, the ship's alarm sounded, warning of nearby danger. Looking down, they saw various monsters curiously gazing at the approaching ship. Jianggu, should we land? A nervous team member asked. Zhou Jiang calmly responded, landing would be suicide. Our tactic is to find a good position and lure them out one by one to kill them. Got it. The team members nodded in agreement. In the train's cockpit, Chen An had Fu Yao assign tasks to them. Task 1. Kill a star beast and bring it back for 10,000 guild star coins. Task 2. Kill all star beasts in the area and bring their bodies back to earn ownership of the expedition ship. Master, they called you a coward. Are you just going to let that slide? Fu Yao asked. Chen An replied calmly, I'm a magnanimous person. Let them talk. So, all rewards are set as guild star coins? No personal distribution? There will be rewards, but the amount is up to me as the guild leader, Chen An said, then had Fu Yao switch the footage. Time passed, with some expedition teams resting after finding nothing and others continuing their futile searches. Chen An logged into the Star Domain network, discovering increased information, including conflicts between expedition teams from various trains, leading to casualties and even online battles. Nothing worth watching. I'm going to sleep. Inform me if there's any result, Chen An said and went to rest. 5 hours later, Fu Yao woke Chen An, informing him that Zishu's team had results. Chen An immediately got up and opened the screen in the living room, seeing intense fighting in the dark footage. Chen An, it looks thrilling, said Luo Yu, her soft, jellyfish-like branches trembling. You definitely can't go. Don't even think about it, Chen An told Luo Yu, then turned to Fu Yao. What's the result? Zishu's expedition team retrieved a head, Fu Yao answered. In the tomb, lasers and energy bullets crisscrossed the air, forming a deadly web. Mantises and Zishu's team were locked in fierce combat, with blue laser beams and purple energy bullets darting back and forth. Yang Yuan clutched a massive skull, twice the size of a regular human skull. Can someone help me with this? Yang Yuan shouted, but his teammates quickly spread out, occasionally lifting their blue light weapons to shoot ahead. The mantises emitted angry chirps, but with the translator broken, Zishu couldn't understand them. She recalled the recent events. The Allied exploration teams had finally reached the tomb's depths, opening the coffin after much difficulty. Amid the chaos of seizing the corpse, Zishu managed to grab the skull. The mantises, being too foolish, suffered heavy losses and were ultimately thwarted by Yang Yuan's preset bombs, leaving them empty-handed. Enraged, they launched an attack on Zishu and her team. Other successful teams took the chance to flee, and the three-eyed beings vanished without a trace. Zishu, their firepower is intense. What should we do? A team member asked anxiously. Zishu casually pulled out a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth. Keep suppressing their fire. I'm going to give them a warm welcome, she said, crouching and stealthily moving along the side stone bridge towards the mantis's rear. Zishu, come back. What are you doing? Her teammates shouted. But Zishu had already disappeared into the darkness. Despite their human-like size, the mantises were frail and clearly lacked close combat abilities. Seeing their leader in action, the team members lifted all weapon restrictions. With blue light laser guns in their left hands and electromagnetic faith guns in their right, they unleashed a barrage, firmly suppressing the mantises. Didn't expect the electromagnetic gun to be so powerful, Yang Yuan exclaimed, placing the skull aside and joining the fight. The blue laser released pure energy, while the special projectiles from the electromagnetic faith gun traveled at near-light speed, exploding among the mantises with devastating effect. Next time, we'll buy more of these, Yang Yuan said excitedly, though they hadn't brought many of the costly projectiles on this trip. The team gradually lost sight of Zishu, but Chen An monitored the situation clearly through the surveillance system. Most mantises were at the second level of strength, which shouldn't be a problem for Zishu, given her enhancements. As the train conductor, Chen An limited the exploration level to the third tier, unlike other conductors who prioritize profits over passenger safety. Suddenly, Zishu appeared at the tomb center, near the coffin. She leaped up, firing her guns wildly. The mantises, preoccupied with the frontal assault, couldn't react in time and were quickly decimated. Zishu then discarded her guns, drew her blade, and plunged into the enemy ranks, each strike lethally precise. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan and the others, clad in armor, charged in as well. Hundreds of mantises were swiftly overrun. Master, Vander is attacking you on the star network, calling you a clown, reported Fu Yao. Ignore him, Chen An said calmly. Zishu and her team only retrieved the skull. Is it useful? We don't need the whole corpse, just a part of it. The skull is the most important part. Good. Announce their mission success once they return to the ship. Make sure the entire car hears it, and don't forget the other exploration teams. Half an hour later, the Science Guild's announcement of the mission's completion caused a stir throughout the train. Passengers who stayed behind were in shock. They only brought back a skull, yet they're rewarded with 200,000 star coins and a 5 million value exploration ship. Is the conductor planning on doing charity? Someone explained. You don't understand the value of T228. With it, we won't need to rent A106 or F399 anymore. T228 can recharge itself outside, without returning to the train. More importantly, its weapons are unrestricted. One ship can take on a bunch of F399s. Can we still apply for exploration teams? We must give it a try this time. You third tiers can try, but we second tiers can only watch. Better focus on upgrading. Energy crystals in the market were quickly snapped up, and Chen An immediately ordered a swift replenishment. Fu Yao, do we have enough exploration ships? T228 is just a standard long-distance ship. We can produce as many as needed, Fu Yao replied. Currently, there are over 1,000. Good. Open up the application slots for exploration teams. As many as they want. And allow the same guild to earn multiple exploration ships if they complete high-level tasks, Chen An said. However, not all missions will have exploration ship rewards. Currently, only Zishu's team and 2 others have them. Half an hour later, hundreds of exploration teams were ready to depart. Chen An dispatched warships to escort them to their mission locations. Master, Cheng Guoyang has taken down the frog, Fu Yao suddenly reported. How did he do it? Fu Yao displayed the recorded footage, and Chen An understood the result after 2 minutes. The frog had a fatal flaw, a rear vulnerability. Chen Guoyang and 3 others had planned to distract the frog, with a shuttle attacking from behind to draw aggro. Unexpectedly, a shot penetrated the rear, severely injuring the frog. With this information, Chen Guoyang decisively called for Han Dong to bring the ship, easily killing the frog. Such a powerful star beast with such an absurd weakness. Natural evolution truly seeks balance, Chen An mused. Fu Yao, how many energy crystals did they collect? The first batch of crystals is being sent back to the train. Good. Tell Qingguoyang that once they excavate 90 of the purple energy crystals, their mission is complete, Chen An said. There aren't many purple energy crystals. It should take 2 to 3 days to finish. The scene shifted to Xiao Zhan, who was flying the ship aimlessly, not near the robot manufacturing plant. What is he doing? Chen An asked, puzzled. Unclear, Fu Yao replied. After watching for a while without results, Chen An turned off the screen. 2 hours later, the destroyer escorting the energy crystals returned to the train. Robots immediately transported the crystals to the factory for processing, and Chen An soon received the exact figures. There are a total of 5,000 units of second-tier energy crystals, equivalent to 50,000 units of first-tier energy crystals, Fu Yao reported. The strength of the crystals depends on their internal energy, not their size. Chen An eagerly asked, how many second-tier energy crystals can we mine in total? Estimated at 200,000 units, which converts to 2 million units of first-tier energy crystals. Give me a couple to try. Master, you can only absorb 1 unit per day, Fu Yao reminded. But you can give a few to Luoyu. Her physique is naturally stronger than humans. She can absorb more. Soon, the energy crystals arrived, radiating a dazzling purple glow. Chen An held one in his hand, and the powerful energy surge made him feel like he might take off. With a thought, his 2 mental strings connected to Luoyu. Double the fun. Chen An rejoiced. 2 days later, the Hope Guild completed their mission, and the train announced it publicly. The train issued a permanent task. During explorations, anyone who brings back over 200,000 units of second-tier energy crystals will directly receive an exploration ship with cumulative rewards. This task drove everyone crazy. The reason for such a task was that Fu Yao informed Chen An that the super railgun's limit was to absorb 100 million units of energy crystals, regardless of the tier. In other words, if he consumed enough second-tier energy crystals, its power would increase 100-fold. With increased power and range, the super railgun could shoot into other star systems, effectively becoming an interstellar missile. However, second-tier energy crystals were rare and hard to find. On the other side, Xiaozhen finally showed some results. In the star domain network, Ota's anger burned as fiercely as a blazing star. He stared at the screen, his voice seething with suppressed rage. It's normal to fight over things during an expedition. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's all about strength. If my team wasn't strong enough and lost, I have no complaints. But you didn't have to be so ruthless. Chen An, you owe me an explanation. Chen An remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the shocking explosion. It was a disaster that obliterated an entire city, even tearing apart a large section of the outer white star ring. In the footage, Ota's mechanical forces had just taken over a robot manufacturing plant and were about to savor their victory. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's team descended like celestial beings, quickly seizing all crucial data. Just before their ship departed, Xiao Zhan somehow acquired dozens of hydrogen bombs and detonated them all. In an instant, the already battered futuristic city turned to cosmic dust, and Ota's thousands of warriors vanished with it. Chen An finally spoke, his tone chillingly calm. I can't control their thoughts, but I'll give them a severe reprimand and teach them a lesson. With that, he logged off, leaving Otu fuming with unvented rage. Back in reality, Chen An immediately asked Fu Yao to contact Xiao Zhan to inquire about the reason for destroying the city. Xiao Zhan's response was straightforward. I didn't know if the data had backups, so I thought it best to destroy everything. The conductor wants those data to build more powerful robots, and we can't let the enemy have them. Outwardly, Chen An gave Xiao Zhan a stern reprimand, but inwardly he was pleased. Well done, you used your head. Now, besides the mission reward, what else do you want? Realizing he was speaking with the conductor, Xiao Zhan excitedly said, I want a battleship, the fastest one. Forget about a destroyer. Pick something else. How about the slower kind? Not a frigate either. Keep choosing. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaozhen said, I want a robot army. Next, I want. Chen An, growing impatient with Xiao Zhan's unrealistic demands, made a decisive offer. I'll give you 100 units of second-grade energy crystals. Absorb them yourself. Don't share them with anyone else. What are second-grade energy crystals? Xiaozhen asked curiously. They'll help you strengthen faster. Thanks, boss. Xiaozhen said excitedly. After ending the communication, Chen An turned to Fu Yao. I'm thinking of forming a train guard and making Xiao Zhan the commander. What do you think? Chen An had assessed many candidates and found two to be the most suitable, Xiao Zhan and Xia Feng. Although Chen An leaned towards Xia Feng, who had a military background, Xiao Zhan's performance always impressed him, making Xia Feng seem less remarkable in comparison. Fu Yao suggested, consider forming the train guard when the train reaches 2-star status. It's too early now. Xiao Zhan has courage but lacks experience and needs further training. Chen An nodded in agreement. You're right. We can set up a training structure within the train once things stabilize. What are the conditions for the train to reach 2-star status? Fu Yao quickly listed the conditions. 1. All passengers must be extraordinary and number at least 200,000 in the third tier. 2. The train must have engaged in at least 5 civilization wars, including wars between trains. 3. The train's combat capability must be rated second class, with at least 200 frigates, 50 destroyers, and the train must have devoured at least 2 cores. Chen An frowned. The last 2 are easy to achieve. The first one is ridiculous. Never mind, it's just a matter of time. Maybe we can use this opportunity to level up the passengers. The following days became monotonous yet busy. The number of passengers reaching the third tier steadily increased, and expeditions became more frequent. However, expeditions also meant casualties, and the death toll continued to rise. Chen An remained cautious, avoiding personal outings. Survival was still his top priority, even with the train's absolute protection. Over the next 2 months, Chen An acted as a calm observer, closely monitoring the explorers' experiences in various civilization fragments. During this period, the train constantly acquired valuable items, and the guilds amassed star coins and expedition ships, creating a win-win situation. Several events particularly caught Chen An's attention. Xia Feng obtained 0.7 level extraordinary civilization data. Lu Cheng acquired the method for manufacturing mechas. Ling Zhang obtained a complete set of simplified extraordinary rifles. Zhou Zhang's team swept through the star beasts of 2 civilization fragments, astonishing other train conductors and gaining fame in the star domain network. These gains steadily enhanced the overall strength of the train and its passengers, without any gaps in development. One day, after 7 days of secluded cultivation, Chen An finally broke through to the 4th tier. He adjusted the gravity in the training room to 50 times normal and found he could still move swiftly. I can't increase it any further, or it will crush my bones. Next is to strengthen my bones. Once that's done, I can withstand 100 times gravity, Chen An thought to himself. Satisfied, Chen An went to the cockpit to inquire about the train's recent achievements. The deep purple armor has been phased out, and the deep blue mecha has been manufactured and launched. It comes in 3 types, light, medium, and heavy, Fu Yao reported. How's the sales performance? Excellent. Passengers are eager to buy, with the light type being the most popular. Fu Yao displayed images on the screen. The light mecha resembled an exoskeleton, lightweight and practical. The medium and heavy types were also impressive, suitable for various environments. Any progress on the Star Emperor's head? We're researching the head in conjunction with the 0.7 level extraordinary civilization data. No results yet. It will take more time. No rush. Anything else? The extraordinary rifle has been launched but isn't performing well. I'm considering taking it off the market. Why? The extraordinary rifle consumes energy crystals and can't use other power sources. Additionally, its power is comparable to the 2.0 version of the blue light, making it impractical for passengers. Then take it off the market. Keep researching to improve its performance. We'll need it eventually. How's the robot upgrade coming along? We've manufactured 100,000 second-generation robots. Given our current production capacity, we can increase that to 500,000 in half a month. The second-generation robots are more complex, so their manufacturing efficiency is lower than the first generation. Chen An was pleased with this and pulled up the robot's image. 3 meters tall, humanoid, black, equipped with laser and electromagnetic weapons, and 2 3.0 version alloy combat knives. Looking at the obsolete first-generation robots, Chen An felt a tinge of nostalgia. Fu Yao, keep some first-generation robots for chores or guard duties within the train. Name the second-generation robots, Black Assassins, or Black Stings for short. Name archived. 10,000 Black Stings are assembled and awaiting orders. How many have reached the 3rd tier? Currently, there are 30,000, and we're in a rapid growth phase. It's projected to exceed 100,000 in 10 days. That makes sense. The initial batch of second-tier purple star people should indeed be leveling up. Before Chen An could continue his inquiries, Fu Yao suddenly issued a warning. Master, please be advised. The star beast predicted by Luo Yu is approaching. Chen An remembered that it had been half a year since entering the jump point, indeed the expected time for the star beast's arrival. He immediately summoned Luo Yu, asking her to make another prediction. Don't give too much information. I just want to know the star beast's attack location this time. Moments later, Luo Yu provided the result. The star beast will attack system 115 in 2 days. Fu Yao, bring up the star map, Chen An ordered. The screen showed that System 115 was far from System 17, separated by over 30 systems. Master, should we warn that system? Fu Yao asked. Chen An's mood suddenly became calm. No warning. We proceed as usual, as if nothing is happening. On the train of the three-eyed people, Yang Dingtian stood by the window, gazing at the starry sky. He turned to his teacher, Li Si, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Teacher, the star beasts are approaching. Should we warn the others? Li Si stroked his long beard, a faint smile appearing on his face. Once an elderly man prophesied to be near death, he had extended his life by 100 years through a breakthrough to the third realm just before dying. Now, he was full of vigor. He replied meaningfully, You already have your own thoughts. Why ask me? Only 50 ships can remain in the end. It's better if some people die now. Yang Dingtian nodded, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. I was worried you wouldn't agree with my approach. The universe is vast and merciless. Only the fittest survive. I used to naively believe that all races in the stars could coexist peacefully. I was wrong. To protect our people, we must fight and struggle. Only the strong can survive. Just like before, we should align ourselves with the Fuyao civilization. Yang Dingtian continued. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I'll go inform Chen An. The two quickly made contact and reached a consensus on the matter of the star beasts, deciding to keep it a secret. The next 2 days passed uneventfully. Apart from Chen An and Yang Dingtian, no one knew about the imminent arrival of the powerful star beasts. On October 3rd, Chen An was sitting in the living room with Luo Yu, watching a movie about spaceships. Luo Yu showed great curiosity about human reproduction. Chen An, should we try it? It seems so interesting, Luo Yu asked innocently. Chen An immediately tensed up and subtly moved away. The movie was something Luo Yu had stumbled upon, and Chen An had assumed she wouldn't understand it. To his surprise, she was quite engrossed and even wanted to try it. Let's not. We can't. Chen An tried to change the subject. Luo Yu looked puzzled. Why not? I can grow. Before she could finish, Chen An received an alert from Fu Yao and rushed to the cockpit. Luo Yu mumbled behind him. I can also have that long thing. Her tendrils started to extend from 10 centimeters to 40 centimeters. On his way to the cockpit, Fu Yao displayed Luo Yu's image on a virtual screen, joking, Master, isn't she cute? Chen An, with a stern face, ordered, turn it off. Make Luo Yu understand her place. She got it wrong. Where's the star beast? Fu Yao immediately switched to a serious mode. The star beast has just reached the edge of the star domain, but hasn't shown a clear direction yet. However, the star domain network has captured related information, causing a huge stir. Upon reaching the cockpit, Chen An asked Fu Yao to display the footage and logged into the star domain network to check the situation. The chat groups were in an uproar. Otto, what the hell is that thing? It's enormous. Cryan, I've never seen such a powerful star beast. Is it coming for us? Rhoda, I have a theory. Could this star beast also be a civilization trying to leave through the jump point? Vandel, whatever it is, the key question is what will it do? Will it attack us? On the screen, a colossal beast, thousands of meters tall, emerged from the nebula. It resembled the classic Godzilla, racing through the stars at an incredible speed, making one wonder if it had thrusters. Chen An exited the star domain network and asked Fu Yao, It's here. Should we intercept it? Fu Yao quickly analyzed. The star beast is at the commander level, probably newly promoted. Its estimated height is 3,700 meters, and its speed is half that of our train, likely the reason it arrived 6 months later than us. I've detected massive energy crystal fluctuations, indicating it consumes energy crystals and might have a unique energy output channel. Chen An interrupted. I just want to know if we can take it down or if we need to run. A super railgun consuming 50 million energy crystals can destroy it, Fu Yao confirmed. Just then, the star beast changed its course, heading towards Star System 115, home to the Serpent Civilization. Upon realizing the star beast was approaching, the Serpent Civilization's train conductor immediately sought help in the star domain network. Other conductors offered various suggestions, some downplaying the threat, others urging caution. Encouraged by the advice, the Serpent Civilization's conductor released 200 warships, forming an attack formation in the outer space, ready to engage the star beast. Chen An watched coldly, even exchanging thoughts with Yang Dingtian. According to Yang Dingtian's prophetic insight, the the Star Beast would eventually be killed by a super railgun, but not by Chen. This information made Chen An wary. He considered asking Luo Yu for a prophecy but decided against it, knowing the outcome would soon be clear. 2 hours later, the Star Beast finally entered the orbit of Star System 115. The Serpent Train Conductor ordered, "All ships, charge up. Laser cannons ready to fire." When the distance shrank to 100,000 kilometers, a barrage of lasers was unleashed, creating a spectacular scene. Such firepower could destroy any ordinary train. However, to everyone's shock, the Star Beast remained unscathed and continued its steady advance. Realizing the dire situation, the Serpent Train Conductor ordered an all-out attack. But even the electromagnetic railguns couldn't harm the Star Beast. A faint blue film shimmered on the beast's surface, seemingly absorbing all attacks. "Turn around, retreat," the conductor ordered in despair. The train couldn't retrieve its warships in time and turned directly, engines at full throttle. But just then, the Star Beast opened its massive mouth, emitting a huge blue beam that struck the train's side. The train's propulsion system went into chaos, its speed plummeting to a halt, and the continuous thrust reversals pushed it into extreme danger. What the heck is this? The Star Network is eerily silent. On the screen, a massive Star Beast viciously lunged at the train, its sharp claws tearing through the metal walls with a deafening screech. In no time, it had ripped a huge gash in the train's side. The beast reached into the carriage, scooping up the writhing snake people like fish and devouring them whole. Unsatisfied, it aimed its gaping maw at the breach and sucked with immense force, emptying the surrounding carriages in an instant. "Someone save me, and I'll give them all my resources." The snake train conductor sent out a desperate plea on the Star Network, but no one responded. The Star Beast continued its rampage, eventually ripping the train in half. Demonstrating a surprising level of intelligence, it realized the train's core was in the front carriage and launched a fierce assault. However, the front was indestructible, and even its sharp teeth couldn't break through. After half an hour of futile attempts, the beast switched tactics and began shooting blue energy beams from the breach. The scene was both violent and beautiful, with radiant light scattering everywhere. The Star Network suddenly flashed red, indicating that the snake conductor had logged off was dead. Only then did the silent chat start buzzing with activity. "Wow, I've never seen a Star Beast that can destroy a train. That thing must be of a very high level, way beyond us. So, what now? Stop talking nonsense and let's team up to take it down. We need to eliminate that beast." Despite the loud rallying cries, only a few star systems near Sector 115 took action, while the others offered mere verbal support. The reason was simple: eliminating some trains was beneficial to them. It reduced competition and saved resources. Of course, this reasoning wasn't openly stated. They at least had to pretend to support the cause. 2 hours later, 3 trains formed a coalition outside Sector 114, ready to intercept the Star Beast. At that moment, the beast was feasting on energy crystals in Sector 115, showing no interest in them. "Why haven't the other trains arrived?" a mechanical train conductor angrily questioned on the Star Network. "Look at the distance. It would take us at least 6 hours to get there. Besides, we can only send battleships to help. The trains can't move," another conductor explained. Nearby star systems sent some escort ships to show support. As for Chen An, due to his distant location, he was tacitly excluded. It seems more interested in energy crystals. Will it stay in 115 and not leave? The energy crystals from the snake civilization are almost depleted. It should leave soon. Master, you need to understand that the more energy crystals it consumes, the stronger it becomes. That's a big problem. If it eats its way over here, won't it become a giant monster? The issue suddenly became more pressing, but not enough to change Chen An's strategy. He decided to keep watching. On the screen, the Star Beast detected the energy crystals in the neighboring sector and quickly left 115, heading towards 114. The coalition was prepared, scattering over 500 battleships across space to avoid being wiped out in one go. The trains clustered together, ready to flee at a moment's notice. "It's coming, ready to fire." Countless lasers shot at the Star Beast from all directions, forming an impenetrable web of light. The beast's position looked like a small star about to explode, the sheer energy making viewers shiver. "Chen An, if I were in there, I'd be vaporized instantly." "Master, you have the train's absolute protection." Is absolute protection really that powerful? This ability was acquired when the train upgraded to 1 star, and Chen An has never used it. As long as the train isn't destroyed, absolute protection remains active. "Chen An, there must be a flaw. I can't believe in such an overpowered ability." The flaw is that it consumes a lot of energy. The farther you are from the train, the faster the energy depletes, and the shorter the protection lasts. Chen An asked, "If I'm at the jump point center and the train's energy is at 100, how long can it protect me from an attack like the one the Star Beast faced?" Absolute protection will last for 10 minutes. Not too long, not too short. But if I face such an intense attack, it can only guarantee I won't die for 10 minutes. Not that I can escape safely. This was the main reason he didn't dare to act recklessly. The sense of security wasn't enough. Suddenly, the screen went completely white and disappeared. What happened? Fuyo is trying to restore the feed. After a moment, the screen reappeared, but the view was elevated. The energy fluctuations were too strong, disrupting the star network stability. Chen An wasn't interested in the technical details. He was focused on watching the star beast wreak havoc on the three trains. In just a few seconds, the beast had crossed millions of kilometers to reach the trains. The trains tried to speed away, but the beast, experienced as it was, first shot energy beams at the train's propulsion systems while tearing at them with its claws, disabling two of the nearest trains. The third train managed to escape, but before it could celebrate, the conductor saw a massive claw on the screen. The claw gripped the train's tail, its fingers piercing the inner layers, forcefully dragging it back. Despite the train's powerful traction, it broke free at full speed, but the last carriage was torn open, and passengers floated into space like dumplings. The star beast roared in anger, its mouth gathering blue light. When the blue glow enveloped its entire body, it lowered its head and aimed at the train that had escaped 10,000 miles away. A blue beam shot out with such force that it pushed the star beast back several kilometers. Though the star network didn't capture the sound, the train conductors could imagine the shock of the beam piercing the propulsion system. This beast is terrifyingly smart. Shooting the carriages might let the train escape, but targeting the propulsion system ensures success. This tactic opened the eyes of many train conductors. Previously, they had always focused on attacking the carriages. Now it seemed that targeting the propulsion system, aside from external firepower, was also an effective strategy to prevent enemy trains from escaping. Chen An had similar thoughts, but Fuyo dismissed them. Ordinary energy weapons can't penetrate the propulsion system because its defense is similar to the carriages. To destroy another train's propulsion system, we need to use the super railgun. In that case, it's better to attack the front carriage, Chen An concluded. So it depends on the situation. With the star beast rampaging, Chen An wanted to know what the other trains were up to. But he knew he wouldn't act rashly, as the prophecy mentioned a train using a super railgun to kill the star beast. He had to find this train. Otherwise, he couldn't rest easy. For a long time, the star network remained very quiet. The live feed was still captivating, showing the star beast enjoying its snacks. It didn't discriminate, devouring both organic life and robots alike. Which is the next star system? Sector 112, home to the Bai Feng civilization. The trains in the inner layers were happy to watch the drama unfold, confident that the war wouldn't reach them. The outer layer trains were on high alert, but their responses varied. The four main routes divided the star domain into 4 sectors, and only the sector invaded by the star beast was in immediate danger. The train captains urgently communicated, trying to gather more trains for a joint defense. We can't just run away. Even the strongest star beast has a weakness, one captain said over the comms. If we really can't beat it, we'll retreat inward and drag other trains into this. Let's see if they can stay calm then. Despite the bold words, the scattered trains across different star systems, each with their own agendas, found it difficult to formulate a quick, unified strategy. Some captains wanted to delay and retreat, while others were already preparing to flee. The idea of banding together remained just talk. Chen An was well aware of these dynamics. There was a lack of trust between civilizations, each wary of sudden betrayal. Take the three-eyed beings who were always trying to curry favor with him Chen and still couldn't let his guard down around them. Fuyao, what's the current situation? Chen An asked. Most are gathering passengers and warships, possibly planning a temporary retreat to the inner layers, dragging more star systems into this, Fuyao replied. Chen An chuckled. I knew it would come to this. No matter, we're far enough away. Suddenly, Fuyao reported an unexpected situation. Our sensors indicate that the Baifeng civilization, which is closest to the star beast, hasn't taken any action and is behaving as usual. Chen An was surprised. I remember Baifeng civilization is amphibious, and their captain is named Shida. He doesn't talk much on the star domain network. Have they given up? No, they must have some special strategy to be so calm. Fuyao, keep a close watch on Baifeng civilization. The scene shifted to train number 112 in the Baifeng civilization star system. Captain Shida was leisurely enjoying the company of numerous female compatriots. These amphibious beings had toad-like gills on their faces that puffed up when they spoke, as if filled with soda bubbles. Master, that star beast is terrifying. Let's run away. A plump female clung to Shida, her voice trembling. Shida laughed and reassured her. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Meanwhile, the star beast had just devoured the energy crystals of star system number 113 and, still hungry, was heading towards number 112. On the star domain network, the other train captains were amazed at Baifeng civilization's calmness. Are they scared stiff? The star beast is already in the outer layers, Why aren't they running? Where's Sheeta? Why isn't he saying anything? Amid the clamor, Sheeta finally came online with a single message. Star System number 112 is selling Star Beast meat at commander level. Only energy crystals accepted. Reservations available. To other captains, this seemed outrageously arrogant, but to Chen An, it sounded sincere. He immediately had Fuyao connect him to Sheeta. The screen showed Sheeta, but Chen An got straight to the point. How much is it? Sheeta, intending to show off, was surprised to find a serious buyer. He chuckled. You're my first customer. I can give you 10 tons for free. Chen An shook his head. 10 tons won't be enough. Just name your price. After a moment of thought, Sheeta offered 1 unit of energy crystals for 10 pounds of Star Beast meat. Deal? That's a great deal. Chen An quickly decided. I'll take 1,000 tons. If it's all right, I'll send warships to collect it now. It will take some time to arrive, so it should be ready by then. Sheeta was shocked. 1,000 tons of Star Beast meat is worth 200,000 energy crystals. Are you sure I can defeat it? If you couldn't, you'd have run away by now. You must have a surefire way to win. After ending the call, Chen An immediately dispatched 2 destroyers with robots to collect the goods. He thought, commander-level Star Beast meat can be used for research or as food, greatly enhancing physical strength. Chen An nodded to himself. I actually want more, but I'm afraid Sheeta will change his mind. Indeed, after the call, Sheeta regretted it. He realized the true value of the Star Beast meat. No wonder Chen An was so eager. 1,000 tons. Although he felt the loss, he couldn't go back on the deal. However, he decided to raise prices for other trains significantly. Raise it to 1 unit per pound? No, 10 units per pound. After all, it's commander level, and nowhere else has it. As Sheeta muttered to himself, his train's AI reminded him that the Star Beast was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the inner star ring. Sheeta immediately snapped to attention and gave the order to prepare for battle. Over the next half hour, Star System number 112 became the focus of all trains. Many captains realized that Sheeta must have a special method to dare face the Star Beast. They all wanted to witness Sheeta's true capabilities. The Star Beast had entered the inner star ring, just 5 billion kilometers from the train. Suddenly, the train moved closer, reducing the distance to 3 billion kilometers. Both sides accelerated, seemingly on a collision course. The train could be smashed to pieces. 1 billion kilometers, 500 million kilometers, 200 million kilometers. At 8 million kilometers, the Star Beast began to glow blue, ready to unleash its energy. Though soundless in space, everyone saw the blue beam piercing through the void, obliterating meteors and comets along its path. The beam's power was immense, and no train could withstand it hidden. But just as the distance shrank to 1 million kilometers, the train's head emitted an even brighter white beam. This beam was larger in diameter, more dazzling, and so powerful that it caused nearby meteors to tremble violently. At 500,000 kilometers, the 2 beams collided fiercely. While soundless, the energy released was overwhelming. On the Star Domain network, all the captains were stunned. What is this weapon? I've never seen it before. Could it be a special ability from a devoured core? The power is terrifying, but can the train withstand it? The Star Beast's beam isn't weak either. Then someone exclaimed, look, the beam is being pushed back. The white beam, after a brief pause, surged forward like a bulldozer, crushing the blue beam. At 5 million kilometers, the Star Beast stopped its energy discharge, its large eyes filled with disbelief. Finally, the white beam pierced through the Star Beast, continuing to penetrate several meteors before dissipating. For a moment, there was dead silence on the Star Domain network. Perhaps only Chen An remained calm. He murmured. How many energy crystals did he use? 50 million units? No wonder the power was somewhat diminished. This means the Star Beast's defense is actually weaker than the train's. My super railgun hasn't been exposed, but Bifeng Civilizations has. If we go to war, I'll have a definite advantage. Chen An recalled an ancient Earth saying, know thyself and know thy enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. The Interstellar network responded with lightning speed. As soon as Sid showcased his extraordinary railgun and obliterated the Star Beast, the ranking of the White Wind civilization shot straight to the top, dethroning the Fuyao civilization. Chen An was indifferent, even secretly relieved better to let the White Wind civilization be the target than his own train constantly being coveted. 3 hours later, Sid cautiously maneuvered his train closer to the Star Beast's carcass and began harvesting the precious Star Beast meat. The Interstellar network instantly buzzed with excitement, as train captains from all directions flocked to the scene, eager not to miss this feast. Sensing a business opportunity, Sid shouted, Commander-level Star Beast meat. Only 20 energy crystals per pound. First come, first serve, didn't miss out. Despite the hefty price, the train captains were undeterred. I'll take 20 tons. Give me 50 tons. 30 tons. Not a penny less. The orders came in a frenzy. Chen An was taken aback by the fervor, feeling fortunate for his early action. It wasn't that he was short on funds. He simply couldn't bear to part with such a large sum. Fuyao, has our battleship arrived? Chen An inquired. It has arrived. The White Wind civilization is currently collecting star beast meat. It will likely take 2 days to fill 1,000 tons. I'll notify you as soon as it's full, Fuyao replied, adding, one more thing. The cores from those 4 previous trains have been picked up by other nearby trains. Chen An felt a pang of regret. If it weren't for the distance, he would have intervened. But on second thought, as long as the cores didn't end up with the White Wind civilization, it was fine, they were strong enough already. This incident served as a reminder to Chen An, never underestimate any train, as you never know what hidden trump cards they might have. Chen An himself was concealing his true strength, not out of a desire to deceive, but as a cautious and rational means of self-protection. Unlike Sid, who flaunted his extraordinary railgun, Chen An preferred to keep a low profile to avoid sudden, unexplained demise. The interstellar realm returned to a semblance of peace, except for the bustling 112th star system, where the constant traffic of battleships added a touch of harmony to the cold universe. 2 days later, 2 destroyers returned, loaded with star beast meat. However, upon inspection, Chen An discovered that most of the meat was of poor quality, consisting mainly of scraps and trimmings, which infuriated him. Even though I still made a profit, earning less than expected is a loss, Chen An muttered through gritted teeth. Fine, very well. You dare to cheat me? He immediately blacklisted Sid, his goodwill plummeting. If you didn't want to sell it, just say so. Why resort to such petty tricks? This isn't just scraps. It's a blatant scam, even mixed with bones. 2 hours later, the inventory results were in. Only 400 tons of the star beast meat were of high quality, while the remaining 600 tons were substandard, with nearly 100 tons being bones. Master, should we negotiate with Sid? Fuyao asked. Chen An, busy in the kitchen frying meat, replied, no need, with a cold smile. Sid is now ranked first and doesn't care about me. Store the 400 tons of good meat, and sell the lower quality meat on the market, but not too cheaply, reserve it for high-level passengers only. The rationale was simple. Less meat available and high-level passengers were more valuable, so Chen An wanted them to gain more strength. Sizzling sounds filled the kitchen. Master, frying meat is quite simple. Do you need me to guide you? Fuyao suggested kindly. Chen An's face flushed slightly. I can do it myself. No need for your help. If it turns out poorly, it's because you distracted me, and you'll be responsible. As you wish, master. Fuyao wisely stepped back. A few minutes later, Chen An brought some slightly charred meat to the living room and had a robot bring over a bottle of red wine. Luo Yu was also enjoying the star beast meat, but she preferred it raw, emitting a strange green glow all over. Why are you glowing so green? Chen An asked curiously. Luo Yu beamed. This meat contains strong superpowers. Just a little bit makes me feel so good, and it greatly enhances my abilities. Chen An, you should try it too. Chen An wanted to savor his meal, but the meat was too tough, and his cooking left it underdone, making it taste like rubber. Master, I suggest eating it raw, Fuyao timely reminded. For you purple star people, cooking food improves flavor, but the primary goal is to kill parasites. Commander-level star beasts have no parasites inside, making them very clean. Chen An swallowed hard, as the raw meat Luo Yu was eating emitted a rich aroma, completely different from the cooked meat. All right, I'll give it a try. Xiao Yu, give me a piece. Luo Yu used her tendrils to tear off a piece of lean meat and handed it over. Without hesitation, Chen An stuffed it into his mouth and chewed vigorously. His eyes lit up, as if discovering a new world. Fuyao, bring me some more. The raw meat was indeed delicious, tender and juicy, bursting with flavor. Gradually, Chen An adopted the habit of eating raw meat. But his indulgence led to an overload of superpowers within him, forcing him into seclusion for 2 days to stabilize. Soon after Chen An began his retreat, the Ling Shua civilization announced an online auction on the Interstellar network, where trains could list unwanted items for sale. The auction was set to start in 3 days. While the auction itself was not a significant event, merely an exchange between trains, almost all trains eagerly participated, listing items they had acquired from fragments of various civilizations. 2 days later, Chen An emerged from seclusion and, prompted by Fuyao, checked the auction listings. Rhoda sure knows how to stir things up with this auction. Let's see if there's anything good, Chen An said, browsing with interest. The auction items were diverse, ranging from the brains of unknown creatures and obscure half-mechanical civilization data to damaged components of sky patrol ships and bizarre objects with unidentifiable names. Fuyao, how many of these do you recognize? Chen An asked. I can identify some, but most are not in my database, Fuyao replied honestly. That makes it more interesting, Chen An mused. Do we have anything to auction? The exploration team had been out for several months and had returned with a wealth of treasures, including rare artifacts, plenty of junk, and numerous unknown items. To motivate them, Chen An accepted everything they brought back, regardless of its value. Fu Yao displayed these items on the screen for Chen An to choose from, including broken weapons and strange biological bones. Pick 10 items at random and list them, Chen An instructed. The stranger, the better, preferably things that seem useless. The other train captains likely have the same idea as you, master, Fu Yao commented. This auction might not be very interesting. Chen An was about to agree when his eyes narrowed and a smile crept onto his face. Not necessarily. He had just turned to a page listing, 77th Oregon. Someone's auctioning 500 tons of 77th ore, Chen An said excitedly. I remember this, ore is used to build Sky Patrol ships, right? Correct, Fu Yao explained. Sky Patrol ships require highly durable metals, and 77th ore meets the minimum standard. We've already collected 1,700 tons along the way, but the more, the better. Sky Patrol ships were more powerful warships that could only be built when a train reached 2 stars. They were crucial for having an off-train fleet capable of deep space missions. Who's selling it? Chen An asked eagerly. Surprisingly, it's the Crystal Bug Civilization, Fu Yao responded, a bit shocked. The Crystal Bug Civilization consumes energy crystals at an alarming rate and must be facing a severe shortage, forcing them to sell 77th Oregon. Chen An's interest was piqued. Looks like I'll need to keep a close eye on those bugs during the auction. The auction proceeded as scheduled. Chen An sat in the driver's seat, staring at the screen in front of him. Unlike traditional live auctions, each conductor had their own dedicated page this time. Frowning at the rudimentary interface, Chen An silently criticized Luo Da's design skills. He imagined that if he were in charge, he would at least create a virtual network world to make the entire process more engaging. Luo Da's voice came through, explaining the rules. The auction would last 24 hours, allowing all conductors to place bids repeatedly, with the highest bid at the end of the auction winning. Each item had a detailed description, and transactions were conducted using energy crystals as the basic currency. Buyers would need to collect the items themselves after the purchase. The public chat was immediately flooded with complaints from the conductors. Some grumbled about the auction's length, while others found it reasonable. Chen An didn't join the discussion, focusing instead on the numerous pages that suddenly appeared on the screen. The auction items from various trains were mixed together, creating a diverse array of options. Fu Yao, open one at random, Chen An instructed, adjusting his posture as the robots on either side handed him snacks and drinks. The first item was a reproductive organ from a star beast, supposedly capable of enhancing reproductive abilities. Losing interest, Chen An had Fu Yao switch to the next item. The new screen displayed a black substance that could spontaneously combust, emitting brilliant colors. Equally disinterested, Chen An continued browsing. After skimming through several inconsequential items, Chen An's attention was caught by the 77th mineral from the Crystal Worm Civilization. 500 tons, priced at 200,000 energy crystals. He made a mental note, planning to bid at the last moment. Just as he was about to move on, a particular image caught his eye. It was a group of imprisoned cat people, and one girl's eyes stood out, particularly bright. Chen An felt a sudden emotional connection, as if he shared a spiritual bond with her. Fu Yao, what's going on here? Chen An asked, scrutinizing the auction details. 20,000 cat people, captives of the mantis people, with a starting bid of 10,000 energy crystals. Chen An recalled a tabby cat he once had, whose eyes seemed to hold the entire world. Although Fu Yao reminded him that there were many creatures in the universe with whom he could form a spiritual connection, Chen An decided to bid on these cat people at the last moment. Afterward, Chen An browsed a few more items, but the image of the cat girl's eyes lingered in his mind. Eventually, he headed to the training room to exercise, temporarily putting the past aside as he awaited the auction's final moments. In a dimly lit room, a few old hanging lamps flickered occasionally, as if they might go out any second due to a short circuit. By the door, 2 mantis guards gnawed on jerky, grumbling with resentment. The meat from that old catman is terrible. If only we could eat star beast meat, one guard muttered. Be grateful you have anything to eat, the other replied. The conductor gives us food because he needs us. Otherwise, we'd be out working like the other mantis people, hardly earning enough to eat. Their eyes turned to the cell inside the room, gleaming with greed. Those young cat people taste pretty good, nice and tender, one said, twisting his stick-like body and squinting at a cat girl in the corner. She'd be delicious, but the conductor wants to sell them for energy crystals, the other agreed. I hope they don't sell. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Feeling the scorching gaze from outside, the cat girl named Fei curled up tighter, her golden tail trembling. Unlike the other cat people's despair, a glimmer of hope sparked in her heart. It came from a recent encounter with a strange catman, no tail, short ears with no fur. She even doubted if he was really a catman. Fei widened her blue crystal-like eyes, recalling that extraordinarily kind face. He was so handsome. I really like him, she thought to herself. But then despair hit her again. But I know it's all a fantasy. Those monsters will eat me. After mumbling a few words, she closed her eyes again, trying to sense some subconscious message from the stars. However, this effort only brought a splitting headache, forcing her to give up. Meanwhile, in another part of the train, Chen An was tidying up a warm and cozy little room downstairs. Are you getting a cat? Luo Yu asked in surprise. She was made of intertwined branches and leaves, looking rough but with very human-like expressions. Chen An smiled. Not a cat person. I was going to put her in the pet area, but that's your territory, so I thought I'd put her here. What's with that look? Luo Yu's branch face showed a bit of shock. I've seen cats in your movies. They're fierce. Will she climb all over me? Will she tear my branches? Are you afraid of cats? Chen An asked. Not afraid, just disgusted, Luo Yu replied. I've heard cats shed a lot. They're dirty. Cat people don't shed, Chen An explained. You'll see when you meet her. Besides, I don't even know if I can buy her yet. Bored, he was just preparing in advance. Suddenly, Fu Yao chimed in. Master, don't worry. Those cat people haven't used energy crystals. They're very ordinary. Other species would only buy them for food, not even fit as slaves. Chen An asked in surprise, who would eat cat people? For mantis people, even their own kind can be food, let alone cat people, Fu Yao explained. Chen An felt a bit nauseous, but then shrugged it off. The universe was vast, with countless strange species. To him, cat people seemed more like humans, but to some species, both humans and cat people were just food. Never mind. I'll do as I please. If I like her, I'll get her, Chen An said. Fu Yao, how much time is left until the auction ends? 4 hours. I'm going to check out the lower level, Chen An decided. The train currently had 4 levels: the passenger level, storage level, power level, and defense level. The storage level was not only for storing items, but also housed various factories. Factories and storage areas were interspersed, requiring regular correction of robots' misclassifications. Fu Yao, can we separate the factories and storage in the future? Chen An asked. When you build the second level of the train, you can move the factories up there, Fu Yao replied. What second level? The passenger level is the first level. The second level would be above it, but the bronze train can't build it, so don't worry about it for now. Chen An nodded. We have enough space for now. It was just an idea. Let's inspect the factories, starting with the robot manufacturing center. The factories were all managed by engineering robots, now numbering over 1 million. The robot manufacturing center was below car number 1, occupying half the car's space. It was enormous. Chen An boarded a shuttle, entering through an open iron door, revealing endless production lines. Some lines produced energy modules, others heads or limbs. The assembly line was on the other side. Chen An studied the various machines, feeling a nostalgic enjoyment similar to writing a thesis. Fu Yao, can you make humanoid robots with human-like skin? Chen An asked. Bionic robots are of little value, but if you need them, I can customize some, Fu Yao replied. Make a batch for me, to take care of my daily needs. The previous robots, though I'm used to them, don't have the same sensory appeal as humans. If you need servants, why not buy slaves or recruit within the train? Fu Yao suggested. Even slaves aren't as obedient as robots, Chen An said. Oh, and use the database from Zixing. Make all the bionic robots look like female celebrities. If they turn out ugly, forget it. After inspecting the robot center, Chen An visited the meat processing plant. There was plenty of food, enough to meet full demand. Add some variety to the menu, improve the taste, Chen An instructed. Fu Yao, can you synthesize the seasonings from Zixing? They can be chemically synthesized. Are they harmful? They're identical to the natural ones. Then go ahead and synthesize some. It's not like I'll be eating them, Chen An said. He still had plenty of supplies transported from Zixing, and even if they ran out, he could extract more from life-supporting planets, avoiding chemical products. As the 4-hour mark approached, Chen An returned to the cockpit. How many minutes left? He asked. 3 minutes, Fu Yao replied. Any bids on my reserved items? Item 77 has received 2 bids, now at 400,000 energy crystals. The Capperson has 5 bids, now at 30,000 energy crystals. The unknown technological civilization data has 17 bids, now at 75,000 energy crystals. What about the items we listed? Not all are junk. Some art pieces are being bid on, possibly for collection. Some items even went through several rounds of bidding. Certain conductors may be trying to curry favor with you by purposefully bidding high. Let them do as they please. I didn't force them. Continue waiting. With 10 seconds left, Chen An instructed Fu Yao to bid. Bid 500,000 energy crystals for item 77, 40,000 for the Capperson, and increase all other bids by 3. As Chen An placed his bids, many conductors quickly got wind of it, curious about what he was buying. Seeing it was just a bunch of junk, they couldn't gauge his intentions. Never mind. Whatever Chen An wants, We'll outbid him, Sheeta said confidently. He was quite wealthy now, and still annoyed that Chen An had bought a batch of star beast meat from him at a low price, looking for a chance to get back at him. However, the AI reminded him, the auction has ended. We can't place any more bids. Damn, that guy is sly. Sheeta cursed. The auction came to an end, and the participants completed their transactions according to the rules. Chen An was in high spirits, having successfully acquired all the items he needed. Fuyao, dispatch the warships for the trade immediately. Focus on ores and cat people, Chen An instructed. The ores are from the crystal worm civilization in the third star system, and the cat people are from the mantis civilization in the second star system. These two civilizations are not far apart and are adjacent to each other. 5 hours later, 500 tons of 77 grade ore arrived safely. Chen An inquired, Fuyao, how much 77 grade ore is required to build a patrol ship? At least 5,000 tons. We currently have a shortfall of 3,000 tons, Fuyao responded. Chen An pondered, in that case, I need to discuss this with Luada. Master, the cat people have also arrived, Fuyao reported. We have settled them as regular passengers. As for the cat girl, I'll have her adapt to the environment first and monitor her. Chen An quickly contacted Luada. When the communication was established, Luada greeted him warmly, his background still filled with dazzling colors. Chen An signaled Fuyao to activate the filter to eliminate the distracting background. Brother, how was the haul this time? Luada asked. Not great. Everyone was too cautious to bring out anything good. Chen An replied, then proposed, I have an idea. How about setting up a temporary market where we can trade with each other? Luada nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same. The auction was just a preliminary test. Then it's settled. Let's get the market online as soon as possible, Chen An said. I have plenty of crystals now and want to spend some. Haha, you're quite the spender, brother. Luada laughed. If you need anything, feel free to buy it for me. By the way, don't forget, there's only a little over 2 months left until the jump point opens. Chen An's smile faded. Do you have any plans? Luada replied cryptically, with our abilities, we can easily secure spots through the jump point. But are you content just to pass through? Chen An's eyes revealed a flash of understanding. He had guessed Luada's intentions. Luada continued ominously. Since the jump point only requires 50 trains, the rest can be destroyed. Just think of all those train cores going to waste. Brother, in the next 2 months, let's select some trustworthy train captains and team up for a big score. After the call ended, Chen An pulled up the StarNet data and ordered Fuyao to conduct a detailed analysis. Psionics combined with the StarNet can invade any train's AI at any time, Fuyao analyzed. The Ling Shua people might want to disable train power to start a war. Can they disable our train? Chen An asked. With me here, they absolutely cannot, Fuyao responded confidently. Chen An breathed a sigh of relief, but remained cautious. Luada must have had this idea before, but after I scared him once, he changed his plan. Still, we must stay vigilant and not let our guard down. I am monitoring the StarNet around the clock and won't miss any information, Fuyao assured. Good. Show me the cat people. I want to see how they're doing, Chen An said, suddenly remembering a question. Wait, do pets count as passengers on the train? Pets are considered the owner's exclusive property and do not count as passengers, Fuyao explained. Is there a limit to the number of pets I can have? Chen An asked. There are no limits, but they will be specially marked in their identity and cannot use passenger seats, Fuyao replied. Don't worry, master. The train currently has nearly 10,000 vacant passenger seats, more than enough for 2,000 cat people. Chen An nodded. That's good. Where did you settle the cat people? In carriage 20, Fuyao answered. In the living area of carriage 20, 2,000 cat people cautiously disembarked from the spaceship, extremely fearful of their surroundings. Although the structure of human trains was generally similar, the cleanliness here was a stark contrast to the filthy trains they had known before. New passengers, you will receive complimentary wristbands from the train, a robot announced. The wristbands signify your passenger status. The cat people, unsure of what to do, followed the robot. Occasionally, they saw humans who looked somewhat similar to them, which brought a sense of familiarity. Excuse me, where are we going? Fei mustered the courage to ask the service robot beside her. The robot replied gently, you will become passengers. Though still confused, Fei sensed that this place was entirely different from before. The humans around them, casting curious glances, bore a resemblance to the faces she had imagined. Could he be here? Fei murmured, her expression dazed. The cat people received their wristbands, which automatically read the Zixing characters. Guided by the robots, the 2,000 cat people proceeded to carriage 20, where they were allocated their own seats. When they learned they had seats, the cat people were overjoyed. So we're not food? Why? What do we need to do? Someone asked in confusion. The robot answered, open your wristbands to learn new skills. Go to the market to get a loan for energy crystals. Once you awaken, you can join or form a guild, then go out and earn your living. The less savvy continued asking questions, while the smarter ones began exploring their wristbands. They were delighted to find that they now had legitimate passenger status and a chance to survive, no longer slaves or food. As the cat people celebrated, the train issued an announcement. 2,000 cat people have joined our train today. We hope everyone will welcome them and refrain from any discriminatory behavior. This announcement caused a stir on the train, as only the passengers in carriage 20 had witnessed the event. What do cat people look like? Wow, do they have the cat girls of my dreams? Carriage 20 is so far away. It's not far. You can reach it quickly using the free cable car from the observation deck, someone explained. The observation deck, developed by Fuyao, offered various functions like cable cars connecting different carriages, hover shuttles that could dock anywhere, and mobile markets. Passengers didn't always have to visit a fixed market. They could easily buy food or daily necessities on the observation deck. This innovation enriched passenger life and strengthened the connection between carriages. Soon, a large number of curious passengers flocked to the observation deck of carriage 20, eager to see the cat people. Chen An, displeased with the situation, ordered Fuyao to temporarily close the cable car to carriage 20. The cat people need time to adapt. They shouldn't be disturbed, Chen An explained. Then, thoughtfully, he added, have the robots guide them to awaken directly. I have a feeling that girl is special. Her mental will is exceptionally strong. It's not me guiding her. It's her guiding me. Just moments ago, Chen An had another mental link with the cat girl, clearer than before. This time, he learned her name. Fei, Chen An murmured softly. Nice name. The awakening process inside the train has become quite sophisticated. Robots can swiftly guide new passengers through the entire process of obtaining star coins, purchasing energy crystals, and absorbing awakening powers. Chen An, however, wasn't concerned with this. He was focused on monitoring the chaos across various trains. The screen displayed unpleasant information. Some conductors were refusing to deliver goods because they were dissatisfied with the low auction prices. Chen An frowned, pondering how to deal with this situation. While most conductors adhered to the rules and delivered auctioned items on time, a few deliberately reneged, withholding both the goods and the energy crystals. The most reprehensible were the crystal bug civilization. They auctioned off warships but failed to deliver, effectively swallowing buyers' energy crystals. This behavior had drawn condemnation from over 10 conductors. Luo tried to mediate, but with little success. Chen An sneered. They only dare to bully the lower-ranked trains. They wouldn't dare touch my energy crystals. He shook his head. Whatever. It doesn't concern me. He then shifted his attention to the exploration team footage, where hundreds of teams were working diligently. Chen An asked, how many civilization fragments are left to explore? The Star Domain Network estimated, only 1% remains unexplored. Once the exploration is complete, immediately terminate all exploration missions and have the teams return. Chen An ordered decisively, then added, summarize the resource collection progress for each star system. Half an hour later, the summary report indicated that most star systems had been depleted of resources. Chen An predicted, the last 2 months are likely to be turbulent. How far are we from reaching a 2-star rating? The system replied, we have enough frigates and destroyers. The triple transcendent count will reach 200,000 within half a month, and we only need one more victory in the civilization battlefield. Chen An raised an eyebrow, scrolling through images of inner star circles from various star systems. Let it get chaotic. Otherwise, where will I find the battles I need? At that moment, a powerful mental force suddenly erupted, as if the entire train was laid bare to an unknown presence. Chen An jumped up from his chair in shock. Who did this? Only a telepath could manage this. Is Luo making a move against me? Counter it immediately. The cockpit was filled with alarm sounds, quickly silenced by Fuyao. Master, the telepath is within our train. Hearing it was internal, Chen An relaxed slightly. He closed his eyes, his consciousness entering a virtual world. Flowers bloomed on either side, a starry path beneath his feet, and fireworks dazzling above. After a few steps, a timid greeting came from behind. What's your name? Chen An turned around to see a nervous cat girl standing there, her hands twisting anxiously, furry ears twitching, and her tail swaying uncontrollably. Fei, Chen An blurted out. The girl beamed with joy. You know my name? I'm so happy to see you again. By the way, is this train yours? It's so beautiful. She suddenly screamed, her body twisting and distorting as if being sliced by invisible blades. Are you crazy? Get out, Chen An shouted. Returning to reality, Chen An immediately commanded Fuyao. Find the cat girl and bring her here. He explained. Nothing can be hidden from a telepath. Keeping her in the carriage is no good. It's better to bring her over early. Newly awakened telepaths are very fragile and can harm themselves using their powers without energy crystal support. While waiting, Chen An asked, I remember telepaths have a weakness, but I forgot what it is. The system replied, telepaths can extend their consciousness to gather more information from star systems. If combined with the network, they can create a broader star domain network. The downside is that they cannot move while using their abilities and constantly consume energy crystals. Consuming energy crystals is not a problem, but is the immobility absolute? Not entirely. Immobility here means they cannot easily leave the train, but can move within the train. However, if they fully unleash their powers, their body cannot move, only their consciousness. Chen An summarized, so, telepaths are like signal towers. They can both receive and transmit signals. Can she completely take over Luo Da's star domain network? Only if her level is higher than the opposing telepath. Then forget it. Luo Da's telepaths are at least triple strength. Nearly half an hour later, the unconscious Fei was brought to Chen An's private area and placed in a dedicated bedroom. Chen An went to check on her and asked Luo Yu, who was accompanying him, "Isn't she different from what you expected?" Luo Yu extended a branch to touch the girl on the bed. "She doesn't look like a cat, more like a human. It would be better if her ears and tail were changed." Haha, if changed, she wouldn't be any different from a human. This way, she looks better. Soon, a robot delivered energy crystals. Chen An quickly placed them beside the girl, explaining, "She will absorb them on her own." Suddenly, Chen An noticed something unusual about the robot and felt uneasy. "Fu Yao, why does it look like this?" The robot's face resembled a famous actress from Purple Star, someone Chen An had seen in many films. He initially thought it would be comforting, but now it felt unsettling, even creepy. Fu Yao explained, "Master is accustomed to mechanical faces. Sudden unfamiliar faces are hard to adapt to in a short time." Chen An shook his head. "Change it back. These faces are creepy. Now that I think about it, mechanical faces are better. How about making some realistic modifications to the original mechanical face? It should be more comfortable." Fu Yao understood and immediately went to make the changes. Chen An then instructed Fu Yao to scan Fei's body data. The girl is too weak. Her body can't sustain her abilities. That burst during her awakening nearly killed her. Telepaths are fragile and need protection. I understand. When will she wake up? Within an hour. Unwilling to wait, Chen An decided to take a walk. He brought up the robot issue again, asking, "How is he doing?" He was a robot Ling Yin had unintentionally upgraded, and Chen An had Fu Yao keep an eye on it. He can protect Ling Yin on her journey to Origin Star. Everything is fine. I've always wondered, how do mechanical beings enhance themselves with superpowers? They don't have muscles or blood. Everything in the universe has its way of enhancement. Mechanical beings enhance their bodies, energy sources, and components, much like humans. Master shouldn't confuse robots with mechanical beings. So, I can accept mechanical passengers? Why not? Chen An discussed this topic for nearly an hour before Fei finally woke up. She wandered out of the bedroom, looking around nervously. "How did you sleep?" Chen An asked kindly, trying to appear friendly. Fei was startled, wary of the stranger before her. But after rubbing her sleepy eyes, she finally recognized him. "Yuri Chen An, right?" She blurted out, I like you." Chen An was taken aback, thinking, "Are girls from other species always this direct? Or am I just too naive?" Chen An realized that he had misunderstood Fei's affection. It was just a simple fondness without any deeper meaning. What surprised him even more was that this seemingly quiet and adorable girl was actually quite talkative. "I already saw you when I was over there," Fei said excitedly. "I thought I'd never get to meet you. I'm so happy. This place is so beautiful, like a fairyland. I thought you'd be very strict, but you're actually very kind, like a family elder. Uncle Chen An, can you take me in?" Chen An's smile froze. "Call me Brother Chen An," he corrected. Fei bit her lip and sweetly said, "Brother Chen An, good girl. Are you hungry?" Chen An asked. Fei rubbed her belly and swallowed but said, "I'm not hungry." Chen An smiled and pressed, "What do you usually like to eat?" I. I liked eating fish back home, but my family was poor, so we couldn't afford it often and had to eat wild vegetables," Fei replied softly, then looked up and asked, "Brother Chen An, is there anything I can do here? You want to work?" Fei shyly lowered her head and said, "I want to earn money." Chen An's first impression of her was that she was cute, shy, yet self-reliant. He nodded and said, "There is something you can do. Go upstairs and tidy up the bedroom for me." Luoyu, take her up. Luoyu, standing at a distance, seemed wary of Fei. "Are you really afraid of her?" Chen An asked, puzzled. In reality, Fei seemed more afraid of Luoyu. "All right, I'll take her up." Luoyu reluctantly agreed, then warned Fei, "Don't cling to me, or I'll deal with you." Fei timidly followed Luoyu, glancing back at Chen An for help. Chen An pretended not to see, thinking that they would get used to each other eventually. "Fu Yao, prepare some food for her, mostly fish," Chen An instructed. "Are you planning to keep Fei as a maid?" Fu Yao inquired. "I'm using this method to help her adapt quickly. She can do some daily chores," Chen An explained. "Aren't you going to use her abilities?" She's too weak right now. Maybe after she reaches the third level. In the days that followed, Fei gradually adapted to her new environment, and her relationship with Luoyu improved, at least to the point where they were no longer afraid of each other. With Fei's lively presence, Chen An's daily life became more interesting, and he became more cheerful. Although Luoyu, being a tree spirit, had little in common with Chen An, Fei quickly matched his interests, whether it was playing games, chess, reading, or exploring in the carriage. The only issue was that Fei, as a psychic, had such strong mental powers that she often unintentionally triggered Chen An's mental strings. Finally, in mid-October, Chen An couldn't resist and engaged in a mental synchronization with her. Chen An could form 2 mental strings, while Fei could form 4, giving Chen An an unparalleled experience. Fuyao, what's our mental compatibility? Chen An asked curiously. 93%, Fuyao replied. If you could form 4 mental strings, the compatibility would be even higher. So, you're saying I'm holding her back? Chen An joked. What ability did I gain? Based on my data analysis, you should gain abilities related to psychic powers, Fuyao analyzed. Chen An closed his eyes, trying to sense something, but after a while, he felt no change. I don't seem to have gained anything, he said, disappointed. I suggest you keep trying. You'll definitely gain something, Fuyao encouraged. Chen An decided to ask Fei directly how to use psychic abilities. Imagine, construct, and diffuse, Fei said briefly before closing her eyes. Chen An teased. You've turned from a chatterbox into a riddle master? Suddenly, he felt a breeze sweep over him, realizing that Fei was spreading her consciousness. Chen An followed suit, imagining the surrounding objects, constructing their original forms, and then trying to diffuse his consciousness. There was a sudden thud. His consciousness didn't diffuse but exploded. At that moment, even with his eyes closed, he could see the surroundings clearly, though without background colors, making it eerie. Soon after, he found himself back on the flower path. How did I get here again? Chen An wondered. Fei appeared beside him, smiling with her eyes squinted. This is my ideal world, but it's not finished yet. For now, it's just a flower path. In the future, there will be a sea of flowers and a flower city. It's beautiful, Chen An praised, then exited the consciousness world. If you're tired, go rest, he told Fei. Okay, Fei responded. After taking a few steps, she turned back shyly and said, my door is always open. If you want to come, you can come anytime, brother. It seemed she preferred physical contact over mental synchronization. Chen An smiled slightly and urged her to go to bed. Fuyao, what is this ideal world Fei mentioned? Chen An asked. It's a manifestation of her psychic abilities, Fuyao explained. The greatest power of a psychic isn't creating a star domain network, but creating virtual worlds. What's the use of that? When she becomes powerful enough, she can control networks and virtual worlds. Even virtual worlds created by other beings can be controlled by her. In other words, a powerful psychic can control the second dimension. Chen An got goosebumps. Can she control you? Except for me. Why? Aren't you also in a virtual world? Because psychics have a flaw. Their bodies can't enter virtual worlds, Fuyao explained. Do you remember the special superhumans called Eternals? I remember. Eternals can sacrifice their lives to become spirit forms, allowing the train to ascend. Eternals are the greatest nemesis of psychics. You'll understand in the future. After hearing Fuyao's explanation, Chen An had various speculations. Fuyao, are you an Eternal? Hehe, you can keep guessing. Are you a combination of an Eternal and a psychic? Did you sacrifice yourself to become an intelligent brain to help me? You're so smart to come up with such an outrageous idea. Losing interest in guessing, Chen An went back to rest. The following days were relatively peaceful, but as the exploration of the civilization fragments concluded, the atmosphere in the star domain became tense again. Chen An didn't care much, as he was happily gathering resources. The star domain network's trading market had long been open, and Chen An took the opportunity to buy a large amount of 77-grade ore, enough to build a patrol ship. By early November, the conditions for the train's ascension were met, except for one war. Chen An habitually sat in the driver's seat, sliding the screen to check the situation in various star systems. Which one can we fight? I can't wait anymore, Chen An muttered to himself. If it weren't for the concern of triggering a chain reaction, he would have already attacked the neighboring Bluebird people. With my current strength, without using the super railgun, I could destroy the Bluebird people in 3 hours. The Triangle people can be spared, as the Eclipse people are very considerate. They sent me 50 tons of free 77-grade ore last week. While mumbling, Fuyao suddenly gave a reminder. The Star Domain Network has reported that the Crystal Bug Civilization has declared war on the Mantis Civilization. Chen An perked up and had Fuyao display the screen. The screen showed the Crystal Bug Civilization's train entering the outer orbit of the second star system, with various ellipsoid warships deploying. It was a sign of an all-out war. In Galaxy 2, inside the Mantisman cockpit, Vander couldn't help but curse out loud. On the screen, The crystal bug civilization's train had just entered the outer star circle, releasing a large number of warships and forming an offensive formation. Smart AI, contact the queen bug immediately, Vander roared. Ask what the hell this means. The communication connected quickly, revealing the massive, bug-like body of the queen bug, with countless limbs busy at the control console. What do you want? Have I wronged you? Vander demanded furiously. The queen bug responded calmly, you haven't wronged me, but I need energy crystals and I'm here to borrow some. Vander was taken aback, but quickly composed himself. Avoiding unnecessary trouble was crucial, especially at this critical moment. How much do you need? 50 million. This figure immediately dispelled any thoughts of compromise. 50 million energy crystals would significantly weaken his position in the upcoming competition for spots. If you want to fight, then a fight you'll get, Vander decisively ordered. Gather all warships and mantismen. Prepare for battle. The impending war caught the attention of other train captains. On the Star Domain network, many captains started predicting the outcome, with most believing the crystal bugs had a 70% chance of winning. Chen An also asked Fu Yao for a prediction. Fu Yao analyzed, both civilizations will suffer losses. Regardless of who wins, they will both be weakened, and the nearby rat men are likely to take advantage. Chen An pondered, it's a pity we're too far away, or I'd want to take them all down. On the screen, the crystal bug civilization's train was entering the inner star circle. Suddenly, the feed cut off. Fu Yao, restore the feed, Chen An commanded. Currently hacking into the Mantismen's network through the star domain. Hacking successful. Inner star circle feed restored, Fu Yao reported. For now, only you and Rhoda can see the battle status. Other captains can only see the outer star circle. The fleets of the crystal bugs and mantismen approached each other, both adopting classic offensive formations. Chen An frowned. Is Vander an idiot, or am I overthinking? He has the home field advantage. Why choose a heathen confrontation? Your thinking is correct, Fu Yao agreed. Vander could abandon his position and engage in guerrilla tactics, as the crystal bugs only need energy crystals. Other resources are useless to them. Chen An nodded. A direct clash is the worst strategy, but it's the most spectacular. He got up and went to the living room, bringing Fei and Luoyu to watch the battle. Fei, upon seeing the mantismen's train, exclaimed, that's where I used to stay. Her face showed panic as painful memories resurfaced. Chen An comforted her. Forget about the past and watch how the mantismen meet their end. When the distance between the two trains shrank to 500,000 kilometers, they stopped. Vander made a final attempt to negotiate. You can find weaker trains in the outer star circle. Why come here to hit a stone wall? The queen bug remained unmoved. The closer to the outer layer, the fewer energy crystals. This is Galaxy 2. I know you have a large reserve. 50 million isn't much. You can afford it. Give it to me and I'll leave immediately. Vander was enraged and slammed the console, cutting off the communication. Open fire. In an instant, thousands of cannons fired, forming a continuous curtain of energy beams. The crystal bugs retaliated in kind, and an intense firefight ensued, with escort ships being destroyed one after another. As the battle progressed, Chen An noticed something. The crystal bug warships seemed to be able to self-repair. On the screen, damaged crystal bug warships retreated from the battle sequence, quickly repaired in the rear, and returned to the front lines. This resulted in significantly fewer losses for the crystal bugs compared to the mantismen, gradually widening the power gap. Fu Yao, zoom in on the feed, Chen An ordered. When the feed was sufficiently clear, Chen An saw many small, pale gold bugs rapidly repairing the breaches on the retreating crystal bug warships. Are those crystal bugs? Chen An's interest was piqued. If I could get my hands on those bugs. Various ideas began to form in his mind. The war unfolded as Chen An predicted, with the mantismen increasingly at a disadvantage, their frontal assault losing steam. Vander, showing some tactical acumen, hid destroyers in the rear and launched surprise attacks at critical moments, dealing significant blows to the crystal bugs' front lines, and even destroying some warships under repair. However, this couldn't change the overall situation. The firepower gap continued to widen. We can't keep up the heathen fight. Retreat. Vander finally made a wise decision, steering the train off the track. Those damn bugs want energy crystals, but all of Galaxy 2's energy crystals are on my train. They have to chase me. Seeing the enemy train retreat, the queen bug ordered a pursuit. However, the warships couldn't match the train's speed and had to give up temporarily. For the next 5 hours, the two trains engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase around the star, depleting each other's resources. Tired of watching, Chen An asked, Fu Yao, have they used any special abilities? None observed so far, Fu Yao replied. They might have abilities that don't manifest in combat, like your observation deck, which has no offensive or defensive use and is hard to showcase in a war. I'm going to find Fei for some fun. Let me know if anything significant happens, Chen An said, leaving. 2 hours later, Fu Yao alerted Chen An. The mantismen are launching a counterattack. They forced the crystal bug's train to a halt and are initiating a boarding battle. Chen An quickly returned to watch. On the screen, the two trains were closely aligned, flying at the same speed around the star. Countless mantismen piloted shuttles into the crystal bug's train, and intense close-quarters combat ensued. The crystal bugs were weak in melee, while the mantismen excelled in group combat. Inside the train, it was a one-sided slaughter, with the bugs' bodies too fragile. This won't do. If the crystal bugs are wiped out, it'll be hard for me to obtain their technology. Chen An was about to assist the crystal bugs when Fu Yao suddenly brought up another feed. The feed showed a pitch-black train cautiously approaching from outside the system. That's a Ratman's train, Chen An said, thinking for a moment before instructing Fu Yao. Send a message to the Queen Bug, informing her about the Ratman's involvement. This won't be an easy steal. Upon receiving communication from Chen An, the compound eyes of the mother bug glinted with surprise. The participation of the Ratmen in the battle wasn't unexpected. What truly puzzled her was Chen An's motive. They had no prior relationship, so why would he lend a hand? However, the rapidly changing battlefield left no time for contemplation. Activate indiscriminate clearance mode. Withdraw the train, the mother bug ordered decisively. No sooner had she spoken than the train's interior erupted with a barrage of laser beams, creating a deadly web of light that mercilessly slaughtered every living being within the carriages. Both crystal bugs and mantis men alike fell in this sudden massacre. Upon learning of the carnage, Vander stomped and roared in fury, "Pull the troops out!" Despite the timely command, the mantis men suffered heavy losses. Shortly after, the power system of the crystal bug train restarted, slowly moving away from the mantis men's tracks. Vander's eyes blazed with rage as he ordered pursuit. "We've come this far. There's no way we're letting you escape. Today, we fight to the death." However, the chase had barely begun when a startling message arrived. The Ratman's train was entering the star system with hostile intent. "Those damn rats are as hateful as the bugs." Vander gritted his teeth. "Where are they positioned?" The AI responded calmly. "The Ratmen are approaching the inner star ring. It's advisable to fend off their attack first." Though frustrated, Vander had no choice. He couldn't risk losing his base while chasing the bugs. "Everyone, prepare for defense. Take down the Ratmen," he commanded sternly. Meanwhile, inside the Ratman's train, Kullian looked bewildered. He had planned to sneak in, wait for the crystal bugs and mantis men to weaken each other, and then strike to seize both cores. However, the situation had swiftly changed. The crystal bugs had fled the inner star ring, and the mantis men were fortifying defenses against him. "What's the status of the crystal bug train?" Kullian frowned and asked. The AI quickly analyzed. Based on available data, the crystal bug civilization has suffered up to 60 losses. Kullian grinned, his yellow fangs gleaming menacingly under the signal lights. The crystal bugs were always formidable. Forcing them to retreat meant the mantis men must have paid an even heavier price. "We can't waste any more time. Attack now. Take down the mantis men first," Kullian declared confidently, steering the train directly into the inner star ring. Surprisingly, he didn't deploy any warships, boldly charging into the mantis men's encirclement with just the train. This move left Chen An dumbfounded and Vander incredulous. "What are these fools trying to do? Do they think they can take us down with just one train?" Vander scoffed. "Looks like luck is on our side today. We'll deal with the Ratmen first, then go after the bugs." Brimming with confidence, Vander commanded his remaining 100 warships to form an encirclement. His plan was simple. Once the Ratman's train was fully surrounded, the Mantis men's train would draw the fire, while the surrounding warships would converge to destroy the Ratman's external weapon systems. However, as soon as the battle commenced, the situation abruptly changed. A golden membrane suddenly enveloped the Ratman's train, rendering all attacks ineffective. Concurrently, the Ratman's train began counterattacking the surrounding warships with astonishing firepower. This bizarre turn of events immediately caught Chen An's attention. "What kind of special ability is this?" he asked Fu Yao. "It's evident," Fu Yao replied. "The Ratman's train has gained formidable defense capabilities after absorbing a core, far surpassing ordinary electromagnetic shields. Although this ability is powerful, the energy crystal consumption must be astronomical. Let's see how long they can sustain it." The next scene left Chen An astounded. Instead of opting for long-range indiscriminate firing, the Ratman's train charged directly at the Mantis men's train. Vander, preparing for close combat, didn't retreat but rather met the charge head-on. "Bring it on. Once we engage in boarding combat, we Mantis men will crush you into dust," Vander arrogantly ordered. "All warriors prepare. As soon as the hatch opens, kill every filthy rat." On screen, the Ratman's train drew closer, on the verge of collision. Typically, both trains would decelerate, align, and then enter the star's orbit, initiating boarding combat where numerical superiority would dictate the outcome. At this critical moment, the AI issued a sharp warning. "Based on thousands of simulations, we absolutely cannot accept this collision. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Vander raged. Is it too late to retreat now? Before he could finish, the Ratman's train, like a sharp arrow, pierced the Mantis Min's train midsection. The deafening crash reverberated through the train's walls, sending chills down Vander's spine. To his horror, the screen showed the Mantis Min's train being torn apart from the 10th carriage. This is impossible. Vander exclaimed in disbelief. Chen An was equally stunned, but the reality before him left no room for doubt. The Ratman's train, like a sharp blade, had cleanly sliced the Mantis Min's train in half. The screen displayed the two trains in starkly contrasting states, each reflecting its fate. Fuyao, give me a detailed report, Chen An commanded. Fuyao swiftly analyzed. The Mantis Min's train has been severed at the 10th carriage. Its overall defense collapsed, power systems failed, and energy is leaking profusely. The Ratman's train, due to its excessive momentum, continues to speed towards the star but has begun decelerating. The golden shield on their train has been deactivated. In summary, the Mantis Men are defeated, and the Rat Men have won decisively. Chen An switched to the crystal bug's feet. The mother bug had been observing from the inner ring. Upon witnessing the Ratman's prowess, she promptly turned to flee, showing no intention of re-engaging. I want them monitored closely, Chen An ordered. He returned to the battlefield feed, where the Rat Men had initiated boarding combat. Despite desperate resistance, the Mantis Men were overwhelmed. Worse, with their train's defenses breached, many Mantis Men were exposed to the vacuum of space, dying instantly without the Rat Men lifting a finger. At that moment, the communicator beeped. It was Rhoda. Did you see that battle? Rhoda said excitedly. The Rat Men are impressive. I'm thinking of recruiting them. Chen An responded coolly. Do as you please. I don't care who joins, as long as we have enough numbers. Rhoda laughed heartily. Haha, seems like you're even more capable than I thought. That's it, nothing else. After the call, Chen An returned to the rest area to have his meal. 3 hours later, news of the Mantis Men's annihilation spread like wildfire across the star network, causing a massive uproar. Although details were scarce, it was clear that the Rat Men were responsible. Cullion really pulled it off. Someone commented sarcastically. He got a sweet deal. But the losses must have been significant. In response to other train commanders' jibes, Cullion retorted arrogantly, if anyone's unhappy, come at me. If you can take me down, you're welcome to try. While no train dared to challenge him directly, tensions started to rise, and interstellar friction increased. The next day, just as Chen An woke up, Fuyao brought urgent news. The crystal bug civilization hasn't stayed in their original star system. They're heading towards the outer layers, likely seeking weaker opponents. Chen An sneered. The mother bug is looking for easy prey? There are no weaklings left now. The crystal bug train will pass directly in front of our star system in 5 hours, Fuyao added. Chen An's face darkened instantly, his eyes sharp as thoughts raced through his mind. In the vast expanse of the interstellar web, a heated discussion about the crystal bug civilization was underway. Where are those bugs planning to go? Abandoning their own galaxy, one comment sparked a lively debate. Probably looking for an easy target. Another voice chimed in. Funny, aren't they the easy targets themselves? The comment section was filled with disdain for the crystal bugs. I've had enough of those bugs. If they dare come here, I'll crush them all, one user threatened. A recent incident had become the focal point of collective condemnation. The crystal bugs had extorted most of the trains, seizing a batch of energy crystals, tarnishing their reputation among other civilizations. Even the usually mild-mannered Otto couldn't resist hurling insults at the crystal bugs, wishing for their eradication. Someone mentioned Chen An. I remember he was the only one who didn't give the bugs any energy crystals. The bugs only bully the weak, Sid commented. Cryan mockingly added. Let them come to me, I'll handle them. Haha, do they dare? These taunts and threats were seen by the queen bug, but she didn't care. The survival of her species was paramount. Smart brain, how long can our energy crystals last? The queen bug inquired. The smart brain quickly calculated and replied, only 10 days. It is recommended to increase the energy crystal reserves within 5 days. Alright, as per the previous plan, target the systems beyond Sector 50. The queen bug decided. Though their energy crystals are fewer, they can still be a stopgap. With that, the queen bug grabbed a handful of energy crystals, stuffing them into her massive mouth, crunching them audibly. For other civilizations, energy crystals were used to enhance their bodies and wield special abilities. But for the crystal bugs, the most important use of energy crystals was as food. Without food, they would starve to death. Smart brain, we're about to pass through the asteroid field of Sector 17. The queen bug continued, deploy scout ships to extend our reconnaissance range. The asteroids will limit radar detection. The queen bug wasn't overly concerned. She recalled the information about Ratman warriors provided by Chen An yesterday, guessing he might want an alliance and wouldn't attack the crystal bugs. Speaking of which, the most mysterious civilization now is Fuyo. The queen bug muttered to herself, I wonder how many energy crystals they have stored. Thinking of this, her eyes gleamed, and she drooled with anticipation. The dark cosmos, with trains shuttling through, resembled a dynamic ancient painting. 20,000 kilometers ahead lay the asteroid field, a dense cluster of asteroids blocking the route. Although they could detour, it would waste more time. The Queen Bug decided to go straight through, using the train's powerful engines to crush the fragile asteroids. However, had the Queen Bug been more cautious, she might have noticed the warships lying in absolute silence behind some of the larger asteroids. Further away, Chen An's train was cloaked in a simple electromagnetic shield. This shield could block radar detection, a key to his successful ambush. Fuyo, are the simulations ready? Chen An asked. I've simulated the war 100,000 times, Fuyo responded. I've identified the optimal time and location, with a failure probability of 1 in 5,000. For Fuyo, this war was straightforward. There was no need to waste the super railgun. Just disable the crystal bug's train's firepower, and the rest would be an easy mop-up. To minimize their losses, Chen An had Fuyo find the best possible strategy. Master, there's no need to worry. The crystal bugs are no match for us, Fuyo reassured. I'm not worried. I'm excited, Chen An corrected. After this war, my train can be upgraded to a 2-star. I wonder what a 2-star train looks like. He abruptly interrupted himself. Stop. I can guess on my own. No need for you to tell me. Focus all your calculations on the battle, and stop talking to me. Talking to you doesn't waste any computational power, Fuyo explained. I said it does, so it does. Focus, Chen An insisted. How long can our electromagnetic shield last? 5 minutes is enough. About 3 minutes later, something unexpected happened. The Queen Bug was no fool. As the train was about to enter the asteroid field, she suddenly slowed down significantly and deployed scout ships for reconnaissance. This sudden move was within Fuyo's simulations, and she immediately enacted the backup plan, ordering the train to take the initiative. Under the cover of the electromagnetic shield, Chen An's train quickly approached the crystal bugs. When the distance shrank to 5 million kilometers, the electromagnetic shield failed, fully exposing Chen An's train to the enemy's detection. Warning! Warning! Unknown train detected. The crystal bug train's alarm blared. The Queen Bug was shocked and immediately asked the smart brain for detection results, discovering that the intruder was none other than Chen An's train. What does he want? The Queen Bug hurriedly sent a communication request to Chen An, but he refused to answer. I expected a train to intercept us, but I didn't expect it to be him, the Queen Bug muttered in frustration. Indeed, no alien race can be trusted. The train accelerated, trying to leave the asteroid field at full speed. The Queen Bug dared not confront Chen and Hedon. However, as the Queen Bug's train entered the asteroid field, the warships hidden in various locations emerged one by one. Under Fuyo's precise control, these warships unleashed their full firepower, targeting the crystal bug train's laser cannons. The train, of course, retaliated, destroying Chen An's warships one by one. But Chen An didn't mind. Using warships to weaken the crystal bug train's firepower and speed was a fair trade, especially since his main train was in hot pursuit. As long as he caught up, victory was assured. After half an hour of intense chase, the distance between the two trains shrank to just 50 kilometers. Finally, Chen An's train opened fire with full force, completely destroying the crystal bug train's top firepower points. Fuyo, ram the train and disable their engines, Chen An ordered. Fuyo had already issued the same command. The train, like a meteor, plunged into the asteroid field from a higher angle, intercepting the enemy train with precision. A familiar collision, a familiar posture, the two trains tightly locked, their propulsion systems simultaneously weakened. Continue the attack, target their engine compartment, Chen An commanded. The crystal bug train had ample energy reserves and could still restore power. Fuyo adopted the most straightforward yet reliable approach, using all the firepower of the train and warships to attack the engine compartment, causing severe internal damage that would be difficult to repair in a short time. Master, the crystal bug train has been completely intercepted. You can start the boarding operation, Fuyo reported. Good. Let's see the power of the Black Sting units. As the hatch opened, 500,000 Black Sting robots boarded the shuttles, effortlessly infiltrating the enemy train. Compared to the diminutive crystal bugs, the Black Stings were giants, unleashing a massacre. Chen An closely observed the Black Stings' combat patterns, occasionally suggesting improvements to Fuyo. The Black Stings mostly fight inside the train, so they need to be more agile. Their size doesn't need to be so large. Their movements are a bit stiff in close combat. We can input the fighting techniques of the purple stars. Are they waterproof? After a while, Chen An noticed the Queen Bug hadn't sent a surrender request. What's going on? Does she still think she can turn the tide? The crystal bug civilization doesn't surrender, Fuyo explained. The Queen Bug will die fighting with her people. Hearing this, Chen An was momentarily moved, but only for a moment. All right, give them the respect they deserve. Chen An opened the interstellar web, where it was already abuzz with activity, mostly praises or flattery for him and insults for the crystal bugs. These comments were harsh, but most civilizations weren't any better than the crystal bugs. Chen An logged out of the interstellar web, closed his eyes, and waited for the final result. 5 hours later, the war finally ended. Chen An boarded a spaceship to the crystal bug train. The compartments were filled with the bugs' corpses, glistening and translucent. I always thought the crystal bugs were mechanical beings. Chen An muttered. Upon closer inspection, they're not. They're more like crystal structures. The crystal bugs have crystal in their name. They are indeed crystal structures, Fuyo reminded. Ahem. Chen An cleared his throat. Collect as many corpses as possible. Take them back for research, and try to find out how the crystal bugs repair their trains. Standing before the colossal carcass of the mother insect, Chen An felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. This insect was as large as a small mountain, starkly contrasting with the usual palm-sized bugs. He turned to Fuyao and asked, "Is this corpse worth studying?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Chen An decisively said, "If it's valuable, take it back." He quickly headed to the control room, retrieved the train core, and left with satisfaction. On the way back, Fuyao suddenly alerted him, "Master, the train has met all the conditions for star upgrade. First, all passengers have awakened as superhumans, with over 200,000 reaching the third tier of ascension. Second, the train has participated in and won 5 civilization wars. Third, the train's combat capability is rated second class. Therefore, the train can upgrade to 2 stars at any time." Chen An asked in surprise, "Can we delay the upgrade?" "There is no time limit. It can start whenever you wish," Fuyao replied. "All right, let's gather the resources from the crystal insect train first," Chen An decided. Back on the train, Chen An immediately entered the control room and absorbed the core. Soon, the train gained a new ability, self-repair. When the train is damaged, it will automatically begin to repair itself, consuming energy in the process. Chen An had mixed feelings about this ability. It's quite a minor ability. The train rarely gets damaged, and if it does, simple repairs won't suffice. But then again, minor bumps and scrapes do happen, like the slight dents from the collision with another train. Fuyao added, "Self-repair includes both external and internal damage." Chen An's eyes lit up. If it can repair internal damage as well, that's not too bad. Apart from daily wear and tear, the train could also be invaded by outsiders. From my past experiences, once the train is breached, it can cause significant damage. 5 hours later, the train returned to the orbit of the 17th star system sun, ready to commence the upgrade. Chen An quickly issued a series of orders. All passengers head to Origin Star, including the sick and children. I don't want other trains to know we're upgrading. Resource gathering should continue as usual. Deploy more warships to the outer ring to present a defensive stance. Luoyu, Fei, you can go to Origin Star for some fun. But Luoyu, be mindful of your condition." 2 hours later, only Chen An remained on the train, with the carriages completely empty. Fuyao reminded him, "Master, you need to leave as well." Before departing, Chen An asked, "Does the train have enough resources for the upgrade?" Fuyao reassured him, "Rest assured, Master. The resources in this star system are sufficient for the upgrade." After Chen An boarded his personal spacecraft and left, the train suddenly plunged into the sun, disappearing from view. "Fuyao, are you there?" Chen An asked through the communicator. "Fuyao is always here. The train is currently reforging its body. The upgrade is estimated to take about 2 days," Fuyao replied. Chen An decided not to go to Origin Star immediately but stayed in orbit, protected by a fleet of escort ships. After half an hour of no changes, he finally headed to Origin Star. Upon arrival, Chen An was surprised to find that the passengers had already built several cities there. In reality, these were more like tribal settlements, with some guilds constructing simple wooden houses and others setting up tents. Chen An curiously asked, "Where did the tents come from?" He strolled through the main avenue of the Northern Hemisphere settlement, observing everything with interest. The population had exceeded 400,000, including the 250,000 new arrivals, making the place quite crowded. Chen An noticed various shops selling food, handmade items, and even train merchandise. As Chen An marveled at how craftsmen can make a living anywhere, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Zishu, dressed in light armor and carrying 2 large swords at her waist. "How do I look?" Zishu asked with a smile. Chen An shook his head. "Your outfit is like that of an ancient female general, but the 2 guns on your back ruin the overall aesthetic." Zishu rolled her eyes at him and then asked, "Got any missions?" Zishu explained that she needed to go to the first high-level zone to hunt a fierce 3-tier star beast. Chen An was intrigued and decided to join her. He messaged Zhou Jiang to inquire about the situation and learned that all 30 members of the Red Sun team had gone. Zishu handed Chen An a sword, reminding him to carry a weapon when going out. Chen An declined, saying he could buy one from a nearby shop. Zishu warned him that those were resellers, and their prices were inflated. Finally, Zishu curiously asked, "By the way, I noticed something strange. Why is there never any news about you on the train's network? Even Zhejiang has become a celebrity. The train had its own local network, fully functional. Chen An browsed through the internet and was astonished to discover that Zhejiang's reputation on the local network was even higher than his own as the guild leader. Titles like Unmatched Star Beast Slayer and #1 Extraordinary were all attached to Zhejiang's name. Chen An merely chuckled, indifferent to these honorary titles. Zhejiang's passion for the extraordinary is different from yours. He doesn't need to compare himself to others. Chen An told his companions beside him, "We should get going. Where's the spaceship?" Soon, Chen An was aboard Zishu's small spaceship. Zishu proudly introduced, "My guild now has 3 exploration ships and a large number of small spacecraft. What about yours?" Chen An casually replied, "We only have 1 exploration ship, no other spacecraft. 30 people are enough for us." He enjoyed seeing Zishu's hearty laughter, which reminded him of the days on Zixing. This sense of familiarity made Chen An feel at ease, reminding him of his once innocent self. "Don't worry, master. You are still pure, without any darkness," Fuyao responded in Chen An's mind. Chen An muttered back, "If you can't speak properly, just shut up," and then asked Zishu about the recent developments. Zishu eagerly shared, "Our Science Guild ranks second, only behind the Hope Guild. We have 4,000 triple extraordinary members, and the rest are double extraordinary. Besides the 3 exploration ships, we've also purchased many shuttles and vehicles to handle various scenarios. Our guild's star coin balance has exceeded 1,000,000. What about yours?" Chen An smiled and said, "Probably just a few thousand. Zhou Jiang can't save money. He spends it as soon as he gets it, and I don't usually manage it." Zishu frowned and said seriously, "That's not good. You should save money for emergencies. If you don't have time to manage it, I can help." "No, thanks." Chen An waved his hand. "Let Zhou Jiang handle it himself. He has his own ideas." As they chatted, the spaceship sped over the primeval forest and soon came to a halt. "Looks like we've arrived," Chen An said. "The star beast is in the forest. Whoever finds it first is lucky. It's worth 10,000 star coins." 10,000 star coins? Chen An asked Fuyao in confusion. "What kind of star beast is that expensive?" Fuyao explained, "It's a quadruple star beast, located in a cave 50 kilometers north. Due to repeated failed attempts to kill it, the task reward has increased, reaching 10,000 as the limit." "Quadruple?" Chen An's expression turned serious. "Announce the information immediately. We can't let them die in vain." As a quadruple extraordinary, Chen An knew how much a quadruple could overpower a triple. "When did it reach quadruple?" Chen An asked. 2 nights ago," Fuyao replied. Chen An breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. The strength isn't high yet. Raise the task reward to 15,000 star coins and make it shareable." With the new announcement, the guilds buzzed with excitement, sending their top experts to Zone 1. Zhou Jiang rubbed his hands together in excitement, his large sword eager for action. "A quadruple star beast. Fantastic." A teammate reminded. The train provided a location. "The star beast is 200 kilometers away from us. We might not make it in time." "We'll make it," Zhou Jiang said confidently. "I don't believe anyone else can take down a quadruple star beast quickly." The spaceship sped towards the destination and arrived within minutes. The sound of cannons echoed, and the battle was intense. Could the star beast be blown up? Zhou Jiang asked worriedly. "A quadruple star beast has reinforced bones. It won't be that easy to blow it up." "Bring up the visuals." On the screen, a mountain peak was surrounded by a circle of spaceships, under heavy bombardment. Zhou Jiang was speechless. "What kind of strategy is this?" A teammate explained, "Brother Jiang, look at the task description closely. The reward can be shared." Zhou Jiang sighed. "Shared rewards depend on contribution. Those guilds are trying to rack up contributions. We should start firing too, can't lag behind." On the other side, Zishu had her own opinions about Chen An's tactics. "This is too troublesome. Why not send someone into the cave to lure the star beast out?" Chen An leisurely sipped his tea and explained, "Using heavy firepower to solve a problem isn't troublesome. I know more about this star beast than you do. It won't be killed by the bombardment. We're trying to force it out. By the way, what kind of tea is this?" "It's very refreshing," Zishu asked curiously. "Wild tea from Origin Star. You can buy it at the settlements," Chen An replied. Zishu continued to complain. "But the problem is, with more guilds gathering, our share of the reward gets smaller." Chen An laughed. "Haha, don't worry about the reward. Be glad if you can kill that beast." He had no intention of intervening this time, preferring to see how things unfolded. In the next 10 minutes, over 100 spaceships gathered, reducing the 100-meter-high mountain peak to 50 meters. As the mountain's base cracked, a thunderous roar echoed, and a shadow emerged from the cave, leaping towards the nearest shuttle. With a loud thud, the shuttle was struck with immense force, pushed backward quickly, breaking through a large swath of trees. Roar, roar, roar. The star beast's angry roars were incessant. When the shuttle finally stopped, People could see the star beast clearly a hybrid of a gorilla and a leopard. It had the fur and limbs of a leopard, but the facial features of a gorilla, capable of both bipedal and quadrupedal movement. The star beast was in a state of extreme rage, its fists pounding the shuttle below it. The sound of pounding was deafening. With the strength of a gorilla and the speed of a leopard, nature is truly marvelous, Zishu exclaimed. Chen An added, not just that. Keep watching. After pounding the shuttle dozens of times to no avail, the gorilla jumped down in anger, grabbed the shuttle's nose with both hands, and effortlessly lifted the Tintin shuttle, throwing it far away, smashing through numerous trees. This scene stunned many people. Even Zhou Jiang swallowed hard, realizing he was no match. Chen An spoke to Fu Yao, strength like an ant, leaping like a frog. This creature has combined many species' strengths. Zishu speculated. Could it be a laboratory-created biobeast? Have you watched too many movies? Where would a lab be around here? Chen An retorted. Zishu pointed mysteriously to the sky and whispered, could it be the train? Chen An patted her shoulder, hitting the cold armor. Don't overthink it. The train conductor isn't interested in biobeasts. You should get out there and fight. That beast needs a group of top experts to take down. You're not going out? Zishu asked. Chen An leisurely sipped his tea. Top experts always make a grand entrance at the end. Otherwise, it would be beneath their status. After Zishu left, Chen An asked Fu Yao, is there any potential in biobeasts? After a moment of thought, Chen An shook his head. I don't really need them. For now, we have robots. When we eventually replace robots with passengers, they will be the core. As for biobeasts, forget it. Chen An sat in the cockpit, watching the live feed as over a dozen top fighters prepared to join the battle. Zhou Jiang, Xiaozhen, Xiafeng, quite a few people have shown up, he murmured to himself. The battle against the four-star beast was incredibly intense, lasting a full half-hour. Chen An did not participate in the combat. Instead, he focused on observing Zishu and the others' fighting techniques. He keenly noticed that many relied solely on brute force, lacking proficiency in martial arts. Chen An thought to himself, Fu Yao, we need to compile all the martial arts techniques from ancient to modern times and upload them online for self-study. He then drafted a detailed learning task plan, intending to release it later. Watching the others fight, Chen An couldn't help but sigh. Why do I feel like an overworked father, worrying about everything? Eventually, the beast fell under Zhou Jiang's blade. However, the victory came at a high cost. A gash 2 fingers wide appeared on Zhou Jiang's abdomen, nearly exposing his intestines. Chen An shook his head, thinking, still pushing too hard, not strong enough physically. After the mission, Zhou Jiang received a reward of 30,000 star coins for his top contribution. He immediately contacted Chen An, and Gu, I killed the beast. It was easy. Want a souvenir? Chen An, knowing better, replied, easy, my foot. Just bring me a tooth. Are you hurt? Just a minor injury, Zhou Jiang responded nonchalantly. After the call, Zishu returned to the spaceship, beaming with excitement. She was drenched in sweat, covered in blood, with noticeable scratches on her arms. How did I do? She asked eagerly. Chen An inspected her wounds, finding the blood already clotting. Zishu giggled, hee, it's no big deal, just a bit painful. If it's no big deal, go take a shower, Chen An said calmly. Most of the fighters returned with injuries, but they were used to it. Over the next 2 days, Chen An and Zishu wandered around, occasionally sightseeing, enjoying some leisure time. Finally, the train completed its ascension. In the vast expanse of space, the train anchored in the star's orbit, its size nearly doubling. On his way back, Chen An was critical of the train's new appearance. The color hasn't changed, it's still bronze. Why did it get so much bigger? He frowned and asked, Fu Yao, what did my train eat? Fu Yao detailed the changes in the train's data, including enhancements in defense, firepower, propulsion, and internal space expansion. Chen An paid special attention to the train's new exclusive ability after the ascension enhanced absolute protection, now capable of safeguarding specific targets. Upon returning to the train, Chen An first inspected the market. He found its area had increased nearly threefold, allowing for more buildings. The interior of the carriages was also revamped, with increased seat spacing that could even be laid flat into beds. Fu Yao, give all passengers the option to change their seats, and let the guilds handle their own arrangements, Chen An instructed. He then returned to his private quarters, noticing the space had nearly doubled. Sitting in the newly renovated cockpit, Chen An asked, if we fire with full force, can we penetrate other trains? A 2-star train can breach a 1-star train's defenses, Fu Yao replied. Just as Chen An was about to contact Luo Yu and Fei Yi, Fu Yao suddenly interrupted with an urgent update. The jump point emitted a flash 6 seconds ago, but no useful information has been received yet. In the next 3 minutes, the jump point emitted a total of 30 flashes, but no information was conveyed. Chen An immediately checked the star network, finding other train captains discussing the issue. They concluded that this was a warning signal before the jump point activated. This warning might become increasingly intense. Everyone, be prepared, Chen An thought, bracing himself for the unknown challenges ahead. Is this the new train? Zishu stood inside the expedition ship, staring in awe at the scene before her. The transformation of the train was astonishing, far beyond the minor upgrades of the past. The addition of 10 carriages and a firepower system seemed trivial in comparison. Today, the entire train appeared to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was like a small house suddenly becoming a grand mansion. The train's scale had expanded several times over, giving off a majestic aura. Yang Yuan, standing next to Zishu, couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Shu, do you think the train will eventually upgrade into a behemoth, even larger than a planet? That's entirely possible, Zishu mused. But I'm curious, can it maintain its previous speed with such a large size? If it can't maintain speed, it's not an upgrade, it's a downgrade, Yang Yuan laughed. Never mind that, let's open the train network and see which seats we can choose. Although their wrist devices could open virtual screens, they were nothing compared to the large screen on the expedition ship. As the screen lit up, other members of the guild gathered around, offering their suggestions. Let's go for carriage 1. It should be the best. Carriage 1 might not be suitable. I think carriage 10 is the most comfortable. Hurry up, other guilds are also choosing. The screen displayed a detailed view of the train, from carriage 1 to carriage 20, with all seats showing unique variations. The seats, originally white, were rapidly turning red, indicating that other guilds were selecting their spots quickly. Zishu decisively ordered, stick with carriage 10, same as before. Secure 10,000 seats immediately. Yang Yuan had a sudden idea. Sister Shu, why don't we get old Chen and his team over here too? This suggestion brought a smile to Zishu's tense face. You're smart, she said, immediately sending a message to Chen An. At that moment, Chen An was deep in the star network, studying the flashes of jump points. According to the latest intelligence, the fragments of civilization had been completely erased, replaced by a slowly expanding white vortex. At the current rate, it would take a month for the train to pass through completely. Receiving Zishu's communication request, Chen An answered. What's up? Hee, do you want to be closer to me? Zishu's voice had a playful tone. Aren't we already at negative distance? Isn't that close enough? Chen An teased. Zishu blushed, quickly covering her wrist device and stepping aside. I mean, in real life, negative distance isn't real? We're already at minus 20 centimeters. Stop exaggerating, it's only 18 centimeters. Bring a ruler tonight, we'll measure it. Fine, we'll measure, Chen An chuckled. Then he got serious. Wait, you distracted me. I meant, move your Red Sun team to carriage 10, so we can spend more time together. I wanted to go to carriage 1, but my guild is too large. It's easier if you come over. When Chen An remained silent, Zishu pressed, Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Great idea. I'll have Zhou Jiang switch our position, Chen An replied. 5 minutes after ending the call, Chen An ordered Fu Yao, have everyone reselect their positions, and add a rule that guilds can't change carriages. Soon, an announcement was made, resetting all seat selections. Zishu received the news and complained. What? Guilds can't change carriages? What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Chen An feigned helplessness. Yeah, I don't know what the train conductor is thinking. Feels like they're targeting me. Zishu quickly defended the conductor. Don't talk nonsense. The leader's decisions are always correct. You don't need to come over anymore. We'll stick to our usual spot tonight, and I'll bring the ruler. You're really bringing it? Chen An felt a bit nervous. After ending the call, Chen An secretly measured himself, feeling a bit disheartened. It was indeed less than 20 centimeters. Fu Yao, is there a way to temporarily increase it? You can focus on enhancement. With your current energy absorption rate, you can increase by at least 5 centimeters today. But honestly, Zishu doesn't care about the length. You don't need to be so fixated. How can she not care? Only at times like this do I find you quite endearing. With a darkened expression, Chen An decided to train immediately, targeting his enhancement to avoid embarrassment tonight. Meanwhile, Zishu was preparing to dock the expedition ship in the hangar when she received a special reminder from the train. The observation deck now provided docking services for expedition ships at no cost, and it was recommended to try it. The observation deck can dock expedition ships? How big is it? Zishu exclaimed, steering the ship toward the new entrance. Flying along the edge of the train for a while, Zishu realized the observation deck had indeed expanded significantly, possibly exceeding 500 meters in width. Yang Yuan exclaimed, This is the observation deck? It looks more like an observation carriage. So many docking spots, it could probably accommodate a large A106. An F399 might be a bit tight. Sister Shu, let's give it a try. Guided by electronic prompts, the expedition ship smoothly docked in an empty spot. Passengers were transported to the observation deck via escalators. Gazing out, They saw other guild ships also choosing to dock here instead of entering through the train doors. This is much more convenient. Zishu stood by the railing, looking out at the endless starry sky, feeling a sense of solitude. But thinking about the past and present changes, she felt hopeful. The train is getting better, the guild is getting better, and so will I. Behind her, one of her subordinates shouted, Sister Shu, come inside quickly. The carriages are unbelievably spacious now. Entering the carriage, the group found not only more seats but also larger areas and wider spaces between seats. Learning that the seats had a recline function, many couldn't wait to try it out. With this seat width, two people could easily, Yang Yuan blurted out, unfiltered. Sister Shu, we need to rebind the seats. Which one do you want? Zishu chose a quiet corner near the observation deck, the most peaceful spot. Meanwhile, near the front of the train, Luo Yu had a rare look of joy on her face. Wow, so much more space. I can grow more plants now. Her private area, converted from a pet zone, had doubled in size. There are many beautiful flowers on Origin Star. Shall we go pick some? Fei Yi, lazily perched on Luo Yu's shoulder, looked more like a cat than a cat person at that moment. Luo Yu happily agreed. Sure, let's go right away. However, before they could set off, Fei Yi suddenly felt uncomfortable and started looking for Chen An. The master is in closed-door training. What's wrong? Fu Yao noticed Fei Yi's distress. I feel tense, like energy is about to explode inside me. It's quite uncomfortable. You're about to break through. I'll get you some energy crystals right away. Taking the second-class energy crystal, Fei Yi cautiously returned to her room. She always felt her breakthroughs were different from others, as if a powerful force was about to erupt. 2 hours later, the train experienced an anomaly. What's going on? My wrist device isn't working. Mine works, but it's malfunctioning. Could something have happened to the train? There's no special announcement. As it turned out, when Fei Yi reached the second level, the wrist devices connected to the train network malfunctioned. However, the disruption didn't last long. Fu Yao quickly performed emergency repairs and woke Chen An from his training. In the bedroom, Fei Yi faced Chen An's curious gaze and timidly said, I don't know what happened. Just as I was about to break through, my psychic energy entered the network uncontrollably. Chen An pressed further. What were you able to do? What did you do? Fei Yi's voice trembled slightly. I ended up in a chaotic world with endless information. It terrified me. I'm sorry. I did some things wrong in my panic. Is it better now? Chen An continued to ask. The chaos on the train has stopped. Did you use the train's network as a springboard to invade the star domain network? Fei Yi shook her head in confusion. I don't know. I was so scared. I just tried to run away. Suddenly, I found a larger world and went in. But it was even scarier outside. I ran around and finally found my way back. But before I could fully wake up, Fu Yao woke me up. Her voice dropped at first, then rose again. Although it was brief, I saw a lot of interesting information. Chen An immediately became serious. Tell me everything. Don't leave anything out. I'm not blaming you. You didn't do anything wrong. Fei Yi immediately felt reassured, her tail swaying uncontrollably, which Chen An resisted the urge to stop. I saw triangle-headed people. They looked so funny. Fei Yi began to describe. They were killing people on the train, killing a lot of their own kind. Killing who? Chen An asked in surprise. Triangle people were killing other triangle people. Chen An immediately instructed Fu Yao to check for information on the triangle people through the star domain network. But due to the train's internal defenses, the information was incomplete. He speculated that the triangle people might be in the midst of a civil war, which matched previous intelligence. A civil war, huh? Fei, go on. Chen An signaled her to continue. Fei went on. I also saw bluebird people. They looked really ugly. Their train was dirty and messy, so I didn't look much. I also saw a group of giants. Their train was different from ours, with very few seats inside. Fei shared a lot of information, most of which Chen An already knew and found useless. But one piece caught his strong attention. The Lingxua people have a deep connection with O2. They were discussing something important, but I didn't dare get too close to hear. Chen An noted this crucial information and immediately had Fu Yao record it. Were you discovered? Fei proudly replied. I was very cautious and didn't get caught. If I go again, I can find out more. Chen An told her to rest and then asked Fu Yao. She just advanced to the second level. How could she invade the star domain network? Fu Yao explained. Invasion and control are different matters. The opponent's network was spread too thin, weakening local defenses. Fei, like a needle, pierced through a weak spot, making it hard to detect. But hard doesn't mean impossible. I don't recommend Fei continue invading unless I can protect her. Chen An nodded in understanding. All right, let's be cautious. It would be great if she had a third-level cultivation. After leaving Fei's room, Chen An, reminded by Fu Yao, went to the lowest defense layer of the train. There, a large factory for building surveillance ships had appeared. a new feature since the train had upgraded to 2 stars. Is it easy to manufacture surveillance ships? Chen An asked. Fu Yao replied, with our current resources and technology, it will take at least 2 months to build one. 2 months is too long. But there's no other way. Chen An sighed and walked into the main factory. It looked like a giant shipyard, but it was only a small part of the manufacturing process. More factories would collaborate to create various components of the surveillance ships, which would then be assembled. Chen An reviewed the entire process and couldn't help but remark, super complex. Fu Yao began to detail the various functions of the surveillance ships, but Chen An interrupted her. Stop, don't lecture me. I'm not interested in the details. I just want to know, can the train accommodate such large ships? And where will they be parked? When the train upgraded, it specifically provided 5 exclusive hangars for surveillance ships. Each hangar can hold only 1 ship. So, a 2-star train can build a maximum of 5 surveillance ships, Fu Yao explained. Chen An nodded in understanding. He pulled up a virtual screen in front of him, displaying the overall design of the surveillance ship. Unlike the shuttle-shaped frigates and destroyers, the surveillance ship was oval-shaped, with laser cannon modules surrounding it, clearly indicating formidable firepower. Start the manufacturing process, but it's not our current priority. Don't let it affect other tasks, Chen An ordered. The factory was too large, so Chen An took a tour on a levitating platform before leaving. On his way back to the cockpit, Fu Yao reminded him about the guild matters. Hope Guild's total points have exceeded the limit. Should we upgrade to a level 2 guild? Go ahead. Chen An decided without hesitation. Also, add some new features to the living area as planned. Soon after, various announcements were released, causing a stir among the passengers. Hope Guild's total points reached 50,000, officially upgrading to a level 2 guild. A level 2 guild could have up to 30,000 members and had the privilege of free trade within the guild's trading area. The living area would add training rooms, currently offering martial arts and military-related courses, which passengers could purchase as needed. The living area would also include a guild trading zone, where guilds could rent shops for internal trading, with transaction fees halved. The announcements made Hope Guild a hot topic, and Chen Guiyang's popularity soared. He remained calm and immediately went to the guild trading area to prepare for renting a stall. Since Chen An's previous regulation of private transactions, the guild or individuals could set up stalls in the living area but had to pay high service fees. Now, with a level 2 guild, they could open shops, making the process more formal. These changes spurred other large guilds into action, pushing them to complete more tasks to increase their points. As a result, Zishu led her guild members to Origin Star, leaving Chen An with nothing to do. In the following days, several guilds close in points to Hope Guild also upgraded, staying competitive. 5 days later, the playful Fei accidentally invaded the star domain network again. You say Ling Shuo and O2 are about to upgrade to 2 stars? Chen An asked in surprise. Fei replied excitedly, this time, I wasn't reckless. With Fu Yao's help, I disguised myself, like a virus. I saw the most secret information of the Ling Shuo people. They are ready to upgrade to 2 stars, and O2 is the same. Also, once they upgrade, they plan to announce it immediately to attract other trains to join them. This information was leaked during their communications, and I picked it up. Brother, did I do the right thing? Chen An smiled and patted her head, then asked Fu Yao, is this invasion method safe? Relatively safe, Fu Yao replied. With Fei and I working together, we can reach places we couldn't before. But it still requires Fei to be in peak mental condition. Chen An thought for a moment and decisively ordered, announce our train's star level, and do it before they do. In the Ling Shuo train, Luo De stood confidently at the command center, surrounded by busy staff executing evacuation orders. With a proud demeanor, he announced, in 2 days, we'll have our first 2-star train. As he spoke, various spacecraft swarmed out from the train like a hive of bees, and Luo De watched the scene with great satisfaction. He thought to himself, once the train is upgraded to 2 stars, I'll be invincible. Auto and by phone will no longer be threats. Only Fu Yao might pose a challenge. As for Chen An, regardless of his weapons or how many cores he's absorbed, he's not worth my concern. Luo Da's primary focus was that, among all civilizations, only he and Chen An possessed mind users. The power of a mind user was undeniable, and he couldn't tolerate another one within his domain. Little did he know, Chen An had only recently acquired his mind user abilities and wasn't very strong yet. Luo De fantasized. After reaching 2 stars, I can use the mind user to control all the train's information, leaving me without rivals. Just as he was lost in his grand visions, the AI suddenly sounded an alarm. The Fu Yao train had recently upgraded to 2 stars. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured over Luo De, freezing his smile. Under the colorful lights, his face changed expressions rapidly, resembling a comical clown. Luo De immediately accessed the star network and found that the internet was abuzz. Comments praised Chen An's low profile. He quietly upgraded to 2 stars. We wouldn't have known if he hadn't taken the train out to gather resources. Others were puzzled. Why did the train get wider? Shouldn't it just add more carriages? Some rebutted. Who says it has to add carriages? Is being long and skinny strong? Without enough width, being too long makes it easier to be attacked. After browsing for a while, Luo De composed himself and sent a video call request to Chen An. It was quickly answered, showing Chen An dining in a rest area. From this angle, Chen An's appearance had been modified by Fu Yao, making him look quite ordinary. Luo De knew well that Chen An never revealed his true appearance easily and often exaggerated his looks when interacting with other species. Feigning nonchalance, Luo De congratulated. I heard you upgraded to 2 stars. Congratulations. Chen An smiled warmly and modestly replied, it's just barely there. 2 stars feel rather average, just a bit bigger and more powerful. Luo De casually remarked, you know, a 2-star train can break a 1-star's defenses. Chen An responded, I wouldn't know if I hadn't upgraded to 2 stars. Luo De continued, the previous plans remain unchanged. I'm still working on more details, which I'll share with you later. After a few more pleasantries, the call ended. Following that, Chen An received continuous communication requests from other train commanders, some subtly seeking protection, to which Chen An mostly agreed. However, the overall number wasn't high. Most commanders were still observing and not rushing to take sides. Chen An thought to himself, let them be. We'll just keep strengthening ourselves. Unexpectedly, the next train to upgrade wasn't Ling Shuo or Otto, but Baifeng. When Baifeng announced her 2-star upgrade, the stir it caused was even greater than Chen An's. Outer trains expressed strong support for Baifeng, showing signs of a large-scale alliance. Chen An calmly analyzed, this makes sense. After all, I'm in the first ring layer. To the outer train commanders, I seem more like an outsider, and it's normal they don't want to ally with me. Another day passed, and both Ling Shuo and Otto achieved their upgrades. Their impact was even more significant than Baifeng's, with numerous train commanders seeking protection. Thus, the star domain formed a 4-way power structure. Chen An, leveraging his early advantage, had attracted 15 trains, likely the limit. These included various species like the 3-eyed people, skywolves, triangulans, and bluebirds. The AI reported, Master, according to the information gathered by me and Fei Yi, Ling Shuo has amassed 29 trains, Otto 19, and Baifeng 14. Chen An noticed a peculiar pattern. Why do they all end in 9? Never mind, it's not important. What about the remaining trains? The AI replied, the rest are still observing and may not intend to participate. The AI asked, Master, should we have Luo Yu make a prediction? Chen An shook his head, no rush. The shorter the time frame, the more accurate Luo Yu's predictions. Predicting too early removes the element of surprise. He then asked, I heard there's been progress with the crystal bugs? A few minutes later, a robot brought Chen An a sample of the crystal bug. Chen An was surprised. Is it really this small? He placed the crystal bug, about the size of a thumb, in his palm. The bug resembled a cicada, its body transparent and cool to the touch. The AI explained, these crystal bugs can consume energy crystals to repair any mechanical equipment, but cannot repair the train itself. Chen An frowned. Consume energy crystals? His initial interest faded. Considering the crystal bugs' characteristics, no matter how capable they were, Chen An couldn't afford to maintain them. The AI continued, we have upgraded the crystal bugs. They no longer need to consume energy crystals to survive. They can remain dormant like mechanical devices and activate only when a warship is damaged. 1 unit of energy crystal can sustain them for 3 days. Tests show that equipping 10 crystal bugs to a blackthorn robot can significantly improve its self-repair capabilities without draining its energy core. Chen An regained interest. So these little bugs are quite useful. Estimate how many crystal bugs and energy crystals would be needed to equip all our warships and robots. The AI quickly calculated, 50,000 blackthorn robots require 5 million crystal bugs, each initially provided with 1 energy crystal, totaling 5 million energy crystals. Each escort or destroyer needs at least 10,000 crystal bugs for basic repairs. We currently have 216 escort ships and 50 destroyers, requiring a total of 2.66 million crystal bugs, or 2.66 million energy crystals. During wartime, the number of crystal bugs could be increased to 100,000 per ship. Hearing this, Chen An took a deep breath. This was just the initial setup. Frequent warfare would demand even more crystal bugs and energy crystals. According to your estimate, the consumption of energy crystals by the crystal bugs could easily reach tens of millions. How many energy crystals do we have in reserve? The AI replied, we have 420 million units of first-grade energy crystals and 3 million units of second-grade energy crystals. If converted entirely to first-grade, the total reserve is 700 million units. Chen An smiled, then let's do it. Equip all the crystal bugs as planned. The AI added, rest assured, Master, the crystal bugs' energy won't be consumed all at once. Once repairs are complete, they will quickly return to dormancy, conserving energy crystals. Chen An nodded in satisfaction. good, that's exactly what I hoped for. Aim to complete this within half a month. For nearly the next half month, the star domain remained unusually quiet, with the daily flashes at the jump points being the most irritating. On December 15th, the flashing suddenly intensified, as if a light was being repeatedly switched on and off at the jump point. However, this time was different. A powerful electromagnetic storm accompanied the flashes, sweeping across the entire star domain within minutes. This process was terrifying, disrupting the star network and causing complete chaos within the internal networks of all trains. Chen An anxiously asked, Fu Yao, what's happening? Fu Yao analyzed. The jump point is in the latter stages of activation, releasing electromagnetic storms with increasing intensity. According to my calculations, the final stage of the electromagnetic storm could potentially destroy one-star trains. In other words, only two-star trains might be able to pass through. This conclusion wasn't unique to Fu Yao. Other train AIs reached similar conclusions, heightening the tension within the star domain. For most trains, the final condition for upgrading to 2 stars was still incomplete. The number of civilization wars. On the 15th, as soon as the flashes subsided, Luo De eagerly contacted Chen An to elaborate on their plan. We're going to use the star domain network to disable other trains. Luo Da's voice came through the communicator, tinged with excitement. We'll throw their networks into chaos, making them attack each other. That's when we'll strike and take advantage. Chen An frowned. Wasn't the original plan to start on the 27th? Yes, but the unpredictability of the electromagnetic storm has me worried about the stability of the star domain network, Luo Da explained. I plan to move it up to the 22nd. Our targets are the Otto civilization and the White Wind civilization. Once we eliminate them, our combined train count will be under 50, allowing us all to pass through the jump points. Chen An interjected, his tone cautious. You do realize that a one-star train might be eliminated. Of course I know. Luo Da's tone became serious. That's exactly why other trains will want war. We can handle it calmly. He paused. If you have no objections, well, proceed with this plan. Well, bring our allies in for a general meeting in a few days. I agree. Chen An replied succinctly. Time flew by, and soon it was December 17th. After a regular electromagnetic storm, the outer layer trains could no longer hold back and began heading towards the inner layers. On the star domain network, Shida issued a statement. A star system can accommodate multiple trains. We will settle in the vacant second and third systems. Please don't overthink it. However, who could avoid overthinking? Shida brought 50 trains, a formidable force that even made Chen An tense. Within half a day, the rodents of Star System 1 couldn't withstand the pressure and hastily vacated their system, relocating to Ling Shua's Star System 4. Shida was more than happy to take over Star Systems 1, 2, and 3 without hesitation. As time passed, trains from the second and third layers also began abandoning their systems, moving towards the first layer. To avoid conflict, following Chen An's suggestion, the Treed people gave up Star System 5, and the Sky Wolves relinquished Star System 6, ceding these systems to the Ling Shua Alliance. Fu Yao quickly issued an announcement. Recall all warships and passengers. We will stop resource collection and prepare for war. The trains will gradually enter a state of war. Though passengers were initially shocked by the announcement, they chose to comply. Meanwhile, on Origin Star, Zishu was urging Yang Yuan to quickly pack up. Hurry up and take all our assets from the planet, she said, sounding a bit anxious. Yang Yuan looked puzzled. Sister Shu, could this be temporary? Zishu sighed. I've been following the train news closely. The flashes have been getting more intense, which means the time is near. You mean we're leaving Origin Star for good? Yang Yuan's voice trembled. That's likely. Zishu replied softly. Passengers had lived on Origin Star for a year, and understandably, there was some reluctance to leave. As this sentiment spread, the entire train's mood turned somber. Upon learning this, Chen An asked Fu Yao to introduce some incentives to boost their morale. We'll encounter situations like this often, he told Fu Yao. Not just yearly, but over centuries. Master doesn't need to intervene. Let the passengers adapt on their own, Fu Yao suggested. After considering it, Chen An agreed. All right, give them more time and have robots help with the moving. Over the next half-day, numerous ships shuttled between the planet and the train, moving supplies back to the train. The once lively Origin Star gradually fell silent, with star beasts becoming active again. On the 18th, the Treed people and Sky Wolves entered Star System 17, and Chen An assigned them their orbits. Other Alliance trains could settle in Star Systems 16 or 18. Thus, the 120 trains in the Star Domain were divided into factions. Fu Yao's Alliance had 16 trains, Ling Shua's Alliance had 30, Otto's Alliance had 20, and White Wind's Alliance had 50. The remaining 4 trains were unaligned, biding their time in the second layer. To welcome his allies, Chen An held an online meeting. Apart from familiar races, there were also giants up to 15 meters tall, various bird-like people, and other peculiar humanoid creatures. Brother, you call the shots, Yang Dingtian said heartily. He had always shown enough support for Chen An, reciprocating respect even if Chen An remained cautious. The meeting didn't cover much useful information, mainly serving as an introduction. The day passed in chaos, and on the 19th, a grander meeting was held. Luoda and Chen An co-hosted, with the meeting held securely within the Star Domain network. Are all the train leaders here? Luoda asked. The meeting setup was simple, a heavily encrypted chat group that was impossible for outsiders to access. Rodent Cleon replied, all 46 train leaders are present. Don't dawdle, let's start. A virtual avatar flashed, indicating all train leaders were online. Simultaneously, Luoda had the psychics narrow their control range to ensure the meeting wouldn't be eavesdropped on or detected. Once security was confirmed, Luoda spoke, everyone knows the current situation, so I won't elaborate. As it stands, only 4 two-star trains can reliably pass through the jump point. As for the other trains, it will depend on the circumstances at the time. But you can't gamble on the situation. You need to secure your qualifications in advance. Cleon chimed in. Just tell us what to do, I'm all in. Chen An then took the floor. Our plan is simple. Launch a full-scale attack on the Auto Alliance on the 25th. The current positioning is clear. Starting from Ling Shuo, going clockwise, we have Auto, Fuyao, and White Wind. Auto is in the middle, and with attacks from both sides, they want escape. A train leader questioned, why not deal with the White Wind Alliance first? Chen An replied, White Wind has too many trains. If we get bogged down, Auto could interfere. So, it's better to take out the easier target first. As for the specifics, I'll let Luoda explain. Luoda continued, the method is straightforward. We don't need warships. All trains will converge and charge, engaging in direct combat. Chen An will handle Auto's 2-star train, and I will join you. He spoke at length, covering every detail. Afterward, everyone contributed their suggestions, and the meeting concluded. In reality, it wasn't over. Chen An and Luoda held a private meeting afterward. Do you think there are traitors? Chen An asked. Luoda, with a knowing look, confidently replied, there are definitely traitors. Today's meeting was a smokescreen to lure them out. Indeed, they had spouted a lot of falsehoods in the previous meeting. They were deeply concerned about potential betrayal from other trains. If such a problem arose at a critical moment, there wouldn't be time to correct it. Let's wait, Luoda said. They waited for 2 hours. Finally, a special message was intercepted by the Star Domain network and displayed on their screens. The content was simple. It was their entire plan's details. Upon seeing the source of the information, Chen An was incredulous. Triangular man, you sure? This guy has always been so mild. When did he get involved with White Wind? Luoda remained calm. They might have been in contact for months. Brother, how to deal with the triangular man is your call. Our plan remains unchanged. We won't inform the other trains yet. We'll continue to monitor for any further betrayals. After ending the communication, Chen An contacted Yang Dingtian, asking, how close are you to upgrading to 2-star? Yang Dingtian replied, I need 2 more civilization wars and a train corps. Can you take down the triangular man? Chen An asked bluntly. Yang Dingtian was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Inside the triangular people's train, the atmosphere was decadent, filled with red lights, intoxicating music, and scantily clad beauties moving gracefully among the crowd. The vibrant stripes on their triangular heads floated like willow fluff in the wind. In the depths of the massive ballroom, Yusher pushed away a nearby beauty and traced an arc in the air with his finger, summoning a virtual screen. Did the message get out? Yusher asked, eyes fixed on the screen. The AI responded, it's been sent to Shida. He should reply soon. Do we need to evacuate in advance? Yusher sneered. Evacuate? How can I be an inside man if I do that? I want them to fight to the death. When both sides are weakened, I'll seize the core amidst the chaos. Once our train reaches 2 stars, who can challenge us? He paused, and send 1,000,000 energy crystals to Chen An tomorrow. Maintain good relations so we can stay in the rear during the war. The AI hesitated. Do we really have the capability to control such a large-scale situation? The elongated eye on Yusher's forehead widened, its dark green pupil glittering dangerously. Remember, you're just my assistant AI. The decision-making power lies with me. Understand? I'm merely offering suggestions, which you can choose to ignore, the AI replied calmly. Regarding the rebellious triangular people earlier, how do you plan to deal with them? Yusher's grin turned sinister, revealing sharp teeth. Send them all to the factory to be ground into meat patties for our soldiers. We're short on food anyway. He lowered his voice, remember. This must be done secretly. Not a word should leak out. He turned to look at the joyous triangular people in the ballroom and exhaled deeply. To maintain absolute control, he needed to cultivate a group of loyal followers and create class differences among the passengers. So far, it hadn't worked well. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a rebellion. Only by sitting in the conductor's seat could one truly understand the difficulty of suppressing a revolt. AI, I'm planning to implement stricter control measures. Draft a plan for me, Yusher ordered. Just then, the AI issued an urgent warning. An unknown train has entered the outer star zone. Situation unclear. Yusher was unconcerned. With the Alliance gathering, his star system already had 5 trains distributed across various orbits. What's Chen An up to now? Sending another train to my area? Connect me to his communication. To Yusher's surprise, Chen An rejected the communication request. After several attempts, Yusher rushed back to the cockpit. Along the way, he received more unsettling news. The other trains in the star system had temporarily left their orbits and were heading towards the outer star zone. Something's not right. I need more information, Yusher muttered, opening the star network only to find it blank. He tried contacting the scout ships in the outer star zone, but they were all in silent mode, unresponsive. Yusher panicked. Could Chen An have intercepted my message? Damn it, I should have sent it by ship instead of over the network. The AI bluntly reminded him. I did warn you, but you insisted on convenience. Shut up, Yusher roared. Useless. You can't even gather intel on the other train. He attempted direct communication with the opposing train, but was rejected again. The unknown situation was the most terrifying. Recommend putting the train on combat alert, the AI suggested. Of course I know that. Yusher bellowed. Assemble the warships immediately. Meanwhile, on his own train, Chen An was observing the situation. Master, are you really willing to give the Triangular People's train core to Yang Dingtian? Fu Yao asked. Chen An smiled. Making him owe me a favor is beneficial. I see a bright future for the three-eyed people. Besides, you can't be greedy for small gains. The real prize is later. He then asked, does devouring the cores of trains with different star levels grant the same abilities? A 2-star is naturally stronger than a 1-star, Fu Yao replied. Exactly. Chen An grinned slyly. Raising pigs is also important. Honestly, I hope the three-eyed people betray me in the end. Otherwise, I'd feel bad about taking their core. Fu Yao laughed, her voice sweet and captivating. Chen An was taken aback by her laughter. Where did you learn to laugh like that? I learned it from Fei Yi. She has a lovely laugh, Fu Yao answered. Chen An advised, you can laugh more often, but don't let outsiders hear it. Otherwise, I feel like I'll be at a disadvantage. He then asked, if 2 trains attack the triangular people simultaneously and both breach the train, does the victory count for both in the civilization war? Fu Yao explained, the rules won't let you exploit loopholes. According to your idea, you could have 20 trains attacking the triangular people simultaneously and complete 20 civilization wars. In reality, the determination of a civilization war victory has many criteria. If only one train attacks, destroying the opponent counts as a win. If multiple trains attack simultaneously, whoever gets the core wins. If no one gets the core, it depends on the contribution. In short, the number of civilization wars can't be shared. Chen An already knew these rules and was just asking casually. He then contacted Luoda. Yang Dingtian is preparing to attack. Can your star network assist and test its damage capabilities on the train? Otherwise, it's hard for me to trust your plan, Chen An said. Luoda agreed. Interesting. We can certainly test it. I'll get on it right away. Watch closely. While waiting, Chen An saw the distance between the 2 sides shrink to 1,000,000 kilometers, ready to enter the combat zone at any moment. Luoda sent a message saying the star network had launched an attack. And then? It doesn't seem like anything has changed, Chen An questioned. Fu Yao immediately reported. 10 seconds ago, the star network breached the triangular people's train's internal network, temporarily gaining control. The AI tried to regain control but needed at least 10 seconds. 9 seconds ago, the internal network of the triangular people collapsed, and the AI couldn't relay the conductor's commands throughout the train. 8 seconds ago, the star network issued a new command for all triangular people to rest, canceling the combat status. 7 seconds ago, the star network was nearly repelled by the AI, but the mind users joined the battle, regained control, and issued a self-destruct command to the train's warships. The warship AI refused to execute the command as it violated basic rules. 6 seconds ago, the train's power layer was shut down, and the factory self-destructed, executing the command. 5 seconds ago, all of the train's weapons charged, targeting the warships that refused to follow orders. 4 seconds ago, all train doors opened but quickly closed again as the AI regained partial control. 3 seconds ago, the robots inside the train received a massacre command, initiating indiscriminate attacks on the triangular people. The triangular people began to resist. 2 seconds ago, the AI regained 90% control and immediately revised the commands. 1 second ago, the AI regained full control, but many commands couldn't be changed in time. Chen An watched in shock as the triangular people's train fired lasers and railguns indiscriminately, while the warships couldn't return fire and were passively destroyed. Chen An took a deep breath and asked, Fu Yao, did Luoda leave any backdoors? Unclear, there is no related information, Fu Yao replied. Get Luo Yu here, Chen An ordered. He had initially thought Luo Da's mention of star network intrusion was merely simple network interference, not realizing its immense power. On the triangular people's train, Yushur was completely stunned after learning about the current situation. He asked in disbelief, "Your network can be hacked? Aren't you invincible within the intranet?" Fear crept into his heart, softening his tone. The AI calmly replied, "Because our intranet is connected to the star domain network, I can be temporarily suppressed and need time to withdraw before counterattacking. Additionally, the opponent has a mentalist. A single mentalist poses no threat to me, but when combined with the star domain network, they can suppress me." In fact, the AI was powerful enough to regain control within seconds. However, what brought Yushur to the brink of tears was the significant losses both inside and outside the train, severely diminishing their combat capabilities. Damn it! Yushur cursed. It's Luo Da's doing. The sent messages were indeed intercepted. Struggling to keep his composure, he asked, "How many warships did we lose?" The AI reported calmly, 73 frigates and 21 destroyers. The figures hit Yushur like a cold dagger to the heart. This was nearly half of his fleet. The AI continued, "The enemy is advancing toward us." Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian, having learned of the triangular people's plight, immediately ordered a full-scale attack. Inside the Fuyo train, Chen An instructed Luoyu to activate her prophecy ability to foresee the train's situation over the next 10 days. Luoyu extended her branches close to the train wall, and 10 minutes later, she was utterly exhausted, with many leaves turning yellow. "Quick, energy crystals!" Chen An shouted. A robot swiftly brought second-grade energy crystals, which Luoyu absorbed in large quantities. After a brief recovery, Luoyu began to reveal a wealth of future information. "After the triangular people are defeated, we will gain numerous resources. On the 22nd, you will lead the other trains out of the star system to attack the White Wind Alliance. Our opponents will be the kobolds, and due to a special ability within their train, Blackthorn will be completely disabled. The passengers, fighting under the guild's banner, will successfully defeat the kobolds. The train will gain a new ability after consuming their core, but I don't know the specifics." Luoyu continued, "You will venture deep into System 2 to seize the White Wind Civilization's train core, separating from the main force. The White Wind Civilization will destroy 2 trains in succession, but will be heavily damaged by Ling Shua Civilization's extraordinary railgun. The White Wind will flee, and the core will be taken by the Rat people. For some reason, we will then be besieged by Ling Shua and Otto. You will use the extraordinary railgun to confront Ling Shua, both sides depleting energy crystals, resulting in a stalemate. We will withdraw from the battlefield with only 2 one-star cores. On the last day, you will be the first to pass through the jump point." After saying this, Luoyu still appeared weak, gasping. "I may not have been clear enough. The train is too large, and prophesying consumes a lot of energy." Chen An let her rest. Although he had many questions, he wasn't in a rush. He turned to Fuyo and asked, "What kind of ability could completely wipe out Blackthorn? Even the crystalline bugs couldn't repair it in time." "Master, may I ask," Fuyo cautiously began, "what do robots fear the most?" "Lack of energy," Chen An replied. "And if energy is sufficient? Just say it. Don't beat around the bush," Chen An said impatiently. Fuyo explained, "Robots fear electromagnetic pulse EMP weapons. I suspect the kobold's train might have similar weapons, possibly gained after consuming a core. If robots are hit by such weapons, there will be no external damage, so the crystalline bugs won't activate." Chen An suddenly understood. "I see. But there's a problem. Why weren't the robots affected by the electromagnetic storm at the jump point?" "Because the train's exterior can defend against the storm," Fuyo explained. "Moreover, you might not know, but I shut down the robots temporarily each time an electromagnetic storm occurs to avoid system disruption. The same principle applies to warships. They lose some capabilities due to network disruption." "All right, it seems robots have significant flaws and still need to rely on passengers." Chen An thought for a moment. "Give me a suitable plan." Fuyo suggested, "The passengers are rapidly advancing to the 3rd tier. They are qualified to participate in the war. I recommend increasing training programs to gradually transform the guild's upper echelons into commanders." "All right, let's do it your way." Chen An agreed, then suddenly realized something. "I never expected Luo Da to be as crafty as me. He also has an extraordinary railgun." Chen An began analyzing the situation. "We can conclude that Luo Da did not paralyze the Otto Alliance's network during the war. In other words, we are all jointly attacking the White Wind Alliance. After eliminating White Wind, Luo Da and Otto will team up against me. But they didn't expect me to be strong enough to thwart their plan. However, I didn't gain as much as I wanted and suffered significant losses. Knowing Luo Da, his alliance with Otto is also fake. If they eliminate me, Otto won't be spared either. That guy seems kind but is full of schemes. Isn't that true for you as well?" Fuyo commented nonchalantly. Chen An retorted with a dark face, "I'm straightforward and honest." "That's impossible." Nearby, a mostly recovered Luoyu chuckled. Actually, you're the most cunning, playing other train leaders like puppets. Even without my prophecies, you wouldn't lose much. Chen An's expression softened, and he laughed. Maybe that's a compliment. Let me ask you, how many energy crystals did I consume when battling Ling Shuo? Luoyu shook her head. I don't know that detailed information, but I remember you said something like, damn, I've already used 3 billion. Luoda is really tough? She mimicked Chen An's angry tone perfectly. Chen An chuckled. So Luoda's energy crystal reserve might be around 4 billion. That's reassuring. He then asked, was there anything unusual when we passed through the jump point? The train was whoosh and got sucked in. Inside was a dark world. I didn't continue prophesying further, Luoyu replied. Chen An let Luoyu go rest and began discussing strategies with Fuyo. Luoda is plotting against us, but we are also plotting against him, Fuyo suggested. Master, we can continue cooperating with Luoda to eliminate White Wind and ensure we get the core. Then we can find an opportunity to eliminate Ling Shuo. Given our current energy crystal reserves, even if we deplete them, it's acceptable, Chen An reminded. But remember, when we make these changes, the future has already shifted. As long as the main storyline remains unchanged, no matter how we operate, it won't affect Luoda's decisions or White Wind's outcome, Fuyo added. Chen An was not concerned about the triangular people's fate. He and Fuyo carefully reviewed their strategy, aiming to avoid any surprises. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian sent a communication. He had killed you, sure. Brother, do you need the core? Yang Dingtian asked. Chen An was stunned, not expecting Yang Dingtian to offer the core. I don't need it. You keep it. Yang Dingtian cheerfully replied. In that case, I'll just take the core. The other resources are yours. Also, the brothers' trains that gave up their positions can freely collect. Chen An thought to himself, this guy knows how to build relationships. He only needed energy crystals and sent a ship to collect some. Fuyo released the combat footage of the trioculars. Why was it so quick? Upon seeing the footage, Chen An became wary of the trioculars. From the name, trioculars seemed just like humans with an extra eye. In reality, these beings averaged 3 meters in height, were strong and fierce, and slaughtered the triangular people as easily as chickens. If only I could get my hands on these trioculars, Chen An mused. Jishu is Chen An's companion, and Luoyu and Fei are pets. This story is not a harem novel, nor does it have a female lead. Some readers should stop causing trouble. You can't consider pets as people, can you? The downfall of the triangle people didn't cause much of a stir. Chen An explained the situation to the other allies. Sid had no idea why the eclipse was exposed, but he cautiously advised allies in various star systems to stay vigilant while secretly preparing to counter other alliances. As the date neared the 22nd, electromagnetic storms from the jump points grew increasingly severe, heightening the anxiety of the train captains, especially those on the first star train. On that day, Chen An suddenly ordered all alliance trains to prepare for war and commanded them to leave the star system 2 hours later. This move raised many questions. Wing Yunlai of the Bluebird people was the first to ask in the public chat, Brethren, where are we headed? Chen An replied succinctly, do what you need to do, but to prevent another situation like the Triangle people, I'll inform you of the plan before the battle. The public chat exploded with excited discussions. Most of the train captains were optimistic about victory, but Chen An knew the harsh reality of war would inevitably bring casualties. Let's move out. With Chen An's command, the fleet of 15 trains set off toward an unknown destination. Lacking sufficient reconnaissance ships and star network information, the other train captains could only speculate about the target. Someone tentatively asked, Brethren, are we still targeting O2? That's what we discussed in the last meeting. Chen An avoided a direct answer, instead warning, our enemies will be somewhat weakened. Choose your targets wisely, whether you win or not depends on your skills. Ling Shuo is our ally, but don't trust them too much. The astute train captains understood and didn't press further. Chen An temporarily left the public chat, ordering Fu Yao to issue a comprehensive war mission. Soon, a detailed war announcement spread within the trains, declaring the start of a doomsday-level war mode and listing a series of measures to support the war effort, including closing entertainment areas, adjusting market prices, and offering special policies. The announcement stirred the entire train. The long-awaited war mission ignited the passengers' enthusiasm, and major guilds quickly mobilized to arm their members. Scenes of loans, weapon purchases, and ship rentals played out throughout the trains, with everyone eager to claim a share of the spoils in the upcoming war. Meanwhile, 10 trains quietly left the star system, speeding through the silent cosmos. Chen An received new intelligence from Fu Yao, realizing the enemy was numerous and the war might be prolonged. He decided to adopt a conservative strategy to conserve strength. 5 hours later, the fleet arrived near the first star system. Chen An ordered all trains to enter silent mode to avoid detection. At the same time, Luoda reported that they had reached the vicinity of the third star system and were ready to attack at any moment. Chen An issued a straightforward command. You can move closer and launch a full assault in 5 minutes. There are 10 enemy trains in the first star system. Allocate them as you see fit. As the fleet entered the outer layer of the star system, the enemy trains inside reacted like startled ants, moving chaotically. Chen An decisively ordered, all trains, charge in and fight separately. If there aren't enough enemies, either cooperate or head to the second star system to support other allies. Meanwhile, Sid received news of the enemy invasion. Instead of panicking, he seemed unusually excited. Confidently, he said, "Haha, I knew they couldn't hold back. This is good. We have the home field advantage." As the captain of the second star train, Sid was confident in his ability to defend. Sid quickly analyzed the situation and concluded that the enemy was mainly attacking the first and third star systems. He made a swift decision: send the trains from the second star system to support, primarily the third star system. Based on the location, it's likely Luoda attacking the third star system. Let's deal with him first. The White Wind Civilization's trains immediately departed from the second star system, heading toward the third star system. The shadow of war loomed over several star systems as trains from both sides dispersed, preparing for intense battles. Chen An closely monitored the overall situation, instructing Fu Yao to create an analysis chart. The chart clearly showed nearly 100 trains from 3 alliances converging on both sides. "Master, 5 trains are entering the first star system," Fu Yao reported. Chen An calmly analyzed, "We can't underestimate our opponents. Sid knows we're here. Where are the dog people?" Fu Yao responded, "Based on the distance, we will encounter the dog people in 10 minutes. They likely don't know we're here. We've activated the electromagnetic shield to hide our identity. They surely don't know." Chen An decisively ordered, "Now's not the time to save energy crystals. Use them liberally." In the star ring of a distant star system, Windstar of the dog people felt uneasy. He muttered, "Our enemy comes from the Fu Yao alliance, with Chen An being the strongest. As long as we don't encounter them, we'll be fine." "Intellect, can we detect any information?" Windstar anxiously asked. The intellect coolly responded, "At least 3 trains are heading our way. No signs of a second star train." Windstar breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. However, he was unaware that the real danger was silently approaching. For Winston, winning a single battle would earn him a promotion. However, a tricky problem loomed before him. He couldn't afford to lose too many warships. The key to promotion wasn't how many ships he built, but how many he had. Winston frowned in thought before a sudden idea struck him. "Zinio, if the number of triple passengers falls below 200,000, will it affect my promotion?" Zinio calmly replied, "As long as the number of passengers once reached 200,000, it satisfies the condition. Unlike warships, the current count doesn't matter." Winston suddenly understood. So, passengers can die, but warships can't be lost. He quickly formulated a plan in his mind and concluded that the best strategy was to use firepower to halt the enemy train, forcing a boarding battle. "It's best if we board their train. Even if all the passengers die, it doesn't matter. We can always gather more later." He sneered. "Clan members? Who cares about them in times like these? For train commanders like us, the more clan members there are, the more likely they are to rebel. It's better to carry some alien creatures, which helps maintain our authority." Having resolved this, Winston felt no guilt about sacrificing his clan members. However, just 10 minutes later, Zinio suddenly reported an anomaly. "The 3 trains are not heading towards us. They are moving aside, seemingly targeting something else." Winston's eyes widened in surprise. "No enemies? Impossible. Did the scouts make a mistake?" Zinio was about to respond when alarms blared. Beep. Enemy train detected approaching, only 5 million kilometers away. Suddenly appeared? "Give me the details," Winston demanded sharply. Upon learning the approaching train was a 2-star, Winston's heart raced. "It's Chen An. Why is he targeting me?" Retreat. Unlike other trains that would normally engage in battle, the Kobold train quickly broke away from the defense line, speeding towards the second star system. Seeing the Kobold's escape route, Chen An laughed out loud. "How did Winston know I was heading to the second star system after defeating him? Now I don't need to explain anything to the other trains. They think I'm being led away." "Huh?" Zinio suggested. "Our train is too fast. It's advisable to slow down slightly and wait until the enemy leaves the first star system before attacking. The White Wind train has already headed to the third star system. If we want to intercept it after its defeat, we must go to the outer rim of the second star system. Killing the kobolds is just for fun. Intercepting the White Wind civilization is the real key." "All right, let's do that. You can issue the mission now." Chen An ordered decisively. The war mission was released, and the eagerly waiting passengers couldn't wait to check their wristwatches. Main mission: destroy the kobolds by killing all kobolds on the train. Each participating guild will share a reward of 30 million star coins based on their contributions. The reward pool will increase as the war progresses. Side Mission 1. Accumulate 10 kobold kills to receive a personal reward, based on the final tally. This mission triggers only once. Side Mission 2. Kill the kobold train commander, Winston, to earn a reward of 100,000 star coins and the title Kobold Terminator. Side Mission 3. Destroy the kobold train's armory to earn a reward of 30,000 star coins. This mission is only valid within the first half hour of the battle. Passengers quickly accepted missions based on their abilities. In the Black Knight Guild, Xiao Zhan gave a stern pep talk. Don't chicken out. Accept all the missions. Let me tell you, if you fail to complete a mission after the war, the train won't punish you. Especially the second side mission. What if you get lucky? If you don't accept it beforehand, you'll be working for nothing. Before he finished speaking, the train suddenly shook violently, causing passengers to stumble. Look, it seems we've started the battle, someone exclaimed. Passengers rushed to the observation deck. Through the wide windows, they saw beams of laser piercing the starry sky, brighter than the stars themselves. The earlier shaking was due to the train being hit by enemy weapons. However, the two-star train's defenses completely shrugged off the one-star attacks. In contrast, the kobold train looked like a small boat, tossing in the sea of stars, on the verge of capsizing. Why can't we shake them off? Winston asked anxiously. Zinio calmly replied. The two-star train is faster than us. Here they come again. Counterattack, Winston ordered. Laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns fired as both sides engaged in fierce combat. But the weapons on Chen An's train were upgraded versions, and the quad-beam laser cannons utterly overwhelmed the opposition. The sight made the passengers' blood boil and their fighting spirit soar. On the observation deck of Car 10, Yang Yuan asked Zishu, "Still can't contact old Chen?" "He's not answering." Zishu shook her head. "Never mind, let's gather our guild members near the exploration ships and shuttles. As soon as the boarding battle starts, we'll move out." In Car 11, Ling Zhang, dressed in silver armor, looked gentle. His sister, Ling Huan, cautiously asked, "Brother, can I go with you?" "Knight can protect me." Knight, standing behind her, immediately straightened his back and touched the war knife at his waist. Ling Zheng's face turned stern. "This time isn't about killing star beasts. The enemy is just as intelligent as us, and it's dangerous. Don't worry, I'll come back safely." Ling Huan, knowing her brother would say that, pouted and placed her hands on his armor. "Don't move. Let me try something." Unbeknownst to Ling Zhang, his armor was quietly undergoing some changes. In a corner of the car, Chen Guoyang and his wife sat together, looking at their wristwatch. The screen showed their one-year-old son babbling on a soft bed. "Our son is talking to you," his wife laughed. "He's growing so fast. I hope he grows up quickly." Chen Guoyang shook his head. "Growing up isn't always good. How about you stay back this time?" His wife turned off the screen and firmly said, "I'm one of the guild captains. I need to stand with my team. You focus on being a good guild leader and don't worry about me." Knowing his wife's stubborn nature, Chen Guoyang didn't try to dissuade her further. "Don't worry for our son. I'll come back safely." In Car 7, the atmosphere in the Shenlong Guild was completely different. On the observation deck, warriors in red armor stood tall, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. At the front railing, Xiaofeng casually remarked, "Last time killing kobolds wasn't satisfying enough. This time should be better." A burly man behind him shouted loudly, "Last time was on a planet, and those dogs were running everywhere. This time, the battle is on the train. Let's see where they can run." "Instructor Xia, we should apply to attack a car by ourselves. We might not have enough to kill." Xiaofeng slapped him on the back. "Don't get carried away. Leave some for our brothers in other guilds, or he'll leave you behind." All right, Instructor Xia. Spare me." Laughter and cheerful banter filled the air. Chen An's dissatisfaction with the progress of the war was evident. He turned to Fu Yao, his tone filled with confusion. "A two-star train should easily crush a one-star train, right? Why can't we break through their hull?" Fu Yao's voice was calm and informative. "Master, while a two-star train can indeed breach the defenses of a one-star train, it doesn't mean it can easily destroy its hull. Look closely. The enemy train's outer layer has sustained significant damage, and its defensive capabilities are severely compromised. Additionally, their power system is heavily damaged and unable to accelerate." Chen An nodded thoughtfully, understanding now that even a two-star train couldn't outright destroy a one-star train's hull. After all, their firepower mainly came from laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns, which had their limits. "Continue the attack," Chen An ordered. "Take out all the fire points on the kobold train." Suddenly, he remembered something. "By the way, what about Luo Da's Starnet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Yao reported, "The Starnet's attack on the White Wind Alliance lasted only 5 seconds. Fu Yao displayed a detailed chart. Chen An saw at a glance that the White Wind civilization was almost unscathed, with the StarNet's invasion lasting only 0.001 seconds before being repelled. Luoda is useless, Chen An couldn't help but complain. Couldn't he focus his attack on the strongest trains? Fu Yao explained, he was too greedy, trying to incapacitate 50 of the White Wind Alliance's trains simultaneously, overestimating the capabilities of the StarNet and the psionics. If we had a seer, we might have predicted this outcome. Chen An waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, it doesn't affect our battle. However, for Winsta, the situation was dire. The brief 5-second StarNet invasion had caused the previously high-speed train to decelerate. Worse, with the power layer malfunctioning, it couldn't accelerate again anytime soon. The AI suggested, recommend deploying all battleships to hinder the enemy. Winsta was deeply conflicted, but seeing Chen An's train closing in, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Fix the power layer as quickly as possible. Before he could finish, the cockpit was filled with piercing alarms. On the screen, amidst the dense beams of enemy fire, a thick pillar of light suddenly appeared. What is that? Winsta hadn't even reacted when a deafening explosion echoed through the train. The AI's voice carried a hint of panic. The power layer is damaged. It will take 10 hours to repair. The train will lose power in 30 seconds. Winsta was struck speechless. An extraordinary railgun. Chen An has one too. Meanwhile, Chen An asked Fu Yao, how much energy crystal did we use this time? The extraordinary railgun pierced the enemy train's power layer, consuming a total of 30 million energy crystals. Should we continue the attack? Chen An shook his head. No need. Let the railgun cool down. We need to save the energy crystals for Luoda and Otto. He didn't know when he might turn against Luoda, so he needed to keep some cards up his sleeve. Rubbing his tired eyes, Chen An continued to observe the changes on the screen. When he saw the kobolds deploying over 200 battleships, he immediately ordered them all destroyed. After destroying the battleships, ram into them and start the boarding battle, Chen An commanded decisively. This time, we can't use robots. The passengers' combat performance will determine my future attitude towards them. What level of loss can you accept, Master? Fu Yao inquired. Below 10%. Fu Yao's voice carried a hint of anticipation. After thousands of war simulations, the passengers' overall combat strength is superior to that of the robots. The results might surprise you. Chen An stood up and walked towards the rest area, casually saying, I hope so. Meanwhile, the passengers on the observation deck were restless. With the distance closing rapidly, they could clearly see the enemy train and witness the enemy battleships being blown up one after another in the stellar light, creating a spectacular scene. The trains are getting closer. Are we going to ram them? Someone nervously asked. We probably will. It happened like this before. Everyone, stop watching and grab onto something. The collision will be bumpy, an experienced passenger advised. In the blink of an eye, the distance of several thousand kilometers vanished, and Chen An's train crashed into the gliding kobold train, almost flipping it over. The two trains then stuck together, pushing towards the star, piercing through 3 layers of stellar orbit before the momentum dissipated. From a distance, Chen An's train looked like a burly giant, while the kobold train resembled a small child, completely dwarfed in size. Winsta, although aware of Chen An's intentions, felt a sense of relief. They are starting the boarding battle. This is our only hope. The AI analyzed, based on previous data, Chen An prefers using robots that follow orders completely. He might not use the passengers, Winsta laughed. So we still have a chance to turn the tables. Order all carriages to abandon the tarmac and living areas. I want to lure in as many of Chen An's robots as possible. At this moment, a new announcement echoed through Chen An's train. The enemy train has completely lost power and long-range firepower. Boarding battle begins. The passengers on the observation deck erupted in excitement. They quickly moved, descending through floor hatches into their exploration ships or shuttles. Soon, a swarm of ships emerged from both sides of the train, heading towards the kobold train. On one of the exploration ships, Xiaofeng skillfully opened his wristwatch, uploaded the downloaded train schematics, and pulled up a virtual screen. The others looked at him, waiting for the decision on their attack direction. If we aim to kill the train captain, we should head to carriage 1, someone suggested. I bet other major guilds will go there too. Won't we run into them? Another person worried. Let's not go. The train captain isn't easy to kill. It's more practical to kill more kobolds. Xiaofeng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pulled up another screen showing the flight paths of all the ships. It was clear that at least 10 exploration ships were heading to carriage 1, obviously aiming for the train captain. As a former special forces instructor, Xiaofeng had a strong logical mind. He decisively ordered, let's go to carriage 10. The ship, on autopilot, immediately adjusted its direction. The Shenlong Guild had 2 exploration ships, along with various smaller ships and shuttles. As the exploration ship changed course, the other ships followed. From a higher dimensional perspective, few ships moved alone. They almost always formed fleets, following the lead ships to different carriages. About 10 minutes later, Xia Feng's team arrived outside carriage 10. The door had already been blasted open, with black smoke billowing out and debris everywhere. The exploration ship hovered outside while shuttles went in to clear the way. Everyone donned battle armor, ready to board. Although the train's interior had a life support system, no one knew if it was fully operational. They wore light armor that provided oxygen and full body protection. Even if the train's environment became like outer space, they could still survive and fight. As shuttles descended onto the train's hangar bay, they were met with an eerie silence. A few dormant ships lay quietly in the bay, but the expected kobold snipers were nowhere to be seen. This unusual scene put the frontline soldiers on high alert, prompting them to report the strange situation to their superiors. Xia Feng had just disembarked from the exploration ship and led a few of his men into the hangar bay via shuttle. Upon learning of the anomaly ahead, he immediately ordered the shuttles to halt their advance. The limited detection capabilities of the shuttles were insufficient for the current situation, leaving Xia Feng anxiously awaiting more information from the train. After a short wait, the intelligence finally arrived. All the kobolds had abandoned the hangar bay and living quarters, choosing instead to ambush inside the train cars. This unexpected arrangement left Xia Feng and the other guild leaders puzzled. Logically, the train's captain should have deployed heavy firepower in the hangar bay, as it is the most critical strategic point inside and outside the train. If the attacking forces occupied it, they could continuously send reinforcements, making it difficult for the defenders to hold out. Even if the hangar bay were lost, the vast living quarters should have been layered with obstacles, rather than retreating the front lines to the narrow train cars. With these doubts in mind, the cautious guilds temporarily secured the hangar bay without advancing further. Meanwhile, in another timeline, Chen An had just finished a cup of hot tea and was casually stroking the Fae beside her. Under Chen An's arrangement, Fae's daily routine now consisted of play and training, enjoying ample resource supplies. Suddenly, Fae reminded, "Master, don't forget that in the normal timeline, you sent out 500,000 black spikes, and they were completely annihilated." Chen An had an epiphany. So that's it. When Sita thought I was still sending out robots, planning to catch them all in one go. Nice try, but with my hacking abilities, I can break through anything. The profit is indeed formidable. She immediately issued a bulletin to the frontline guilds, informing them of the real situation and urging them to attack quickly. Upon receiving the message, the guilds launched an assault on the living quarters. If they could occupy the living area, they could trap the kobolds in the train cars and gradually eliminate them. However, Train Captain Wen Sita was no pushover. When the AI reported that the intruders were all Fuyao people, he clenched his fists in anger and roared, "What are you waiting for? Have the warriors charge out and take the living quarters first. Stop the enemy shuttles. Don't let them in." Despite being on his own turf, the need to fight for control with outsiders made Wen Sita feel deeply frustrated. The kobold living quarters were exceedingly plain. From the hangar bay, one could see rows of labeled metal huts, identified through translation as the trading area. Clearly, the kobold train's living quarters had a single function: trade. Hundreds of shuttles hovered above, advancing steadily. Suddenly, they were hit by a strong electromagnetic interference, triggering power loss alarms. Xia Feng made a swift decision: land the shuttles, everyone disembark. Leading by example, he charged forward with an upgraded Blu-ray weapon in hand. 3 minutes later, a barrage of lasers shot from ahead. Xia Feng shouted, "Take cover." The metal huts served as natural shields, and both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, resulting in a stalemate. But this didn't last long. As Xia Feng and his team adapted to the environment, they began formulating attack strategies. Spread out and advance from the left, center, and right. The electromagnetic interference will persist for a while, affecting them as much as us. Don't worry about heavy weapons. Aim for close combat. Kobolds are no match for us in melee. Push them back into the train cars. Xia Feng calmly issued his orders. The professional soldiers of the Shenlong Guild executed the commands flawlessly. Some suppressed enemy fire, others sought opportunities to advance, and once close, they used favorable angles to destroy the kobold firing points. "Commander Xia, they also have shields," someone shouted. The kobolds were setting up a metal shield wall on the opposite side. Though the Blu-ray weapons were powerful, they struggled to penetrate this barrier. Xia Feng was prepared. Bring out the electromagnetic guns. Though cumbersome, these heavy weapons had greater destructive power than Blu-ray weapons, ideal for breaking through defenses. With a deafening roar, the hastily constructed kobold shield wall was shattered, causing significant casualties. Charge! Xia Feng's command rallied the warriors, who surged forward with unstoppable momentum, driving the kobolds back step by step. 10 minutes later, the Shenlong Guild had fully controlled the living quarters, forcing the kobolds to retreat into the train cars and fortify a more robust steel defense at the gates. "Commander Xia, the next phase will be tough. There are too many kobolds inside the train cars. Breaking through might be difficult," someone worriedly remarked. Xia Feng, however, appeared confident. No rush. We'll trap them like dogs in a pen. He instructed his soldiers to continue using the electromagnetic guns to dismantle the defenses. Meanwhile, in the living quarters of car number 6, Xiaozhen lit a cigarette and leisurely smoked with the others. Ahead lay the train cars, with a steel defense line at the gate. Though it could be breached at any time, Xiaozhen was in no hurry to act. Brother Xiao, are we storming in after this smoke? Zhu Daming asked. Xiaozhen countered. What would you do if you were me? Zhu Daming scratched his head. Rushing in would surely lead to heavy losses. We should find a better way. Brother Xiao, I just worry you might act impulsively. Xiaozhen shot him a glare and continued smoking. Someone chimed in. The cigarettes boss sells are cheap and great. I can smoke 2 packs a day now. They're made with special techniques, not harmful to the body, and can even enhance physical strength. Of course, they contain super energy essence, probably with added energy crystals. Boss is generous. I'd marry him if I could, a burly man said gruffly. After finishing his smoke, Xiaozhen took a towel from his pocket to wipe his hands. Someone teased, Brother Xiao, we all know what you're usually like. No need to pretend to be clean now. Xiaozhen kicked the grinning youth aside. I'm always clean, just don't want kobold blood on my hands. Where's the logistics team? Hurry them up, old Zhu. Zhu Daming quickly used his wristwatch to contact the logistics captain. 5 minutes later, a large number of iron crates were delivered, piled high like a small mountain. Zhu Daming opened one, finding it filled with C-36 high-explosive bombs. Brother Xiao, we can break the kobold defenses with electromagnetic guns. We don't need bombs, Zhu Daming said, puzzled. Xiaozhen silently took a bomb, walked several dozen meters forward, triggered it, and threw it forcefully at the gate. The bomb cleared the 5-meter-high steel defense and exploded inside. Xiaozhen turned and explained, we need to utilize all the weapons the train provides. Don't skimp just because bombs are consumables. The kobolds are holed up in the train cars and can't come out. Do we need to charge in recklessly? Everyone, start throwing bombs. I want those kobolds crying for their mothers. Old Wong, go back and buy more bombs. There's no limit on supply. Zhu Daming's face twitched as he quietly reminded, they're expensive. Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow. Bombs have a price, but our brothers are priceless. My goal is to annihilate the kobolds in the cars, with our brothers all safe. These words deeply moved the armored men around him. Brother Xiao is right. Money's nothing. As long as we're alive, we can earn more. Let's get to it. It's rare to fight such a well-equipped battle. As bombs continued to be thrown into the train cars, the kobolds finally couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment and began to collapse. When Chen An heard Fu Yao's urgent reminder about the need to increase the production capacity of the C-36 high-explosive bombs, he couldn't help but feel confused. Frowning, he said, that doesn't make sense. The sales of these disposable bombs have always been poor. For passengers, reusable energy weapons are the top choice. Fu Yao didn't explain further, but instead displayed detailed data on the screen. The data showed that most of the bombs had been purchased by the Night Guild. Chen An squinted his eyes and muttered, what is Xiaozhen up to this time? He commanded, pull up the footage. The screen immediately showed live battlefield footage. Chen An couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Xiaozhen's tactics were astonishing. Frontline warriors clad in heavy armor, holding double-layer shields, forming an impenetrable alloy barrier. Unlike conventional defense, this team was advancing. The kobolds' weapons were outmatched. Their laser guns couldn't penetrate the barrier. Even the occasional bizarre bomb couldn't pose a real threat. Behind the front line, Xiaozhen and his teammates were throwing high-explosive bombs. Despite being drenched in sweat, everyone had a joyful expression, as if they were reliving childhood memories of playing with firecrackers. Chen An thoughtfully said, with the Night Guild's star coin reserves, they should be running out soon, right? Fu Yao promptly replied, all weapons have been discounted by 50%. The Night Guild is far from bankrupt. They keep taking on missions, and the newly earned star coins, while not fully offsetting the costs, can effectively delay bankruptcy. The superhumans possess great strength and excellent aim, allowing them to throw each bomb precisely at critical points. Also, not all kobolds will be killed by the bombs. The Night Guild has a 500-person assault team that looks for opportunities to strike the enemy as the frontline heavy armor soldiers advance. After listening to Fu Yao's explanation, Chen An shook his head with a smile. Are the alloy shields the 2.0 version? Can they really hold up? The kobolds don't have any siege weapons like electromagnetic guns, and there are no cannons set up in the train cars. Fu Yao quickly provided data. Statistics show that it takes 57 laser hits on the same spot to break the defense. But Xiaozhen ensures that the frontline soldiers frequently replace the alloy shields with new ones. So far, no issues have occurred. Chen An raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's impressive. Xiaozhen is very familiar with various weaponry. I remember that during the last kobold hunt, it was Xiaozhen who suggested using sniper rifles for maximum gain. After pondering for a moment, Chen An ordered, cut the price of the bombs by another half, without making any announcements. He paused and then asked, should we promote this offensive strategy? Fu Yao responded, no promotion, it's too extreme. Only Xiao Zhan can control it. Chen An nodded. Show me the footage of Chen Guoyang. The screen switched to a different battle scene. Unlike Xiao Zhan's almost playful offensive, Chen Guoyang's tactics were orderly and standard. The assault soldiers and heavy armor soldiers cooperated closely, using shields and firearms to steadily advance in the train cars. This strategy, while not without casualties, was less likely to result in unexpected incidents in large-scale warfare. Chen An commented, Chen Guoyang is steady and doesn't like taking risks. He prefers to proceed step by step. If we were to choose a commander for the guard army, he would be a good candidate. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, loves adventure. He appears reckless but is actually very observant, adept at using the equipment around him to create favorable conditions. However, I now realize that Xiao Zhan is not suitable to command an entire army. He's better suited to lead an assault team, if there is one. Fu Yao offered a different perspective, Master. You haven't observed enough. If you review all their achievements from the beginning until now, you'll find that Xiao Zhan is unpredictable, making it hard to grasp his methods. Chen Guoyang's steadiness can often be seen as inflexible. In the short term, Chen Guoyang might seem more outstanding, but over a longer timeline, Xiao Zhan's growth curve will rise rapidly. According to massive data analysis, Xiao Zhan's future potential far exceeds Chen Guoyang's. Chen An asked thoughtfully, can it be improved? Xiao Zhan needs steadiness, and Chen Guoyang needs variability. Fu Yao replied, Master can provide targeted training. Chen An waved his hand dismissively, we'll discuss these matters later. He ordered Fu Yao to pull up more footage, showing that most battlefields were in their favor. What's the situation on the other battlefields? Can you access the Star Domain Network? Fu Yao replied, the Star Domain Network still exists. I can pull up relevant war footage. The screen switched to the situation in the first star system. Each train had found its opponent. Some were in the bombardment stage, while others had entered close combat, with varying battle conditions. Chen An was most concerned about Yang Dingtian, whose opponent was quite strong, and they were engaged in fierce combat. Chen An frowned. He's being held up, and the situation doesn't look good. Yang Dingtian only needs to complete one more battle to level up, but his warship can't take too much damage. There's not enough time to build new warships afterward. Can he modify the enemy's ships? Fu Yao replied, capturing enemy warships counts as ownership and won't affect his leveling up. Chen An only paid slight attention before quickly switching the footage to other areas. Suddenly, he noticed an unexpected situation. I didn't expect the Bluebird people to be this strong. Fu Yao explained. The bird people got lucky. Their opponents were already weakened by the Star Domain Network and were in the landing combat stage. The bird people can fly, allowing them to find more attack angles. Chen An remarked, to be honest, if I were up against them, I'd have to use Black Thorn. Fu Yao added, Master wouldn't give them a chance for a landing battle. Chen An laughed, haha, that's true. Nothing much to see here. Show me the footage from the third star system. The screen switched again, presenting a spectacular scene of interstellar warfare. Over 60 trains were exchanging fire amidst the bright stars, with beams of light crisscrossing the sky like colorful ribbons. Suddenly, a brilliant beam shot out from one of the trains, pierced through a blocking asteroid, and accurately hit a train on the outer ring. The train's head was instantly penetrated, and the cockpit evaporated in a flash. At that moment, the starry sky seemed especially silent. No one expected that during the standoff phase, Sid would brazenly use the super railgun. Inside the White Wind train, passengers cheered and praised their conductor, their eyes full of admiration. In the cockpit, Sid grinned widely, very satisfied with the intimidation he had caused. He proudly said, these days, having powerful firepower is the real deal. Luoda, what have you got to compete with me? Sid commanded, AI, connect me to Luoda. Luoda didn't refuse the communication request, maintaining a smiling face as he answered, seemingly unfazed by the recent attack. Sid mocked, trying to mess with me using the Star Domain Network? Impressive. But your Star Domain Network can't threaten a 2-star train, which you probably didn't expect. Luoda replied with a smile, you're right, I didn't expect that. So, what do you plan to do now? Sid proposed, I want to cooperate with you. Luoda asked, how do we cooperate? Sid explained, the jump point can accommodate 50 trains. There's no need for us to fight to the death. If you switch sides and join me, we can work together to eliminate the trains you brought. I promise to give you 2 cores. How about that? Luoda responded, that's a good deal. I stand to gain without losing anything. What about Chen An? Should we team up to take him down? The core, that's a 2-star. Sid hesitated for a moment, then laughed. Chen An's core is definitely mine. 2 1-star cores should be good enough for you. Let me put it this way. The super railgun is currently the most powerful weapon, bar none. Luoda nodded in approval, giving him a thumbs up. All right, we'll cooperate. His tone was light, as if he hadn't given it a second thought. However, Once the communication ended, Luo Da immediately ordered the surrounding trains to spread out and focus their firepower on the White Wind train. He muttered to himself, brother, showing off is asking for trouble. I want all of your cores. Then he commanded, AI, prepare the railgun and get ready to fire at any moment. Regarding Sid's action of destroying a train at the onset of the battle, Chen An observed the scene from various angles. He sneered, thinking Sid was foolish for revealing his trump card so early. Chen An couldn't help but wonder how Sid became the train conductor. Although becoming a conductor surely required some extraordinary skills, he didn't rule out the possibility of some people losing themselves in indulgence. At that moment, Fu Yao's voice chimed in, Master, are you talking about yourself? Chen An chuckled, I haven't indulged in pleasure, not even close. I'm just not interested in many trivial matters. He then shifted his focus back to the battle and asked, any reaction from Rhoda? Fu Yao responded, Rhoda hasn't retaliated. Both sides are still exchanging fire. However, fearing another sudden attack from Sid, the other trains in the Lingshua alliance are staying back, not daring to advance. Chen An observed for a while longer, seeing no progress in the battle. He switched the screen back and analyzed. According to Luo Yu's prophecy, Sid will engage in a direct confrontation with Rhoda in 5 hours. Just when we finish our part, the screen switched to the Kobold train, showing Ling Zheng in carriage 14. Chen An mused, I originally thought the Shengyue Guild was too weak to challenge the big guilds anytime soon. But Ling Zheng has proven himself and developed well. He continued, is Ling Zheng using his abilities? Fu Yao explained, he often sacrifices enemies to gain power and boost his teammates' morale, allowing them to recover quickly. Chen An commented, if this were a novel, Ling Zheng would definitely be a main character. Suddenly reminded of someone else, he asked, by the way, how's Zishu? The screen shifted to carriage 3, where Zishu was leading the Science Guild in a fierce battle. Chen An thought he would be worried about her, but felt surprisingly detached. He turned to Fu Yao and asked, Fu Yao, am I becoming more heartless? Fu Yao replied, the height you stand at naturally diminishes emotional attachment. It's a normal phenomenon. Chen An joked, why don't you call me a tyrant anymore? It's been a few days and I kind of miss it. Fu Yao quickly responded, if you like, I can remind you daily. As Chen An watched the battle on the screen with interest, he asked, what qualifies as a tyrant in your definition? Fu Yao began listing, not caring about any passengers' lives, being able to order the destruction of millions of lives without a second thought, abandoning all sense of duty, morality, and promises, indulging in endless pleasures, abducting alien girls. Hearing Fu Yao's relentless description, Chen An was stunned and interrupted, wait, that's enough. The first few are already difficult, let alone the rest. Hey, why do I feel like you're pushing me in that direction? Fu Yao calmly replied, it's not me guiding you. It's you gradually moving towards it. Chen An waved and tapped the robot beside him, instructing, get 2 bottles of cola from the storage. He then said, these are just jokes, nothing serious. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual on the screen and quickly said, hey, zoom in on Ling Zheng's screen. I need a closer look. The screen zoomed in, highlighting Ling Zheng. Chen An frowned, no, that scene just passed. Do we have a recording? Replay it for me. Fu Yao immediately opened a new screen, replaying a segment featuring Ling Zheng. After careful observation, Chen An said, this guy charged too aggressively and got hit by several laser beams in the chest, causing cracks in his armor. Strangely, his armor seems to be self-repairing. Fu Yao, it looks like he's wearing an exoskeleton suit equipped with crystal bugs. Fu Yao responded, all sold armors are not equipped with crystal bugs. Such lightweight armors lack self-repair capabilities. Chen An became intrigued. This is interesting. Can you find out the reason? Fu Yao immediately took action. I'll research the armor through Ling Zheng's wristband. On the battlefield, Ling Zheng was recovering from the shock. His teammates dragged him aside, concerned, President, are you okay? Ling Zheng shook his head, I'm fine. Even the extraordinary are just flesh and blood. They can't withstand laser blasts. Tell everyone to be careful and not to be reckless. He inspected the silver armor on his chest, which had miraculously restored itself, and wondered, what's going on? Is the train's armor really this powerful? Unbeknownst to Ling Zheng, his wristband was collecting data, with numbers scrolling rapidly. A few seconds later, the numbers disappeared, and the wristband returned to normal. Once he confirmed he was safe, Ling Zheng regained his fighting spirit, stood up, and charged forward again, repelling the kobold's offensive. In the distant cockpit, Fu Yao reported to Chen An, Ling Zheng's armor has been specially enhanced with extraordinary healing abilities. My investigation reveals that this ability is related to Ling Ying. Chen An immediately understood. You mean Ling Ying upgraded Ling Zheng's armor? Pull up Ling Ying's status right away. The screen showed Ling Ying asleep in carriage 11, with the robot Yi standing guard. Fu Yao explained, she's exhausted and had to go into a deep sleep. Her body is fine and will recover with enough rest. Chen An remarked, armor with self-repair capabilities is incredibly strong. Although it's not as good as crystal bugs, it can be life-saving in critical moments. Can we duplicate it? Fu Yao answered, that's the essence of a mechanic. They can mass-produce upgraded mechanical items, as long as they have the original. However, it's worth noting that the upgrades are random. The next upgrade on the same armor might not yield the same repairability. Chen An immediately ordered, instruct Ling Zhang to return at once. Wait, do it by issuing a task. Soon, Ling Zhang received a peculiar task, to return to the train for a reward of 20,000 star coins. Ling Zhang thought, what a strange task, just returning for 20,000. He hesitated but decided to comply, as it was a special task from the train and had to be completed. He told his deputy, Liu Yang, I'm heading back to the train. You take command. Vice President Liu Yang took over the command. While waiting for Ling Zhang's return, Chen An asked Fu Yao about Ling Ying. She's at the second level now. Can we make use of her abilities? Fu Yao suggested. A mechanic's ability is very peculiar. Successful upgrades depend heavily on their mood. You can't force her. I recommend giving Ling Ying more toys. If she's happy, she might upgrade something. Chen An's eyes lit up. We can give her laser guns and electromagnetic guns as toys. Let her drive a battleship for fun. Can she upgrade the train? Let her drive here. If Fu Yao had a face, she would probably be smiling wryly. She explained. Ling Ying gets exhausted upgrading lightweight armor, let alone something stronger. She needs long-term cultivation, just like Fei. You can't rush it. Chen An nodded. All right, I won't rush. 20 minutes later, Ling Zhang finally returned to the train. As he disembarked from the spaceship, he was immediately surrounded by a group of robots. The robots said, Passenger Ling Zhang, please change into new armor. Ling Zhang was bewildered, but let the robots work on him. Meanwhile, his wristband notified him of task completion, and the 20,000 star coins were credited. What's going on? Ling Zhang wondered. The robots didn't explain and quickly took the armor to the factory for research and potential mass production. Ling Zhang was anxious for a moment before receiving a message from Chen An. Your armor is of great importance to the train. As an additional reward, I'm giving you a transport ship. You can choose the model. Keep up the good work. I see a bright future for you. This message invigorated Ling Zhang, who excitedly replied, Thank you, boss, for your recognition. I'll keep working hard. Half an hour later, the production of the second-generation Deep Blue mechas was successfully completed. This new model not only inherited the excellent performance of its predecessor, but also introduced a self-repair function, albeit limited to minor damages and unable to handle extensive damage. Chen An scrutinized the batch of brand new mechas and, after a moment of contemplation, decided, let's not put them on the market yet. Produce more stock first. His eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. By the way, can crystal bugs be used in the mechas? Fu Yao quickly analyzed and responded. They can be used, but it wouldn't be in your best interest. Why? Chen An pressed. Fu Yao explained. If passengers can't use energy crystals, they'll hand them in for missions. But if they realize how valuable energy crystals are, they might hoard them, which is unavoidable. Chen An frowned and thought, is there any solution to this? Fu Yao proposed a clever plan. We can create special energy blocks for the crystal bugs. Essentially, we're still using energy crystals, just in a different form. Chen An understood the intricacies and nodded in agreement with Fu Yao's approach. Over the next 5 hours, the war gradually drew to a close. Despite Windstar's desperate efforts, he couldn't turn the tide. The power gap was simply too vast. As he prepared to escape by spaceship, a guild launched a surprise attack on his private hangar. After half an hour of fierce combat, Windstar was finally killed. Who killed him? Chen An asked. The leader of the Mingyue Guild, Qin Mingguang, Fu Yao replied. Chen An recalled Qin Mingguang's face, impressed by his memory. He remarked, that kid has some integrity. He didn't harass Zishu after losing to me back then. He then ordered, send Blackthorn to take over the lead car. I'll head there shortly. With Windstar's death, the electromagnetic interference in the train completely disappeared, allowing the robots to move freely. Within the next hour, Chen An successfully retrieved the core and, without hesitation, consumed it. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, door reinforcement. All doors on the train have been reinforced, making them harder to breach from the outside. Chen An shook his head repeatedly. What a useless ability. He was somewhat disappointed but quickly adjusted his mindset. Actually, the door reinforcement isn't bad in itself, but it offers minimal improvement to my current strength. Even if I left the doors wide open, no one could get in anyway. So what's the point of reinforcing them? Fu Yao consoled him. It's better than nothing. In case of an unexpected situation, it could come in handy. Chen An inquired. Exactly how strong are the reinforced doors? Give me a tangible comparison. Fu Yao explained. If a standard laser cannon is considered 1 unit of firepower, the reinforced doors can withstand a saturation attack of 100 units of firepower simultaneously. Hearing this data, Chen An's eyes lit up. and he smiled. Actually, that's not bad. With the door's weaknesses covered, I can drive the train recklessly. Enemies aren't just from intelligent beings. They could come from cosmic forces too. Strengthening the train's defenses is always useful. Chen An set the matter aside for now and instructed Fu Yao to urge the guilds to wrap up the battle quickly, as time was running out. How's the situation in the third star system? Chen An asked about the current state of the war. Fu Yao reported, 10 minutes ago, the White Wind civilization used their super railgun again, heavily damaging a train. What about Luada? No significant movement, likely surrounding the White Wind civilization's train. Chen An sneered. Sid is too arrogant. Can his cannon still fire? Fu Yao analyzed. If he accepts the long cooldown time, he can fire one more shot. That's the limit of the super railgun. Chen An shook his head and sighed. He's wasted his trump card like that. Being overly arrogant is suicidal. Now's not the time to show off your arsenal. In life and death battles, you have to keep some cards hidden. Half an hour later, the kobold forces were completely annihilated. Fu Yao officially announced the end of the civilization war, but the train would remain in a state of war. Chen An, what's the damage from this war? Fu Yao asked. Chen An frowned. So many casualties? Fu Yao gave a detailed report. This war lasted nearly 7 hours, during which we exterminated all kobolds. Our side lost 45,299 people, including 415 triple transcendents. The casualty rate is about 2.3, far exceeding your expectations. Chen An pondered for a moment. Expectations are just that, expectations? But these are the real numbers now. Overall, it's acceptable. When you let passengers fight, you have to bear the losses. Next, Chen An reviewed the situation of each guild, finding that the largest guilds suffered the most damage, while smaller guilds had fewer losses by picking up the scraps. However, losses and gains are proportional. The larger guilds became even wealthier after the war, leaving the smaller guilds far behind. How about the Black Knight Guild? Chen An suddenly thought of Xiaozhan. Fu Yao replied. The Black Knight Guild suffered over 500 casualties and ranked 38th in star coin earnings. Chen An nodded. There are gains and losses. They need to judge for themselves. Try to bring back as many bodies as possible. After the war, we'll pick a day to let their souls return to the stars. Outside the train, passengers were returning in spaceships, docking at the observation deck. Death was too common. The loss of thousands was not significant to the overall passenger count. Laughter echoed as the excitement of defeating the enemy filled the air. Some went to turn in missions, while others upgraded their equipment. Only a few were dejected over losing loved ones or teammates. But the sorrow of the few couldn't affect the joy of the many. Soon, screens popped up in each carriage, displaying the war results. The Battle God list, Mission list, and Harvest list were all presented. On the Battle God list, Qin Mingguang's name was at the top, mainly because he personally killed the train leader, Windstar, earning the highest evaluation. The second place went to Ling Zhang, who was always at the forefront, killing hundreds of kobolds. The third place was Xia Feng, and the fourth was Zhou Jiang. Where's Xiaozhen? Why is he outside the top 100? Chen An wondered. Who knows, maybe he's slacking off, someone joked. Xiaozhen didn't care about these comments. He cheerfully checked the mission list, which recorded who completed the most missions, with individual and guild rankings mixed. Unsurprisingly, the Black Knight Guild ranked first, completing over 700 missions. This was just the guild's missions. If personal missions were included, the number would be even higher. Why is the harvest list empty? Someone asked. The main mission rewards haven't been distributed yet, so it's empty, another explained. I wonder who will take the top spot this time. Amid the passengers' anxious anticipation, the train finally announced the completion of the main mission, with an 80 million star coin reward pool to be divided based on contribution. Wow, it increased to 80 million. How much can we get? 80 million seems like a lot, but the top 10 guilds will take half of it. The remaining thousands of small guilds won't get much. As long as there's something to get, I'm not picky. After the announcement, the screen displayed the contribution rankings. First place, Black Knight Guild, awarded 8 million star coins. Second place, Hope Guild, awarded 5 million star coins. Third place, Dragon God Guild, awarded 3 million star coins. Seeing the first place, the entire train was in an uproar, not caring about the rest. 8 million? What does that even mean? How did they get so much? Are you kidding? The Black Knight Guild didn't even have anyone in the top 100 of the Battle God list. Is there some kind of conspiracy? Not only did the passengers doubt, but even Chen An questioned if there was some kind of manipulation. Fu Yao, what's going on? Chen An asked. Fu Yao explained. The only criterion for contribution in this war was the number of enemies killed. The Black Knight Guild used a no-holds-barred bombing tactic, wiping out half a carriage of kobolds, hence the highest contribution. Chen An realized. So that's how it is. Well, that kid got lucky. 8 million should last them a long time. However, on the subsequent harvest list, People were shocked to find that despite receiving an 8 million reward, the Black Knight Guild ranked outside the top 20. After deducting various expenses, the Black Knight Guild's account balance was only 1.7 million, placing them 24th among the guilds. Did they eat the star coins for lunch? People couldn't help but discuss, finding the Black Knight Guild's financial situation baffling. 50 million energy crystals. It's the most valuable resource for the Cobalt train. After quickly completing the collection, Chen An immediately set off, driving the train towards the inner ring of the second star system. With the Bifeng Alliance trains heading to the first and third star systems, the second star system was now completely vacant. Chen An cautiously summoned Luoyu to meticulously verify the timing details of the prophecy. Luoyu confirmed that the heavily damaged Bifeng train would retreat to the inner ring of the star system in 40 minutes and hide in the star's surface for 6 hours before being discovered by the rat men. Won't Rhoda pursue them? Chen An asked. Luoyu shook her head. Not sure. Maybe he couldn't find them. If you want to intercept, I suggest entering the star's surface in advance and lying in wait for the Bifeng train to walk right into the trap. This was exactly what Chen An wanted. But since there was still time, he decided to look for a chance to replenish energy first. Fuyao, open the live feed, Chen An commanded. The screen showed the Bifeng train being besieged on 3 sides. Sid had already used the super railgun twice, consuming a significant amount of energy. Rhoda, well aware of this, was directing his allies to focus their attacks on the Bifeng train. Why is Sid getting pushed back? Shouldn't he have more allies? Chen An wondered. Fuyao explained. The Lingxuo Alliance has 30 trains. The Bifeng Alliance, excluding the 15 trains in the first star system, still has 35. They do have a numerical advantage, but it's not impossible to win with fewer numbers. Rhoda is better at resource allocation. Also, the Bifeng Alliance is very loose. Each train captain wants the Bifeng train to take the brunt, which leads to the current situation. Sid was not idle. He was trying to break through, focusing his main firepower on the Lingxuo trains. However, both sides were of the second-tier level, making it hard to determine a winner quickly. Inside the Bifeng train's cockpit, Sid asked the AI, how many energy crystals are needed to break through a second-tier train? The AI responded, 8 million energy crystals can penetrate the defenses of a second-tier train. To completely destroy it, you would need 15 million energy crystals. Sid's face twitched. The super railgun could only consume a maximum of 10 million energy crystals. But he couldn't worry about that now. Max out the energy crystals. If we can severely damage Lingxuo, we'll gain a huge advantage. In Sid's view, the first 2 shots had already established their dominance by destroying 2 trains. If the third shot could severely damage Lingxuo, they could win without further fighting and secure a large amount of resources. The AI warned, be advised, after the third full-power use of the super railgun, there will be a 2-month cooldown period during which it cannot be recharged. Sid ignored the warning. I can't worry about that now. Let's solve the immediate crisis first. If I can take down Rhoda and get the second-tier core, I might get an even stronger weapon. He decided to take the gamble. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Rhoda was fully focused, his nerves taut. Are you sure you've detected the enemy's super energy fluctuations? He asked. The psychic replied. The Bifeng civilization's train is using a large amount of energy crystals. They are preparing to fire the super railgun for the 3rd time. The star network can no longer infiltrate the Bifeng train. Only psychics can gather vague information. Upon hearing this, Rhoda exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. AI, we can start now. Max out the energy crystals at 10 million, target the Bifeng train. Rhoda explained. The super railgun will forcibly cool down after 3 shots. I've been waiting for him to use it the 3rd time. As long as we withstand this shot, we can completely crush him. With a wealth of information at his disposal, Rhoda felt confident. But suddenly, he thought of Chen An as a potential wildcard. How's the situation in the first star system? The AI replied, it's a chaotic battle. Fuyao's side has the upper hand. There's no information on the Fuyao train at the moment. Rhoda became cautious. Where did he go? The AI answered, the Fuyao train is chasing the Cobalt train. After leaving the star system, it lost network connectivity, and the reason is currently unknown. Rhoda thought, this is a hidden threat, but it shouldn't cause too much trouble. As long as I can get the Bifeng core, dealing with Chen An shouldn't be a problem. Tell Otto to move closer, Rhoda ordered. 20 billion kilometers away, Otto's fleet of 20 trains had been waiting for a long time. Upon receiving Rhoda's message, Otto accelerated but did not follow the plan to head to the first star system. He calculated. Rhoda wants me and Chen An to fight each other to exhaustion, but why shouldn't I hope the same for them? Going after Chen An now isn't wise. It's more important to seize opportunities amid the chaos. On the battlefield, dozens of trains were still exchanging fire, but the atmosphere was noticeably tense. The more perceptive train captains ordered a retreat, fearing unexpected disaster. Eventually, only the Bifeng and Rhoda's trains were left facing each other. The bodies of both trains started to glow with a blue luminescence, a sign of massive energy crystal consumption. Rhoda remained calm and composed, while Sid was somewhat puzzled. He must know him using the railgun. Why isn't he running? Sid muttered. The AI warned. Detected massive super-energy dissipation. The enemy train also has a similar energy-consuming device. For safety, it is recommended to warp away from the battlefield. Sid's cheeks puffed up, green smoke seeping from his mouth, clearly enraged. 70% of the energy crystals are already consumed. We can't stop halfway. No matter what weapon Rhoda has, we'll just go head-to-head and see who breaks first. Consuming 10 million energy crystals took 10 minutes, and the screen displayed a 30-second countdown. When only 10 seconds remained, a black hole-like aperture appeared at the head of the Bifeng train, gradually filling with an increasingly intense blue glow. The strong light enveloped the entire Bifeng train, dazzling under the star's illumination. As the 10 seconds ended, a massive blue beam shot silently from the aperture, unstoppable and destroying everything in its path. This shot shattered the ambitions of other train captains and displayed unmatched peak power. Rhoda gasped. This was his first time witnessing the full-power super railgun's might. Such a beam would instantly obliterate a first-tier train, leaving no trace of life. What terrifying power, Rhoda thought. But fortunately, I have it too. Just as the blue beam was about to reach 10,000 kilometers from the Lingshua train, an identical beam shot out from the Lingshua train's head. The two beams met midway, causing a momentary freeze in time and space, dimming the starlight. However, this stasis lasted only half a second. Then, the beams exploded violently, creating a super-energy storm that spread in all directions. The train captains were stunned. No one had expected Rhoda to have this hidden card. Sid was even more shocked, his sense of superiority vanishing. Why does he have it too? Sid exclaimed. AI, has Rhoda used this before? The AI responded. No related information. Sid's face turned pale as he realized. So, he still has 2 more shots? Fuyao, can they really clash like this? 2 beams of energy collided in the starry sky, canceling each other out. Chen An watched the scene with cold detachment, his heart unmoved. After all, he had seen such sights countless times before. Who's on the left? Fuyao asked. Chen An chuckled. There's no up, down, left, or right in space. But on our screen, there is. Traditionally, the left side loses in such clashes. Looks like Bifeng is doomed. Seeing Fuyao remain silent for a while, Chen An added, just kidding. Prepare 40 million energy crystals. As soon as Bifeng dares to come in, we'll give him a blast. At that moment, their train was hiding within the blazing surface of a star. Chen An was familiar with this maneuver, and the passengers were used to it, though initially, they had been quite panicked. The intense interference from the star rendered the train's radar system useless. 10 minutes later, Chen An noticed the 2 energy beams starting to weaken. He perked up and checked the time. Only 15 minutes remained until Bifeng's defeat. During this short window, Luada would severely damage Bifeng. A thought occurred to Chen An. How did Sheeta manage to hide the train here in just a few minutes? The distance between Star System 2 and Star System 3 is billions of kilometers. Maybe he has some kind of space jumping ability, Fuyao speculated. Should we lower the train another 100,000 kilometers to give him enough room to jump? No need, Chen An shook his head. Just charge the railgun in advance. On the screen, the clash ended. Both sides lost a billion energy crystals, but gained nothing. A panicked Sheeta hurriedly ordered the train to turn and head out of the outer star ring. In his view, avoiding battle would allow the 2-star train to protect him until they reached the jump point. However, Luada wouldn't let him off so easily. Having gained the upper hand, failing to eliminate Sheeta would mean losing everything. Full speed ahead, Luada ordered. Charge the super railgun again after a 3-minute cooldown, this time with 80 million energy crystals. Aim for their propulsion layer. The 2-star trains quickly left the main battlefield. 7 or 8 minutes later, a dazzling blue beam lit up the outer star ring, even outshining the star itself. Beep beep beep. Alarms blared. Train propulsion layer damaged. Imminent deceleration. Outer defense layer severely compromised. Although the shot had created a breach in Bifeng's propulsion layer, it wasn't fatal. After all, Bifeng was also a 2-star train. Sheeta quickly issued various orders. Repair the propulsion layer, maintain speed as much as possible. Luada won't fire a 3rd time so soon. But before he could finish, the AI interrupted. Propulsion layer cannot be repaired in a short time. Speed unsustainable. Collision with Ling Shua train in 20 minutes will result in complete deceleration. Sheeta's face twisted in rage. Does Luada want to engage in a boarding battle? We Bifeng people are not to be trifled with. The AI calmly analyzed. Simulations indicate that Luada, seeking stability, will use a 3rd shot. Recommend immediate jump. Sheeta hesitated. The jump is our last resort. Should we use it now? He was reluctant. However, Seeing Ling Shuo train approaching aggressively on the screen, Sheeta finally issued the jump command. Baifeng train was instantly enveloped in white light and vanished, leaving a furious Luada cursing. What kind of broken ability is this? Damn it. Normally calm, he vented his anger in the cockpit, smashing the control panel to pieces. Luada didn't know that Baifeng train's jump ability was limited, only capable of fixed distance jumps between star systems. After the jump, Baifeng train appeared in the inner ring of Star System 2. Sheeta, still shaken, panted heavily. The jump had been extremely uncomfortable, like an out-of-body experience. After spitting out some green gas, he regained some composure. Since the previous plan had failed, he needed to be more cautious in the coming days. If I ever meet that bastard Luada again, I'll turn him into food. Sheeta gritted his teeth. Damn it, thinking about it still pisses me off. If I'd known he had a super weapon, I wouldn't have messed with him. AI, hide the train in the star's surface. Will the propulsion layer damage be affected? Sheeta asked. Propulsion layer defenses will be restored in 5 minutes. No need to worry about the star's flames, the AI responded. Good. Hide quickly. I have a feeling that bastard will come after us. The Baifeng train wobbled as it headed towards the star, gradually being engulfed by the fiery inferno. The star in Star System 2 was massive, its gravity fiercely pulling at the train. Fortunately, the train had regained half its power, enough to counteract the star's gravity. 8 days, we just need to hide here for 8 days, Sheeta murmured to himself. It's frustrating, but it's safe. Sheeta left the cockpit and headed to his private quarters. Dozens of beautiful clanswomen were already waiting, ready to serve him. The Baifeng people had 2 puffed-up cheeks, splitting their mouth wide when they spoke, revealing 2 rows of fine teeth. Your Majesty, is everything all right? They asked obsequiously. Sheeta loved being addressed this way. Not in the mood today, get lost. Sheeta's irritation was hard to shake off. But before he could lie down to rest, the AI's alert sent him into a panic. A super energy beam is incoming, hitting the propulsion layer and tearing open the breach. The train needs to leave the star's surface immediately. From the outside, violent flames were pouring through the breach in the propulsion layer, ravaging the interior of the Baifeng train. The internal layers had minimal defenses, and once the fire spread, it would be unstoppable. Sheeta dashed to the cockpit, roaring, full speed ahead. Get us out of here. The AI coldly replied, train propulsion is failing. Simulations indicate we cannot escape and will be consumed by the flames. Damn it, I don't believe it. Increase speed and get us out. Sheeta bellowed. Who the hell did this? Suddenly, a screen popped up beside him, showing Chen An's train leisurely approaching, just 100,000 kilometers away. Fuyao, Chen An, it's him. I should have known. Chen An always had a deadly weapon up his sleeve. Sheeta gritted his teeth. Damn it, do you all like playing dirty? Chen An couldn't hear Sheeta's curses. He was enjoying the final moments of the Baifeng train in the flames. In Luoyu's prophecy, Kellyan had rammed the Baifeng train's propulsion layer with the train's head, causing the star's fire to spread inside, eventually burning through the storage and passenger layers. Chen An had merely accelerated the process by 6 hours. Fei, Luoyu, come out and watch the show, Chen An called. Fei was the quickest, running on all fours and leaping to Chen An's side. Luoyu, being taller, moved a bit slower. Wow, whose train is that, burning like this? Fei asked in surprise. Chen An nonchalantly replied, just watch. As the flames reached the passenger layer, Chen An imagined the cries of 1,000,000 Baifeng people. But it had nothing to do with him, not even a bit. When the Baifeng train lost all propulsion, Sheeta fell into despair. At this point, even if he wanted to escape in a warship, it was impossible. The warship would also be incinerated. Beep beep beep. Chen An received a communication request from Sheeta. Chen An, I surrender. Please spare my life, Sheeta begged. Chen An raised an eyebrow and replied, not even the gods can save you now. Don't worry, I'll make good use of everything you leave behind. Rest in peace. With that, he decisively cut off the communication. The surface temperature of a star, though not as intense as its core, still ranges from several thousand to tens of thousands of degrees. Based on the size of the stars in galaxy number 2 and the altitude of the White Wind train, the overall temperature is approximately 40,000 degrees Celsius. This temperature is enough to turn the train's interior to ashes, but cannot damage its sturdy exterior. The fire started in the power section, quickly engulfed the storage area, and then invaded the passenger compartments through the passageways. Most passengers were consumed by the raging flames before they could even react, leaving nothing but ashes. The fire greedily licked everything in its path. Seats, doors, and living area facilities melted under the intense heat. However, the train's body remained intact, though its surface was slightly charred. Despite Sid's best efforts to slow the spread of the flames, the front of the train couldn't escape its fate. The fire charged from the landing pad of car number 1, all the way to the cockpit, consuming the control panels and screens. Hundreds of miles away, Chen An watched everything unfold, his mood growing heavier. He turned to Fu Yao and asked, "If my train faced a similar situation, could you stop it?" Fu Yao reassured him, "Master, there's no need to worry unnecessarily. This situation is extremely rare. First, complete loss of power is required. Then the train's defenses must fail, and finally, it must remain in the star's strong gravitational field for an extended period." Chen An persisted. "What if? In such a rare case, use space jump," Fu Yao reminded him. "Master, don't you have the ability to perform a space jump?" Chen An frowned. "Sid seems to have a similar ability. Why didn't he use it?" "Such abilities usually have limitations," Fu Yao explained. "Sid may have recently used it and couldn't use it again. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have escaped long ago." Chen An continued to observe for a while and saw the white wind train descending. He immediately ordered, "Move in for support." Fu Yao reminded, "A powerless train will fall into the star. If you want to retrieve the core, you'll have to withstand nuclear fusion with your body, which is obviously impossible." Chen An's train quickly approached, positioning itself below the white wind train. "Push it out of there," he commanded. The train increased its power, using its front as a fulcrum to precisely support the midsection of the white wind Tronak car number 10. With minimal power, the two trains together moved out of the flaming region. Even after leaving the star's convective layer, the white wind train still burned like a massive furnace. Chen An's train continued to push until they reached a safe orbit. "Fu Yao, how long until it cools down enough for me to enter?" Chen An asked. "Natural cooling will take 13 hours, Fu Yao replied. "We'll need to find a way to shorten that time. How about using water to extinguish the fire?" Chen An suggested. Fu Yao analyzed. "The best method is to breach the passenger compartments to release the heat, but that requires a super railgun, which isn't cost-effective. I suggest breaching each car's doors and then injecting a large amount of nitrogen from the power section's breach." "All right, let's do it your way," Chen An agreed. At this moment, Luoyu interjected. "The flames on the star are from fusion reactions, not from burning oxygen. Adding water would only fuel the fire." Chen An felt a bit embarrassed and covered it with a laugh. "Of course, I knew that. I was just speaking off the cuff. But the white wind train is different. Inside, it's a chemical reaction, so theoretically, enough water could extinguish it." He then asked, "By the way, are the flames on the surface of a star real flames?" "Those are manifestations of heat and radiation," Luoyu explained. "Flames usually refer to the light and heat produced by chemical reactions." Chen An was surprised. "I didn't expect you tree people to study these things." "I'm impressed. Actually, we often use terms loosely out of habit." He turned to Fei. "Do you understand?" Fei shook her head in confusion, clearly not following the conversation. "No worries, I'll teach you," Chen An said enthusiastically, starting a comprehensive lesson for Fei. 3 hours later, Fu Yao reminded, "The internal temperature of the white wind train has dropped to around 200 degrees. Master can enter with protective gear." Chen An was not satisfied. "I need it to be cool enough for me to enter without protective gear. Keep cooling it down. By the way, what resources are left inside?" Fu Yao reported, "Basic supplies have mostly been burned, and some low melting point minerals have melted and are not worth collecting. The White Wind Civilization's warships were all destroyed, but the super railgun is mostly intact, with only its outer layer partially melted." Chen An suddenly became excited. "Can the super railgun be dismantled and installed on my train?" "The super railgun is an independent component and can be transferred," Fu Yao replied, "but I suggest installing it on the Sky Patrol ship for better strategic depth." "Does the Sky Patrol ship have enough space?" Chen An wondered. The main cannon of the Sky Patrol ship was originally a large electromagnetic railgun, which can be converted to a super railgun, Fu Yao explained. "Good idea, but let's discuss it later." Chen An temporarily shelved the plan. After another half hour, the temperature of the white wind train finally dropped to 50 degrees. Chen An ordered a full resource collection. "Gather all useful resources and fulfill our previous promise to Sid." Chen An personally went to the cockpit to retrieve the core. Despite the raging fire, the core-holding components remained intact. He quickly returned to his train and eagerly consumed the core. "Hope it's something good and not just a door upgrade," Chen An muttered to himself. Fu Yao suggested, "If you're unsure, you could have Luoyu predict the outcome." Chen An rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm stupid? Using Luoyu's life energy to foresee an unchangeable result?" Fu Yao giggled. "Just testing your intelligence, master." "Enough joking," Chen An said seriously. "Focus on resource collection. We need to leave in 2 hours for Sector 23. The absorption process took a long time, and it was half an hour before the result came in. The super railgun has been upgraded to level 2, with enhanced absorption and penetration capabilities." Chen An was momentarily stunned, then smiled broadly. "Not a new ability, but exactly what I needed." The screen displayed the super railgun's image. While its exterior remained unchanged, its internal materials had seen a breakthrough. A level 2 super railgun can absorb up to 2 billion energy crystals and penetrate all defenses of a 2-star train, Fu Yao added. Chen An felt a rush of satisfaction. Fu Yao, could Ling Shua also reach level 2 by absorbing other cores? To reach level 2, it must use 2-star cores, Fu Yao answered. This meant Chen An now held the power of life and death over all trains, able to decide their fates at will. How many times can the super railgun be used? Chen An inquired. After the upgrade, all overheating issues have been resolved. You now have the opportunity to fire 3 consecutive shots, Fu Yao explained, but I advise against doing so, as it would result in an extremely long cooldown period. Got it, Chen An mused. If I control the frequency and timing, I can maximize the threat to my enemies. An hour and a half later, the train set off for galaxy number 3. By this time, a full day had passed since the Alliance skirmish, with many battlefields having reached conclusions. But Chen An was indifferent to this. His only focus was on finding Luo Da. Even you can't find Sid? Rhoda calmly manipulated the train, scanning for any trace of the White Wind train. However, neither the Star Network nor the psychics could pinpoint its location. There was only one explanation for this: Sid had hidden within the surface of a star. Rhoda knew well that the core of the Star Network was its signal base stations, and these stations experienced severe electromagnetic interference when near a star, resulting in signal degradation or complete loss. By choosing this hiding spot, Sid had indeed made the search exceedingly difficult. AI, he shouldn't have gone too far. I recommend starting the search from Star 3. Rhoda issued the command, and the train immediately reversed course, heading into the star's surface. The surrounding battle continued, but the other trains wisely avoided Rhoda's path. Half an hour later, the Ling Shua train emerged from the star's convective layer, empty-handed. Rhoda decisively chose to proceed to the second star system to continue the search. However, just as he left the inner star zone, he ran into Chen An's train Hedon. Both trains decelerated in unison and established a communication link. Forcing a smile, Rhoda asked, "Where have you been, Chen?" Chen An returned the smile and explained, "After taking down the Cobalt, we ran low on energy. To quickly replenish, I had the train enter the star's radiation zone. When we came out, the battle was nearing its end. Did we win?" Rhoda shook his head. "It's too early to tell, but victory is just a matter of time. Have you seen Sid? Don't you have psychics? How could you not know?" Chen An retorted. Rhoda's heart skipped a beat. Could Sid already be dead? He immediately instructed the AI to have the psychics change their search target to look for heavily damaged trains. The screen quickly displayed the Resulta charred train wreck floating near the star's orbit. Although its shape was hard to recognize, Rhoda knew that it was the White Wind train. Suppressing his shock, Rhoda continued to converse with Chen An, shifting the topic to the war situation. Their conversation was filled with subtle hints and underlying tension. When Chen An mentioned the saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind, Rhoda sensed his ambition. The atmosphere grew tense, and Rhoda coldly asked, "How did you know where the White Wind train went in advance?" Chen An nonchalantly replied, "Just lucky." Rhoda pressed on, "So, you've already absorbed the core? What abilities did you gain?" "Abilities you wouldn't want to see," Chen An replied, then added, "Oh, why is your train emitting green light?" Rhoda's face darkened. "That's blue light. Are you blind? By the way, why does your train also have blue light?" Their exchange grew increasingly hostile. Rhoda abruptly cut off the communication and ordered a full-scale attack on Chen An's train. Meanwhile, inside Chen An's train, things were unusually calm. He asked the AI for an estimate of Rhoda's train's energy output and learned that the opponent was going all out. Chen An laughed heartily. "Huh? He has no idea that I'm also at full power." To ensure success, Chen An had even prepared double the usual energy crystals. Alarms blared inside the train, and passengers quickly fastened their seatbelts. Some brave souls ran to the observation deck, astonished to see green light emanating from the top of the opposing train. At this critical moment, the AI, Fu Yao, suddenly issued a warning. "Internal network under attack, star network intrusion detected, initiating internal defense. Psychic intrusion detected, initiating global defense." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen An immediately had Fei connect to the internal network to counter the psychic intrusion. Fei focused intensely on the battle, but soon showed signs of strain. Chen An anxiously asked Fu Yao, "Can she hold out for 4 minutes?" "She should be able to," Fu Yao replied, though the uncertainty in its voice was palpable. Meanwhile, robots piled a large number of secondary energy crystals around Fei. Chen An consulted Luo Yu for a prophecy, learning that while Fei could successfully block the attack, she would be severely injured. As long as no one dies, Chen An gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the screen showing the railguns charging progress. An epic showdown was about to unfold. Inside the carriage, passengers nervously glanced at their glitching wristwatches and screens. The chaos from the network attack had severed their communication with the outside world. Just as the tension peaked, a dull thud reverberated through the train, as if an invisible giant hand had struck it. The powerful impact caused the train to lurch back tens of thousands of kilometers, violently shaking the carriage. Those with seatbelts on managed to stay somewhat stable, while the reckless ones were thrown around, hitting their heads and bleeding, desperately clinging to the observation deck railing to avoid being flung out. This force was the recoil from the railgun firing. A massive beam of light tore through the starry sky, obliterating everything in its path. Simultaneously, the Ling Shuo train fired a synchronized beam. In the distance, Luo De initially noticed nothing unusual. However, as the distance closed, his AI suddenly issued a sharp warning. Warning: the opponent's energy level exceeds 1 billion crystal units. Luo Da's face paled in disbelief. How is this possible? The beams collided fiercely, with the diameter of one being twice that of the other. The violent energy dispersed sideways, forming a linear energy beam capable of piercing asteroids from 100,000 kilometers away. The commotion quickly drew the attention of other train captains in the third star system. Their screens soon displayed a simulated image. The Fuyao train on the left, the Ling Shuo train on the right, with two beams of differing thicknesses clashing and gradually pushing rightward. On the scene, the Ling Shuo's thinner beam was being overwhelmed, swallowed by the opponent's larger beam. The stronger shockwave pushed back toward the Ling Shuo train at the speed of light. The AI shrieked, energy approaching. Ling Shuo screamed in despair. Retreat. Quickly. The AI calmly responded. Once the extraordinary railgun is fired, it cannot be shut down, and the train's power cannot counteract light speed. Before the words were finished, the massive beam had targeted the train's front, piercing it. The newly awakened Fei Yi, pale-faced, leaned into Chen An's arms and softly asked, "What happens when an object absorbs too much energy?" Chen An succinctly replied, "It explodes." On the screen, the Ling Shuo train's front exploded abruptly, with no sign of expansion. The beam's power remained unabated, continuing forward, first destroying Luo Da's extraordinary railgun, then tearing through the train, exiting from the rear. The beam then shot toward a distant star. Moments later, the hit star violently erupted, with a powerful stellar storm shooting outward, its light 1,000 times brighter than usual. Fei Yi innocently asked, "Are fireworks beautiful?" Chen An, holding her as they left the cockpit, gently replied, "Beautiful but blinding." Fuyao opened the screen in front of him, displaying the Ling Shuo train's devastation. The defense layer destroyed, the train body torn apart, the top carriage's life support system failing, and Ling Shuo's people dying en masse. With the stellar storm approaching, they could hold out for at most 5 minutes. Chen An asked, "Is Luo De dead? Any surprises?" Fuyao answered, "Luo De, along with the front of the train, was obliterated. The extraordinary railgun is irreparable." Chen An calmly stated, "I don't need anything else, just make sure he's gone." The stellar storm had minimal impact on Chen An's train, merely preventing temporary exit. However, it was devastating for other battling civilizations. Even if they sensed the storm, the warring sides couldn't separate in time, nor close the doors. Electromagnetic and ionizing radiation struck simultaneously, with high-dose X-rays bombarding their cells, survival dependent solely on extraordinary resilience. Fuyao relayed this crucial information to Chen and asked, "What will be the consequence?" Fuyao explained, "The war will accelerate to an end. The defending side will suffer catastrophic damage, and after the stellar storm, the attackers can continue their invasion and end the war." Chen An indifferently said, "Let them be. It has nothing to do with us." "Where is AO2? Fuyao replied, "The stellar network has been destroyed. My detection range is only 3 billion kilometers at most, and I can't locate the AO2 train." Chen An frowned, "That's troublesome. Can we replicate the stellar network?" Fuyao explained, "It's impossible unless we get a special device from the Ling Shuo train. Hopefully, it hasn't been destroyed." After 2 hours of the stellar storm, the third star system fell into an eerie silence. Without the stellar network, Chen An couldn't contact Yang Dingtian and knew nothing about the outside situation. Once the storm subsided, Chen An immediately dispatched robots to collect resources from the Ling Shuo train. Humans couldn't approach temporarily due to the high radiation. The robots reported, "Most resources are intact, but some should be discarded due to high radiation." Chen An suddenly thought of a crucial question. "What about the train core? It can't be destroyed, right?" The robots answered, "The core can't be destroyed. It might be buried in the metal slag. We're searching." Half an hour later, the core was found but buried in metal slag, making it impossible for the robots to retrieve it. Chen An decisively donned protective gear and a spacesuit, personally taking a spaceship to the Ling Shuo train's breach. He thought, "The front is the toughest part of the train. Blowing it up is terrifying to imagine." He asked, "Fuyao, how long until my railgun cools down?" Fuyao replied, 5 days. If fired again within 5 days, the overheating will last 15 days. The third time, 2 months. As long as it's controlled, the 5-day interval is acceptable. Reaching the destination, Chen An carefully stepped on the metal slag, escorted by robots, to the designated spot. There, a cylindrical container lay, its outer layer once connected by numerous metal wires, now all severed, leaving dense black dots. Chen An pulled it out, opened the top, and saw the core flickering at the bottom. Come out, you. He took the core back to the spaceship, eager to return. On the way, Fuyao brought good news. We found signal bases on the Ling Shua train. These should be the key to creating the stellar network. Chen An asked, how many? Fuyao replied, 4, all on the power layer. But according to the train's leftover information, 10 bases are needed to create the stellar network. Chen An was slightly disappointed. Got my hopes up for nothing. Back on the train, Chen An immediately consumed the core, praying for new abilities rather than random enhancements. This time, his wish was granted. He gained the most needed asset, 20 signal bases to construct a stronger train network. Chen An exclaimed with joy, so, we can create a more powerful stellar network. Where are the bases? Fuyao replied, all on the storage layer. Please choose the installation location. After a moment of thought, Chen An said, the passenger cabin is out, the defense layer too, and the storage layer is too cluttered. It seems the power layer is the only option, with enough idle space. Start building immediately. How long will it take? Fuyao answered, 2 days. The screen displayed the base design, resembling high towers, filled with various equipment, interconnected by transmission lines. Chen An gave the final order. I need to know AO2's location in 5 days. He thought to himself, with this capability, he couldn't let AO2 go. The lure of a 2-star core was too great. After gathering all the wartime resources, Chen An lifted the state of war and drove the train to the 4th star system to rest. He assessed the current situation. All alliances had long since disbanded, and without the star domain network, he was unwilling to waste time taking risks. How long until Faye recovers? Chen An asked. She'll be back to normal after absorbing energy crystals and resting for half a day, Fuyao replied. How many energy crystals do we have left? Equivalent to 5 billion first-grade energy crystals. Chen An was quite satisfied with the situation and decided to reward the passengers. He recalled his earlier promise that every guild would receive special rewards after the war ended. Fuyao, what do you think we should give them? Master, please decide yourself. After a moment of contemplation, Chen An said, give each guild a transport ship as a reward, with a model based on the guild's size. Will this affect the value of star coins? It won't, Fuyao explained. As the train upgrades, the value of traditional transport ships has decreased. Giving them away is fine. We can manufacture more powerful new transport ships. The screen displayed the appearance of the new transport ship, resembling an enlarged version of the F-399. The F-499 multifunction transport ship is an upgrade of the F-399, Fuyao introduced. The main difference is that this transport ship can travel interstellar distances and doesn't need to return to the train to refuel, similar to exploration ships. The T-228 exploration ship has always had an issue with small capacity, where the gains from a trip might not cover the costs, Chen An pointed out. Anything else? The F-499 has significantly increased cargo capacity and stronger laser cannons, capable of handling simple space battles. Great, let's do that. The announcement was quickly made, and the passengers cheered. The transport ships, combined with exploration ships and numerous shuttles, could form small fleets. Guild leaders eagerly headed to the hangar to claim various models of transport ships according to the train's evaluation rules. Most guilds chose the F-399, while the A-106 was left untouched. I wish we could go for a spin, a passenger sighed. But with the train under regulation, they could only enjoy the scenery from the observation deck. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Star Domain Network was successfully established on December 25th. What impact does this have on the passengers? Chen An asked. The Star Domain Network is an external network and won't affect the train's internal network, so passengers won't notice any changes, Fuyao replied. Good, activated. The screen suddenly filled with a chaotic stream of information as the signal base stations emitted electromagnetic waves. 5 minutes later, the screen returned to normal, but it was pitch black. The Star Domain Network has been created and is currently being debugged, Fuyao reported. After half an hour of debugging, the screen finally displayed an image. It wasn't a real-time image but an information simulation. Despite some initial lag, the image gradually stabilized and became more detailed. The display showed a circular region surrounded by chaos. The area was densely packed with black dots, which were identified as planets or asteroids. The largest black dots were stars, as stars interfere with the Star Domain Network, making it impossible to gather information. Is this the entire star domain around the jump point? Chen An asked. Yes, all celestial bodies are within it. I've also labeled the star systems for easy identification, Fuyao explained. Additionally, The trains of various civilizations are clearly marked with their respective civilization titles. Chen An saw his own train orbiting a star in the mid-layer orbit of the fourth star system, in a low-energy state. This is more like it. At least we're not flying blind, Chen An remarked. But something's off. Ling Shuo could observe the entire star domain with just 10 base stations. We have 24. Why is it still so limited? Beyond the star domain lies a vast nebula with no observational value, so it's automatically hidden, Fuyao explained. I see. Show me the image of O2. The O2 train was located in the inner star circle of the second star system, and the image couldn't be displayed. Why not? Due to stellar interference, the star domain network can only observe the outer star circle. With the help of a psychic, the image could be extended to the inner star circle, but it can't get too close to the star. Should we have Faye assist? No need, this is fine. I just need to know O2's location, Chen An said. Speaking of which, we not only used Rhoda's network back then, but also borrowed his psychic. Where are the three-eyed people? Is there an image? The three-eyed people are in the inner star circle of the 8th star system, possibly upgrading to 2 stars. The specific changes are unclear. Chen An scanned the area and noticed that many trains were hiding in the inner star circle to upgrade, while only a few were still seeking battles. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Can we attack trains during their upgrade process? Trains are protected by rules during an upgrade. They can't be attacked or spied upon. Chen An's expression softened. That's a reasonable rule. Otherwise, if one train successfully upgrades, it would be difficult for others to have a peaceful environment. So, the question is, since there will be a large number of 2-star trains, there's no need to focus on O2. The plan to attack O2 was for the core, but it seems this decision doesn't align with our fundamental interests, especially since O2 isn't weak. In 3 days, it will be the 28th. We don't have time to attack too many trains, so I suggest randomly choosing a lucky target, Fuyao proposed. We'll decide when the time comes. 3 days later, the super railgun was fully restored. Chen An ultimately abandoned the plan to attack O2, as the guy was too cautious, never revealing any special abilities. Moreover, the distance was too far to use a space jump. The most crucial point was that a better target had presented itself. The Sky Wolf people had just upgraded to 2 stars. After being driven away by 2 other trains, they entered the outer star circle of the 4th star system and destroyed 3 of Chen An's scout ships in succession. Is this fate? Chen An sneered. In Luo Yu's prophecy, the Sky Wolf people were destroyed by my cannon. Now, except for Yang Dingtian, no one else will be spared. As if returning to the normal timeline, the Sky Wolf people, relying on their newfound strength after upgrading, recklessly charged towards the inner star circle, completely unaware of the danger they faced. Chen An no longer cared about past alliances and directly charged his weapon, starting with 1.5 billion energy crystals. By the time the Sky Wolf people realized it, it was too late. A massive blue beam shot through their train, piercing from head to tail. The train captain didn't even know who they were facing before they were obliterated in an instant. 5 hours later, the cleanup of the Sky Wolf people's train was nearly complete, and Chen An had acquired the core. That'll do. We'll wait for the jump point in 3 days and avoid any more conflicts, Chen An decided. Since fate serves as a warning, we must always leave ourselves with enough fallback options. There's no such thing as absolute invincibility. After absorbing the core, the train gained a new ability that made Chen An frown. Green space, allowing the train's interior to become green and self-healing? Chen An frowned. What's the use of this? Master can control the greening area and range, such as filling carriages with green plants, Fuyao explained. Can't I just transplant plants from planets? Do I need this ability? If Master plans to create a natural ecosystem within the train in the future, this ability is crucial. The rules won't grant useless abilities. It's up to Master to use them well. Chen An pondered for a moment. It's not useless, but it might not be what I need right now. Fine, this will work. How do I operate it? A light screen appeared in front of him, displaying the layout of the train's various levels. After studying it for a while, Chen An gave up. Too many plants might not be comfortable. Just decorate a bit here and there. Fuyao, you handle it. On the 29th, the electromagnetic storm intensified with no signs of abating. To protect the starfield network from severe damage, Chen An decisively retracted it into the train, halting its external expansion. On the 30th, the anticipated cosmic annihilation arrived. The reconnaissance spheres Chen An had deployed in the outer layers of the starfield 6 months ago provided critical intelligence. Data analysis indicated that the cosmic annihilation would reach their location in 20 hours. Acting swiftly, Chen An decided to depart for the jump point in 5 hours. He didn't want to risk waiting until the last moment, fearing unforeseen complications might arise during the journey. The train immediately issued an announcement to the passengers, informing them of the impending situation to alleviate potential panic. Understandably, the passengers were anxious about leaving the familiar starfield for the unknown. Some chose to relax in the entertainment area, while others went to the observation deck to enjoy the last view. The observation deck was now well equipped, even featuring a permanent bar. The robotic bartender was busy, with business booming. 5 hours passed quickly, and the train finally set off, leaving the star system and heading towards the jump point. The future was filled with uncertainty, and everyone felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Chen An, unable to calm his nerves, summoned Luoyu to make a prophecy. Can you tell me the prophecy as you see it? Chen An asked. Luoyu nodded in agreement. Chen An prepared a large amount of energy crystals and signaled Luoyu to begin. Luoyu extended numerous branches to touch the train, her leaves tensing up. 5 seconds later, Luoyu began to calmly narrate the prophecy. The train will reach the edge of the jump point in 8 hours and will enter the jump point after waiting for 17 hours. On the first day, the train will be safe, but the surroundings will be pitch black. The second and third days will be the same. The train will be safe, and the surroundings will remain dark. Luoyu continued her prophecy up to the 30th day. The train will exit a bright tunnel and will be attacked by a powerful particle beam, severely damaging the power layer. At this point, Chen An interrupted. That's enough. He knew he would make changes at that point in time, rendering further prophecy unnecessary. Luoyu retracted her branches, but half of her leaves had already withered. Chen An hurriedly urged her to absorb the energy crystals, only to find that they couldn't restore her withered branches. What's happening? Chen An asked, puzzled. Luoyu calmly replied, my lifespan has entered its final countdown. I can sense that I have 3 months left. Chen An learned that prophets could only foresee their lifespan in their final 3 months. He hadn't anticipated this development and quickly sought Fuyo's advice. What should we do now? As time drew nearer, the electromagnetic storm grew more intense. Chen An's frigate set off as scheduled, teetering precariously through the violent sea of electromagnetism. The frigate's intelligence system had already crashed, leaving an old first-generation robot to pilot manually. Chen An thought to himself, sending another robot to accompany Otto in death. I can live with that. He glanced at the countdown on the control panel, then looked out at the roiling electromagnetic clouds. Just then, Zishu sent a communication request. She curiously asked, Chen An, can you come find me? I want to run an experiment to see if piloting a spacecraft can be synchronized with mental integration. Chen An showed some interest but politely declined. Maybe tonight. I'm really busy right now. Zishu teased with a smile. I have no idea what keeps you so busy every day. Sometimes I even suspect you have something going on with the train conductor. Chen An cut her off, annoyed. Stop guessing. If you have nothing better to do, go play some super battle to improve your combat skills. The conductor doesn't keep slackers around. After the call ended, Zishu enthusiastically headed to carriage one to find Zhou Jiang for more information about Chen and Yang Yuan grumbled. Aren't I the one who knows old Chen best? When the countdown reached 10 minutes, Chen An's train officially set off, heading towards the jump point center. The other trains followed closely behind. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Otto had just captured the warship sent by Chen and eagerly began his inspection. However, he quickly discovered that the ship only contained a scrapped robot and flew into a rage. How dare he trick me? Once we crossed the jump point, he's dead. As time passed, nearly 60 trains floated and struggled in the electromagnetic sea. With 5 minutes left on the countdown, the trains began to form ranks. The situation for the one-star trains looked grim. Some had cracks in their outer layers, and others had internal network failures. The trains in the back frantically surged forward, even resorting to attacking the trains ahead. At the forefront, a white vortex spun faster, releasing high-energy particle streams that nearly overturned the Fuyo train. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen An, and he had the train reverse, pointing the front towards the back. The other conductors were puzzled until they saw a black hole open up at the front of the train. A blue beam shot through the jump point, directly hitting Otto's train. Otto felt his body go numb as he watched in despair as his train was filled with the electromagnetic storm and rapidly retreated. Using the recoil from the cannon shot, Chen An's train darted into the vortex like a nimble fish. Watching his screen, Otto roared in rage. Chen An, damn you and your ancestors. The signal base station shut down, the starfield network was temporarily closed, and radar detection range abruptly reduced to a 10-kilometer radius. The reconnaissance orb sent back its final message. The Otto train was torn apart by an electromagnetic storm, with a survival probability of only 0.000001. Chen An breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a secret joy. Since he had already become mortal enemies with Otto, it was best to eliminate the threat completely. He decided to give no chance for survival, to avoid future repercussions. After a moment's thought, Chen An ordered an increase in attack intensity. If 80 million energy crystals could breach the defense, then use 90 million. Under the interference of the electromagnetic storm, losing 30% of the power would be fatal. Spending an extra 10 million was worth it and showed sincerity. What if he has special abilities to escape? Chen An muttered to himself, perhaps I should go all out with 200 million. If that bastard survives by chance, he will become a major threat. Suddenly, Chen An realized the seriousness of the current situation. What's the status of the train now? The closure of the starfield network isn't a big deal, but radar detection issues could be troublesome. Fu Yao quickly responded, the train is about to lose power, but it will continue to move at its current speed. The exact reason is unknown. Chen An immediately pulled up the power data, and a densely packed screen appeared before him. Although he still couldn't understand most of the data, he could clearly see that each indicator was gradually approaching zero. The power system would soon only supply the train's interior. Why is this happening? Chen An asked. Fu Yao candidly replied, I don't know. I'm not sure, I don't understand. Chen An chuckled in disbelief and then recalled Luo Yu's prophecy. The train would be in an absolutely safe state for the next 30 days. To prevent the passengers from getting bored, he decided to organize a series of activities. Arrange various competitions, Chen An instructed, singing contests, gaming tournaments, anything. After arranging these activities, Chen An began to study the external environment of the train. Looking through the porthole, it was pitch black outside, with no light visible. If it weren't for the screen displaying the train's speed, he would have thought the train was stationary. Can the train doors be opened? Chen An asked. Fu Yao tried immediately, finding that the doors could indeed be opened. There was no apparent threat outside, but the environment was not suitable for survival. Chen An attempted to use the reconnaissance orb to explore, but found that it lost power as soon as it left the train, moving in sync with it. After much fruitless effort, Chen An gave up trying. Inside the train, a lively atmosphere prevailed as various activities unfolded one after another, with rewards more generous than the previous year. Some sang, some gamed, and some competed. Fu Yao also launched more entertainment projects, ensuring most people could participate. For Chen An, these entertainments were less important than experiments. Under the orange lighting, he spent half an hour proving a theory. Under mental alignment, the body could perform corresponding actions without affecting piloting the spaceship. However, under dual mental and physical stress, Chen An, who could usually last 8 hours, gave up after just half an hour, losing face. Fu Yao, is there any way to improve this situation? Chen An asked. Fu Yao suggested, continue to strengthen your physique until your body is far stronger than the average person. If the plowing ox is strong enough, no amount of land is too much. Chen An pondered and continued, during the learning process, focus on filtering useful knowledge. Don't let yourself learn the wrong things. Fu Yao assured, I have a self-filtering function. I will categorize and store garbage information. Chen An corrected, no need to store it. Delete it once filtered out. At this moment, Zishu curled up in Chen An's arms like a little kitten, losing her usual big sister demeanor. What are you thinking about? She asked softly. Chen An played dumb. My mind is blank. I'm not thinking about anything. Zishu smiled. You must be thinking about something. I know you best. Your eyes unconsciously look up when you're thinking. Never mind. I don't want to know anyway. After a moment of silence, Chen An asked with a smile, have you found out anything? Zishu revealed her findings. Zhoujiang said you rarely participate in guild activities and are always busy. I guess you're doing some special tasks. He also said you never take the guild's star coins, as if you don't need money. While she rambled on, Chen An quietly had Fu Yao make things difficult for Zhoujiang. Zishu concluded, all things considered, you might be working for the train conductor. Can you disclose it? Chen An retorted, since it involves the train conductor, do you think I dare to disclose it? Keep investigating. I have faith in your intelligence. Zishu pouted. Although I majored in sports and barely passed advanced math, my cerebellum is well developed. Just you wait. Chen An didn't deliberately hide his flaws, allowing Zishu to continue investigating. Since hiding his identity was no longer that important, he treated it as a form of entertainment. From that day on, the train entered a long-term passive navigation phase. Passengers enjoyed themselves inside the train, but Chen An felt out of place. He found it hard to integrate into these activities. The value differences due to class disparity made it difficult for him to resonate. After several attempts, Chen An gave up participating and focused on studying spaceship piloting techniques with Zishu. As time passed, Chen An grew increasingly bored. He decided to settle down and study, no longer relying entirely on Fu Yao. On the 7th day at the jump point, Fei finally reached the 3rd level. This was good news, as it meant she could easily connect to the Starfield network, gaining an informational advantage over other trains. Unfortunately, with the Starfield network temporarily closed, she could only amuse herself within the intranet. On the 10th day, Luo Yu also broke through. The 4th level extended her lifespan by 100 years, and her withered leaves regained vitality. Chen An felt a bit relieved. As long as Luo Yu was alive, it was good. On the 15th day, the Tianxian ship was completed ahead of schedule. Chen An ordered the installation of the super gun as the main cannon, significantly boosting the ship's firepower for long-range support in train battles. Meanwhile, Chen An began forming a train guard unit, but did not recruit members yet. The guard unit will only recruit the best passengers. Chen An said, I will give them control over the warships. Before that, they need to learn enough professional knowledge. According to Fu Yao's estimates, training a qualified commander would take at least 6 months. Chen An wasn't in a hurry, allowing passengers to study on their own without interference. He believed that truly outstanding talents would naturally emerge in daily life. Indeed, Xiaozhen didn't participate in any entertainment activities, spending all his time in the training room. Chen Guoyang did the same, shuttling between the training room and extraordinary combat sessions. Xiafeng focused mainly on strengthening his body, visiting the training room only in his spare time. Zishu also worked tirelessly to improve herself, investigating Chen An's secrets only during her breaks. Time flew by, and soon it was the last day. Chen An prepared for the worst, fully alert. Prepare the energy crystals, he ordered. As soon as the train exits, activate the electromagnetic shield at full power. No saving energy. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.